Bye. morning, L.A. And my goodness, what a weekend it's been, D-Fish. My God, so many sports, so much to talk about, and only 4 hours to do it. Welcome to D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And, of course, we are live throughout your airways right now in Los Angeles for your L.A. commute. And, of course, you can also listen to us live right now on the Odyssey app and the iHeart app. And get in the chat right now over here at The Fan LA. That's right, we are live on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And, of course, the next 4 hours, we are D-Fish and Decker, Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. D-Fish, how was your weekend, man? Because I got a lot to get off my chest right away. But how was your weekend?
Let me go first.
Yeah, please. Let's go with your weekend. We start because you're a star, and you went to a Dodger game on Friday night.
Yeah,
the only good one this weekend.
Oh my God, yeah. No, that game was insane. I mean, the Dodgers were, kind of slowly plugging along, and then, took a 3-0 lead, and then like in a snap. In one conversation, the Orioles were up 5-3, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, "Uh-oh!" All the air came out of the stadium, and so as the game got later, many people in LA, due to the fact that getting out of Dodger Stadium is a nightmare.
Oh, why? Because there's only 4 entrances in and out, and there's like 70,000 seats. Yeah. Seems like a problem.
A lot of people kind of slowly started sliding towards the exit, and we went inside the dugout club, and we're still in the building. And then all of a sudden, boom, 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 and the Dodgers worked their way right back into
Dalton rushing, man.
Yeah, man, and got the game, walked off with it, and it was exciting. It sucked to get out of there. The fact that we were still there. We were talking off air about some of the additional adventures.
Yeah, you had a night.
I don't know how I ended up.
Listen, I want to make this abundantly clear. If you guys are at a Dodger game and somehow after the Dodger game you end up in Rancho Cucamonga, something went wrong.
you took a wrong turn.
But yeah, it was a great game Friday night. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say it was a great game the rest of the weekend for the Dodgers. Tough weekend, but we will get to that. Outside of that, any golf this weekend? Anything going on?
Yeah, no, definitely some golf, man. And just, got to enjoy Father's Day, with the kids and, brunch and a movie.
Got
and
a baby.
It was a great weekend of kind of blending, like, some things that I wanted to do just for me, by myself, nobody else. And then also, getting some time with the kids and the family.
You did Father's Day, right?
Yeah,
that's how you do it. Yeah, I
nice.
Get away from the kids. I'm going to play 18. That's the way to do it.
It was nice.
Funny, Saturday, there were a couple of street fests in LA, like massive block parties. Like Santa Monica had this full-on summer solstice party that was all down Main Street.
Raj?
I ran into Raj there. So Raj and I met up on Saturday, right? I had my girlfriend there. Raj brought his wife and a few other buddies.
But the other Raj.
Oh, no. We'll get to that Raj that we're talking about. So we go out, we meet up in this place, Jameson's on Main Street. Then we walk up and down this festival, and it was a good little time. Like a lot of vendors, a lot of street vendors, a lot of art and all that. And then there's another one in Venice, the Venice Fest, which, by the way, the Venice Fest, I'll admit, as a Santa Monica guy, Venice won. Venice won quite handily in this one. I'm ashamed to say it wasn't even close.
Are these related to the World Cup, or these are just
Nope,
fests?
These were just fests. These were just summer street fests.
We're just going to have a party.
Musicians, a bunch of stages up,
okay.
And it was a great time. Both of them were cool, but the Venice one definitely beat the living hell out of the Santa Monica one. So we go over to the Santa Monica one. So now I'm with my people, Roger's people. We're fest hopping throughout LA. We get over there, and I can't find Raj anywhere. Raj is just lost in a sea. Send him a text. He's not exactly being cooperative. And then I run into this one guy that I thought might have been Raj in a sweet, bedazzled, golden jacket. He looked like a complete moron. So obviously I got video of it, and I sent it over to Raj. I'm like, Raj, found you. And he was jealous because he doesn't have that sweet attire. But
that curly top that
man
had was nice too.
Raj rocks the curly top. You got to hand it to him. We're a couple of bald men, and if we could, maybe we would. Maybe. Probably not, though.
It'll take a lot of juices and berries.
You got to let your soul glow, baby. But I have one thing I got to say. Man, I've been watching every World Cup match.
Yeah.
Every single one. The ones I don't even care about. The Iran match the other day.
Yeah.
Oh, Zlatan, even after the game, said, I almost fell asleep in the first half. The second half, I did fall asleep. Absolutely right. Worthless game, that one. But I watched with the intrigue and fire that everybody should be watching this. However, I need the World Cup to end soon.
Why is that?
I am drinking way too much. I am drinking every single day.
Man.
I can't. Sunday I planned to have no drinks, none. I got up yesterday.
Oh, you planned. To
I
had
a full plan. I'm like, I'm gonna drink this water, and then I'm gonna drink. So I go to a place. We go ahead and we get ourselves some coffee. We go into the first bar to watch the first match. Spain is just waxing that ass to start the Sunday morning, dude. Then I go to another bar. Bartender knows me.
Uh-oh.
Drinks are just put in front of me like you wouldn't believe, and I'm screwed. And then I'm watching that next match, and then the next match, and then the next match. It's 8 p.m. and I realized I've probably had like 3 bottles of wine. I'm exhausted. I go to sleep, thank God. Woke up at 3, perfectly refreshed. But dude, it's every day now. And because right now the World Cup is we are living a life where we get 4 matches every single day. And today, I plan not to drink. I plan not to have any alcohol. I plan not to leave my home. I plan to watch these games in the comfort of my own home. Except Messi's playing today. Except Haaland's playing today. Except Mbappe's playing today. I can't sit at home and watch that. I need to be with the people to watch the greatest soccer players in the world play.
Be with the show of the people.
Yeah, the man of the people.
Yes, that's your guy. That's your boy right here. I got to be amongst the people.
All right.
You know, the underlings out there.
Okay.
So we can all enjoy Messi together.
You put your patch on, or what you got to do.
So anything I got to do. So yeah, I'm just saying, the World Cup has been unbelievable.
Yeah.
However, I really need it to end soon. My liver is having so many problems.
Well, you talk about the NBA playoffs taking 2 months.
Dude, this is 38
you're in
days.
Trouble. You're in trouble, bro.
By the way, thank God for the World Cup, because I'm a baseball guy, and I love baseball, but right now, we went from the best NBA finals, and we and I are looking at like, man, we're going to go from that high to just, okay, great. We're talking about June baseball games. This World Cup, dude, is giving me so much more to not only talk about, but to enjoy. Has there been anything that stood out to you so far in the World Cup that's just firing you up? Because here's what it is for me. I'm really getting into watching how the game's really played now. Really, the whole vision of it. And my mom's like, you don't even know the rules. I'm like, no, I've learned the rules. I've always basically known the rules. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a goal format and a field.
Kick the ball.
It's hockey, but with your feet. It's basketball, but with your feet. It's more or less it's the same thing, of course, with mild changes in between. But I'm watching how everything is actually done and the athleticism involved. Dude, I can't get enough of soccer. I'm so excited. Looking forward to 4 matches today.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for me with, World Cup competition is, I love watching athletes, really compete like this is the most important thing of the moment. Obviously, there's much bigger stuff going on in the world, beyond sports.
Yes.
Nobody's, pretending that everything's fine because we're watching these great sporting events. But I absolutely love watching, competing as though if we don't win this match, man, my life is over.
Agreed. It's awesome.
That's what the World Cup feels like and looks like to me, and I think the fandom of it is also symbolic of no, this matters to everybody in the country, not just one part of town. The entire country is rocking, except for Raj, who has nothing to do with Brazil.
Yeah, he's just sitting around pretending he's Brazilian. He's like, I'm vaguely Brazilian. Look at my hair.
I don't know where that came from. But outside of Raj, I love the fact that fans that are, whether their ancestry, family, history, whatever, the Egypt and New Zealand match last night was one that I kind of ended up
Mo Salah, man.
Yeah, there was one play they were moving the ball. I don't know what the terms are. Kicked the ball, moved the ball towards the middle, and a guy kind of behind the back with his leg kicked it to the middle, and my man put the left foot on it and scored a goal.
It was a great match.
Yeah,
it was fun to watch.
So just the passion of it is the best part.
It's been really fun to watch, and also I know we talk about the fans a lot because the fans have been. I will say, as fun as the World Cup has been, it's been the fans that make this even better. Over and over and over again, every single person, like you're mentioning, rooting for their country. But it's the videos all over the place. I know we're talking about Scotland a lot. Dude, I watched this video about 30 minutes ago before we started here about this wonderful little couple, Japanese couple, that are in Mexico City, right? And they're wearing Mexico jerseys, and they're feeding each other tacos, having like the most romantic street taco corner of their life. And then the video backs up. It shows the taco maker, the guy who made the tacos, just sitting there with the biggest smile on his face. He's like so happy these guys are just enjoying his culture so much. It's as badass as it gets. Raj, what do you want?
Here's the question, and here's the challenge that soccer faces with you Americans is, will you stay once the World Cup is gone? Will you continue to watch soccer in between these 4 years?
No.
Well, here's the problem.
That's what I'm saying.
But there's a real problem involved with that, though. I'm not sure if it's yours.
No. Go ahead. I was about to say the same thing. Go. You got it.
American soccer, like MLS, is just... It's looked at around the world as if it's beneath us.
Don't watch that. Watch the Premier League.
That's the problem.
Right. So I wasn't going to say MLS because I want to go to the game. So LAFC, y'all can.
No, I want to go too. I want to get into it.
I'll hook you guys up. Yeah, I know. I'm all with them too.
As far as UEFA, Champions League, all the other stuff, I'm not setting alarms to get up at 2:30 in the morning to watch soccer. I'm not doing that.
Okay.
I wouldn't. When I'm out of the country. I traveled a couple years ago during the NBA Finals. I was out of the country. Trying to watch NBA Finals games at another time zone in another country was almost impossible. And so it's just like, and that's a game that I absolutely love to my core. So I don't know how to get around that part of it.
Yeah.
Unless I'm watching it on tape delay or something.
There's a lot of games that start 7 a.m., 9:30 a.m., big games.
But we are working during that time, Raj.
So, Raj,
not during the weekend.
Okay.
Oh,
they're on Saturday. Most of the games are Saturday.
Raj is right. You and I, who get up every day at 4 a.m., we should do that on the weekends, too, so we can never sleep and never enjoy a semblance of normal life. I agree, Raj. Sorry. We will get on the Premier League on weekends, too.
No. You're right. As far as the weekend, that's possible to turn it on. I would say also maybe we could talk to our bosses here and we can get the big screen set up with all the TVs and everything. And
I'll watch Man U
we
right
can have
now.
all the soccer games on during the show and we can 2-for-1 it,
You guys barely focus as it is. Last thing you need is more distraction.
Oh, well, then you don't want us to become soccer fans. That's what I'm hearing from you. Because you're right. It's that timing aspect. It's just, and we have American soccer, but like, as we see, all the best American soccer players, they leave the United States, go play in Europe. They go play in other leagues, and that's just the fact. So we don't really get to see these stars here in the States all that often. And would I like to watch it? Yes, but man, 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. is a tough sell for your boy.
Yeah, and the passion of it is just different. I mean, you can cheer for LAFC, the Galaxy. You can cheer for the New York City Bulls, Red Bulls, whatever.
Bulls, yeah.
But it's so segmented. Like it's not as galvanizing and energizing as these larger competitions. Like it's like one group of people are cheering for one team, and one group for another team. But in the World Cup, it's literally the entire planet is watching this event.
Yeah.
And so it just gives it a whole different vibe that, it's hard to replicate. But yeah, it's a fair question, Raj. How do you turn, more viewers in terms of watching it more? I would hopefully just say that more young people get it inspired, after World Cups where the game can grow on the pitch and then the viewership can come along with it many years later. But just more young people watching this feeling like I want to be one of those guys. Mm-hmm. And that's really hopefully how you can grow the game as more talent around the world.
Completely agree. Plus, there might also be a mild boom for the MLS after this. You never know what might come out of this. We might have a ton of soccer fans, and we will see what the future holds. And we will talk about the World Cup throughout the show. 4 matchups today, 3 of which, man, marquee as marquee gets when it comes to the stars. We got Holland out there. We got, of course, Mbappe playing today, and we have Lionel Messi playing today. So lots to discuss as the day goes forward. Of course, lots to discuss with the U.S. men's national team. And later on in the show, Max Bretos will be joining us live in the 8 o'clock hour today to talk all things World Cup. Looking very forward to having Max back on to discuss it. But we got to turn our attention right here on the new 97.1 The Fan while you guys listen to Derek and Decker right in the morning right here for D-Fish and Decker. And listen, the Dodgers have a problem. And it's not... No, hear me out. They have a problem. Now, I am going to be much more measured than perhaps other shows in the afternoon here on the new 97.1 will be about when it comes to the name Kyle Tucker. I know that D-Mac and Reiter might go pretty hard in the paint today on Kyle Tucker because they are right about something. I saw D-Mac's tweet about something, and he is not wrong about one particular thing, and that is Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker is having a rough start to his Dodger tenure. I don't think that's a secret. I don't think, even if you ask him, I think the first thing he would say is he's played terrible. Now, I am going to go a step further and say he has not played, quote-unquote, terrible. He has had a rough start to the year. That being said, Saturday night, the game ends with a real ugly at-bat by Kyle Tucker. Strike 3, end of the game. He looked beyond in-between pitches, and what in-between pitches means is a guy that's not on time for a fastball or on time for a breaking ball. He's just somewhere in the middle, and he just can't find his way. He struck out and looked terrible. It really looked bad, but I saw everybody jumping on him. Worst looking at bat. Kyle Tucker's completely broken. Kyle Tucker can't get it together. All of these things. Kyle Tucker can't handle it in L.A. Guys, Kyle Tucker can handle it in L.A. That's not what any of this is about. Now, new look, new team, getting paid $60 million a season, the highest AAV of everybody in Major League Baseball. And yeah, he's hitting .234. He's got 44 runs. He's got 64 hits. He's got 273 at-bats. I'll admit in that particular at-bat, it looked like he was carrying the weight of the previous 268 at-bats. He looked like there was just a weight on his shoulders that he couldn't get off of his back. And it looks like it's press and press and press and press. However, here's the thing that I want to point out. 6 homers. Yeah. Should that be more home runs? Yes. Should he be hitting higher than 234? Yes. The dude's got 40 RBIs, though. We're not even at the halfway mark of the season, and the dude's got 40 RBIs. So he's being productive. Make no mistake, like, he's still having a productive season. If you're telling me right now this guy ends the season at the same pace that he's doing right now, he's going to finish the year with 15 home runs and nearly 100 RBIs. 100 RBIs for a terrible year is pretty damn good in one season. That being said, is it the production that he's being paid for? Absolutely not. Should you be paying a guy $60 million to hit 6th or 7th in your lineup? Absolutely not. But we need to stop pretending the guy is just a calamity and entirely broken. He isn't. He's doing okay. If he was being paid what Max Muncy was being paid this year, people would calm down a little bit. Granted, he's being paid 6 times the amount of what Max Muncy is being paid this year. And of course, therein lies the problem. He's not being paid for the productivity, but he's also not been a complete dumpster fire based on what I've been reading online.
Well, for, in terms of, like, when you watch, this is what comes to mind for me. Mm-hmm. And please help clarify for me from a baseball and team perspective. Like, the Dodgers are kind of like when Team USA or, we're watching the World Cup. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the best players collectively get together to represent their country. And then they go out and perform together. And their stats or their production level is different because they're on a team with, like, talent everywhere. Yeah. So, like, for me, you take Team USA basketball. Tyrese Halliburton won a gold medal, barely played. But do we start talking about Tyrese Halliburton can't play basketball?
No, we don't.
We don't. What LeBron averages for Team USA is very different than what he averages for the Lakers.
Yes.
You could go down the list of guys. And so is it possible that when on a team like the Dodgers, when we saw it with Sasaki, we've seen it with some other guys, like the production level isn't quite there because you're asked to do very different things. Now, doesn't mean, you shouldn't be able to find some rhythm in terms of your hitting and some consistency on some things. But what you need to do in order to produce success for a team like the Dodgers is very different than what he was asked to do in Houston, very different than what he was asked to do probably even in Chicago. And so it just gives me pause to say let's not try to put a bow on it yet because there's so much baseball left to play.
So much.
And kind of see how things average out. But when a guy goes into a team and there's just this much talent around, you're not going to do what you normally would do. You're still trying to figure out where you fit in and where you can provide the most value.
I would agree with every semblance of what you just said. And that's the other thing. They didn't even need him when they signed him. I've said that from day one. The Dodgers simply did not need Kyle Tucker. But that being said, great, you got Kyle Tucker. Now what are we going to do with him? Right now, it's about getting him right. But again, I don't even think that's paramount right now. What you need Kyle Tucker for is for a big moment in October. If he's playing good when October rolls around, everyone's going to owe this man a very sizable apology. And I firmly believe that apology will come because I think Kyle Tucker will get it together in the right moment. Not unlike the name you also mentioned, Roki Sasaki, who had a rough first year, but then got it together in October. So lots to discuss when it comes to the Dodgers. They start a series over in Minnesota today, taking on the Twins for 3 games. Of course, we will break down that series for you. Looking very forward to talking about that. Of course, lots to discuss when it comes to the World Cup. But man, coming up, the Lakers. There's a lot that's rumored to be happening today in the NBA. How will it all affect the Lakers? And it turns out there might be a new target at 25 in the draft for the Lakers. Who is that going to be? We will discuss right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. New 97.1 The Fan. Of course, you can give us a call, 855-97-LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. Of course, you got D-Fish and Decker with you for the next 4 hours during your LA commute. Get in the chat on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And yes, the chat is currently live right now at The Fan LA. Get in there, talk to us, and let us know what you guys think of all these topics. We opened up talking about the World Cup, obviously, getting a little bit into the Dodgers weekend that was, or really should say that wasn't, and of course, open up with talking about the issues surrounding Kyle Tucker. I firmly think that Kyle Tucker will get himself right, and I think he'll get himself right in the right moments. That being said, I do think there are concerns, certainly, for the man they're paying $60 million to, but listen, a lot of season left to play and a lot of years left on that contract, D-Fish, so I do think it's worth everybody to kind of tamp down their expectations, relax a little bit, and remember that the Dodgers are 1 win away from 50 wins. They have the most wins in Major League Baseball, but lots to discuss as time goes forward, not to mention a trade deadline that's looming, so looking forward to discussing that as well. Later on in the show, in the 8 o'clock hour, we got Max Bretos joining us live to talk all things World Cup. Very exciting times when it comes to the World Cup, and also a lot of murmurings and a lot of words thrown around about exactly how good and how deep the Team USA can actually go, because people are turning their heads and changing their minds about this team. But there's one team I think we can all agree on, and it's that we love our Lakers here in LA. Do we not, D-Fish? What can I say? Born and raised a Laker fan. And I have to also admit, I've never really paid attention so much to the NBA draft. And I think partially of that is because being a Laker fan, often our draft picks are low, and it's never really like a big splash when it comes to our draft, especially in the last 20 years. So I've always kind of watched it come and go, and, you know, the first 5 names are usually the names that you're aware of, and then there's a few other names that are kind of thrown around that could have some impact with the team, and I never really know how it works with the NBA when it comes to this, so I look forward to chatting with you on this, but there is a name that has been thrown out there for the Lakers pick at 25, and it is a big man out of Kentucky, Jaden Quaintance. What do you know about this cat? All I know about it, I did a little research on him. I see some of his numbers. I also saw that he's kind of fresh off of a knee surgery from 2025. What do you know about this guy, and is this the type of guy that can help the Lakers in the future?
Yeah, so I appreciate you, like breaking down kind of like I usually haven't, paid a ton of attention to the draft. It's all drafts are inexact sciences to be honest. Most teams get it wrong before you get it right. I mean, you think about the history of all sports, like every guy that gets picked isn't Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant.
As we've seen.
So clearly everybody's not exactly getting it right.
Yeah, I'm not trying to throw shade, but like they're usually come out being like a Dalton Connect, which I don't mean any disrespect for. But
you're trying to find, players that not only fit maybe where you are, but have some potential and some upside that can also be a part of the growth of your team. And a lot of great players have been picked in tons of different places. I mean, I think Tony Parker was an early second-round pick, 38th or somewhere in there. Nikola Jokic was picked 41st in the NBA draft. Like, how wrong was everybody before that?
Very, apparently.
Right? You know what I mean? So it doesn't – the number doesn't always necessarily guarantee what you're going to get, but you try to do the best job you can in finding players that fit, again, where you are and where you're trying to go. I think specifically for the Lakers, when you think about size up front in terms of the center position and some of the front court positions, those are harder guys to come by, through free agency and through trades. And when you think about the Western Conference, like you're going to need some of those young, dynamic, lively bodies in order to compete in the West. You think about the Minnesota Timberwolves, the Houston Rockets, the Denver Nuggets, still with Nikola Jokic, and then, of course, OKC and San Antonio with Chet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama. And so if you can start to kind of have a tranche of like young, dynamic, explosive guys in the middle, it just helps you over time. And those are you can't pay 20, 30, 40, 50 million dollars to Mitchell Robinson, Walker Kessler, some of the guys that might command that on the free agent market. But in LA, your role next to Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, if LeBron is back for another year, or any other high-level offensive player, a big man coming into LA isn't going to be asked to do a lot in terms of scoring.
More on the rebounded side.
It's rebounding defensively. It's protecting the rim. It's being a great screen setter to create pick and roll opportunities for Luka and Austin to be able to create plays for themselves and for others. And so Jaden Quaintance is that type of like super live body. Like he can get off the floor. I saw him training in Chicago during the NBA draft combine. The knee doesn't look to be an issue at this point.
Phenomenal.
Doesn't mean, things happen in the future with athletes, but he's physically fine, doing well. Again, really explosive. And so a lot of NBA teams like young players too, so that it's kind of like the point you made about college baseball not really developing guys necessarily for the pros. I think NBA teams feel the same way. There's very few college programs that are necessarily preparing a guy for the NBA. And that's no disrespect to any college coach.
Of course.
It's just an entirely different game and system. And so drafting younger guys, freshmen, sophomores, you can get a young player before they've been programmed to do things that won't allow them to maybe be as successful at the NBA level. And so, Jaden Quaintance is a good live body. I think there are other names that could be interesting at 25. Terrence Reed Jr. Out of UConn is another just like powerfully built, strong, athletic big that if Quaintance isn't available, Terrence Reed Jr. could be a decent name. Chris Sinak Jr. out of Houston is also very interesting. He might be gone before 25. But there are a number of guys. Baba Miller from Cincinnati is also another. He's not as big and strong as some of the other guys I mentioned, but a very versatile, 6'11" big that can stretch the floor and make plays with the basketball. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Lakers swing in that direction.
Nice.
During the draft, because it's hard to land those guys in free agency once they're in the league.
I got to ask you about this, D-Fish, because like the whole thing about, because we were talking about this last week, we were talking about Major League Baseball and this new CBA proposal about cutting back the draft even more, and which would lead to them cutting and contracting the minor leagues even more. See, baseball's always had a very specific setup. They identify talent, and then they get them into a system, and they try to develop them for professional baseball. That always made sense to me because I don't think anybody is, quote unquote, as we just discussed right now, developed premature. They're not developed for professional baseball before they're in professional baseball, because everything else that isn't professional baseball is just that. It isn't professional baseball. So no matter what training you do, you can't really develop for something until you're like in there for baseball. In the NBA, how do scouts properly see players and understand that we can get this guy and develop them, but how do they develop them? How does that work? Because the G League, though it exists, I mean, is it really that helpful in developing a player into an NBA player nowadays?
The G League is a very helpful space for like young developing players, young developing coaches, executives, etc. Like the G League's been amazing, I think, for the NBA. Your question is fair though, in terms of how do you really evaluate a young player coming out of college and whether or not, especially after 1 year, whether or not he actually has, the goods, quote unquote.
Especially if they're like at a small school somewhere. Like how does that kid get identified? Like, oh, wait a second, this kid in Little Rock, Arkansas can absolutely be a player on the Lakers. How do we find that?
Yeah, I think what happens is like there's so many data points now. I mean, much more than 30 years ago when I came through. There are definitely scouts that, that are out watching. They're constantly calling other coaches around college basketball. They're calling, now especially, they're watching these young guys. I mean, I don't want to say from middle school, but definitely as early as high school. Mm-hmm. They've been watching him play for 4 or 5 or 6 years by the time he becomes an NBA draft potential. And so they've seen him in tons of different situations. They've seen him in different roles. They've seen him play for different coaches. And a lot of the intangible things are what they're really, evaluating and looking for in a lot of ways. And so it's not so much that they're able to say, oh, man, this guy's going to become an all-star per se. You don't necessarily know that. But if you know the game well enough and you've watched a young player, practice, play games, play in high-pressure situations, you learn a lot about his makeup. Again, you're talking to other college coaches, other folks around the shoe circuits are also a big space and ground. There's all kind of showcase events. The NBPA Top 100 camp, NBA scouts are there. Mm-hmm. Like they've watched these guys 1,000 times, and so they kind of know what they're getting and what they're not getting. The reality is that you're just trying to get enough, swing at the ball in a sense, and hopefully hit a home run at some point. But you're going to hit a ton of singles without really knowing for sure.
And an outrageous amount of swings and misses.
Yes, an outrageous amount for sure.
Well, we will keep you guys posted on what exactly is happening with the Lakers and their draft picks. But also, man, this might be a wild day in the NBA if you believe certain rumors. So we'll keep you posted if any news comes about the name Giannis and others, because rumor has it Giannis may be on the move within this 24 hours, and there are 2 finalists involved. We will keep you updated on that. Of course, more World Cup throughout the show. But coming up, today's a very special anniversary. Oh, my God. Maybe the most special anniversary that has ever existed. And we need to discuss it as we, of course, do our this week's Top 5 right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. right, let's bring in the hype man, Raj. Talk to us, Raj.
You know what it is. We like to look back on pop culture, music, sports, and dates and things like that. And today in 1984, that's right, there was a very special movie that came out, and one I think you've referenced a couple times, if I'm not mistaken, Decker.
Oh, dude, I love the Karate Kid.
Yes,
I can't stress
yes.
this enough.
Well-
I was born 3 years later, but I still love the Karate Kid.
Yeah, you don't have to be born there. So the Karate Kid came out this day in 1984, so it got me to thinking, gentlemen, oh, boy, your top 5 martial art flicks. What you got?
Yes.
Hit me with something.
Now we're talking.
Martial arts flicks.
Underappreciated genre.
Okay, so we like legit martial arts, Bruce Lee style kung fu.
Oh, we can throw that on there.
It could be if it has martial arts in it.
If it has any type of, how about any type of real fighting in it?
Martial arts fighting.
Like real martial arts
Yeah,
fighting.
not boxing. Martial
Okay.
arts.
We're like real martial arts.
Like real martial arts.
Okay,
It could be like,
I'm gonna go with a comedy then.
that'll work.
Okay, you can
That'll
do that.
work.
I'm not an expert here. Has anybody seen Beverly Hills Ninja?
Yes, I have.
With Chris Farley?
No, Jesus.
I have. Whoa. Slow down. I'm willing to listen. Continue. Beverly Hills Ninja starring Chris Farley, which shamefully is a movie I've seen more than once.
Oh,
Continue.
Lord have mercy. This was a real movie?
Oh,
is
yeah.
absolutely,
Chris
it's a
Farley,
real
Chris
movie.
Rock.
Chris
The guy-
Rock was in it?
Yeah, the guy that played Liu Kang in the Mortal Kombat movie.
Okay.
Classic.
It's a real movie. Chris Farley is a legend.
Oh, I'm looking at the thing. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yes, that counts.
That's a real movie.
Okay, that counts,
It
bitch.
has
That
ninja
counts.
in the title.
Listen, I'm not going to lie to you. I remember really enjoying it. It's been a long time.
Okay.
1987, Raj. Go
All
check it
right,
out.
all right.
was,
What you got? All right, for you, Cody.
I'm going to go with not a comedy. I'm going with a movie that really kind of showed what can be done with a martial arts movie, and it was made in China by a wonderful director who has come here since then and made endless films. Ang Lee's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon
yeah.
is a movie that is just chef's kiss, just
Yeah.
beautiful to watch.
It is.
Stunning martial arts work. Chow Yun-fat, Michelle Yeoh, who still looks exactly the same today as she did when she starred in that movie. Can't stress enough, what a movie. If you haven't seen it, you have a problem. You should go see it.
No, that's one of the OGs for that. And to change, and they did the like folklore, Asian folklore, where they were kind of I don't know how defy gravity and things like that. So yeah, I dig it.
It changed movies because
Yeah.
I got another movie on this list that would
might-
not exist if it weren't for
I
this
think
one.
I know where you're going with that. But for right now, we're at number 4 for you, D Fish.
Numero
No,
cuatro.
that's a legend right there. Crouching Tiger, Hidden
So
Dragon.
good.
That's number 4 for me. I mean, I wasn't really into martial arts movies. I had seen, bits and pieces of things, but that particular movie kind of changed my perception of just culturally what martial arts and some of the tenets of what it means. Like that cinematically as well was
so
like
good.
going to the movies to watch martial arts movies wasn't always my thing either. I watched them at home,
Yeah.
and that one got me out to the theater.
Yes.
That's
What
for
a movie.
sure. That's for sure. Okay, your number 4 martial arts, of course, because Karate Kid was released this day in 1984.
Which, by the way, the TV show Cobra Kai, so much better than the Karate Kid. Justice for Johnny Lawrence, who was actually the good guy in Karate Kid. Just want to point that out.
All right.
That being said, number 4, The Legend of Drunken Master is a movie starring Jackie Chan, where what I'm telling you, the single greatest martial arts stunt work ever done on cinema history is done in this movie by Jackie Chan.
Better than Rumble in the Bronx?
Oh, I'll get to it. Don't
All
you
right, all right,
worry.
my bad.
But The Legend of Drunken Master is actually Jackie Chan's very best work. Cannot stress it enough.
Okay.
Check it out. By the way, the exact same plot as Shanghai Noon and Rush Hour. Turns out Jackie Chan just kept remaking the same movie over and
rebrand it.
over again. But it worked.
It worked. If it worked, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Okay, we're looking for the top 5 martial art flicks from these guys. So this leads. What are we on 3 or 2?
Number 3, baby.
Oh, okay.
Número 3.
Wake up, Raj.
I'm all right.
I don't know if Jackie Chan's work is, the best work is The Legend of Drunken Master. I'm gonna go Rush Hour at number 3.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
I like Jackie Chan's work in Rush Hour.
He's great.
It's not only is his martial arts work great, but he had a little comedy in there too.
Comedy chops, man.
Yeah, man, I love it. Great movie. 3 Rush Hour for me.
Well, we're staying on that Jackie Chan train because I'm going with number 3 on this. Even though I don't think it's his best movie, it's the movie that really introduced him to American audiences.
Yeah.
Rumble in the Bronx, dude. When I was a kid, I watched that movie every day for like 2 years.
It's a good movie.
It is so fun to watch.
Rumble in the
It's
And Fish, and if you take into
ridiculous.
account that he broke his foot early in the filming, and he had a cast on and like what do you call that? Just wrapped over like shoe looking thing wrapped over the cast. He did this damn thing in a broken foot because he does his own stunts.
Yeah, he broke everything in
Rumble
his
in the
body
Bronx.
in that movie to do all these ridiculous stunts. And I'll tell you right now, there's a fight scene in this movie. Now, Jackie Chan, not the biggest of cats, but there's a scene where he's about to take on 30 guys in a warehouse. He takes off his denim jacket and reveals that he's just rocking a sleeveless shirt, and he looks pretty jacked for a little guy. You know it's about to go down.
Yeah.
You know it's about to go down. And it went down. What a fight scene. Love Rumble in the Bronx.
Rumble in the Bronx, indeed. So that leads us to your number 2 favorite
Número
flick.
2.
Number 2. Has anybody seen The Last Dragon?
Yes!
Of course.
Yes! Show
We
enough!
Sure? Do they show that in Brazil?
Oh,
Show
yes,
that in
we did
Brazil?
have it in Brazil. We got it late, but we did have it as a
He said
child.
we got it late.
You have the power of the throne.
Yeah, man. The Last Dragon, boy, that was special right there.
Yeah,
Sure enough.
Yeah,
Sure enough, man.
enough.
Rest in peace, sure enough. I believe he passed away recently.
Yeah, man.
I'm telling you, the fight scene at the end where they're singing that song, You are the last dragon,
Yes.
power of the cloud. Classic stuff, man. I could watch it all day.
Yes, yes.
You don't love that song?
Not this version of it.
Okay.
I do love this song.
Yes.
Number 2, the great first movie of the series, The Matrix. Dude, took every ounce of Chinese filmmaking and brought it to America
Yeah.
and did it in a way that we as American audiences have never seen before.
Yep.
So much so that Keanu Reeves actually became a kung fu master because he ended up studying kung fu for years, multiple movies, which has led into his full-on action career. By the way, of all Hollywood stars, don't mess with Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves
He will
kill
John Wick you.
He will kill you in any possible way.
And he still takes the subway, which I love.
And he's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
I
Great
love
guy.
him, Keanu.
Yeah.
Great stuff, man.
Matrix. The first one was amazing.
The first
just
one
blew me away.
untouchable, in fact.
Indeed. And then the second one, I was trying to get into
know
it,
what?
but then when they came home to the rave and stuff, and they had a rave, and I was like, this is dumb.
All right, how about this? Hear
What?
me out. Go
Yeah.
watch it again.
I have.
I think it
ain't
ages,
as
it
bad.
aged better than you think.
It did because my expectations were so high.
Yes,
And
exactly.
it let me down at the time.
Exact same thing at the time.
Yeah, but I can watch it again.
Yeah.
It's all right. All right. So that was number. That, of course, the great Karate Kid was released this day in 1984. So we're looking for these guys' top 5 kung fu flicks. So, Fish, you know that leads us to number 1.
Número 1.
That boys. Well, you know me, man. Every time we do the top 5, I have to show love to the reason why we're doing the top 5. At number 1, The Karate Kid.
Insane choice.
1984.
Insane choice. No.
You sure you don't want to do this again?
Come on,
Yep.
Fish. Come on, Fish. Karate Kid.
Number
Okay.
1.
No Bruce Lee and then no Enter the Dragon, nothing for you?
It's my top 5.
You're right.
Karate
That's a fact. That's your top 5. You do
No,
whatever
listen,
you want to do.
Listen,
I'm going off movies that I've watched and seen. I don't,
Okay.
I'm not going to just search up martial arts movies and say that was a great movie. I never saw it before.
All right, fair enough.
I'm excited when at the end of the movie, Daniel LaRusso's going to fight. Daniel LaRusso's going to fight. Yeah, it's classic stuff. But, man, number 1, ladies and gentlemen, it's that name you just brought up.
Okay.
Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
Enter the Dragon, where it all truly began. A powerhouse of a movie. Bruce Lee just doing everything ever that's never been seen before on camera. The athleticism that he shows on camera, the amount of weapons that he uses on weapons that the American audience what were nunchucks? Don't worry, Bruce Lee's going to show you in the most brutal fashion. The end fight scene in the House of Mirrors.
Oh, yeah.
Which is just, and of course that fight scene where he's just sitting facing that one guy with the beard, where he like breaks every bone in his chest with that sidekick.
Oh, yes.
By the way, go and watch Enter the Dragonfish. There is a fight scene in this where it's like in slow motion. Bruce Lee unloads a sidekick into this guy's chest. This guy
That was no
wore
special
it.
effects.
That guy wore that kick in a way that he must be dead.
Yeah. Is that the fight scene, the one with Chuck Norris in there?
No, that was a different Bruce Lee movie.
Okay, that might be my favorite because that scene and the tension in that scene with him and Chuck, it just
I love that he rips out some of Chuck's chest hair.
Oh yeah, some of that Burt Reynolds. Now here's one that you didn't put on the list, but honorable mention for me. I know it's you guys' list, but I think you would appreciate this. Big Trouble in Little China.
So good.
Oh,
Such
you ever
a
see
good
that
movie.
one, Fish?
No.
Dude, big John Carpenter film starring. Oh, it's such a good, funny.
Is it
comic.
Kurt Russell?
Kurt Russell
Yep.
plays Jack Barton. This movie is about basically a low-level idiot who gets put in the middle of
Are
this.
there different levels?
Oh yeah, yeah. But like he's billed as this like superstar. You think he's going to be like Han Solo and super cool? No, he's just an idiot who's bumbling his way through this entire movie, and it is so funny how all these cast of characters he comes into this basically kung fu movie that he's in. Phenomenal movie. You got to check it out.
Big Trouble in
So
Little China.
funny.
I heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
It's just a ridiculous
There's a whole
comedy.
I don't know. There's a big swath of my life that I don't really remember watching a lot of television or movies or shows or anything.
Dude, you believe it or not, you know what got me partially into kung fu movies as a kid? Wu-Tang Clan got me into it.
Okay.
Like Wu-Tang immediately, because they would always play like tracks from songs or tracks from old
Kung
movies.
Fu theater.
And I was always way into that, and it got me so into kung fu movies at a young age. So thank you, Method Man.
Yeah.
And
As
at
you
this
should.
point in time, he does a meditation to this day
Yep.
with well-renowned people from Japan, like really into yoga and meditation to this day. So they wasn't faking it. He was really into it.
Yeah, dude, it was classic stuff. But guys, so much to talk about right here on D Fish and
40
Decker
seconds.
throughout the show. We got 3 more hours with you, and of course, we got to talk about the Lakers and what they're looking to do. There's a huge announcement coming in the Giannis camp. There are 2 teams that are apparently right now battling it out to get their hands on Giannis. Who are those 2 teams? We will discuss throughout the show.
20.
And of course, are you telling me that there is a chance, United States? A real chance that we're new names in the world of soccer? We will discuss, because not everybody is saying that. Right here on D Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome Los Angeles right back here to the new 97.1 The Fan. D. Fish and Decker with you for the next 3 hours of your morning commute. Of course, you're listening to us right now on 97.1 The Fan, or you could take us on the go with the iHeart app and the Odyssey app. And, of course, check us out right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. And, of course, get in the chat. We've been talking everything already this first hour. Plenty more to discuss as the show goes forward. We just finished talking, by the way, about our favorite martial arts movie. Here is a movie that is thrown in here that I really feel like we should have mentioned, and I really want to throw shade specifically over at Raj, because he should have said this. Roadhouse should absolutely count as a martial arts movie. It should count. Patrick Swayze's throwing around roundhouse kicks, man. No one does roundhouse kicks in a normal fight movie. That's martial arts, baby. Roadhouse counts. Anyways, we got a lot to discuss here for the next 3 hours. Of course, later on in the show, Max Bretos will be joining us live right here. Of course, he is the voice of MLS Season Pass for Apple TV Plus and LAFC. Cannot wait to talk with him about the World Cup, because the World Cup, dude, has been badass as can be. Of course, we talked a little bit about the Dodgers and the issues going on with Kyle Tucker. We will discuss that again later on in the show. And of course, we want to hear from all you. 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326, because we need to turn our attention right back over to the World Cup. And I will freely admit this, D-Fish. Dude, I was in when it started, and I've discussed this already on the show, but I was in when it started. I was like, yeah, I'll get into the World Cup. I'll enjoy this. I'm very excited. I am so in at this point where I cannot go a day without watching every single match. When I'm talking matches I don't care about. New Zealand and Iran, I had no dog in this race. Couldn't take my eyes off the screen. And by the way, that match, incredibly boring. Even Zlatan himself said he nearly fell asleep in the first half and did fall asleep in the second half because there was nothing that happened. I couldn't stop watching it. I am way into the World Cup. We have 4 matches today, and you got the stars out there. You got Haaland that's going to be out there. You got Mbappe coming back out, and Messi after his incredible hat-trick first performance. But we got to talk about Team USA right now, baby, because Team USA currently holding 6 points, already pretty much punched their ticket to the next round. They have another matchup on Thursday against Turkey. Probably no Pulisic, so I'm really looking forward to talking with Max Bretos about that, because Pulisic not playing in Game 2, a last-second scratch, as we discussed the entire day on Friday until it was officially announced, no Pulisic. No Pulisic? No problem. They absolutely dominate their second matchup, and now they're going into matchup number 3 to get to eventually the knockout rounds, and Team USA looks so good. Like, so good that it's catching everyone very much off guard. There are players on the team that are even noticing it. For instance, their team captain has even gone on to a whole thing describing there's just a different feel for this team. And by the way, he's saying that as a guy that's been on this team since 2010. The guy's 37 years old now, and he really feels like there is something different in the air around this team as we currently stand. And it's hard not to see it. It's hard not to feel it. I just mentioned Zlatan. They asked Zlatan before game 1, how far does he think the U.S. can get? And he said, I don't know, we'll see. And he basically said, they're getting better, but we'll see. Then after game 2 happened, they asked him straight up, can USA win this tournament? And he just paused, thought about it, and he just gave an emphatic yes. And that is something I have not heard somebody of that merit say. You've heard somebody of that merit say. Basically, I haven't heard anybody that isn't completely delusional say that. And now it's got a lot of people believing. It's got me believing. It's got Landon Donovan even slightly believing. But Tim Howard maybe not be as convinced as Zlatan, Donovan, and myself. Here's what Tim Howard had to say.
The U.S. cannot unequivocally win the World Cup. The U.S. will have to play the greatest game they've ever played 3 times in a row. Sorry, 4 games in a row. Round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. It is literally impossible for the U.S. to win the World Cup. That's going to come across crazy. People are going to say I'm whatever. That's just the reality. But we're super excited for this ride we're on.
Well, I feel great now.
I mean, I wouldn't say... He used the word literally a couple too many times. It is not literally impossible. He said it can be done if they play perfect games, 4 straight games. It's possible. It's incredibly improbable, especially with the teams that they have to go up against. But listen, he's also showing there is excitement around this team. He's just tempering the expectations, thinking that we're just going to go ahead and boat race teams like Argentina and France and Spain, who, by the way, got themselves very right yesterday morning by putting up a 4-spot early. He's not wrong, D-Fish, in that expectation. But I don't know, man. Like, do you think he's going a little too hard in the paint by pushing us all back down and thinking we can't, as I quote, literally win this tournament?
I mean, he's a world-class soccer player.
Very much
He
so.
definitely has a much
Tim Howard.
greater sense of what it takes to win at this level. I mean, looking at the bracket, nothing's guaranteed, right? But if you're a 1 seed, the way they split the groups, most of the time there's kind of like one team that's like maybe a clear favorite in that group, and then the second team that if things go right, they could win that group as well. So if the U.S. are going to they're clearly coming out of the group in first, they're playing well, they're confident, they're going to play a third-place team from another group.
Yes.
So to me, in the round of 32, the odds should be in the U.S.'s favor.
To get to round of 16.
Get to round of 16.
And that's a pretty nice place to be right out the gate.
Yeah, once you're there, to me it's just not just but it's similar to NCAA March Madness. Once one of those mid-major teams or a team that you didn't really expect to get there, they win the first round game, and then they win the second round game, and now they're in the Sweet 16. Their confidence is up. They're feeling good. They've had enough days to actually prepare for that Sweet 16 game, because you finished around the 32, and then there's 4 or 5 days before that Sweet 16.
Yes.
I take that back. In basketball, it comes quicker, but
I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
we have a little break here.
You'll have a break to prepare for that next match, and so I'm not saying it's a definite or a shoe-in, but once you get to there's only 16 teams left that have a chance to win a World Cup title, and you're one of the 16. A lot of things can happen, and you never wish injuries on either team. There's plays, yellow cards, red cards, different things that happen during competition that you can't plan for.
Also, and absolutely. There's been also some devastating injuries we've seen in this tournament already. By the way, I'm not hoping for any of those. But,
no.
Dude, it happens.
It's a part of sports competition, where things change. We're talking about the NBA and some of the Giannis stuff that we'll get to later. Injuries have completely changed the complexion of NBA teams' playoff chances the last 2 or 3 years. In the biggest games, big stars have gone down.
Tyrese Halliburton, Jason Tatum, in huge moments. Hell, the same injury for those guys.
Yeah, so it's not impossible that just something, not an injury, but things just change. Things happen. And so, I understand that Tim Howard would feel like, man, I don't know if they can win the whole thing. Right, but it's just about winning the one match. That you don't win the whole thing without winning just the one match.
Yeah,
and the other team is going to have to play great as well for 4 straight games. Right, it doesn't mean the U.S. is the only club that would have to play perfect soccer in order to win 4 games. No matter how great you are, you're going to have a bad night. So even if they play a team that's favored or is more talented, they may not play their best soccer that particular day. So you just never know. That's why you go out there and compete. And obviously being here in the U.S. is also going to be kind of like that. How many guys are on the soccer field?
At a time, 11.
11. So that 12th man, basically, is going to be the U.S. crowd. And so you never know about that as well.
Oh, well, also on top of that, by the way, in the chat right now, Joanna in Arizona, they're right away saying they're not winning. There will be no miracle on ice here. But also Robert Wallace also agrees with me that these matches have been absolutely killer and an absolute blast. I don't know. It's interesting, but looking over at the conversation that Tim was having, and of course I am talking about Tim Howard, former goalkeeper for the U.S. men's national team, he was having this conversation with Landon Donovan. And Landon kind of, I wouldn't say pushed back. He gave more of a, wishy-washy, confident yet measured, because you can tell that he wants them to go far, but doesn't think they can. So here is what Landon Donovan said. Can we? Yes. Has this group proven they can beat a top team? No. And that is actually a very fair thing, because we've been talking about that. We talked about it in the NBA Finals. It's not always about how and where. It's also about who you've played. And it seems as though the U.S. has had a fairly reasonable cakewalk so far against Australia and Paraguay going so far to start this series. So we'll see what happens against Turkey and then going into the knockout stages. But I am very, very interested. But the other thing that I need to happen, of course, for this World Cup is a way to save my liver. Ladies and gentlemen, here on D. Fish and Decker, I want to just talk to you both. We all have to have a real important conversation here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And, of course, I would love to bring Raj into this conversation because we did open up the show talking about this. I never want this to end. I want the World Cup to continue.
Your body parts want this to end.
My body wants this to end very badly. My body is not recovering the way it should be. I am now drinking every single day during these matches because that's what soccer fans do. And I saw a tweet that actually says this. This is not about soccer at all. The World Cup is not about soccer. In fact, somebody said the World Cup has never been about soccer. The World Cup is simply about bringing the world's biggest alcoholics together to enjoy other alcoholic cultures, and everyone's here enjoying our alcoholic culture right now. What say you, Raj, about that theory?
It is a party. There is a tournament, and they do those 11 men, 22 men at the same time on the pitch. They do compete.
38-day party.
It is a party, my friend, and especially for those visiting and going to new countries and cultures for a first time, which is wonderful to see, by the way. And it's great to see the cultures coming together and partying. I saw some friends bouncing around with some guys from Iran the other day.
Yeah.
The Brazilians, they took over Philly, and they were trying cheesesteaks and doing all kind of crazy things. But it's just good to see the fans come together. But yes, for us that live here, it's like, well, the game's on, and they're on at cool time. We're off early.
Yeah.
And it's like, we could day drink and watch some soccer. I mean, damn, my liver is ready for it to end as well.
Yeah, I've been on the struggle bus, dude. I'm not gonna lie to you. I went in with a direct plan of hydration for Sunday. I mapped it out. I wrote out an actual plan.
Oh, that's nice.
We're gonna drink this water, then we're gonna switch.
Sounds good on paper.
Then we're gonna switch to Sprite, then we got some Gatorade Zeros just ready to go. Then some Pedialyte so we can get ready for Monday.
Mix that Gatorade Zero with some tequila.
Anyways, 9 tequilas later.
Yeah, man. Well, the good news is, Jesus, we still got a minute, but when group stage is over, we'll have some off.
We have like 2 more weeks of group stage, though. Like, U.S. doesn't play their third group stage till Thursday.
Right, and that game, by the way, they're good. They've won the group.
Yeah, they're awesome.
So you're going to see a lot of rotation. The question is, do you get Pulisic a little bit of minutes just to get him in rhythm? I say you don't need to.
I say no shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, why bother? You're already on to the next round. Give the guy as much rest as possible for that lower cap. And also, the fact that they announced that he wasn't playing in that match, my first thought, and I would love everybody else's opinion, that thing's way worse than we were told.
What was I saying on your show the whole time?
You were right.
He's got a history of lower body injuries. We know what calves can do. You guys as athletes know what they can do. I was like, they're not playing this dude. They can beat Australia. They barely know how to play soccer. You know what I'm saying? So they could, I thought, even get a draw without him. But they went out and played very well and won. And Australia was trying to be very physical against them. They tried to make it like a rugby game, basically.
Yeah.
And they knew they didn't have the skill to stay with USA. So they tried that. It didn't work. And that's good for USA. That's good for the squad that they can do that without Pulisic. But I told you, he's not playing. If they're smart, I don't play him this game because you can beat Australia or at least draw without him.
3.5 weeks, too. 3.5 weeks of being off till we get to the knockout stage that ain't nothing, dude. Can you imagine, D-Fish, can you imagine a world where you were given that amount of time off to get an injury when you really initially only thought you had like 5 days to get healthy?
That would be a good feeling.
Oh, boy, would that be a good feeling. Especially if you're on a team like this that is carrying the weight, no problem so far without you.
Yeah, and lower extremity injuries do require that additional time just in terms of, being able to, like, it's one thing for it to feel better, but then you have to be able to go out on the field or on the court and make some of those dynamic and explosive movements and really test it and push it, so that when you're back out there competing, you're not thinking about it. Oftentimes when you're still favoring a lower extremity injury, that opens up the risk for, injuring additional things, whether it's, other parts of the same leg. Oftentimes the body works kind of in an X pattern. So if you're struggling with a left calf and you're compensating, which means you're putting more weight on the right side, then you open up potential injury to something on the right side.
Completely correct. That, by the way, that's why my hip is so banged up these days. Like I had an ankle injury in 2011. Bad ankle injury, probably still needs surgery, and I have like a little calcium deposit that keeps it from flexing properly. That led to a connective chain to a hip injury because just body compensating. Like we were talking about with Shohei Ohtani when he hurt his left knee. Is it devastating? No, but he does got to land in that knee, and that might lead to him leaning one direction or another just for one pitch that can really set off something elsewhere that could just be a problem. I mean, these things are engines, and if there's a piece of the engine that's not working, something else can go down.
Big time. And that's where you just have to be really careful, as an athlete and then as a team. As you're trying to manage these things, you're trying to, even though you can't assume that you're going to continue to win in advance, you still have to try and manage the players, their bodies and the situation with that in mind. Like the goal is to win the whole tournament. And so, you don't want to put Pulisic or any of your players in a position where they're unavailable as you have the opportunity to win in advance, especially if the team can find some success without putting a player in jeopardy.
You know what's funny? What's been your guys' favorite thing? By the way, D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. How are you guys enjoying the World Cup? Where are you watching the World Cup? Because I got to say, bars are just going crazy right now. But I do have a thing that is actually interesting to me when it comes to, the bars are going crazy right now, as they should. But we're in the United States having this thing. So I actually have a little bit of a theory for everybody. What's been your guys' favorite thing so far, seeing people come here and enjoy our culture? Has it been the Philly cheesesteak thing? Has it been, I saw the Scottish left Boston finally and took it all the way down to Miami and ended up at Elbow Room, a very famous bar down there. And what's been your favorite thing of people coming here and enjoying our culture?
I would say the video of the guys on the escalator was pretty freaking
That's
good.
a great one.
It's because it's weird to me when people like just take over public spaces. Like my brain doesn't work like that. When I'm out moving around, I'm trying to get the least amount of attention possible. I'm just trying to get from point A to point B, and I'm off. So to see an entire group of people doing things on the escalators that literally is going to bring attention to everything that they're trying to do was pretty interesting to me. I haven't seen some of the stadium takeovers. I'm sure that's pretty cool. Look as well.
Those have been great, and also the public transportation takeover, like when they're taking a subway or a bus and just in there singing and bringing a drum. That's been the best part for me, and just seeing people take over. And it's mostly all peaceful. You know what I mean? There hasn't been many scraps or any fights. It's just
been great.
Party vibe, and let's get to the game, and let's just take over and show people how much we care. It's been great, man.
Okay, so I didn't know this, and apparently the British fans, specifically the English, have had a new come to Jesus moment in their lives, and I didn't understand it. I didn't know it. Apparently, the English were completely unaware that ranch dressing exists. And they are going nuts. Like there's so many videos of English people drinking. Like, why don't we have this in England? And I'm actually asking, like, why don't you have ranch? Like, I don't even like ranch dressing. But I totally understand you guys, because I've been to London. I've had English food. There's seasoning could be used occasionally. So yeah, I understand the flavor of ranch dressing being like, oh my God, what is this? Nectar of the gods. It actually has flavor. That being said, I hate ranch dressing. But I bring this all up to bring up Joanna in Arizona makes a really good point, because everybody's out there drinking and like we're at the bar splitting the G and all that. This is LA. How come we're not getting an outrageous amount of videos of people hitting up dispensaries, man? That, like, shouldn't everybody be enjoying our massive cannabis culture that the United States is currently within? New York City legal, here legal, Philly legal, all places holding the World Cup. I'm a little surprised that half of these cities are not in a cloud of smoke of specific smellings.
I mean, that's a fair question. But if like culturally they don't do it at home, then they're not going to do it on the road necessarily. Like, you know what I mean? They're doing
it's a wasted opportunity.
They're doing what they normally do.
Raj, it's a wasted opportunity is all I'm saying. I feel like every dispensary should be doing a full World Cup thing here right now. What a waste of their time. Just saying, booze is going up. We've been talking about booze going down price-wise all the time. Like, nobody's drinking alcohol anymore. Well, part of that reason is because a lot of people are smoking a little bit. Alcohol's consumption right now is going through the roof in the United States because of the World Cup. And I'm here for it. Make no mistake. I'm just saying there are other options.
Missed opportunity. Well, some of them might choose to go that route after their teams are eliminated.
Exactly. Okay, that's when they get really sad, then the dispensary numbers will go up. But guys, what do you think? 855-97-LA fan. Got lots to talk about, of course, later on in the show. Max Bretos joining us live right here on our wonderful show that is D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. He is, of course, MLS Season Pass, Apple TV, and LAFC, the voice of all of the above. Not to mention, we've got to talk a little bit about the Dodgers, but hey, coming up, the Lakers, man. Lakers. There's some targets out there that might surprise you. The Lakers might be in on a lot of names in their future, and we need to discuss them. How do they fit? And are they real possibilities? That and so much more right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Fan, D. Fish and Decker live right here with you for another 2.5 hours of your morning LA commute. Of course, check us out live on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch right now at The Fan LA. And of course, give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. Listen, we're about to talk about the Lakers, and we are absolutely about to talk about the Lakers and their upcoming targets. But we do have some breaking news in the NBA. Not one of the trades. Not the Giannis news as of yet, but there is a new coach hire right now as we speak in Dallas. Dusty May is finalizing a deal to become the next head coach for the Dallas Mavericks. May, who led the Michigan Wolverines to a 64-13 record over the last 2 seasons, and of course winning a national title, leaving the college ranks to go to the pro ranks. And I got to ask you, D-Fish, is that always the easiest jump in the world of basketball? We've seen some guys have some success from going from college to pro, and we've seen vice versa. But, man, I've always wondered that jump. What is that jump like for guys? Because we even talked about it in this show. College and professional, as linked as they are, just flat out not the same thing.
Yeah, very, very different games. But, I mean, first of all, congratulations to Dusty May, to the Dallas Mavericks. I was watching some draft preview stuff yesterday, actually, and on NBA TV, and they were interviewing Dusty May because he has 3 players from the University of Michigan that are all potential first-round picks, Ade Mara, Morez Johnson Jr., and Yaxel Lindenberg. And so that kind of helps you sum it up right there. He just finished coaching a national championship team with 3 guys that are potential first-round picks in the NBA.
Yeah, he's got to start all over there.
Right, but also I think the point, though, is that if he was able to coach players in college for 1 season that have helped position those players to be first-round picks, that means that NBA teams saw enough in the style of play, the way they played the game, the skills that they possessed, how much better they got. Like Ade Mara played at UCLA. Did not look like the player he looked at the University of Michigan. Yaxel Lindenberg did not look like the same guy he did this past season. Morez Johnson Jr. is a young big that, we weren't as familiar with, but has developed himself into a potential NBA first-round pick. And so if you're an NBA team and you're kind of looking at like, all right, this guy, has a pretty good feel for how to put players in position to be successful. Player development is a huge key in terms of NBA teams and helping their players improve. And the league has gotten significantly younger. The way you need to coach and teach and approach young players is very different than it used to be. And Dusty May he's one of those guys that it was almost like he was born to do it. Mm-hmm. He just has a great feel for the game. I think as a human being, his players really enjoy playing for him. He can have hard conversations, but in a way that players, I think, can receive well and take the right way. Sometimes when coaches are trying to hold you accountable, even when they're saying the right things, it comes across wrong. It sounds wrong. It sounds overly critical. As opposed to just, honest, transparent, but with compassion. And Dusty May sounds like a guy and looks like a guy that can hold you accountable with some compassion and some space for you to be imperfect. And so that's big time, man.
Yeah.
Well, big time.
There you go, Dusty May, your new head coach over there for the Dallas Mavericks. D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And the Lakers, the team that we care the most about, of course, in the Western Conference right here in Los Angeles. The Lakers have a lot of work to do. And, man, this was a hell... Whew! Sources, man. Sources were hot this weekend talking about the Lakers left and right, man. I'm telling you, there was a lot of potential whether it was leaked information, whether it was real information, whether it was just conjecture, there was a lot coming out of the Luka world and the Luka camp, specifically like how the Lakers are on the clock to fill a team around him, which I thought that the exact phrasing was weird considering he's been on this team a year and a half, and now they're going to get started to really finally building a team around him. But the interest in players, notwithstanding of the Austin Reeves of it all, and of course the LeBron James of it all looming, and if you believe reports, those are going to be getting done. The Lakers have interest in specifically these three following players, and it's a question of whether or not they can make the financials work, whether or not it's going to take place, yada, yada, yada. A lot of moving doors, a lot of sliding doors. We'll see what takes place over the next few weeks, but Lakers are interested in the following, and it looks like they are in the hunt for a big man. The Thunder hold a $17.2 million option specifically for one of their targets, and that would be Lou Dort. What are your thoughts on the idea of the Lakers grabbing Lou Dort, and furthermore, the idea that Oklahoma City would be okay with the Lakers getting their hands on Lou Dort?
Well, Oklahoma City's in a challenging financial situation with the contract extensions of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Williams, and Chet Holmgren, starting to kick in over the next year. And so we've already seen on the edges, I'd say, the Thunder traded Aaron Wiggins, which is one of their young, talented backup guards, traded him to the Atlanta Hawks for 2 second-round draft picks, saved them over $60 million in luxury tax just with that one transaction. They're most likely going to have to continue to make some additional decisions around who can they afford to hold on to and who can they not. Is it Isaiah Hartenstein, Alex Caruso, Lou Dort, those type of guys that they have options on or conversations to have? They can't keep everybody. Lou Dort did not have a great Western Conference Finals run against the Spurs. And sometimes your free agent, not your free agent, some of the decisions around your contract situation, sometimes the timing lands perfectly where you've just played the best basketball of your life. Mitchell Robinson, as an example, right?
Another one of the names they're absolutely looking at.
Or sometimes you're Lou Dort and your free agent year comes up at the wrong time and people forget a little bit of what you're actually worth and the impact that you're able to have. And so Lou Dort could be, you think about Lou Dort and what the Lakers need for sure. I mean, again, if you think about what Marcus Smart was able to do for the Lakers, think about adding another guy that's younger and just as good, a little bigger and a little stronger. Mm-hmm. That could make for a really interesting combination of defense and toughness for the Lakers, especially in terms of the backcourt and guarding the other team's best players. You think about finding guys that understand how to cover Shai Gilgeous even. Like, you're going to have to see the Thunder in the Western Conference again for the next 3 to 5 years. You need multiple guys that can guard SGA. Lou Dort might be a decent guy to consider when you're thinking about it that way as well.
What about the financials of it? That's $17.2 million as opposed to one of those names you just mentioned, the Mitchell Robinsons, or another name that's kind of linked who's also a free agent in Robert Williams. Would the finances make more sense in bringing in a Lou Dort at that price or going after the free agent market of these two guys? Because you mentioned it earlier last week. After that finals, Mitchell Robinson might have just completely priced himself out of the Lakers.
Well, I think with Lou Dort, if he has a 1-year team option remaining with the Thunder and they decline to pick up that option, then he'll be an unrestricted free agent. In that case, there is a world where you could sign Lou Dort to a reasonably priced free agent deal that kind of fits the numbers that the Lakers need for him to fit in, because he's probably going to, honestly, he's going to have to probably reset his free agent market, right? Like right now, I don't know how many teams are dying to have Lou Dort. A lot of teams would love to have him, but I don't know how many teams are dying to have him, which is what you need in order to almost get overpaid. Like going into your free agent season, you want to be in a situation where you can get overpaid.
It seems like we got a lot of centers kind of available right now. So just bad timing for Lou Dort, but great timing for the Lakers.
Yeah, I think bad timing for Lou Dort in terms of him being a highly, highly coveted guy, but he's still, I mean, in the NBA at this level, he's still a guy. If he's making 17.2, he still could sign a 3-year deal worth, $60 million even at $20 million a year. But you're going to get starter level, all NBA level defense out of that money. That's different than having to go out and sign a superstar at 40 or 50 million. So that's significant savings. That allows you to maybe sign Lou Dort and a player like a Robert Williams or even Mitchell Robinson, who had a great run and is a coveted guy. He's still going to be a high-level backup center that could start, right? So you're still not talking about $40 or $50 million a year for guys like Mitchell Robinson. But again, the money's going to go fast. Like the Lakers re-signing Austin Reeves, LeBron James, keeping Marcus Smart, re-signing Luke Kennard, signing Lou Dort, like
Jackson Hayes, who's also it's just name after name. Yeah, they got cap space until they don't.
Right. Yeah, until they don't. And I don't know if the new ownership group, they haven't come out and made any statements around what their plans are with the luxury tax and the apron. I think the Lakers are already at the first apron, I think. And so are they willing to go into that second apron to win a title? If you're re-signing LeBron, you may have to go into the tax in order to give yourself the best chance to win this season and then come out of the second apron when he retires next season, if that's the conversation.
Man, so much to discuss with the Lakers and their future, and we will keep you updated. And by the way, that's not all we're keeping you updated on, because today might be a wild day. One of those type of days that we'll talk about for years to come in the NBA. If certain trades happen the way they are expected to happen within the next 24 hours. What does that blockbuster trade look like, and who's involved? Come right back and find out. Right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. That's right. Let's bring in the hype man. What up, Raj? Talk to us.
What's up, fellas? Happy Monday to you. And you mentioned this could be a busy Monday or Tuesday when the draft is tomorrow. And word on the street is the Celtics are now front runners, and they could for Giannis, and that trade with the Bucks could happen today. Hit it or quit it, D-Fish, on the Celtics. Most likely having to giving up Jalen for this, but hit it or quit it on this trade taking place.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, it's all of the sound and quotes have been the owner of the Bucks wants to get this done before the draft. The draft is tomorrow. Today is before. So, I wouldn't be shocked. I think this signals that the Bucks still want to compete now. They don't want to just go into full reset mode. And if they can get Jaylen Brown, he's a guy you can build around and win some games now. They just hired a new coach in Taylor Jenkins. So, yeah, I hit it. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
absolutely hit it. I was kind of shocked with the idea of Jaylen Brown just going over to Milwaukee because I felt like more of a price swap of similar figures. But, man, listen, you're a Celtics guy over there, Raj. Does this sound appealing to you? Jaylen Brown just gave you an MVP-type season, man.
Yeah, no, I'd rather not, to be honest with you. He's the dog of the team, the heart and soul of the Celtics. Jaylen Brown is 3 years younger. Not injured as often as Giannis, so no, but it does do something. We talked about it this morning. Deck is
makes him less reliant on the three.
Maybe, hopefully, maybe we'll go to the lane every now and again, not be allergic of the paint. You know what I'm saying?
It does make me wonder, though, D-Fish, the idea of Jaylen Brown, especially after the season that he had. Dude's an outspoken cat. Makes you just wonder. Does that play into any of it being him on the trade block right now? Because I would love to have a Jaylen Brown on my team, but you know how sports are. You know how front offices are. If you got a vocal player, some people don't love that.
That could be a part of it. I mean, I'm not sure if we've talked about it even here on the show or just in general. Like, there also comes a point, too, where you can't just keep running it back with the same guys. Like, they've been together for 8 or 9 seasons. They've won a ton of basketball games. They've been to probably more Eastern Conference finals and playoff games than anybody over this last decade. So they've accomplished a lot together. But at some point, yeah, even if something you feel like is somewhat working, it's not leading you to titles and winning at the highest level. Yeah. And you just got to you got to do something different.
Yeah. All right. Hey, last night or yesterday, I think it was last night actually, Sparks won their 31st anniversary game with
walked them off too.
Yeah, last second jumper, and of course some of our lucky fans were able to attend the game. So always keep listening to 97.1 The Fan for opportunities to go to things. But hit it or quit it on exciting times for the Sparks as they get the W, Fish.
It's the 30th anniversary this year?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 30th anniversary. Yeah. So
yeah. Why'd you say 31st then?
I don't know why you said that.
Okay.
And the Sparks and the Liberty played, I think, the first regular season game in the history of the league in 1997. And so that was what made yesterday's game so special. Lisa Leslie was in the house at Crypto.com Arena yesterday.
Yep.
You talk about basketball gold. Lisa Leslie is that. And so for her to be in the building yesterday, Nneka Ogwumike, more basketball gold. That's who hit the game-winning three-point shot for the Sparks last night.
What an emotional speech after the game, too.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to coach her and be around her every day for 4 years. And you're talking about salt of the earth human being, world-class basketball player, and also president of the WNBPA, and led them through this last round of collective bargaining. So I hit it all day for the Sparks to hit the game winner, Nneka specifically, and Sparks back to 500 at 8-8, man. And they got a good team. If they can just stay healthy and get into the playoffs, they got a chance.
Also, Nneka's sister absolutely crushing it at ESPN right now.
Yeah, Sinead's been doing her thing for a minute, and I'm sure she was on today celebrating the game-winning shot for her sister.
As she should have. My only thing is very exciting, very cool to see 30th anniversary, all the pageantry. Lisa Leslie, very much deserving this statue that they're going to be giving her at the stadium. My only thing is Sparks 8-8. Time Time to wake up a little bit, don't you think?
Yeah, Kelsey Plum was injured for a couple weeks. That hurt. It's a new group. They're still getting accustomed to Coach Lynn Roberts, and they have the pieces that you need in order to be a competitive team in the W. But the W is not an easy league. There's 13 teams. People can scout you and lock in on you pretty aggressively. But I think the Sparks, again, if they can get into the postseason, they'd have a chance to beat anybody.
Make some noise.
All right. Hey, speaking of making noise, the Pelicans and Timberwolves are interested in Ja Morant. Hit it or quit it on Ja Morant. You talk about changing scenes. They're definitely ready to let him go.
You ain't lying.
Hit it or quit it on accepting or bringing in a personality. You guys talked about personalities like Ja Morant fish.
Yeah, I think with the Pelicans, interesting. Joe Dumars and Troy Weaver are the leaders there in the front office. Jamal Mosley is a phenomenal young coach, and I think would be the right type of personality to partner with Ja Morant as he kind of looks to shift, just his image and persona and getting back to the main thing, which is being a great basketball player.
Please.
The Timberwolves, same thing. Like they're led by great people. The Ja Morant Anthony Edwards partnership, I think they would need they would need some veteran support on the bench. Like they would really have to surround those guys with the right personalities in order for that to work. But I understand why the Timberwolves, they need another dynamic playmaker so that Anthony Edwards doesn't have to do so much to get them over the hump. So I'm not sure what they'd be willing to give up to get Ja Morant, but those two guys paired together would make Minnesota a much tougher team to defend in the postseason.
Man, what year is this? I feel like I haven't seen Ja Morant in a decade. It's been. I would love to see that version of Ja dunking over everybody with the athleticism that I feel like we haven't seen in the NBA in years. But how about this? I'll believe it when I see it. That's like my thought on Ja at this point, just because we haven't seen him in, 2 years, whether it's been injury or it's been his own doing with off-field, off-court shenanigans. Dude, I just want to see Ja back on the court doing Ja stuff.
Yeah, no doubt. I hit it. Especially, I would say, for me, leaning more towards the Timberwolves than the Pelicans.
Oh,
Okay.
dude, I'll hit that too. I'd love to see that.
All right. Well, speaking of another often injured guy, Anthony Davis has strong interest in being a part of what the Wizards are building. So my question to you, Fish, is what are your friends at the Wizards building? So you said they are your friends. What they building over there?
They're building organizational culture, excellence, process, habits. All of those guys, Michael Winger, who also worked for the Clippers, but I know him from Oklahoma City Thunder. Will Dawkins is the general manager, also has time in Oklahoma City. The head coach, Brian Keefe, was an assistant with me in New York, also time in San Antonio and Oklahoma City. So you get where I'm going here. They are process-oriented leaders and people. So the wins and the results are going to come for the Wizards at some point, as long as they show the same type of patience that was shown in Oklahoma City. And so I'm not surprised that Anthony Davis wants to be a part of that, because even though they've struggled in recent years, they're doing things the right way.
Yeah.
And so you're going to enjoy going to work there and building what they're building. And again, if AD's healthy, Trae Young's healthy, and then you got some good young pieces to run around with, and the East is not completely wide open, I would say. I think the Knicks, are some of the favorites, but you can get into the play-in in the East, without winning 50 games. And so I wouldn't be surprised if the Wizards make a big jump this year.
I'll hit it, but part of me is just kind of hoping that noise in the background actually takes place, that AD somehow miraculously becomes a Laker again. I don't think it's going to happen, but that's like my dream scenario right now. That being said, is he prepared for a new beginning at an organization that is currently building that young foundation?
I think he is. AD is now, he's Unc now.
He got there.
He
finally got there.
Yeah. So, being in that position where young guys are looking to him for advice and mentorship and leadership, I think that's going to be a role that he embraces and enjoys. And, he's got a ton of money left to be paid on his contract. I don't see him being traded anywhere else anytime soon. and lessen until he puts together like back-to-back Anthony Davis type seasons.
Yeah.
And then people will be, ready to knock on his door again.
I just want him back. Just want him back, man.
Well, speaking about being back, the queen of the court. That's right, Serena Williams. She's obviously she announced her doubles comeback. Well, she's also planning to come back for Wimbledon.
Yep.
And reclaim her throne. A hitter acquitted on Serena being able to compete as a single in Wimbledon, Fish.
I hit it. Whatever the rules are that allowed her to come back and participate. I think I saw she was a wild card.
Yes.
So whatever that is, the game of tennis is better for her inclusion. Not sure how she'll look in terms of playing well and performing well, but yeah, I'm gonna watch.
You bet your ass I'm gonna watch.
Yeah.
Hit it all day. By the way, who is she performing with? Is she doing doubles as well at Wimbledon? Or
I don't know about
her doubles partner is the one that was injured.
Okay, so hey,
think.
listen, if we're getting Serena Williams at Wimbledon, period, I don't care what she's doing. If she's on the court, I will watch. Just imagine. I don't think she's going to come out of retirement and win, but just imagine if she did. Can you imagine if she did? The place would go insane. The sports world would go in. We'd be calling for everybody to come out of retirement if she wins that tournament.
That's right. Hey,
We already been calling Aaron Donald out of retirement.
Yes.
So, I guess
so let's get some more, baby.
and real quick, let's update the polls. We got Crash Levy here. What's going on with the poll there?
Yes, we did a poll earlier talking about the top fives and the GOAT martial arts movie. But unfortunately, it wasn't as much of a poll as it was a coin toss because two people didn't even get votes. The Matrix and Crouching Tiger both got 0.
Ridiculous.
Injustice for great movies. But the second place got Enter the Dragon at 43%. And our winner is the talk of the day, Karate Kid at 57%.
You're all insane people. Karate Kid over Enter the Dragon? I can't even look at you people, guys. We're coming up.
Thanks, listeners.
The Dodgers. We got to talk about the Dodgers and the one problem that they currently have. Right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back, 855-97-LA fan. That's 855-975-2326. It's D-Fish and Decker right here, live in your morning LA commute. Of course, we're live here for the next 2 hours right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. Of course, get in the chat right now at The Fan LA on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. The chat has been live all show long. We did one poll already. I learned that our listeners do not know anything about martial arts movies, and I'm just, D-Fish, trying to educate them. Karate Kid, the greatest martial arts movie of all time? Dear God, people, we need to get cultured is what we really need.
Why?
Because
it's a great movie.
I didn't say it wasn't a great movie. I just say there are greater movies already available that I think we should all. Bruce Lee exists, my man, is all I'm saying.
That's true. There's nothing wrong with, nothing wrong with Karate Kid, though. Stop hating on Karate Kid.
Didn't say I was hating. Just say I'm hating that we're not seeing enough things. That being said, I'm definitely not hating on the Dodgers despite their weekend that they just had. A tough weekend, a bad weekend, dare I say. And yesterday got their asses absolutely blown out of the water in a game that I think really drove a lot of people nuts. Pete Alonso putting the final button on that one with a nice Oppo 3-run home run. Dodgers lose that one 12-1. That being said, they lost the weekend series here against Baltimore. Friday, nice comeback from behind victory. You were there for that. How was actually the crowd at Dodgers? My question is, we were there early on in the season together about a month ago. Crowd's electric. LA is vibing with the Dodgers. Obviously, the Dodgers have the best record in Major League Baseball, 49 wins. Is it still that electric? You were there on Friday. Are Dodger fans still realistic, or do they just expect to win every single game when they're at that game?
Both.
Not a baby.
Yeah, no, it was still electric. The best part was I didn't realize baseball fans were so aggressive in booing the other team when they did something good.
Oh yeah, they don't like that.
Yeah, I didn't know that was part of the.
Yeah, we're not here for that.
Yeah, they were booing.
Dude, we'd boo we used to. I remember when I was a kid. Listen, I kind of regret it now because I became a Major League Baseball. I booed our guys when they weren't playing well.
Right, but I'm saying the opposing team.
Oh, all the time. Yeah, I don't want them doing well. I loved booing them.
I didn't know that.
I've said criminal things to Barry Bonds when he came here to Los Angeles and made an absolute nightmare of every game against the Dodgers. That being said, I ended up training with Barry Bonds, and I thought he was the nicest guy. He was so great to me. That being said, yeah, we're aggressive. We don't like the other teams doing well, man.
Got it. Okay. No, I mean, I get that, but I just had never picked up on that before.
Oh, man.
And so I feel like that's growing as the Dodgers' success grows.
Yes.
I've gone to games before. I don't remember such aggressive booing of the opposing
Listen,
team.
LA fans can be aggressive at times. There are times where we don't take kindly to other people wearing even their own team's jersey walking through our park. I'll remember this. I remember I came when I was in the minor leagues with the Padres. I went to a Padre-Dodger game at Dodger Stadium, right? I go up a little early. I didn't get called up that year. I was stuck in AA or AAA, whatever it was. But I went there to support a couple of my buddies that got called up on the team, and I wore my Padre shirt, and I was kind of, there to support the Pods. The things that were said to me, unbelievable. I'm walking around like, no, guys, I'm one of you. It's all cool. These guys just pay me right now. Nope, they weren't having it. They were not having it. You sold out then. I'm like, I'm a baseball player. It's not fair.
You still sold out.
They were right, too. I definitely, absolutely sold out. But the Dodgers are absolutely rolling still despite the weekend series that was. They start a new series today starting this afternoon, 4:45 p.m. today, Pacific time. They go up against, of course, the Minnesota Twins in Minnesota with a very depleted roster right now. A lot of injuries going on over there with the Minnesota Twins. Eric Lauer on the mound tonight against Nick Martinez. Nick Martinez having himself a pretty damn good year there in Minnesota. He's got a 2.43 ERA. Eric Lauer, probably one of the, I hate saying he's not a lesser Dodger, but one of the arms that has been hit around a little bit this year. He's rocking a 2.5 record with a 5.47 ERA. Last outing, very, very productive. Hopefully he can keep that going, keep the Dodgers' head above water for this matchup, followed with, of course, Justin Robleski, who's taking his 2.95 ERA into Game 2. It's going to be a good series. We'll see what takes place as time goes forward for this team. What What is your take on when a guy comes to a new city, though, and has a rough go? I want to look and really point the finger. Not point the finger, but I'd like us to really analyze what's going on with the Dodgers' new $60 million man, Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker is a perennial all-star. Kyle Tucker is a guy who's been the name thrown around for MVP multiple times. He is one hell of a ball player, brings a lot to the table. Everything he accomplished in Houston, phenomenal. Everything he accomplished last year with the Cubs, despite having a slow point of the year, still phenomenal. Getting himself that contract, however, I personally thought was a massive overpay at the time. That being said, I'm never going to sit here and say a guy shouldn't be getting his money. Get you that money. I just thought it was wild that the Dodgers basically overpaid nearly $10 million a year compared to what the Mets were offering him. That seemed like a drastic overpay that concerned me a little bit. That being said, I was excited for Dodgers and their fans to get their hands on another superstar-type player like a Kyle Tucker. That being said, a real tough year for Kyle Tucker so far. But I also want to manage expectations, because here's the thing. Kyle Tucker struck out on Saturday to end the game. And I will freely admit it was a very ugly at-bat. Guy had him in between pitches, and those of you who don't know what in between pitches means, it's an old baseball phrase where you're not on time to the fastball, and you're also not on time to the breaking ball. You're just in between so much that you can't get on time for anything, and it's a real ugly place to be. It's one of those analysis paralysis type of situations that every hitter eventually finds themselves into. I have found myself into that situation dozens upon dozens, if not hundreds of times in my career. And sometimes it can compound onto the next one, where a guy really starts to press, and it could look like a guy is taking 250 at-bats that has really upset him into this upcoming at-bat. And it looked like it. It looked like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders. But there is one thing that is very positive about Kyle Tucker so far this season. If this is the worst that we're going to get at Kyle Tucker, I would call that a pretty damn good thing, D-Fish. Now, is he hitting 234? Is that what $60 million should be paying? No. 6 home runs? Is that $60 million worth? Absolutely not. But he does have 40 RBIs. So that right there alone is productive. Those knocking guys in. You are responsible for knocking 40 guys in right now, and we're not at the halfway point of the season. So you're telling me if he continues this exact same productivity, which, again, not phenomenal work, but he's going to finish the year with 80 to 100 RBIs? For a down year, for a bad year that everyone is basically espousing is the worst thing they've ever seen. What a waste of money. Dude, I'll take 100 RBIs from anybody. That's a lot of runs to be knocked in.
And his role is different.
It is. He doesn't have to be the guy. He's a guy.
Yeah, it's different than what he was asked to do in Houston, and in Chicago, last season. It's hard to explain, I think, especially in this setting, with a player going into a team as with the depth and talent that that the Dodgers possess. Where you're trying to find your way, you're trying to fit in, you're trying to learn where you bring the most value. The Dodgers already have guys that are, kind of their key guys that they rely on to generate offense and score runs and do certain things. And so he's not needed to do some of the things that he was asked to do on other teams that, led to him being a free agent at the number that he was available at. Teams don't just give away money in that regard, unless you are not, none of us are worthy necessarily of X amount of dollars per se, but based on your productivity and performance as an athlete, you put yourself into, the areas where, monies can be generated. I liken it to, like we talked about in the last hour, like Team USA basketball.
Yeah.
That's how it helps my brain to register what we're talking about. So the Steph Curry, LeBron, KD, Anthony Edwards, Anthony Davis, Drew Holiday, Devin Booker, all these guys that Jason Tatum averaged 5.3 points per game for Team USA during the 2024 Olympics.
Yeah.
I don't remember us talking so bad about Jason Tatum as though he can't play basketball. Devin Booker averaged 7.3 points per game for Team USA basketball in 2024. Anthony Davis, 8.3 points. Kevin Durant, 13.8 points. Kevin Durant averages 30 points a game when he wakes up in the morning. But because of the depth of talent, the guy just doesn't have to do as much individually in order for the team to win. So it's like, which one do we want? Do we want a guy that just, statistically is always jumping off the charts, but his team isn't winning a lot of games?
Mm-hmm.
Or do we want a guy that's willing to maybe not look so good sometimes because he's sacrificing in other ways? He's probably batting out of order.
I mean, he's hitting in the 6th spot, by the way, something he's not used to doing either. But that is also an argument for a lot of Dodger fans who are having a lot of panic because, dude, $60 million and you're hitting in the 6th spot. But we've also seen Dave Roberts move him around a little bit.
Who is he going to replace? Who are we taking out of 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Exactly. That's an extra question that we have to ask. So Hall of Famer, Hall of Famer, Hall of Famer.
What are we talking about?
No, but they did want him initially to bat higher in the lineup. He was higher in the lineup
he was
because of
supposed
his
to be the
struggles.
two-hitter.
He's dropped.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the 2-hitter, I think was the initial plan for him to be. And it just hasn't been the case because he just hasn't gotten it right. But by the way, neither is Mookie to this point. Mookie still hasn't gotten it right. But I want to remind people, it is still June 22nd.
Yeah, and how many games up in the division? 9?
They are currently 9 up in the division, and they're 1 up on the Braves for the best record in baseball. And by the way, make no mistake, I will say the National League West is not playing to their abilities right now because the Diamondbacks and the Padres are currently both a half game and one game behind out of the wild card. I firmly believe both these teams will be in the playoffs. That being said, the Dodgers is head and shoulders above them, and the Dodgers aren't even playing their best baseball. Look at Kyle Tucker's stats, and of course, look at Mookie Betts' stats. But it's even in the chat. And what do you think of this? Because I do agree with this sentiment. The panic will happen if this is taking place in September. That I agree with. He's got months to get it together. Get his act together, and watch. I firmly believe Kyle Tucker's going to do something spectacular in September or October that might just maybe not erase this season, but it'll definitely make the bitter pill go down a lot better. Not unlike Roki Sasaki last season when he was moved into a bullpen situation and a closer role that he'd never been in and absolutely dominated D-Fish.
I mean, I hope he does have one of those moments, but I also just... Yeah, it's tough. Like, part of this whole experience is like it's supposed to be up and down. It doesn't just go straight up, right? Like you don't go from, batting averages of 298 to 302 to 306 to 310 to 314 to 318 to 322 to like that's not how it works.
Yep.
And so, you have to also embrace the struggles and the adverse parts of, being where you are. And as fans, we have to be okay with that as well. Like it's not that we don't want players to do well and perform in alignment with their contract value. But there are tons of reasons why, players play well during certain stretches and not as much during others. I mean, you could argue there's still an adjustment being made to like he played 90% of his career in Houston. And so you go to Chicago for 1 year or part of a year, and now you're playing for the Dodgers, and it's just an entirely different experience. And so, you got to give it some time. Like one season, 2.5 months into one season doesn't really give you enough of a sample size to say what a guy is or isn't.
Completely agree.
And yeah, he'll have some moments in the postseason for sure, but you have to get into like, how many years is the contract?
I believe it's 4 years, I believe.
Yeah, you got to get into the halfway point of that before you can sum up whether or not it was a good spend. You can't do that 2 months into the first year.
Couldn't agree more. And by the way, D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. We are talking about Trey Turner. And I'm sorry, we are talking about Kyle Tucker. And actually, I want to bring up Trey Turner real quick because there is something I think Dodger fans can do. Rather than the panicky and the worrisome notes that we're kind of giving about Kyle Tucker. Because again, despite what he's been doing, and it's not been his best work, he would admit that as well. The guy's got 40 RBIs right now, and we're not at the halfway mark. This guy is going to end up with possibly nearly 100 RBIs in a terrible year, quote-unquote terrible year. But there is something that we can do here in LA. And this is why I brought up the name Trey Turner. 2 years ago, Trey Turner signed that $300 million contract over there with Philadelphia. And it did not start well. For instance, his first 108 games, Trey Turner was hitting .235. He had 10 home runs. And he had 34 RBIs. These numbers are similar, but I got to say, worse than what Kyle Tucker is doing right now. He also had an OPS that is lower than Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker's OPS is over 730, where his OPS at the time, 656. Huge contract, not getting it done. Now, I firmly believe that the fans in Los Angeles are head and shoulders better than fans in Philadelphia. I firmly believe that. What did the fans in Philadelphia do? One night, they planned a massive thing. We're going to give Trey Turner a standing ovation. The end. That is what it was. And a lot of people were speculating there's no way these Philly fans are going to give Trey Turner a standing ovation. But they did. Trey Turner came to the plate looking and feeling as low as he's ever been, and that stadium gave him what felt like a 5-minute standing ovation, just to show how appreciated he was. Since that standing ovation, before I just read you his stats before the ovation, 235, 10 home runs, 34 RBIs, a 656 OPS. He, after that, for the next 47 games, 337, 16 home runs, 42 RBIs, and his OPS was 1,057. A tale of two cities, to say the least. What I'm saying is, Dodger fans, when these Dodgers come back, it might be time to break out the ovation. It might be time to remind Kyle Tucker that he is loved and appreciated here. Rather than us all hitting the panic button because of what he's doing in June and that he's making all this money. Guys, it ain't your money. The Dodgers can afford it. They'll be perfectly fine. Give this guy an ovation the way that the Philly fans did for Trey Turner. Turn this guy's season around, and guess what, Dodger fans? We can pat ourselves on the back for being the best fans in sports that we did that. I think that's something the Dodger fans should absolutely do, and honestly, we should start that campaign right here on 97.1 The Fan.
I like it. I like it a lot. I mean, ultimately, man, everybody's a human being. So, you know, to feel appreciated, valued, wanted, needed, that stimulates the senses, man. That gets you fired up. And, yeah, is it possible that Kyle Tucker feels that way? I mean, he knows for sure he's not needed as much as he's maybe been needed on other teams.
He really isn't.
The Dodgers are still in first place.
Best record in the game.
Without him playing at his best. And so, but to know that the fans appreciate and recognize, you know, that, you know, you even making the choice to sign here, regardless of the amount of money, you're still taking a risk.
Yeah.
Like to go away from a situation that was maybe more comfortable for you. You had a different role. You knew going into the Dodgers clubhouse you weren't going to be the star guy that you maybe are accustomed to being. And so all of those things, you know, play into the psyche of how a player is navigating and managing, you know, what this new situation in LA could be like for him. But I like that idea. You know, whether or not you get the same production as the Trey Turner production after the ovation, who knows? But for a guy to know that people are really rocking with him and riding with him no matter how he's performing and playing, you'll get a positive response no matter what it looks like.
And by the way, it's in the chat. There's some I wouldn't say arguing, but heated and good debate going on. One asking, what has he ever done to deserve $60 million? And I do think somebody immediately made a good. He has been top 5 in MVP voting every single year for the last few years. Kyle Tucker is a phenomenal baseball player, and I'm looking forward to seeing Kyle Tucker break out of that. But you know what, LA? Give this cat the Trey Turner thing. Give him the standing ovation. Let's prove that LA's got his back because, dude, watch that cat just go off or do something spectacular that carries the Dodgers for an entire month. Just wait for it.
Yeah, so remember we were talking about Sean McVay?
Yes.
And we were kind of like, why do we at home think that we know more about what the Rams need than what Sean McVay knows the Rams need? So why do we think that, like, all the Dodgers executives and scouts and people that make decisions around the baseball team.
they're all wrong.
Somehow decided that this guy that's not worth anything, we're just going to wake up and pay him $60 million because he's not worth it. I don't know if they would have done that, right? Yeah, maybe he's not performing in alignment with that contract number at the moment. There are a lot of smart people that work for the Dodgers that make decisions around baseball players, and I would lean towards them being right, and we just haven't seen the benefits of it just quite yet.
I'll always lean over there to anything the Dodgers front office is doing, and obviously anything that Dave Roberts decides, because that guy is a wizard. By the way, right here in 97.1 The Fan, we got a lot going on with not only the Lakers, the Dodgers, and everything else under the sun, but we got a trade deadline coming up as well. Just want to touch on this real quick, because Tarek Skubal, that is the sexy name, man, that everybody's got circled in all of their programs. The Dodgers are going to be after Tarek Skubal unquestionably, but you know how that means? That also means that the Padres will be in on him, the Braves will be in on him, the Cubs will be on him. In fact, I think there's going to be a litany of teams, specifically out of the National League, that will be on this cat right now. I think this is going to be an interesting thing, but the Tigers have kind of set an asking price right now. They want to get their hands on pretty much a ton for Tarek Skubal. They've gone 10-6 in June. They are in striking distance as we currently stand, but they are prioritizing controllable pitching and athletic position players close to the big leagues that are close to big league ready. And that is, of course, coming from John Heyman of the New York Post, who is one of the very best insiders in the game. I'm inclined to believe they are going to get that and then some, which, guess what, is great news for the Los Angeles Dodgers, who have a ton of overly ready developed minor league talent that should be in the big leagues right now if only they weren't on the Los Angeles Dodgers. So it's going to be a very, very interesting trade deadline for LA. It's going to be an interesting trade deadline for the Tigers. Dude, it's going to be an interesting trade deadline for all of Major League Baseball with the names that could possibly be out there. Luis Arraez, Brian Buxton could be traded out of the Twins. If that happens, things are going to go crazy. Matt Chapman of the Giants is going to get traded. Rafael Devers is a name that's being thrown out there from the Giants. If the Astros don't get it going, Yordan Alvarez could be moved around. You got elite relievers like Aroldis Chapman that could be available. It's not just good players. We got some star players that could be available in less than, about 30 days' time. This is going to be a wild, wild summer in Major League Baseball.
So with Tarek Skubal, the Tigers have started playing a little better in the last few weeks.
It's not impossible.
So, they could decide to try to roll through the deadline because they're competing in the division. So that's one thing. If that were to happen and they don't move Skubal, which of those other names you just mentioned could would best fit for the Dodgers? Not that they have a need per se, but if it's not Skubal, is it another pitcher that is possibly available?
There'll be pitchers available. It's just going to come down to, are the Angels going to move Reed Detmers? There's rumors that they're not going to move him. There's Freddie Peralta of the Mets that could be moved. That's another big high-impact arm that could really help a team. There are names. There are names that are out there. It's just a matter of certain teams, like you, the Angels, who have a couple of pieces you should trade. Trade them. Anything that's not bolted to the ground, trade it. Jesus, Artie Moreno, trade anything. Do anything. But they probably won't. Guys, coming up right here on D. Fish and Decker, we got plenty more to talk about. Later on in the show, Max Bretos joining us right here on the show, voice of MLS Season Pass and, of course, Apple TV Plus and LAFC. Looking very forward to talking it up with him when it comes to the World Cup. But coming up, seems to be an unflattering report out there about Myles Garrett. What? We will discuss the new 97.1 The Fan. 855-97 LA fan. That is our number if you want to get a hold of us and tell us anything that you're feeling on your morning drive commute here in the sports world, because you're listening to D. Fish and Decker right now on the new 97.1 The Fan. And, of course, that phone number, 855-975-2326. Give us a call, and, of course, get in the chat on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch if you want to see our handsome, handsome faces, because we are live right now at The Fan LA. That's right, at The Fan LA. Join us on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Get in the conversation, and, of course, get in those phone lines. We want to hear from you, LA. And, of course, well, we teased it. We got to get right into it, because I don't know if you've heard. The Los Angeles Rams have made some moves. They've got a guy named Myles Garrett who's very scary, very, very scary. If you're a quarterback or any semblance of a quarterback, or on an offensive line or wherever, it's scary. In fact, I did watch a video this last weekend. It was hilarious. Myles Garrett was kind of mic'd up, and he was going after a guy, just breaks through the line like it's tissue paper. Nobody actually touches him, and he's running, and the guard is yelling as Myles Garrett runs by him, yells at Jordan Love, "Jordan, run!" That's how scary Myles Garrett is. But despite his fear factor that he puts into every single offense, especially if you're a quarterback, apparently there's some reports out of Cleveland that have less than flattering when it comes to Myles Garrett. And let's go over, of course, to Cleveland.com's Mary Kay Cabot, who I have read her work many times. I really do respect her work. That being said, she described Myles Garrett wasn't a true, and I quote, unifier for a team relative on his on-field impact. He says Garrett was reportedly respected and revered, but wasn't necessarily universally beloved by everyone on the roster. Garrett was said to have stuck to a very tight inner circle when he was outside the team facilities, and that added on that third-year linebacker, Jared Verse, who we had to unfortunately trade away to get Myles Garrett, and we love Jared Verse here, was a massive centerpiece in the trade, is expected to be more of a force multiplier than his predecessor. What are we doing here? What are we doing? This is, Mary, I respect your work. I have for a while. But this sounds like someone's trying to convince themselves that their ex wasn't that hot. I'm sorry. Your ex was the hottest in the world. The very hottest. And now your ex is with us now. You got our ex. It's great. We played a little swap here, but ours is a little sexier is all I'm saying.
Okay. I didn't know that's where you were taking this.
What? I'm just saying. It's okay to admit when you have a sexy ex and you're a little hurt by it. And
yeah.
right, that's what this seems a little.
Yeah, I mean, I think also, I get it. This is a part of, especially if you work for the hometown outlet or platform, this is like the piece on the way out the door that, while everybody's crying that, he left, this is a way of trying to like throw something out that says it wasn't necessarily the worst thing in the world that he left. And maybe it's not for the Browns. Like their future is brighter than their current and their recent past.
It really
for sure.
is, by the way.
So
like it really is.
There's really no need to try and make it seem like he wasn't liked per se. I mean, on top of the fact that you don't necessarily have to be liked in almost any professional situation.
Absolutely.
Being respected, being revered, and not in like a revered as though pedestal way, but just being a person that people look up to. They appreciate the way you go about your work, how you show up and to do your job every day, how well you perform, how consistent you are in your performance. You don't have to like me, but if all of those things are true, then we don't necessarily have to have a conversation about being unified per se.
Yeah.
And I've without trying to say a bunch of names and get into a bunch of different stories, in sports especially, it is not about being universally beloved.
Absolutely.
Universally respected will get you farther.
No question.
Than universally beloved. And so, that wasn't his job to be beloved.
His job was to sack everyone he could, and no one's done it more than him.
Yeah, and Jared Verse's a different player, of course, but also at a different point in his career and in his journey. And it's most important for you to be who you are. That's what also teammates respect the most about you. If you're a guy that rolls with a tight inner circle and you're pretty chill and quiet and you don't really have to be the force multiplier personality, but like you show up the same way every day,
Yeah.
guys can rock with that. What they don't like is a guy that isn't naturally a force multiplier trying to be a force multiplier.
That's the way it works.
Shut up and stop talking,
Bro.
We do not want to hear anything you have to say.
There's nothing worse.
Just
nothing worse.
Show up and do your job the way you know how to do it. And so, yeah, I get it, again, for the local Cleveland thing, to put something out that might get some clicks and make it sound good. But, yeah, no. And even as Myles Garrett comes to L.A., like, he doesn't have to be universally beloved and a force multiplier.
Yes.
Like, that's what other guys, are capable of doing and should have the space to do. And who knows, maybe being here in this setting, he's lost a lot of football games as a member of the Cleveland Browns.
Sure has.
So it's possible that also that change of scenery, some new energy, does bring out that multiplier type of approach from him, and we'll see.
Unquestionably. And I actually love that thing because, dude, you were right. There is nothing worse. It's the tiredest act in the world when a guy thinks he's a leader on a team and you want a thing that can break a team real fast, the wrong guy mouthing off at the wrong point, dude.
Yes, 100%. And so, I'm not sure, we'll learn more about Myles Garrett in terms of his personality within the team and, how much talking he actually does and doesn't do. And, but I don't want to say none of that matters. It's just every situation is different. And, there's a point, depending on the team situation, there's a point where it's best for you to be a guy that kind of shows up and just, is a pro and doesn't get you have to almost like protect yourself from some of the external experience, right? So if you're a player on a team that has lost a lot of football games, haven't played in the playoffs, you're not going to the Super Bowl, like you almost kind of have to build, like it's like you have to take yourself somewhere else emotionally in order to continue to show up and play at a high level every
completely.
day, right? So if he found what worked best for him in that setting was to just kind of like, I'm going to be a pro, I'm showing up on time, I'm working hard, I'm in the weight room,
Yep.
I lead, I play at a high level, like, and I'm not going to worry about whether we win or lose. I'm just going to consistently be me. That's what worked best, and that's why he's one of the best defensive football players we've ever seen before.
Yep.
And I think that's enough.
I agree. Some people don't lead with their words. Sometimes they just lead with 23 sacks in a season, and I'm very happy it's here in L.A. I'm very happy it's here in L.A., and so should all of you. All right, guys, we're in the midst of a World Cup that I am just in love with, and I hope all of you are in love with it too. Give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. Where have you guys been watching and enjoying the World Cup? Any of your local bars here in LA, Santa Monica, Hermosa, or maybe you're one of those people that are way out there in Rancho Cucamonga, which I am told is D-Fish's favorite place to go after a Dodger game, I found out very recently. Guys, coming up to talk about all of that World Cup, you know him over there from Apple TV, MLS Season Pass. You know him from LAFC, and you know him from right here on D-Fish and Decker. Max Bretos joining us next to talk all things World Cup right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back. 97.1 The Fan, 855-97 LA Fan, D. Fish and Decker with you for at least another hour of your Los Angeles morning commute. And of course, you can take us on the go as we currently speak right now with the Odyssey app and the iHeart app. And get in the chat, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch right now as we speak at the Fan LA. Dude, we've been talking everything under the sun. We talked a little Dodgers. We talked a little about the Rams and Myles Garrett. We've talked a ton of all sports under the sun. But nothing's been more important here in LA and in the United States and the world than the World Cup, D-Fish. Dude, I am so locked in on this. This tournament has turned me into a full-blown alcoholic. It is the best start-to-finish soccer, and I love it. And who better to join us right now to talk about all things World Cup than the man, the voice that you love so much, covers MLS Season Pass for Apple TV Plus and LAFC, and more importantly, you hear him right here on 97.1 The Fan, joining D-Fish and Decker, the one and only Max Bretos. Max! My man, I'm in. I'm sold. I am a die-hard soccer fan now. I can't stop drinking. Talk to me.
Cody, but what an introduction. That's what we want. Look, I've been a champion for soccer for longer than I care to mention. We're always pushing the sport. And the World Cup comes once every 4 years. But what it does, it's a tent pole. And it gets people excited so that after it ends, they come in and consume more soccer. So hopefully that will ring true with you and so many other, hopefully millions of Americans, because this thing has been insane. And I can attest to, because it's the expanded tournament. You get 4 games a day, at least for now, and they're prime time. I mean, we used to wake up at 4 in the morning to watch these games. So it's hard to get the excitement going. So it's a perfect storm. So we need the soccer world needs to dig its teeth into all the casuals and say, hey, come on in. I know you got your plate full. I know you got your Dodgers and your Rams and you got your USC and this and that. And maybe a little room for soccer on that plate, which will without all the alcohol, just maybe a little bit here and there.
Well, unfortunately, I am not adhering to that last part.
Hey, listen, I'm saying I'm not being critical, man. I'm in the same boat. I'm trying to balance my
How are
work
you
and
doing?
play.
No, it's not just me, Max. I'm telling you. Did you hear Raj give you a phone call, dude? That voice is raspy on Raj's end. He's having a rough weekend.
Raj gets up early for those the Chelsea games, so I mean he'll get after it in 6. But I think you need a little bit of that to lubricate your day so you can get ready for the next day as well. If you're like bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, I don't think you'd enjoy the tournament as much as you could.
Everybody's in the fog. I just watch it.
We need you there too, Derek. Let's go.
We're getting them.
Max, man, talk to us about just the excitement around Team USA while still cautious. Like people are just feeling really good about this team compared to years past, and hopefully this is a great sign for the team to be able to advance into the knockout stage and keep this thing rolling.
Derek, I'm glad you said that word cautious, because I think the excitement is, palpable, and we should all lean into it. And look, this is as hot as it is, let's get after it. And U.S. soccer knows it because it gets lost in the shuffle for all these sports. And now this is number one. Nothing can touch it. Any NFL news, I was watching the U.S. Open golf, anything else just fades away because everyone's U.S. soccer. The TV numbers are astronomical. They said, I think the last game against Australia was like 15 million on Fox and it was like 7 million on Telemundo, but there's watch parties going on. I believe that number is probably in the 30s, and it's just going to keep going. And that's the good part, is that we know the U.S., because they've already advanced to the round of 32, that their tournament's going to last at least another 10 days. If they can win the round of 32, which will be favorite, and again, this is where the word cautious has got to be careful. I mean, this could last another 2 weeks or so, but as great as they look, this is a weird tournament, And once you get to, they'll play Thursday against Turkey, and they've already won the group, which is great news because they can approach that game with caution and save some of their players that could get suspended. If Christian Pulisic's not 100%, don't play him. So you've got this gift now. And then you're going to get into what it's going to look like March Madness. The round of 32 is March Madness. It's going to be 16 games over 7 days. And if you have a bad half, you're out. And everyone there with the exception of a couple teams, I think everyone has a shot against everyone else. So enjoy it. Hopefully they're well prepared, and the coach, Mauricio Pochettino, has done a great job to get them there. You can see that they are really sharper than most teams when those games start. They score early. That's just another healthy sign. But they've got to navigate this tournament. Don't look at who you might play and who's playing the other side of the bracket. Just focus on that, and hopefully this ride can continue. But I know internally they're going to be very buttoned up about this tournament and prepared because you'll have a lot of days. And we have one of the best coaches. I think that's undeniable. I think the fans might be getting a little out of control and delusions of grandeur. So let's just enjoy the tournament. Just like Cody, wake up, 4 games, have a tipple, watch the games, see who plays, and then we'll take it as it falls.
Absolutely. By the way, we are talking with Max Bretos, voice of MLS Season Pass on Apple TV Plus and the LAFC. And Max, talking this World Cup, you mentioned that optimism while remaining cautiously optimistic, and you mentioned Pulisic, how he was held out of the last game. Seemingly, the team didn't even need him for Australia. And obviously, since we already won this group stage, wouldn't it just be wiser to not even play the games and just go ahead and say Pulisic is not in this next matchup an extra week to recover for the knockout round?
It would be because it's a double-edged sword, right? This tournament, because it's expanded, in past World Cups, you would have 3 days between games. So you'd really have to manage these players, and maybe some guys can't play 2 games in that span. And now you have 5 or 6 days between games. I mean, this thing's not going to end until July 17th. So while you can rest Christian Pulisic and get him healthy, great. But there's players that need rhythm. There's players that need games. I'm sure there's several of them on this U.S. team, and I would imagine Christian Pulisic's in there. If he's healthy for this week, you probably give him a run there because you don't want to wait for that other week. The rhythm is huge. And then when other teams are clicking and guys are playing regularly, you got to compete against that. So it's a very tricky situation, but you've got to be realistic about it and say, all right, this guy's I can't risk injuring him, and he's not 100%. I can't put him in there. Or if this guy could get suspended if he gets the yellow card, doesn't make sense to play him because I need him in the next game. There's a lot on their plate, but my worry is yes, we can rest these guys and we're in a good situation, but we got to keep them on the boil, right? You got to keep them ready to go for whatever's challenging because this tournament's great. But once it gets to that stage, and this is 90 minutes, or you're heading home. I mean, the jarring reality of how quickly this tournament can end, it becomes another animal altogether. You will feel it. It gets crazy, and the U.S. has to be really prepared for each of those games.
Mm-hmm. Max, what changes when the club gets to these knockout stages, right? Like for me in basketball, you think about the regular season, and then you get into the postseason and you're playing elimination-style games every match. Like, what changes in terms of the preparation and the mindset for these players and managers?
I think they want to keep it as familiar as possible, but that is really, that is impossible, quite frankly. So I think they have to know the stakes. They have to know the stakes, and they got to lean into any experiences they have, which they don't have a lot. Mauricio Pochettino does, but not on the. There's still a bit of a novice. Mauricio Pochettino has done some amazing things, but not coaching a national team. He's done it coaching a club. He reached the Champions League final, which you can imitate. That's a club with Tottenham Hotspur that he did a few years ago. You can imitate how you manage a tournament when you get to the knockout stages. But the U.S. are going to have to kind of do some Jedi mind tricks because it's a more experienced team than it was 4 years ago. They did get to the round of 16 when it was a smaller tournament. They lost to the Dutch. I think there's a lot of players that went through that experience that now have that. I think that is extremely valuable. You've got to live it to do it. They were one of the youngest teams 4 years ago, and now they're pretty experienced, with some new young players coming through there as well. You lean into that experience, and you lean into everything being at home. You tell yourself, all right, these teams that we're playing, they've been in the United States for 3-4 weeks or longer than that, and maybe they're getting a little, edgy about it. Even though, this is demanding on us, this is our home. We've made it as comfortable as possible. We have an excuse to kind of stay around and continue to play at this level because this is our home base. So you find those little things that you can lean into that separate you from the rest of the field, and you hopefully can use them against them. But the reality is, once that whistle blows, when the games become 90 minutes, survivor, what is the Jim Valvano? Survive in advance, then you better be ready for it. But there's a lot of ingredients that have to come into play.
We are, of course, talking with Max Barretos, voice of MLS Season Pass, Apple TV Plus, and LAFC. And I got to ask you, kind of getting away from Team USA a little bit real quick, today's the sexy day. Today's the day of the stars, man. We got Haaland, we got Mbappe, we got Messi. What are we expecting from these guys in Game 2? And is Messi going to do another impossible day?
Well, that Argentina-Austria game, starts 1 Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific time. I know a lot of folks in the Austrian camp. We talked to a lot of them. That team is going to play Argentina to go and win. It might blow up in their face, but what you're gonna see from Austria is they're gonna press Argentina. So many times in the World Cup, the underdogs, which Austria would be against Argentina, play more defensive. They keep more players on the defensive end, and they look to counterattack. That's not Austria. They're going to try and disrupt the Argentines. And I think it has a chance of working, so that's going to be a really good game and a really entertaining game. Argentina is going to be more of a counterattacking team, I think, because what they want to do is make you make a mistake and get that ball to Messi and let him weave his magic. So it's going to be a bit of a cat and mouse, a fascinating matchup. I think there could be a lot of goals there as well. The French team is, to me, heads and shoulders the clear favorite here. Really, then I think Spain and England and maybe Argentina are there. But the way they can score goals, and we saw them in the first game, and they're playing Iraq. And all due respect to Iraq, they got a lot of spirit, and they're here, and they looked okay in their first game. But France have Kylian Mbappe. They have a front four that it's historic how good they are with Olise, Mbappe, Ousmane Dembele, who was the player of the year on the Ballon d'Or on the world, in between them. They have a guy called Ryan Cherky who came on in the 87th minute in the last game, and he is literally the second best player on Manchester City behind Erling Haaland, and he can't even get into this team. So they're just loaded. And then Norway, I think what you want to see, Senegal's going to be a good test. That was at MetLife in New Jersey. And Norway, we've given the Scottish fans a lot of credit, and rightfully so. But those Norwegian fans, and remember, Norway haven't been in the World Cup in a while.
Nuts.
I think we're going to feel them. We're going to feel them in that game. It's a small country, but they're hungry for results, and you will sense that as well. And then Jordan, Algeria. I know you're going to stay up for that one, Cody.
I am, actually. It's funny you say that. I will be up for it. Maybe less of interest, but I'll definitely be up for it.
I know. I'll be up for it, too. It'd be a nice little dessert after really 3 main courses of incredible soccer teams coming your way.
Yeah.
And Austria. I just want to include them. Austria can play.
Excited, absolutely excited. And Max Barretos, the voice of MLS Soccer Season Pass on Apple TV Plus and LAFC. We cannot thank you enough for joining D-Fish and Decker today to, one, just make us smarter and better soccer fans, my guy.
Oh, I just fed you guys with a bunch of nonsense, so don't actually tell that to other people on the street. But no, absolutely. Listen, I'm living this stuff, and if there's any questions, if you see me on the street, I'll be happy to answer, but I hope that we all got a little smarter here today, Cody and Derek. Thanks for having me.
You're the best.
Appreciate you.
Can't thank you enough for joining the show. And guys, coming up, the Lakers. We got to talk about the Lakers because we got a draft tomorrow. What's going to happen in that draft for the Lakers, and what does the future look like for the rest of this offseason in L.A.? We will discuss right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you, Los Angeles, here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. D Fish, the one and only Derek Fisher, and Decker, me, Cody Decker, and all of you. And get in the chat right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. Join the conversation. Get into everything that we're getting into. Of course, we just had Max Bretos on, the voice of LAFC and the voice of MLS Season Pass on Apple TV Plus. Phenomenal information right there when we're talking about all things World Cup. Of course, we got 4 matchups today in the World Cup, and the stars are out. Messi, Mbappe, and Haaland today. 3 massive fan bases as well, and he really didn't want us to mention Austria. They're going to put up a serious fight against Messi today, so looking very forward to that matchup. And, of course, we want to get your calls, 855-97 LA Fan. We talked a lot about the Dodgers and the issues surrounding Kyle Tucker and whether or not they are serious issues or not. We will get into that as well later on in this hour. And later on in the show, of course, we'll have some crosstalk with our good friends Brock and Alex of our mid-morning show. Brock and Alex later on in the hour. But, man, we got to talk them Lakers, D-Fish, because we got a draft. We got a draft coming tomorrow. And if you believe rumors, innuendo, and frankly, with all of the massive insiders, it's no longer the anonymous sources and leaks, man. You got Windy, you got Shams. They're all saying it. Today is the day that we are likely going to see a massive blockbuster trade in the NBA. The question is, who's involved? We don't know entirely yet, except Giannis Antetokounmpo is likely going to be on the move from Milwaukee. The 2 teams that he is currently penciled in for with trades on the table, Miami, of which we've known for a couple of weeks, and Boston, which has been rumored, but the one name we hadn't heard yet was Jaylen Brown. If you believe what Wendy said today, Wendy says that name is officially in that trade, making it look very likely that Giannis will be a member of the Boston Celtics by day's end. What do you think of that?
I mean, I'm not surprised entirely. The Bucks for sure want to get, their ownership group, which you normally don't hear speaking on transactions specifically. I think they stated, a couple months back that they would love to have everything with Giannis figured out before the draft, and we are one day before the draft. And so I think from the Bucks end, they've hired a new coach. They really want to move this thing into a new direction, and also respect, where Giannis is at this point in his career. Spent 13 seasons in Milwaukee, and he's given them everything, but it's come to an end. And so I'm not surprised at the timing. The Celtics, a lot of times teams don't trade like a player of Giannis's caliber to another conference team, like in the same conference.
Yeah.
So I'm a little surprised by that. But wherever you can get the best deal, and I don't think the Bucks want to start over, right? It's a new ownership group. They don't necessarily want to go back to the bottom and work their way up. So to maybe be able to figure something out with the Celtics compared to the Heat, like Jaylen Brown is a guy that you can build around and win some games with right now.
Yes.
Probably while also getting, a couple picks or something from the Celtics as well, maybe. From the Celtics perspective, man, it definitely is it's also a signal that they want to move in a different direction but still compete for championships.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown have been a phenomenal duo. They won a ton of games together. They've led the recent Celtics, resurgence as one of the best teams in the East. But, sometimes you have to turn the page and try something different. And some of this could be, not a move away from their philosophy to shoot the 3 at the volume that they do, but especially in the playoffs, their time where you need rim pressure. You need guys that can put force at the basket, and Giannis is a guy that can do that. And so it could make them even scarier to some degree when you think about the Celtics and their future if Giannis and Jason Tatum are a duo.
It's going to be a very, very interesting day, to say the least. And honestly, how angry do you think the Miami Heat will be if the Celtics actually pull off this gambit?
Yeah, it'd probably be a tough pill to swallow. I mean, Pat Riley's still a competitor even after all these years. Like, he's serious about still winning. And there are certain guys that fit their culture and vice versa in terms of the Heat culture. And I think Giannis would also be a great fit culturally in Miami. I don't love the pairing of Bam and Giannis from a perimeter shooting standpoint, but yeah, I don't. Miami, after losing out on the Damian Lillard situation, and he ended up in Milwaukee, I think the Heat would probably feel. I mean, because this one, if they miss out on, like, I don't know if there's many opportunities coming up to really catapult the Heat back into the top of the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
So that's where it could be, somewhat concerning. But as long as Pat Riley, Alonzo Mourning, Eric Spoelstra, like the combination of those guys are running the Heat, they're going to always kind of be in the mix.
Yeah, and you already mentioned, for the last few weeks, watch out because the Eastern Conference is going to be getting Tyrese Halliburton back, and the Pacers are going to be real again. So it's going to be an interesting year over there in the East because last couple of years, we've constantly talked about how the East is nowhere near the competition of the West, despite the fact that the Knicks just won that title. So it's going to be very, very interesting going forward. But let's get over to the West because our Lakers right now have someone they need to draft tomorrow because we do have a draft. And, of course, you are listening to D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And what do you think of this name that is being thrown around? Now, keep in mind, the Lakers don't pick till 25, and I have mentioned earlier in the show, I've always been kind of, when it comes to the draft night for the NBA, because I'm not the biggest college basketball fan, I'm not as up on the upcoming prospects because I don't even understand how the prospects in the NBA works, considering the fact that the college game and the NBA game are so different. How often do we get a high-impact guy, especially right out the gate, in a draft? I mean, I feel like it's not super often, but you tell me, you're the expert in this one. If the Lakers go ahead and draft a guy that they like, this name right here, Jaden Quaintance, is that a name that can impact this team in a relatively short future?
Based on what his skill sets are, yes, I would say so. He's 6'10", 6'11", really active, dynamic young player, coming off a knee injury, ACL, I think from a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. But I saw him in Chicago a month ago. Looks great. He's moving well, explosive. And when you think about, lottery pick players, and especially the top 5 guys are like franchise-changing guys, almost immediately. You think about Cooper Flagg and Victor Wembanyama and Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle. Like, those guys change your team right away. Then once you kind of get past 5 and 5 to 12, you're getting guys that have the potential to be all-star level players, et cetera, et cetera. As you get into that back end of the first round, you start to get into guys that sure have the potential to be all-star caliber players maybe at one point in their career, depending on how hard they work and what team and situation they go into. But you're also looking for guys that can become good rotational players and impact players, based on what their role is going to be. And when you think about the Lakers team, you're looking for defense, rebounding, shot blocking, rim protection, young athletics, dynamic guys. And that's what Quaintance is. And so, offensive rebounding, setting great screens, being a guy that can rebound the basketball at a high level on the defensive end. Those are all things you can show up and do from day one. And so, I wouldn't be surprised if they did kind of make a swing towards a young, dynamic, big player that will cost you a lot less than swinging for the fences in free agency, trying to get, an A-list center per se, which is what Luka's kind of, implied that he wants. You may have to do that by committee in order to financially do some of the other things that you want to do.
Absolutely. And by the way, the Lakers have more than that just on their table right now. They got a draft coming up, but now with moves being made in the NBA, potentially today with this Giannis move, does that light a fire under the Lakers to kind of get a lot more things done? I mean, notwithstanding the Austin Reeves of it all, the LeBron of it all, the Luke Cornett of it all, the Marcus Smart of it all, the Jackson Hayes, these are all names they have to still sign, not to mention someone else on top of that. The names we've thrown around today, their interest in Lou Dort is a name that's been thrown around. We've talked about Mitchell Robinson, but at some point, we run into a cap. How do we fill this team with a very winnable team, knowing full well that the Spurs ain't going anywhere and neither are the Oklahoma City Thunder?
Well, you have more flexibility to retain and re-sign your own free agents, so that you have this window now where you can talk to your own free agents, which is, the news around whether it's Austin Reeves or LeBron James, Jackson Hayes, guys that they can, talk to now and try to figure out, can they reach certain deals, because every dollar counts. And so, you used to have an opportunity to kind of wait and figure some things out over time. And LeBron won't rush his decision, but they will need to figure out what range they're going to be in financially in figuring out a deal, so that all these things can align. So you start with retaining your own guys that you can. So whether that's Austin Reeves, Luke Kennard, Jackson Hayes. I mean, Rui Hachimura is a guy that's been, I think people want to re-sign him, but then financially, can you re-sign him? I mean, he could be a coveted, 3-and-D type of guy on the free agent market. And so, but you can't sign everybody. And so I think the Lakers, whether it's through the draft or signing new free agents, it's all going to be about defense, athleticism, length, toughness, some guys that can be dogs and scrappy, gritty type guys that you can surround Luka and Austin and potentially LeBron with. So that all of that, all the intangible stuff, the glue guy stuff, the hard hat stuff, that shouldn't have to be your superstars every night. And so the Lakers filling out their roster with those type of guys wouldn't surprise me at all.
Man, I'm excited for what this team can be. It's scary knowing what is out there, knowing what's in this division. And again, there still are so many questions. I feel like the Lakers, as much as we think we know what the future is as far as the Austin Reeves of it all and the LeBron James of it all, it's still up in the air. Neither of those things are a guaranteed 100% slam dunk that those are even happening, let alone all of these other potential moves. I mean, it's just, I feel like we're sitting with a blank canvas, which is exciting, but also terrifying at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, and that's sometimes the difficulty of, getting into an offseason, the summer of 26, which is what it was labeled as, which, yes, that high level of cap flexibility that exists for the Lakers, but you have a number of guys that are unrestricted free agents that can make some of their own decisions. And so, kind of to the point of what you were asking around the urgency, do the moves that, are being made if Giannis ends up in Boston or if, Ja Morant ends up here or there, what it does is your superstar guys, Luka, LeBron, those guys, it matters for at the highest level because they, it's like in music, they want the number one album. And they don't want anybody else having a chance to have that opportunity before them or to surround themselves with better producers and better songwriters than they have. Mm-hmm. And so, it's sometimes it can increase the urgency because when they see what their peers or a guy that they feel like they're just as good as or better is then, he's getting certain guys added to his roster and next to him, it does create the urgency that you need to surround Luka with the right guys as well. And so it's a big summer for the Lakers for sure, not just in the short term, but also to set yourself up for long-term sustainable success. It's one thing to have a chance to win a title for one season, but how do you build something that is sustainable that allows you to compete for titles year in and year out? that's also the goal, or should be the goal as well.
Absolutely. Well, you hear what we think. What do you guys think? Of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Let's get to the calls. Oh, the great. Talk to us. You're on with D. Fish and Decker.
D. Fish and Deck, man, I hope y'all had a great Father's Day weekend, man. How y'all doing?
Phenomenal, dude.
Good.
what's
Oh,
up.
appreciate you, man. You too, bro.
Right on. I know, too bad, Deck, your kid can't give you anything, but, you're still a dog dad, so.
My man. Hey, I got to say, man, you sound a little down in the dumps. Are you sad and upset that someone's leaving your Celtics?
First off, watch your mouth. Second, I'm not. I was going to add a Fish how his Juneteenth was. I hope, Fish, you had a good Juneteenth. How was your Juneteenth, fam?
Yeah, it was nice, man. We were one of the few folks that were here. We're sports news, so we were in here. KNX, our sister station, they were in here grinding as well. But it was still a blessing, man, to have an opportunity to work and do my thing. It was good,
right.
man.
That's awesome. Okay, no, man, I ain't down. I just woke up. You know what I'm saying?
All right, just checking, man. You sound sad. I see you're calling about Jaylen Brown.
I am, literally. Okay, here's the thing, right? And y'all was talking about this last week. Celtics, hell to the no. Do not do this. If you do this, you're idiots. The man, Jaylen Brown, literally carried this team the entire year last year. Oh, by the way, he was the Eastern Conference Finals MVP. Oh, by the way, he was the NBA Finals MVP when JT was too scared to take the reins. I'm not here for this. I'm not here for it. I do not want it. Give it to Miami. Miami needs it. They legit need it. Y'all talked about how they lost out on Drew. They lost out on with Dame. They need it. Miami needs it. We don't need it. We have two superstars. The only way this goes down, y'all, is if this new dumbass Celtics ownership makes it happen. I just read Shams' article with ESPN. He's talking about some perceived rift between Celtics management and JB. What perceived rift? Ain't no rift. The only rift there is fake sports media pundits putting it out there.
I agree with you. By the way, I agree with you wholeheartedly about that, I really, really do agree with that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Just leave the team alone. The team is fine. Let JT gel back with this new team. Let JT this is the thing that pisses me off about this, y'all. We've already done this narrative. They can't win together. They can't win together. Oh yeah, they did. So come on, man. This is stupid. Do not do this, Boston. I'm not here for it. It's ridiculous. It's asinine. And y'all have a great day. Love y'all show.
Love you right
Appreciate
back.
it. Oh, but I think that the thing we have to consider is, and especially for players like Jaylen Brown, right? Like you only get one chance at this journey. And he's essentially been one of the best Robins, if you want to call him that, in the league over the last decade.
Yeah.
And he was forced to go into his Batman role while JT was out. And the question we have to ask ourselves is, does he want to go back to being Robin? And if he doesn't, then Boston is not the place for him.
Fair.
So even though it could feel like the Celtics are wanting to do this, there also could be an understanding, whether Jaylen has come out and said it or not, that he feels like, and based on what he showed us last season, he could be a number one option MVP caliber player, and he doesn't necessarily want to be asked to continue to play that more secondary or co-starring role with Jason Tatum. Not because he doesn't like Jason Tatum personally, but when you think about your career, you don't want to look back on it and have questions on whether or not you could have done something.
Yeah.
Like, you want to throw it all out there. You want to see if you can be a number one guy, take a team to the Eastern Conference Finals, win an NBA championship, et cetera. And that might be what it is.
Because he's shown that he can do it with that guy, but are you the guy? You might as well take your shot and find out.
He literally showed it to us this past season.
He really did. He was fourth in the MVP voting at one point, if not where he finished.
Yeah.
Like, he was a monster. This was the write-off year for the Celtics. They traded away everybody. Even Al Horford was gone. Like, they were all gone. And then you lose Jason Tatum due to injury, and Jaylen Brown just single-handedly carried that team all season. It was fun to watch, man.
Yeah, let's go to break before Raj start crying.
Oh, yeah, poor Raj. Raj is really freaking out right now. He's in there just crying his eyes out about his poor Jaylen Brown leaving town. Oh, poor you. You might get Giannis. Guys, there seems to be a problem with Kyle Tucker, and we need to discuss it. A question, is it Kyle Tucker or Mookie Betts that needs to get it going first? We will discuss right here on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Ford sizzles this ball up in the air to deep right center field. Pages at the wall, and that ball is gone.
That right there was the hottest play of the game from Next Gen, the next generation of home comfort. D. Fish and Decker with you on the all-new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, and welcome back to the show. And that, of course, was sound from yesterday's Dodger game. Not a great game if you're a Dodger fan. Obviously, a 12-1 blowout, another home run by Pete Alonso as well. The Dodgers drop the weekend series to the Baltimore Orioles at home. Not their best showing, but let's be real clear here. This team is 10 games up in the National League West right now. The Padres, who are a half game out of a wild card spot. The Diamondbacks, 1 game out of a wild card spot. I firmly, and I do mean this, I firmly believe both these teams are playoff teams. The Dodgers just happen to be the best team maybe ever assembled. That being said, it's not coming without its issues. Of course, we're all aware of the injury issues. They have over $100 million currently on the IL. They still are pitching, rolling out a pitching staff right now. That does not include a Tyler Glasnow on the 60-day due to his back injury. It does not include a Blake Snell, still recovering from his elbow surgery, hoping he'll be back in about a month. And, of course, missing a few other arms in the bullpen, notwithstanding Brusdar Graterol. And, of course, Edwin Diaz, who's barely even pitched for this team, along with a smattering of other names. Teoscar Hernandez is injured right now. Kike Hernandez is injured right now. Impact players and impact bats and impact arms for the Dodgers. However, 49 wins, best record in Major League Baseball. Friday, that hero of the game turned out to be Dalton Rushing, another low-paid guy for the Dodgers getting it done. Andy Pages having a great season. Shohei Ohtani, very much on his way to another MVP and in the conversation for the Cy Young. What a year he's having. Freddie Freeman doing what Freddie Freeman always does. Max Muncy getting the job done. This team running on all cylinders except 2. One of which being, of course, Mookie Betts having a rough start to his season, which is not something we ever see from a Mookie Betts. He's arguably one of the best athletes in all of professional baseball. He's shown it year in, year out, what he's capable of, how he's capable of it, and what he gets done and what he brings to this team. That being said, not the greatest year so far for one Mookie Betts. Although, based on the sample size of Mookie Betts' career, D-Fish, I'm anything but panicking right now. I love Mookie, you love Mookie, and frankly, his glove is also carrying enough as well that I don't care. Just keep making those plays at shortstop. I know what Mookie Betts is going to be in October.
That's the biggest thing for me. I over the course of like long careers, and I mean, Kyle Tucker's been in the league now 8-9 years.
Yes.
Mookie's been in the league, even longer, I think. And so when you start to think about like the length of some of the careers of some of the best players, like they're not going to have, like everything's going to just go up every year. There are going to be years that are down. You don't shoot it as well. You don't swing the bat as well, et cetera. But ultimately, especially when your team is a championship level team, you ultimately like over time you even lose the care and the stress over what your individual numbers even are, because there's a point where winning the title is the only thing that matters. I don't care what I'm batting. Are we winning games?
Absolutely.
I don't care what my percentages are, what my whip is, or what this is. What like you try to tell players all the time, like there's no in baseball, there's no batting percentage on the side of your world championship ring.
Completely right. 100% right. Those season stats go right out the window when you open that ring box,
yeah,
huh?
There's no RBIs etched underneath the ring. Like, what are we talking about? The only thing that matters is winning the World Series. And so I think when you have a locker room full of guys that are bought into that vision, yeah, not that they're not trying to, hit the ball, to score runs, to get guys in, but they're just focused on the winning part.
Yeah.
And so it's weird how sometimes we as fans and as people, we say that's what we want, right? But then when the guy's having a down year, we're ready to crucify him for having a down year.
Every time.
But then if he was all about his stats and his numbers, we'd say, well, why does he only care about his stats and his numbers? What about the winning?
Oh, yeah.
Winning is what's most important. It's about the team. Okay, well, these guys that are quote-unquote not playing well are just focused on the winning and about the team. And the Dodgers are basically tied for the best record in baseball. They're number one in their division and look like a team that's going to have a chance to win another World Series title. I'd say those are pretty good things. Lastly, for now, I was at the game Friday night.
Yeah.
Mookie Betts defensively is still a Golden Glove level
Elite,
defensive
man.
player.
Just straight up elite.
Like the amount of plays that he was involved in and turning double plays or just securing innings by being able to just safely, nothing fancy, deliver on getting a ground ball and throwing it to first and just ending out the inning. Like those are the plays that, to me, that's when you can start to say, oh, maybe he's not playing good baseball. Hitting is hard, as you know. I'm never really going to look at a guy's batting percentage and try to say he's not playing good baseball.
It's a lofty stat. It is a lofty batting average is a very lofty stat in today's game specifically.
3 out of 10 is batting 300. That's hard.
Yeah, very hard.
So the minuscule difference between batting 222 and 300, that's 100 miles wide, right? That gap and that difference. And so I don't know. I try not to get caught up in that. I think both guys clearly have plenty of upside and room to hit the ball better, to improve their percentages, but also it's just going to be the timely plays that they both are able to make. And I would argue, as we saw last year with Pages in the outfield, some of the plays that Kyle Tucker is going to have to make on the defensive end to help the Dodgers win games is going to be vital. And, of course, we just talked about Mookie on the infield. Same thing, as long as they're making those plays and getting the Dodgers, out of innings and getting guys off base, that's what's going to be important.
And by the way, Mookie Betts right now, his numbers as we currently stand on the season, he's hitting .218. He's got 8 home runs, 19 RBIs, and an OPS of .674. That is not a Mookie Betts season or start. So I'm willing to bet that Mookie will get it together, but we got to talk about that other name that you just mentioned. That's Kyle Tucker, and that's the name that's been heavily maligned here in Los Angeles. Now, that being said, I want to make it abundantly clear, I don't think it should be maligned. I think it's a bit ridiculous and way too early on June 22nd to just go ahead and start calling Kyle Tucker contract a failure. Now, do I think Kyle Tucker is overpaid? Yes, I said that when the contract was signed. I said, wow, that is a very, very hefty amount of money, $60 million a year for a guy whose other offer was only $50. So the Dodgers overpaid $10 million above the value that even the Mets were offering at the time. So that was shocking as hell to me.
That's the California tax.
I mean, must have been. So they got it done. He's here in L.A. Now, granted, is he having a monster season? No. However, I'd like to point out it's not nearly as bad as people are making it out to be. I think the number is really turning a lot of heads. $60 million, that's a price tag that you pay to a Shohei Ohtani or a future Hall of Famer, first ballot, no question. I don't see Kyle Tucker that way. I see Kyle Tucker as a damn good ball player, a perennial name that'll be in the MVP talks, all-star, good to damn good to excellent ball player. That being said, 273 at-bats, 44 runs, 64 hits. He's hitting .234. His OPS is .705. But here's a number that actually is showing that despite Kyle Tucker not playing his best and clearly struggling at the plate, he has 40 RBIs. We're not even halfway through the season. He has 40 RBIs. Remember Mookie Betts? He has 19 RBIs. That's less than half than 40 if you are a big fan of math. 40 RBIs means at this point, if he keeps the same exact production that he's doing right now, we're talking about a potential 90 to 100 RBI season from Kyle Tucker on what is being looked at as a disastrous year. I'm not going to get there. I'm just not there right now, especially on June 22nd. Now, does he often look in between pitches? Does he look a little lost at the plate at times? Was the final at-bat on Saturday a really bad at-bat? Yes, an ugly strikeout. He looked like a mess. He looked like he was in between pitches. That being said, Kyle Tucker is still being productive on this Dodger team. And I want to use this again, and this is something I think we all can agree on in LA. We can look ourselves in the mirror in Los Angeles and very, very confidently say, we are better than Philly fans. I think we can all do that. I think even Philly fans can agree with that. They know they threw batteries at Santa. They know they did that. So we don't do that here. Now, do we have our own problems at times? Depends on who you ask. I would say probably. Yes, sometimes we do. That being said, my guy, the Philly fans did something 2 years ago that was so not Philly, it blew my mind. And it was for former Dodger Trey Turner. Trey Turner's first 108 games in Philadelphia were a disaster. He was hitting .235, not unlike what we're seeing from Kyle Tucker. He had 10 home runs, more home runs than Kyle Tucker. His OPS was 50 points lower than Kyle Tucker, and his RBIs were about 8 less than Kyle Tucker as we currently stand. They decided, those Philly fans, to show up to that stadium and give Trey Turner a standing ovation. And that standing ovation lasted a lot of time to the point where he had to step out and tip his cap to the fans for a guy that was having a disastrous run. After that wonderful standing ovation, where Trey Turner was clearly very moved by it, this was his numbers over the final 47 games. He had .337, 16 home runs, he had 42 RBIs, and his OPS during that time was 1,057. What am I saying? Los Angeles, we're better than Philly fans. Show up to Dodger Stadium for this next home game and give Kyle Tucker the biggest ovation he's ever experienced. Let's help turn this guy's season around because, frankly, a good and comfortable Kyle Tucker here in Los Angeles is only good for the Dodgers, it's only good for baseball, and it's only good for the city of Los Angeles and as a whole. Because if Kyle Tucker decides to start going off, baby, the Dodgers are going to be unbeatable because that six-hitter who's not getting a ton done right now starts swinging the bat the way he can to add to a Freddie Freeman, to add to a potentially getting out of his way Mookie Betts, to add to a Shohei Ohtani and a returning Teoscar Hernandez. I'm telling you, this might be one of the very, very best baseball teams ever assembled, and that is only rivaling the final two Dodger teams that we've had winning the last two World Series, D-Fish.
I can't say all of that better than you can. I like the idea of the showing love, to him for, he could have chosen to go other places. Like he chose to come, play for the Dodgers, and I don't think that smart baseball people give away money, as we've talked a lot about.
Completely agree.
Like baseball ownership groups are not just giving away money. So
especially in today's day and age.
So the fact that he has enough history and performance history to be a guy that's worth $50 to $60 million. I think the Dodgers know baseball better than, for sure, I do, and most of us do. So I don't think it's an accident that he got paid the money he got paid. The next point that came to mind for me, like I played my entire basketball career in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
So that means I went to, Golden State, the Clippers. Like I went to play Western Conference teams much more than Eastern Conference teams.
Of course.
In the playoffs, you go through your conference first before you play against the Eastern Conference opponent. So then you also add playoff games. So hypothetical, if Kyle Tucker played his entire career in the American League prior to the Cubs last year and then now the Dodgers, is it safe to say that he's seen more American League pitchers, American League ballparks, American League climate?
Yes, he has.
Like more than National League.
There's been more competitive balance as far as that schedule goes these last couple of years.
Okay.
But yes, unquestionably, he's been in way more American League ballparks.
Okay.
I would probably say, if I were to guess right off the top of my head, 65% more.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I'm just, some things do play a small role in how a guy adjusts to a new situation. 4 years deal, we're half into the first year. I'll wait for a while before I sum up whether or not he's going to be the player we know he's capable of being.
Halfway through his first year here in LA, and listen, there has been downsides, but listen, there has been positives as well. I'm looking forward to more positives. We will discuss as the show and the weeks roll forward in the Los Angeles Dodgers this season. But guys, coming up, it is that time. Our good buddies, the one and only Brock and Alex from our mid-morning show right here on 97.1 The Fan. On the Fan, the voice of LA Sports, D. Fish and Decker with you for our final segment of this incredible 4-hour extravaganza that is D. Fish and Decker, and is that time of the show, 855-97 LA Fan, where we bring in our good buddies, our friends, our pals, our compadres, our mid-morning show, Brock and Alex. What up, Brock Vereen, and of course, Alex Curry. Good morning.
Good morning. Does your lead-in say one that has all the rings and the other one wants all the smoke?
I didn't write it. Might be true. And by the way, that
made me giggle.
That also craps on my 3 minor league rings. I got 2 AA rings and a high A ring, buddy. You don't know the joy of my Fort Wayne, Indiana tin caps ring.
How do you deal with this for 4 hours every day? I'm proud of you, Fish. Proud of you, Fish.
He won't even tell me where they are, man.
God.
Yeah, he shouldn't. He never should.
Fish,
Never tell him.
Fish, do you keep
Never
one in the
tell
bathroom
him.
just to keep you humble?
No,
No.
that wouldn't be the
Where
place
does
to do
that come from? Who keeps like an Academy Award in the bathroom?
I
heard
think
this
I think it was a joke
So, no,
initially
no, no,
said
no,
by
no.
Tom Hanks. I
No,
think.
so people can take photos with it in the mirror. That's actually a thing. Like a very
that's
famous
smart.
person keeps one of their awards in the bathroom, so people, when they come to visit, can take photos with it in the mirror.
As you should.
I don't
As
like
you
that
should.
because there's no guarantee that they're washing their hands before the photo.
That is fair, but listen,
Gotta be
I'm
careful.
going to rewash that
Yeah.
Oscar every
Yeah.
single day myself. I know how
Yeah.
it goes. So welcome to the show, guys. Listen, we had a poll going today, and I would
Ooh,
love
what
your
is it?
take on today's poll
'Kay.
because we talked a lot about Kyle Tucker. And Kyle Tucker, who obviously is going through his struggles right here, but I'm making the argument that his struggles are not nearly as bad as people are making them out to be. The question simply was this: was signing Kyle Tucker a mistake? And the answers, of course, were no, he will bounce back, or yes, what a terrible contract. The results for said poll right now, 56% thinks he will bounce back.
Okay.
And by the way, I am in that 56%.
Yeah, you can't freak out. Like, you have to remember, like, this is also like not only a new city, a new team, a new environment, new fan base. We're all human beings. Like, no matter how great of an athlete you are, it takes time to adjust to whatever situation that you go to. And we've seen this with a lot of big players. I think the biggest, like, probably forward-facing famous one that's connected to the Dodgers was Trey Turner when he went to
Yep.
Philly, and the standing ovation that turned his season
Been
around.
citing it all day. I've
Yeah.
even cited the numbers, and I'm trying to start a campaign. I would like you guys to continue this campaign. Give Kyle Tucker a standing ovation at Chavez Ravine.
I'm down.
Let's turn this bad boy
I'm
season
down.
around.
It's similar to how being swept in the second round would be a solid year for most NBA teams, but Lakers fans have grown accustomed to expecting more. So this is one of the few places where Kyle Tucker's stats are seen as inadequate because there is an expectation, as unfair or fair as it may be, that, hey, $60 million.
It's a hell of a price tag.
Yeah.
That's a massive price tag, and when you're labeled as the team who will spend money and do anything it takes to win championships, it's tough. So I would imagine that locker room being as mature and experienced as it is, they are constantly giving him whatever he needs in between games. But I would also agree that this is a massively long season, and going out there getting booed for 90 more games or whatever it's unfair to
He's being
do
booed
that.
already? He's being booed already?
Occasionally, yes.
Occasionally,
Yeah,
nothing
which I don't
overwhelming, but
Enough.
to go out there
Like
and
groans.
boo and now that strikeout in game 2
Tough.
was among the worst at bats.
It was
Yeah.
not a good at bat. He looked
It-
very much in between pitches.
Yes, and that was when the boos came. But however, it's unfair to boo him during that moment or going forward and then expect him to rise to an occasion during the playoffs. So I
Yeah.
do think fans have to decide, if you're done with him, then you're done with him. But you can't be done with him and then expect things to improve.
Again, I kept pointing this out. This is something that I think everyone needs to keep reminding themselves
Yeah.
over and over and over. Is he playing phenomenally? No. And I think the first person that would say that is Kyle Tucker.
You can tell by his body language.
Unquestionably,
Like,
he's
he
aware.
knows.
Yeah.
He knows.
That being said, he's got 40 RBIs. His down year, he's on pace to a 100 RBI season.
Yeah.
That is a really good number for someone who's apparently terrible.
he going into Baltimore game 1, He was on a 5-game hit streak, maybe 4-game hit streak.
Starting to get it together.
At least 4. Yeah. So I mean, again, that strikeout being brutal and in that moment and having 2 on, like I see how if you're a drunk fan in the stands, it's easy to forget what he was coming into the game with.
Keyword was drunk.
Keyword is drunk because of the moment. But no, I would argue going into that game, he had turned it around, and unfortunately, because how big and magical people expected that moment to be, if he pulled it off and brought in the winning run, now people want to erase what he did for most of the month of June.
Alex, your husband is a songwriter,
yes,
like everything music,
singer,
right?
songwriter, performer, everything.
If he makes an album, and has 15 songs on it, is every song a classic?
No.
Is every song gonna win a platinum?
No.
They are to me.
You have a single. There's usually like one that you like count on.
Okay, so
hopefully
over 15
3
songs. Yeah. So if somebody plays 15 Major League Baseball seasons, is every season gonna be an all-star season? Is every season gonna be
only for Shohei
Ohtani?
Only for Shohei Ohtani.
But they're not. But they're not too, because he was also injured.
I don't understand what if we went to everybody's job that's booing, you probably not having 15 straight days of great work either, buddy.
Oh, it's so funny. I've actually seen
a
player lose it and go, "Do you see me coming to your work and booing you at your desk?" I was like, "Oh, this is beautiful. I get it." But like, no, it's the exact same thing.
By the way, D-Fish and Decker right here live on the new 97.1 The Fan. Brock and Alex joining us right now for a little crosstalk, of course. Check out Brock and Alex right after our show, mid-morning show right here on the new 97.1. Guys, the World Cup. It's untouchable. It's unbelievable. I can't stop watching. We have all of the stars out today. We got Haaland. We got Messi. We got Mbappe. What's the most important thing everybody should be watching today?
Where are you going to watch the game? What bar are you going to?
That's the most important thing.
Guys, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm trying to stay out of the bars today. This is my day. But here's the problem.
What?
It's Monday. That's why I want to stay out of the bar.
Yeah.
You got the stars out
You
today.
can't.
I gotta go see Mbappe and I gotta go see Messi.
It's a smart strategy, though. I didn't know that was the strategy by FIFA.
Yeah.
Smart.
Like
Load it up.
The weekends, everybody's watching no matter who's playing because it's the weekend.
Yeah.
But the weekday,
dude.
People are getting off work, man. I gotta tell you, and my bars have been packed. Every bar I've gone to has been packed.
It's crazy because I've also been watching a lot of all the fans that are coming to the U.S. for the World Cup, and there's been so many people that have been like, I was supposed to go back to work last week, but I stayed.
I love celebrating being fired.
Yes.
I've done it many times myself.
To answer your question, so we have Messi and Argentina versus Austria in just a little bit, in 5 minutes. France and Iraq, and then Norway, Senegal.
Yep.
So Erling Haaland has the toughest matchup of those 3. I expect the previous 2 to be pretty lopsided. I would imagine Kylian Mbappe gets pulled pretty early in the second half if that game goes the way that it should and France secures their spot and then get him some rest. So to answer your question, look for Norway because that's a game, that's a match where if Haaland doesn't show up and be himself, Senegal can maybe make something happen. But I don't see any scenario where Argentina or France drop that game.
Same. But I'm looking just forward to the matchups. I'm looking forward to more of this pageantry. I'm so locked in. I'm trying to get D-Fish to come out to the bars with me. I think that'll do it.
I don't know if you're going to get him to a bar.
If I get him to the bar, he'll be into this.
Okay, have you seen Norway, though, today, or like this weekend in Times Square?
Oh, yeah. They all were doing the rowing thing in the middle of Times Square.
And
they
then
took
there
it
was
over.
like a yoga class that was trying to go down in the middle of Times Square,
Yeah,
and they
good luck.
were just...
Yeah, good luck.
It was so...
It's a tough
They
time.
were heckling them and like doing chants around the yoga moves.
Oh, and by the way,
it was beautiful.
Congratulations to the Scots. They have vacated the premises of Boston, but now they've taken over Florida. So that's going to
But Miami,
what a disaster.
They're not. The police are not being as welcoming.
I know.
At all.
So
Like,
Scotland,
they don't
understand.
have as much leeway in Miami.
They
They're
went to
not-
Elbow Room. That place is practically. Come on. Google what that place is.
What I love is the Scots drank Boston Dry, and now whatever the equivalent of taking all of the sunscreen that Florida has to offer, because the Scots need to be careful. That sun is brutal.
Listen, I know their next matchup is likely not going to be a victory, but I'm never going to root harder for a team than I am for Scotland because I want them to get to the knockout round.
What a fun trade that you made with Brock.
Yes, I did.
Senegal's going to hold me down today.
You think?
They're going to hold me
They
down
are
today.
not the favorites in today's matchup.
No, they are not. No, they are not. But of all the matchups, they have the best odds of making history. Just go be great. Just go out there and be great. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, that's all they got to do.
That's all you got to do.
They just got to go and be great.
Yeah.
Well, guys, you don't want to go anywhere. You want to stay right here on this dial, 97.1. Just listen to these two wonderful people. Brock and Alex is next. And D-Fish, look at us. We did it again.
Got the week started right.
That's how we do it. That's how we do it here on D-Fish and Decker. We will be back here live tomorrow morning, bright and early. Until then, enjoy you some sports. Kick rocks. We'll see you tomorrow.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new at 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Happy Monday, you guys, and happy World Cup. We already have our first kickoff right now. Argentina and Austria kicked off about 3 minutes ago. This is going to be an awesome day, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. So get in the chat if you're watching us live at The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We have so much to get to today, you guys. World Cup fever has just officially taken over the United States. We're going to get and keep you updated on everything that's going on in this game right now. Argentina and Austria kicked off at 10. We have France and Iraq at 2, Norway and Senegal at 5, and Jordan and Algeria at 8 p.m. And then you have a little Dodgers matinee, Dodgers at Twins at 4:40 p.m. We're going to dive into their struggles in just a bit. We're also a day away from the NBA draft. So we are on the trade watch. I think Giannis is going to be the biggest name. That's going to be the first domino that's going to fall to see where everyone else goes and what teams are going to get. So we'll dive into that a little later in the show. But I just have to say, like, the World Cup feels like it's healing the world right now in like the best way possible. I don't know if we deserved it, but like we definitely needed it. I saw this like one description that someone said. And it's like the World Cup is just the U.S. having a giant sleepover with the cousins we never get to see because our parents hate each other. And it's just like putting politics and everything that's going on in the world aside, just seeing people come together from all different cultures and just absolutely fall in love with each other has been so heartwarming and so beautiful in ways like I didn't think I realized we needed.
I love that. The cousins, but your parents hate each other.
Yeah. The cousin, you're having a sleepover with the cousins that you never get to see because your parents hate each other.
It's great. There are so many cultures that are crossing over that, if not for the World Cup, would have never crossed over, right? Usually it's, me or my family are going to go from this country to that country.
Yeah.
But there's no, you are the tourist in that situation, and you can only experience things as an individual. Whereas if 1,000 South Koreans come to your community, now it's, we need to embrace them as a whole.
And they have.
Learn things about them. They're going to learn things about us. And there's just certain things that only the World Cup can create. And the past, what are we at? Week number 2? The past 2 weeks have shown just that.
It's so beautiful. There's so many, again, like the algorithm is doing its thing right now because it's so positive. But there's been so many like, America, I owe you an apology because I didn't realize how warm and welcoming your people are and your communities are, and you have culture and your food's amazing. Just turn off the news for a second and go out there and actually meet people and create your own experiences. And it's so cool. And I think the other big thing here is that soccer right now is inspiring an entire generation of young players. I saw this one dad share that, he goes, I'm not speaking for everybody, but my baseball obsessed 7-year-old hasn't ever touched a soccer ball in his life. And now he's spending every night out here pretending to be Balogun. And he goes, I don't think it's possible to overstate the impact this World Cup will have on soccer's popularity in America, but this youth and the younger generation that are now going to get involved in it.
Yeah, soccer, of course, is the most popular sport in the world for a reason, but it has not been the most popular sport in America. And like you mentioned, therefore, kids tend to gravitate toward baseball, football, basketball, things that they see their family sit around on a Sunday and go crazy for. I want to be a part of that. Having the World Cup in your backyard, they are now experiencing those moments. But even more so, I mean, really, since Landon Donovan, there hasn't been a name that represents the U.S. on an international stage.
Yeah.
And Balogun has proven to be that. And now kids are growing up saying, I want to be like that guy, and I want to play in a World Cup one day. The trickle effect will be massive, and I'm so interested to see how many Balogun jerseys, if the U.S. continues to play at a much higher level than people expected, I'm expecting to see a whole lot of Balogun jerseys going forward.
Like, talking about, like, understanding the moment and, like, taking advantage of the moment. Because, like, it could have gone a very dark direction for the U.S. after Pulisic went down in the first game and didn't play the second half and was out all of their second match. But the fact that the U.S. is winning the way that they are, and the entire stadium in Seattle, did you see that at the end, like West Virginia? Is that the name of the song? I don't know the title of the song.
Country Roads.
Country Road? Yeah. But it was just like goosebumps and chills watching just the team and the fan base really rally around this team and the country rally around this team and this tournament as a whole.
The way that they're playing affects things too. Historically, the U.S. has kind of played on their heels.
Been a disappointment?
Yeah, that
I mean, you can just flat out say it. Like the
well.
U.S. men's national team has been an absolute disappointment up until this year. Like, this was their time to change everybody's perspective.
Yeah, and they were disappointment regarding the result, but even like they also weren't even exciting to watch, right? Like if you are playing an aggressive style and losing, it's like, okay, well at least I had fun losing as a fan. But the fact that they played on their heels and kind of let the match come to them instead of vice versa, they're playing so aggressive now. It honestly reminds me when the Warriors first took over the NBA. And not only were they really good, as Lionel Messi setting up for a PK here, not only were they really good, they were exciting. It's like, oh, this I didn't know basketball could look like this. And Team USA being aggressive,
and young,
always on the attack, being young, being far better athletes than most, not most, but a lot of the teams that they faced off against. It just brings a different level of excitement. Speaking of excitement, Alex,
oh, he missed it. Wow.
Lionel Messi misses a PK in the 9th minute.
Do you know what's weird is like you could kind of tell by a step right there, the stop step. I was like, he went a little too like
get a little cute with it.
It was just I don't know. I always in that moment you're like, okay, you can tell that he's probably going like his right, keeper's left, and you could kind of tell the keeper saw it too.
Keeper got a good jump on that one.
You know what? I'm not a fan of the hesitating, the flow of when you start, stop, go.
That does seem to be the new trend. And
it is.
For those
not my thing.
For those listening, the new trend now on a PK is the kicker, I guess. I wish there was a more descriptive word there. Kind of chops their feet super fast and then takes a long drag step and then kicks. And
continuous movement, but like
it's so herky jerky.
Yeah,
I don't like it. Well, it didn't work that time.
No, it didn't work. But like fans are pumped, you guys. This is going to be a great day. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. As we mentioned, Argentina and Austria kicked off at 10 a.m. We are scoreless. Messi just missed a PK. You got France and Iraq at 2 p.m. Dodgers and Twins at 4:40. And you guys, we're having another giveaway this week, okay?
Are we?
Yeah, do you want to be in the building when LA decides its champion?
Of course.
310 Originals and 97.1 The Fan is giving away tickets to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon, July 11th in Harbor City, Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love, and more. With Marathon Burger, it's $40 to get in. Or if you're listening, you guys, we are giving away tickets to the game. Shay, are we doing that top of the second hour?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So in about 1 hour, make sure you're listening and save this number, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326, for your chance to win tickets to the Championship Celebrity Challenge on July 11th. That should be fun. But let's get to some Dodgers, you guys, because it was a tough weekend.
There were highs and there were lows, and the Dodgers were unfortunately the lows of the weekend.
Put it lightly, it wasn't the best weekend for the Dodgers. Capped off with just an absolutely embarrassing loss yesterday, if you want to put it kindly. But the biggest thing when you look at what the Dodgers did, you have to also remember right now they are in the middle of a 19 games in 20-day stretch. This is a wild stretch, and they have some things they need to figure out. What was your biggest takeaway first from the weekend?
My biggest takeaway from the weekend is if Shohei Ohtani has a awesome day, the Dodgers win.
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani can be your savior, but on a roster like this, he shouldn't need to be. I feel that when things are going bad offensively, it is typically Shohei getting on base or knocking one out of the park that kind of sparks things. And I'm looking at guys like Mookie Betts, guys like Andy Pages, who since being placed in the second in the batting order, the bats cooled off just a little bit. I'm looking at Will Smith to get healthy because he's typically a reliable. I'm looking at guys who, okay, yeah, we understand Shohei is the best player, but that doesn't mean that other veteran guys who have won World Series, who have played at an all-star level, who have accolades of their own, can't get things going, right? And it's not necessarily reflected in the box score. It's when you're watching the game. It's who is going to get this thing going, because it doesn't need to be number 17 every single game.
No, and we've talked a lot about these one-run games for the Dodgers, because that's kind of been the story of last week, minus Sunday's 12-1 loss. I mean, the Saturday,
Father's Day fiasco is what I'm calling it. Yes.
Happy Father's Day to Shohei Ohtani,
Yeah,
by the way.
yeah, how about that? That was
who,
great.
had his second baby, welcomed his son into the world, which is why he missed Friday's game. Wild, lineup of events, because Ohtani didn't bat from Wednesday to Friday, right? Because Wednesday he pitched, Thursday was off, and we're like, oh, we're all like on Ohtani watch. Is he going to be in the lineup Friday? It's like, oh no, he's on paternity leave. It's like, wait, what? We had no idea.
Get a bat in that kid's hand. Let's go.
Congratulations.
That came out of nowhere, and how exciting was that? And what a great moment for the family. Yeah. And congrats to Shohei and the growing family.
Future Dodger.
Future Dodger, baby.
Dude, I can't, his wife is also an insane athlete.
Yeah, she was
she played basketball.
Basketball.
Yeah. Do you remember high level? Was it college, pro? So
she played pro.
Yeah. Their kids are gonna be insane.
Scary.
She's one of the best 3-point shooters actually in that league, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Not surprised.
There we go.
There's one way that the Ohtanis do things.
Yeah.
And it's great.
And now they have a daughter and a son. So that's going to be insane once they start, if that's the direction that they go in. But there was another kind of there's been a theme with the Dodgers. Let's get back to the offense. Okay. And it's kind of been that number 2 spot in the lineup. Mookie wasn't hitting well when he was there. Kyle Tucker wasn't hitting great. And we've seen those two guys kind of get moved all around the lineup, waiting for them to kind of heat up. Mookie kind of broke out of it, I think, when he had his first back-to-back multi-hit game. We're still kind of waiting for that consistency from Kyle Tucker. And Pages,
He's had the best results there, but it's still
not
is
great.
Nowhere near where he was when he was not batting in the 2-hole.
Yeah, so
why is it cursed? Why is that spot?
It kind of feels like the spot is cursed.
Yes, and I understand that these guys are all the best at what they do. Making it in the MLB is probably tougher than any other professional sport, and everything is through that lens.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if there is something of batting behind Shohei, of an expectation, of the pressure that Shohei happily carries of, if I have a good game, we always win, so I need to have a good game. There has to be something to the proximity of that, of I have to follow that up. Shohei is going to get on base. I need to do my part and make something happen, and maybe that can take a batter out of their element, because now we have 3 separate examples of batters who aren't perfectly fine, but are significantly better when not batting behind Shohei. I don't know if I've ever seen anything quite like this.
No, because it's usually the opposite. If you're surrounded by good hitters like in front or in back of you, that's usually like, oh, I'm in a good spot. I don't have to worry about anything because that's who the pitcher is focusing on. So it's an interesting mental perspective to kind of think about it that way. Like, is it like, because I talk about the Ohtani and the Tom Brady effect, like similar kind of talent and talent around you, even the LeBron James effect. Like you can kind of have like LeBron, those, you can have those three in the same category of players elevate themselves and they play better around you because they're around greatness and they want to be, if not to your level, but like try to be the best version of themselves. So I never thought of it from the side of maybe it's a shoot, now I have to follow Ohtani. Like if he didn't do something, I better do something. So they might be reaching, they might be swinging at things that they wouldn't normally swing at. But it's an interesting issue to have. And it's like Dave Roberts was asked about it, Shay, because he's been asked obviously about the offense and the issues there, but he does like a nice like diversion to focusing on other positive things that are happening around the team.
Yeah, it just wasn't a great start for our team, and offensively we just weren't very good, and feel fortunate that we won a game this series.
Yeah.
Good pivot.
That's all.
That's a good manager right there.
Then he went on to, I thought we had this sound in there, but he was talking about the defense and highlighting the defense. And you know what they have? Because the Dodgers lead Major League Baseball with 60 defensive runs saved through 77 games. So that's not nothing.
No. And it takes you back to all of these one-run games. Of course, they lost one this past weekend, but typically they're on the winning end of the one-run games, and that often comes down to defense because what Andy Pages has been doing in center field, leading center field. I think he was leading all outfielders in all-star votes the last time I checked, and deservedly so because at least once a game he makes a sliding grab, a jumping grab. He is all over the place, and he's been electric. Alex Call, when he is replacing Teoscar Hernandez in left field, has been electric. Tommy Edman thrown into the fire this past week and made multiple plays, really testing that ankle, flashing some athleticism. Max Muncy is in there, and Mookie Betts is often just a double play machine. Him and Alex Freeland have just this hive mind. It is a beautiful work of art whenever they get to tag two and then turn to Freddie at one. So defensively, there are no qualms. There's no anything. But again, Dave Roberts is doing what a manager is supposed to do, saying we all see the bats and where we think they should be and the gap between that and where they are. So let me just motivate my guys and steer you toward what is, I feel, consistently one of the best defenses in baseball as well.
Yeah. There was also another issue, and that's Emmett Sheehan. And we're starting to see a pattern here because he has lost all 4 starts of this month and has a 8.36 ERA during that time. And he's managed like 1 quality outing, but his performance has just, it's not trending in the way that the Dodgers need it right now.
There is one thing I appreciate from Emmett Sheehan, and when it's not his day, he lets you know immediately. Within 3 or 4 pitches, oh boy, number 80 is going to have a long go at it. And, well, I guess yesterday wasn't long. I think they yanked him in the 4th. So
they did.
Sheehan started off the season as, okay, not everyone's healthy. Let's see what he can do and throw him out there. And I wonder now, maybe it wasn't that he impressed. He impressed in the in relation to the situation he was put in. But as the season goes on, you expect things to improve, and they kind of stagnated. And now, as you mentioned, throughout the month of June, they've really gone the wrong direction. And the Dodgers are desperate for healthy arms in that starting rotation. Chase McDermott was brought up after game 1, and by no means is he ready to be thrown into the starting lineup, but Dave Roberts is showing, and we know how solid that the Dodgers farm system is, that if a change needs to be made, he will be happy to make it, but it does highlight just how desperate of a situation that this pitching rotation is in.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially since Shohei Ohtani is dealing with that blister. What is his status going to be? his next start. They also don't have a lot of off days. I mean, they have one this week, but then it's like another 2 weeks before the next off day. Like I said, they're in the middle of a 20-game stretch where they play 19 games in 20 days.
Which is an insane standard even by
baseball.
Like that's asking so much.
It's like with the travel in between. Like it still blows my mind that they don't have like one day off every single week.
I don't understand how they got placed in this scenario, but all you can do is manage and maintain your highest self during what you're given. But even with a fully healthy, like even if Shohei's finger was fine, even if Blake Snell and Glass now were back, even if the Dodgers were perfectly healthy, that is still asking so much to play 19 games in 20 days, but they have to find a way.
It's going to be interesting because I definitely think they're going to need to have another arm come up, especially with the fact that they don't have a day off here. Or they do this week, but the following week and just this crazy stretch that they're on right now. So, and Will Smith still being out as well. So we don't know when he's coming back. The neck stiffness is a little more serious, I think, than maybe he let on and we all thought.
Game 7 or 8 that he's missed consecutively now.
I don't have the numbers in front of me. So it says, yeah, he went on the IL June 11th.
Okay. And
retroactive to June 8th. So June 8th.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. And like expected to return early July. Like maybe when they're home from the road trip.
Yeah.
Teoscar Hernandez is also like out rehab assignment, so he could be back by once they're back in town, I think next week possibly. So there are some things on the horizon, but yeah, Dodgers are dealing with a lot right now. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, NBA draft is tomorrow, but you know what that means?
Movement.
We are on the trade watch. What are the Lakers going to do? We're talking about that next. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. And we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And you guys, you're going to want to save that number because we are giving away tickets to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. 310 Originals and 97.1 The Fan is giving away 2 tickets. Now, Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon on July 11th in Harbor City, Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love, and more with Marathon Burger gets you, we're getting you in the door. So all you gotta do is call, top of the hour. In about 30 minutes, we're gonna be giving away 2 tickets. We also have Argentina and Austria right now. We are scoreless. Messi actually missed a PK in the, what was that, the 7th minute of the game, just far right, not even on net. But yeah, we'll keep you updated if anything happens here. It's also NBA draft tomorrow, so we are officially on trade watch, you guys. There is going to be a blockbuster move in the next 24 hours because Giannis is going to be moved before the draft tomorrow. Like we are certain. All the reports are pointing to that.
Yes, and quite honestly, the fact that it hasn't happened is eerie. So Giannis to Miami has been a rumor for well over a year now.
That's kind of been the hottest one too. It makes sense. He's over on the East Coast. It fits his style of play. I think he'd fit in well with the front office and everything they have going there.
Is a Pat Riley guy through and through. And so when it became clear after a couple years after the championship that the Bucks were just not in shape to get back to a championship with Giannis at their core. Yeah, for well over a year now, Giannis to Miami has been a done deal. And it is shocking that it has not happened. And granted, the Jaylen Brown of it all, Jaylen Brown making it clear that he no longer wants to be in Boston. Maybe that's what slammed on the brakes of things.
Yeah.
The Clippers kind of entering the conversation as a long shot, but the fact that conversations were even had, whereas a year ago it wasn't even a possibility, and were the Clippers going to start over? Now they're looking to add Giannis. Just the fact that he is not yet a member of the Miami Heat makes me wonder if there is a team that has now entered things that previously did not. I hope that team is not the Lakers, but either way, Giannis going to Miami will take multiple teams to get it done, and the Lakers being antsy to rearrange their roster or draft picks as well as they can, they are expected to be one of the teams that is part of the domino effect of Giannis being moved.
Yeah, I don't believe that the Lakers are going to be involved in the Giannis sweepstakes, but they will be affected by it in some sense. Like there was talks about, it's going to be like a 4-team trade to get it done with Giannis. Maybe they'd be involved in that. I don't know if I see that working out that way, but I do think that once Giannis gets moved, then the Lakers are on the clock, and then they can see who's available, and then they can go after. I mean, Mark Stein pushed back on the idea that the Lakers are a proven part of any Giannis trade setup. I really do believe it's between the Heat and now the Celtics are kind of heating up, and probably the reason that the Heat deal hasn't been done yet, and the Heat might not be able to offer enough just straight up. I think the Heat need another team to get in to make this trade possible, but it's going to be really interesting. Again, he's on the older side of a superstar, hasn't been completely healthy, and those are things you kind of have to factor in and think about at this point.
Another factor is similar to LeBron and Bronny. Giannis has made it clear over his time in Milwaukee that my brothers are also going to be here. And not that his brothers would dictate this trade, but I wonder if where they end up and their future and what Milwaukee needs or does not need to do with them could also be a factor here. Giannis is a package deal typically, but you bring up he is getting older. he is aging, and eventually that card of I'm a package deal starts to decline. So there are a million reasons that could be the reason why this hasn't happened yet, and we're just exploring the various ways. But there are new names now that are being flirted with in regards to adding to the Lakers roster, and it's Lou Dort, Isaiah Stewart, and Mitchell Robinson. What those three names have in common is toughness. These are guys who are there to play defense. They are there to get physical, and they are there that when things pop off, I'm ready to fight because that's my role, and I embrace that role. Lou Dort, one of the premier defenders in the NBA. Isaiah Stewart adds a down low presence, and Mitchell Robinson, of course, coming off one of the better finals that a backup center could ever have, filling in moments when Cat needed rest.
But did he
or got in
price
foul
himself
trouble.
out a bit? Like
That's a
that's
fair
tough
question.
too, because like after that, it's like, well, now his price tag goes up, which is going to be tough because teams want him, but can they afford him? And is he going to get the amount that he deserves to go somewhere that he wants to be?
In a world where Mitchell Robinson is being offered starting center money, I would hope the Lakers exit the conversation. I feel Mitchell Robinson is best served as a backup. And if there's a way
So if the Lakers get him, it would be in a backup position.
I would hope so, but to your point of the price tag, if I'm paying, once I cross the threshold of paying you this much money, you have to be my starter because I can't give a backup center this much money. And again, Jackson Hayes will be a member on the roster for far less money than whatever Mitchell Robinson
And because of
ends
the
up getting.
relationship that he has with Luka, if you're unfamiliar, he got his passport, his Slovenian passport, with the help of Luka Doncic, so he could play on the Slovenian national team with Luka and play with him during the offseason. So there is a brotherhood there.
There certainly is. So you have Jackson Hayes, you have Mitchell Robinson, potentially, and DeAndre Ayton has a player option. He is not expected to opt out, as coming off of this recent season, it would be mind-blowing if a team offers him more than the second year of his player option as a Laker. But what I love is that these three names, Lou Dort, Isaiah Stewart, and Mitchell Robinson, are there to play defense, are there to be physical, and would be there to lighten the defensive load for Luka and Austin Reeves,
Yeah, they definitely
which would
need
go
that.
a long way.
Yeah. But the Lakers have a couple other big things they need to figure out as well. Right? Yeah. They got to figure out what are they going to pay Austin Reeves? He's due for the max. What are they? Because it sounds like they're in negotiations with LeBron James after they just ended their European crazy week-long trip.
Bucket list.
Dude, they were in Scotland.
golf tour.
Then they were in the south of France.
Ooh, they went to
this
France.
last
Oh, my
weekend. They did
God.
like you thought the trip was over? Psych! And
I'm never coming home.
they spent the weekend in Saint-Tropez, and it was like they were like, another club, another club, another club. But this was like the beach club, day club, nightclub parties, and all their memes were like, when you're 40 but you're partying like you're 25. There was video this morning of all of them in the airport, like private plane terminal, just absolutely devastated, getting ready to come back in time for the draft because like Richard Jefferson has to work the draft.
Right.
And oh my gosh, that was a really fun follow.
That was fun to follow along, and as weird as it may sound, it is fun for 41-year-old LeBron to show his childlike elements of it. Yeah.
His human side.
I'm drunk. I'm golfing. I have private helicopters parked in the front yard.
Magnum bottles of wine getting
Going
delivered
crazy.
to every situation we're at. Drinks on the golf course. Like, oh, he's one of us.
It was great.
It makes that human aspect of like, oh no, you guys. Yeah, he's old in the sense of like sports, but he's a young 41.
There you go. No, and as you mentioned, now it's time to go back to the real world. How do you think that went with Richard Jefferson in regards to asking for PTO from ESPN? It's like,
oh, he's fine. He
I
can
want
do
to
what
go.
he want.
I want to go party with LeBron. Is that okay? Like, yeah, all right. Fine.
Yeah. I mean, he
It's
could
okay.
like if he's not working, you could do whatever you want. They're like best friend homies. So he was, as long as you're here for your next job. So you finished working the playoffs. and make sure you're back for the draft.
I'm going to Scotland to golf, guys.
That's all it is. It's now he's got material to talk about, and he's gonna.
He's doing research. That's what it is.
Like, think about it. Like, now you're on the broadcast, and now you're getting to talk about, like, oh, yeah, no, I was just with LeBron and everybody, and there was the Kevin Love talk, and, like, where is he going to end up? Because all this is going to kind of also not determine, but, like, a lot of their futures will then be the domino effect what happens tomorrow at the NBA draft. Like, the first thing is, like, okay, what trade is going to go down today or before the draft tomorrow? And I think it's Giannis. We got to keep our eyes out on.
Yes.
Brown, we got to keep our eyes out on.
Jaylen Brown is the second big one. Anthony Davis put out some kind of press release.
He said he's like excited to see what the Wizards are going to do.
See, but that makes me think that the Wizards are trying to move Anthony Davis.
Oh, so they're like, let me show you that everything is all good here.
Yeah.
It's all positive. He's
like,
happy to be here. We're happy with him. Okay, what do you got for him?
Yes,
he's a great guy to have on your team. You see how great we get along? You want him now?
He could be a cornerstone for you. So
Okay.
Anthony Davis, I'm still expecting to be one of the names that get moved. We have a goal, ladies and gentlemen.
I saw Messi celebrating. I don't know if he scored it.
Let's go ahead and rewind and see what happened. Why
I'm
don't
on
we?
that delay, guys. Don't worry. I'll let you know in like 2 seconds.
Here we go.
It was Messi.
Yeah, okay. I was like, the way he was pointing to the
Yeah,
crowd.
it was Messi.
So does that mean
He's the
he
all-time
broke
goal
the
leader,
all-time goal
He is now the
leader
all-time
in the
leader,
World
yeah.
Cup? Let's see. Oh, beautiful.
Beautiful setup.
Right inside the 18. Coming down the box. Perfect cross to the inside, and Messi just puts it in the back of the net. That was beautiful. Making up for that missed PK in the beginning of the game.
He will make that a distant memory now with just a couple more minutes before the half. Going into the half tied, knowing that you missed a PK, that's a tough pill to swallow, but this will definitely help his case. But I still believe that Anthony Davis will be...
Back to the NBA. Hold on. you gotta at least, like... Messi and Anthony Davis.
Will be on the move. Whenever I see a player tweet or some kind of PR statement about how I'm happy where I am, I always just assume things are being discussed behind the scenes to move them. Similar to whenever a college or NFL coach says, "I'm so happy to be the head coach of Michigan State." 2 hours later, all right, I'm happy to be the head coach of Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So we'll see.
That's true, too. You see that a lot with, like, people stepping away. It's like, hey, we're not bringing you back, but do you want to be the one that say that you're stepping away and you're doing this? Hey, like, do you want to let everyone know that you're happy before we put our announcement out? It's funny because I never thought about it that way, but now that you're saying it, the wheels are turning, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense. There's so many, today's gonna be an interesting day. I hope we get some breaking news during the show.
This is like
this
any
is the
minute
time.
kind of thing. Like
This
you
is
could
the
drop
time,
it any
you
moment.
guys.
Yeah.
We're in the prime time of breaking news and games for the World Cup, which is so exciting. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Don't go anywhere, because Do You Care, LA is coming up next.
draws, and I'm not upset about seeing 2 draws, and I got to have fun after getting the 2 draws. So we'll talk about it later, but we have a game to play.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Do You Care LA?
Ready
the
for
game
it.
where I ask Alex and Brock different stories from around the sports world. It doesn't have to be about LA, but they're going to let me know if LA should care. Are you guys ready?
Sure, let's go.
Let's get right into it. Dusty May leaves Michigan for the Mavericks. So Dusty May is reportedly finalizing a deal to become the Dallas Mavericks' next head coach after leaving Michigan to the 2026 national title. He now jumps to the NBA to coach Cooper Flagg and try to reset a Mavericks franchise still recovering from the Luka Doncic trade fallout. Do you care?
Not really.
Here's why I don't care. It's because this trend has already been going for a while. So, coaching college now is actually more work than coaching professional. And that goes for essentially every sport, because now that you have NIL and transfer portal, it's basically just a minor league, except if you coach in college, you have to coach year round because of recruiting. Whereas, say, Sean McVay, when the season's over, it's I'm going to go take a vacation because we acquire our players through free agency and the draft. We don't have to recruit anyone. We just choose or come to a mutual agreement. So you will continue to see coaches make that step from college to the NBA. For example, Jay Wright, Roy Williams, Coach K, Jim Boeheim, and even Nick Saban on the football front, all retired within, I think, a 3-year span.
Wow.
And now you get the trend of the NFL right now. They want young head coaches. I think we're going to start seeing that in the NBA. There's just a relatability factor.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's just, and this, as you mentioned, goes for any college coach right now, especially with NIL. You're basically dealing with professional athletes, but without like a system in place.
Yeah. And Dusty May, I believe, is in his late 40s, but he knows what these players get motivated by. Like, college basketball players now or really just basketball players in general, are superstars and are treated like professionals in high school now. Like, and there is a relatability of, you know what, we want a head coach that knows what motivates these guys. So
I just
bring them up.
I don't really care.
Yeah.
With the Mavs. It's like, also thank you for Luka, and that's it. Bye.
We do not care, Shay.
Bye.
Thanks for Luka. Bye.
On to the next one, guys. So this one's a little crazy. Former Wimbledon champ gets a 4-year doping ban.
Oh.
So the former Wimbledon champion Marketa Vondrausova has been suspended for 4 years for refusing an anti-doping test in December. But there is a little bit of controversy.
Just for not taking it?
So she refused it. She completely refused it. So basically what happened is she says it was during a time of mental stress.
Okay.
And when the testing agent came to her door late at night, she basically refused to open the door. I'm scared. I don't want to do this.
Weird.
I don't know who you are, blah, 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 blah. But she refused to take the test. So she got a 4-year doping ban.
Well, can't she just take it like the next day? Or is it out of your system the next day? I don't know. Like, you were a professional athlete. You had to take these tests. Kind of explain the process of it. And it feels like it should be done at a facility, not at your home. That's weird.
So I will tell you. So I can speak for what the NFL testing policy is like.
Yeah.
They will find you wherever you are.
Oh.
You get a 24-hour notice.
Okay.
And no matter where you are, that is where you need to take the test. For example, I took drug tests in Minneapolis when I was in Minneapolis for a wedding.
What?
After the season. I was sitting in my hotel. I get a call saying you are being tested tomorrow. Where are you? And I said, well, I'm not at home. Like
during the off season?
Yep. My registered home was in California, but I'm in Minneapolis right now. Like, is that okay? Like, yeah, that's fine. I was like, okay. And it's like, which hotel are you at? And I told them.
Yeah.
And at like 7 a.m., there's a knock on the door. There was a
Before or
guy.
after the wedding?
It was before the wedding. Thankfully.
Thank God.
Yeah, thankfully. It's like, hey, man, I don't know what you're going to find.
Yeah. I'm like, please do it before the wedding.
But also, after my second season, my brother organized a trip, and we took our mom to St. Thomas for her birthday. And they called me and said, hey, we need to test you. Where are you? I was like, I'm in St. Thomas. They said, okay.
No.
Now, the guy's flight got canceled, but that just goes to show, like, they will find you
I didn't.
wherever you
I had
are.
no idea.
Yeah, it is very extensive.
I didn't know that it just happens, like, at random. Dude, that's such an anxiety.
Yes, it is.
Like,
but to the point of Vondrausova, she knew. And in 2023, she won Wimbledon, and it was a big deal because, and that is why I do care. She won Wimbledon in 2023, the first time an unseeded player, an unseeded women's player won the singles championship. Now, since then, she's been battling injuries.
Yeah.
And when you are constantly battling injuries, that kind of steers you toward, okay, is there a shortcut I can take? And
or
that's
were
why,
you on one before and then you got off of it? Because that's what, like, you see with a lot, again, like, you see that with, like, I'm not saying she's on steroids, but you see that with people who take steroids.
Yes.
There's a fast decline and a lot of injuries that happen towards the back end.
So that kind of puts you on the radar of if you are running the doping agency within a professional sport, you're like, we may need to check in on what's going on over there. So the idea that nobody called ahead, that they would just send someone to her door without letting her know.
No, they would call, right?
Of course they would call.
Yeah.
So she is, I mean, she was very aware that there would be a 4-year ban. That's kind of the policy in tennis. It's really strict. And they investigated it and found out, no, this story you've built up isn't going to work. And I'm sure she will appeal. But a 4-year,
that's a long time.
That could.
That's the rest of your career, possibly.
Yeah.
For not, I see. I don't like the 4 years just for not taking the test. Like, give them a year. But like, to derail someone's career like that without actually testing positive for any substances feels a bit much.
Yeah, it seems petty because it's basically them saying, well, you've wasted our time and we still have to pay the person who come to tested you, so screw you. We're going to give you an over-the-top ban.
That's insane.
So that's where that comes from. What I do care about, though, is that Serena and Venus will be taking the grass at Wimbledon. Wimbledon starts next week.
Oh, is she just doing doubles? Or is it single?
Serena is also doing singles.
Wow.
Venus is only doing doubles.
Do we have any update on, speaking of performance-enhancing drugs, kind of what the protocol is with her shot that she's been promoting and taking over the last year plus?
She's been accepted as a competitor, so maybe the rules aren't in place yet.
What is it? The
GLP-1.
GLP-1?
Yes. However,
my dyslexia does not like
if
that. I'm just
if she comes out,
the weight loss shot.
If she comes out and is a resounding success, I could expect a lot of players to say, whoa, what the heck? We need to start testing for that. My guess is because it's a relatively new thing that you can now just get over the counter. Maybe there just isn't.
Do they sell it over the counter now? I think you still need a prescription.
Sorry, yes. Let me rephrase that.
Okay.
It's very easy to attain.
Yeah. It's not just for people who had diabetes and it was originally for that and people who were over, like, obese and like needed help getting to a healthy size, not like athletic people looking to lose a bunch of weight.
So we do care. Good luck on that appeal. I don't think it's going to work.
All right, guys, on to the last one.
Yeah.
We're going to golf with this one. I don't think we've talked golf in this show yet, so I'm excited for this one. Wyndham Clark wins another U.S. Open. Wyndham Clark held on at the Shinnecock Hills to win the second U.S. Open of his career, finishing one shot ahead of Sam Burns after starting Sunday with a 6-stroke lead. So it was a little messy for him, but he did end up on top. Do you care?
So this...
Were you watching it?
I was. Okay. And Shay, I love that you called him Wyndham.
Wyndham.
Wyndham is the proper, but I prefer Wyndham. It sounds like a nice sandwich.
What a ham.
I got some Wyndham. So why this was nuts is because golf is all about respect.
Yeah.
They call it the golf clap. You remain quiet. You don't shout. People do not like Wyndham Clark. He won the U.S. Open in 2023.
Yeah.
But since then, he's become a villain because he's the guy who's always slamming clubs and cursing. He destroyed a locker room once after not having... So people don't like him. I have never seen a crowd actively boo a player throughout an entire round of golf.
Wow.
It was like the Reiter Cup.
Every shot?
Yep. Every time he hit a bad shot, the place would cheer. When he hit a good shot, they would boo. I've never seen
that's beautiful.
anything like it.
Oh, that's beautiful. What was the ending like?
They booed him, and he won. And he won, and to his credit, he said, I understand why they don't like me, and I just have to keep fighting through it. So he's handling it as best as you can.
Here it is cheers. Here it is motivation.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. Windham. I love
Windham.
What a ham. What a ham. All right. More Brock and Alex coming up in hour number 2. We're at halftime in the Argentina-Austria game. More Dodgers and Lakers next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326, and you're going to want to save that number, you guys, because in just a moment, we are giving away some tickets. Do you want to be in the building when LA decides its champion? 310 Originals and 97.1 The Fan are giving you tickets to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. Come on, Curry. Deshaun Jackson versus Keyshawn Nixon, July 11th in Harbor City. Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love, and more with Marathon Burger. You can either pay $40 to get in or call in. Are we doing it right now? At the end of the hour? Yeah, call in right now. Call in right now to win some tickets. 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326 to win tickets to the City Championship Celebrity Game. Deshaun Jackson against Keyshawn Nixon, as I said, July 11th in Harbor City. Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love, and so much more. So call now, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. That's going to be a time, you guys. We also have World Cup action in full effect right now. Argentina and Austria, it's 1-0 Argentina at the half.
Yes.
We also have France and Iraq at 2, Norway and Senegal at 5. Jordan and Algeria tonight at 8 p.m. So it's going to be a fun time. By the way, didn't you have a family reunion this weekend?
We pretty much did.
How was your weekend and your family reunion?
It was wonderful. My nieces, my brother's 2 daughters, are at such a fun age.
How old are
now, 5 and 3.
Oh, they're little humans.
Yes,
Yeah.
and they are very rambunctious and energetic, and you can have like full conversations with them.
I love that.
But
Kids
they
say
still,
the darndest things.
Yes, but they still have the little girl charm. They are part fish. They will be in the pool or in the ocean all day. It was a dream. And then very fortunate to have wonderful in-laws who hosted everybody for a big barbecue on Friday, and everyone was just watching soccer and swimming. Maybe a cocktail or two. It was a lovely
Good for
weekend.
you.
Yes. And
Good
how was solo parenting as dad is out there rocking the world?
I know. We're doing great. Me and my little homie are rocking it. But I also love that because your brother was in town and he called in.
Yes, he did.
Did he give you?
That was Friday, huh?
Or Thursday?
No, that was Thursday. That was Thursday. Yes, yes.
Because that was when we met Dr. Dre, when Dr. Dre was in the building, and you were wearing what I thought the coolest jacket that you've worn on the show yet. Like the sickest vintage jacket. And you said you went thrift shopping
in
London. And was it Thomas from Valencia? His name?
Thomas was his name.
And
yes.
you go, excuse me, Thomas, what was your full birth name?
And Shay, for the record, my brother said every time he calls in, he will use a different name. So he is taking it personally that he will be able to trick you every single time.
I think Shay is on the phone.
Shay is on the phone.
Hopefully that means that we have a winner from the giveaway that we're doing.
Yes.
Because I'm looking in and he is like deep in conversation right now.
I also found out that my grandpa, who was in town, is the one who gave my brother the number to call in. So my grandpa was actually the one to blame.
Wait, what? I love that. Does Grandpa live in LA or he was just listening?
He lives in Illinois. He just flew in as part of the mini family reunion.
I love that it was like a family,
it was a group effort.
We're calling Brock on air today and we're going to have some fun. Okay?
That's exactly what it was.
Which is great. You know who else has been having fun?
Who's that?
Everybody that's out here for the World Cup.
Yeah, you can say that.
You guys, even hearing like morning show, D-Fish and Decker, Cody Decker has gone like full-fledged, all-in soccer fan, meaning he is at a bar watching these games.
At 11 a.m. on a Monday.
Love that. Love that for him. Love that for all of us. But that's like what it is. Like, because we do strand walks in Hermosa every day. And going by the pier, it is just absolutely packed.
Just from
every
the
single day.
bars on there? Yeah.
Every single day. And I love it so much. Because, again, I said this off the top of the show. it feels like the World Cup is like healing the world right now in terms of bringing people together.
Yeah.
When so much of the media and the news is tearing us apart.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even small things. This would have been last week. Whenever Bosnia played at Los Angeles Stadium, aka SoFi, it was late last week. I was sitting at a red light on the way in, and there was a group of at least 30 Bosnians just crossing the street in their jerseys, in their kits, already drunk.
Yeah,
I was like, you know what? Good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them. And they're going to take over that Starbucks, and then they're going to pile up in some Ubers, and they are going to head over to the match.
Yeah.
And it's small moments like that, or just seeing a pack of people from wherever rocking their kits, speaking their own languages with smiles on their faces. It makes you proud to live in a city that is providing that experience for them.
It's really cool. And there's been a lot of funny moments too.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta say, because I'm excited. I don't know if you guys have been following along the story, but Brock has never tried ranch before. So he is basically all these Europeans coming to the U.S. for the first time, freaking out, like discovering ranch. Like, what is this, like, beautiful sauce and condiment that you guys have here and we've never tried before in our life? So much so that, like, if you've TSA, like the official TSA account, has shown photos of just all the bins that when you go through security, just packed of the full-size ranches, and they're putting out like PSAs of like, hey guys, you can't bring full ranches out. So Kraft Ranch has made TSA travel ranch packs for Europeans to purchase and travel home with. Like, it's become a whole thing.
How cool is that, though, to get back to whatever your home country is and have all your friends come over and just like, hey, find things to dip into this random sauce. Really quickly, is it a dressing or a sauce?
It's both. I use it as a sauce.
Okay.
I don't use it as a dressing.
Okay.
I like lighter dressings on my salads, like an olive oil balsamic base. I don't
it's
like
pretty
the
heavy
thick,
for
creamy.
Yeah.
No, it's a sauce, but
Okay.
I think it's maybe it started as a dressing.
Because I've always called it ranch dressing, but now that I think about it,
well, it's because it gets put on like barbecue chicken salads and things like that. But I use it as a dipping sauce.
Okay, got it.
For me personally, it is a dipping sauce.
Okay.
For you, when you try it, because it's coming, it might be sponsored, which is why we held off from doing it on Friday. But like Friday was packed too. Because we had Draymond Green like jump in the last segment of the show on Friday, which was so rad.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's been a fun time, you guys, and we're gonna keep you updated. Is the second half underway?
Yes, officially started.
There we go. Argentina up 1-0. Messi scoring the goal, becoming the all-time goal scorer in the World Cup, which was nice considering he missed a PK in the first 4, 6, 7,
right away.
Under 10 minutes. In the first 10 minutes of the match, he missed a PK, but then just had an incredible, it was a cross shot coming in off the 18 and just found the back of the net. So that was
pretty.
It was a beautiful Messi shot. Does that look like the stadium's not packed for a Messi game?
My guess is everyone is still coming back from the restroom because it was definitely packed earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here, let me have you guys just, because we want to give you some of that feeling, that Messi vibe. Take a listen to the goal.
Slow down an Argentina attack. Here's Almada on the move for the world champions. Now Medina. Pulled back here. Let's it run. Messi! History in Dallas! 40 years to the day since Diego Maradona scored the hand of God. Lionel Messi scores the goal to make him the World Cup's all-time leading scorer.
That's so good. That's a call on Fox Sports. That was just like, again, chills.
It's magical.
When you get to witness history, no matter what sport it is, whether you're a fan of the sport, is that Messi down?
Messi is now on the ground in pain. Hopefully it's more of an act than real pain.
Okay.
I believe he'll be all right.
Okay. Here we go.
But still scary?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he got his ankles kicked out from under him.
Okay, that definitely hurt.
That's got to be a card because that was kicking.
And a little shoulder in there too. Okay.
That was spicy.
So this match was chippy just before it went into the half, and it seems like cooler heads have not prevailed as of yet. If anyone has not turned on the match yet, they're going at it a little bit. So That was definitely a clear kick to the kick to the leg.
Uh-huh. All right.
Leave my coat alone.
Let's get to some Dodgers baseball, you guys. It was a tough weekend, okay? Let's just say it like it is. It was a tough weekend for the Dodgers, dropping 2 of the 3 to the Orioles. But as we talked about heading into the series, the Dodgers are going to get the best performance by any single team that comes into town, being the back-to-back champs, being the favorite, best team in the game right now. You are literally going to get the best effort from every single team that you face. And luckily, the defense has been keeping the Dodgers alive, but the bats have gone in and out, and especially in that number 2 spot.
The number 2 spot is currently the cursed spot.
So weird.
And it
weird.
is one of the stranger things. Kyle Tucker started the season off at the 2 spot. Then Mookie was in the 2 spot. And Freddie in certain alignments has been there. And right now it's Pages. And consistently, every one of those guys has swung better when not in the 2 spot versus being in the 2 spot. And it's such a strange thing. One thing that I will say, as the weekend was an ugly one and certainly far and away from what the Dodgers expected out of themselves against an Orioles team with a losing record, one thing that was the saving grace, though, is the Diamondbacks lost their series to the Twins this weekend. The Giants got swept by the Marlins this weekend, and the Padres dropped their series to the Rangers. So when you drop a series to a team that you know you are significantly better than and you didn't show it, the issue is, okay, so how much of the lead in our division did we give up? And the good news for the Dodgers is they didn't give up any ground.
Yeah.
And that is a very lucky situation. That will not happen next time. But at least you can move forward knowing we are exactly where we were before the series started.
To have, like, literally the whole NL West lost yesterday.
It was a brutal weekend
Dodgers
for them.
are on a 2-game losing streak. Padres obviously have been in a tough stretch.
Mm-hmm.
They're 5-5 in the last 10 games. Same with the Diamondbacks. Giants lost 3 straight or 4-6. So like they're doing just fine in the division. And again, like I said, they're in an intense stretch right now of 19 games in 20 days. Mm-hmm. So that's just going to be something to keep an eye on. Another person that we're going to be keeping an eye on is Shohei Ohtani. And the question, which I don't even think should be a focus anymore, if I'm being honest here, is the Cy Young situation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this should be a conversation, and this shouldn't be a focus for Shohei Ohtani right now.
He's not winning the Cy Young.
No, we need to drop that, and we just need to focus on him being healthy and helping this Dodgers team win.
Even if Shohei were having a healthy year, this is just one of those years that there happen to be a bunch of dogs around baseball that are all having career years. Jacob Mizorowski, every pitch he throws is over 100 miles an hour. He has a 1.34 ERA with the Brewers. 138 strikeouts over 93 innings. You have Christopher Sanchez with the Phillies, who of course started off the season with 50 2/3 scoreless innings, and that stretch just ended this month. He has 121 strikeouts to only 20 walks, so that's kind of his calling card, that strikeout to walk ratio. Paul Skeens is the reigning champ. Unfortunately, for his past 7 starts, the Pirates have lost, but he's still Paul Skeens, and the champ is the champ until you knock them out. So even if Shohei were having an incredibly healthy year and was not going to miss any starts and didn't have a blister and didn't have anything, he would still be up against quite a massive mountain here. It's just one of those years that everyone happens to be on their A game, and the NL, as far as the mound is considered, as far as starting pitching is considered, is just brutal right now.
And you know what? Like, if you just looked at his stats, you're like, oh, he's doing just fine, right? He's 7-2. He has a 1.47 ERA through 12 games. He has 78 strikeouts in 73 2/3 innings. Like, he's having a solid season. Now, obviously, the reason we're having this whole conversation is because he came out in the beginning of the year saying, oh, I want to win the Cy Young. Mm-hmm. And he made that a point. Well, life happens. You know what? And unfortunately, like, especially right now, dealing with this blister, you can't try to rush that back. We talked about this a lot after his outing during the off day on Thursday, and it was like the thing with pitching is you can't put anything on it to help it heal, to help protect it. You can't put a Band-Aid on it. You can't put glue on it. You can't put any outside substance on your hands or your glove when you're pitching. Now, when he's hitting, you can cover it, you can protect it. So this is going to be interesting to see what the Dodgers do in terms of protecting Shohei Ohtani and making sure that his blister, and again, we're not even talking about the inflammation in the back of his knee that happened. Was that last week?
Yes.
So both of those were last week, or in the last 2 weeks. So he's dealing with some stuff, and he just had a kid. His wife did on Friday. I don't know if it was Thursday or Friday because it was an off day.
Right.
And then obviously he was on paternity leave on Friday, and then right back at the game, which is wild to me that baseball players get like a day or two. Okay, child's born. Great. Love you. See you when I'm home on the next trip.
Was it Freddie who also had a child
Yeah,
earlier
he had
this
a daughter.
season? And same thing, was gone and was right back in the lineup.
Yeah. So, you know what? Congrats to Ohtani, but like the Dodgers, we're gonna kind of be on a watch to see what goes down.
Yeah, and you know what? The MVP is a hell of a consolation prize, right?
Yeah.
Like whatever the opposite of voter fatigue is, when voters are so sick of the same person winning that they just kind of collectively, unspoken, decide to vote for someone else. Shohei has the opposite of that. It's a far gone conclusion that he'll just win MVPs until he doesn't. And the downside of that is it's now more difficult to put him in conversations like the Cy Young. But again, this year, from Mizorowski to Sanchez to Skeens, it just happens to be a magical year for too many people. But I do wonder for Shohei if that lightens the load a little bit.
I hope so.
You
now
know
let's
what?
stop talking about it.
Exactly.
Stop talking about it. Stop kind of having that linger like over my shoulder. Like, he's still in the MVP conversation and will probably win the MVP if he continues on this pace that he's on.
Yeah, and he's a goal-driven person, right?
Yeah.
When he was, 10 years old, he mapped out his whole career. And it's clear that those accolades matter to him in pursuit, of course, of winning as many World Series as he possibly can. But I do wonder, just mentally, this has been one of his more frustrating years, at least from what he's showing us from a body language standpoint.
Yeah.
And I wonder if getting closer to that Zen-like state that he usually is in is just saying, you know what? Let me put the Cy Young to a future year. Let me just focus on going out there, having fun, and being the best version of myself, and just removing this thing that was frustrating the hell out of me.
All right. Well, again, we're going to be on Ohtani watch this week just to see what they do, if he's going to be back on the mound or if they skip a start to let that blister heal. But right now, it is time for our winner, Jacory in Anaheim. Congratulations. You're going to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge.
Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you so much for listening. Who are you going to bring with you?
Probably my lady.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's going to be a fun date. We love that.
Yeah, it will be.
Jacory, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you guys for having me. Thank you guys.
Of course.
Congratulations, Jacory.
Congratulations. Love that. I love giving away stuff.
Yeah, you do.
Are we doing this all week, Shay, or is it just today?
This is going to be all week, so if you did not win, you have lots of chances to win.
Every day we're doing a giveaway.
Okay.
Monday through Friday.
Let's go. So if you didn't win today, obviously, Jacory, congratulations in Anaheim. Love that. Tune in for the rest of the week.
There we go.
We're giving away a pair of tickets. That's fun. All right. We're moving on.
All right.
Yeah?
If we must.
Should we?
Let's talk
we
about
got a
Jacory more.
guest. We got a guest coming up next.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, Anthony Irwin, the host of Lakers Lounge, is going to be joining us in the next hour. Obviously, we're all on the trade watch with the NBA draft happening tomorrow. So I saw him tweeting out. He was tweeting out with his little kid sleeping on him last night on the couch. So he was doing work as all of us were kind of zoning in on those Lakers rumors. So don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Anthony Irwin when we come back. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream on YouTube, get in the chat at The Fan LA across all socials, too. You can get in our DMs. We're talking to you. We're hearing from you. And you guys, tomorrow is the NBA draft, which means we are all on trade watch. We are on Lakers watch. So we are bringing in the host of the Lakers Lounge, Odyssey's Laker insider, Anthony Irwin. Thanks for joining the show.
Hey, thanks for having me. I can't believe the draft is tomorrow. It doesn't even feel like it.
Dude, wild. I saw you last night. You were working late, having your kids sleeping on you on the couch. Hope you had a great Father's Day, but just kind of describe what it's like for you getting ready leading up to the draft tomorrow.
Very little sleep, and then the sleep that I did get last night was interrupted by smoke alarms going off because they are now out of warranty. So it was just a fantastic night in the Irwin household. Yeah, we're doing great.
Oh, I love that. Well, obviously, the biggest name being bounced around leading up to the draft is Giannis. And it sounds like Miami and Boston are going to be the biggest players and potential landing spots for him. But how do the Lakers we've heard rumors that their name was being mentioned in that, but how real are those rumors?
Yeah, I don't think it has become pretty clear over the course of this process that Giannis has wanted to remain in the Eastern Conference. And the Lakers, kind of felt like if Giannis would kind of push to go to the Lakers or was more interested in going to the West, that they could make an enticing offer built basically completely around financial flexibility for Milwaukee and a few draft picks. But as it turns out, Giannis wants to remain in the East. He wants to be able to take a more direct flight back to Greece to see his family whenever that is a possibility. And look, the path to the finals is a lot more direct remaining in the Eastern Conference than going out west where you have to deal with OKC and San Antonio and Denver and all these other teams. So, as it stands right now, the Lakers are kind of hoping to maybe, just maybe, benefit from Giannis maybe going to Miami. But if he goes to Boston, I think it's a pretty direct Jaylen Brown, Giannis swap. And in that event, it seems like the Lakers would be kind of shut out of those talks.
And Anthony, whether it is via Giannis to Miami and the Lakers being part of the windfall that it takes to get him there, or just straight up on draft night, what do you expect the Lakers to be trying to do come draft night, whether they have more draft picks than normal or trade one away?
One thing that's become abundantly clear here is that the Lakers' offseason starts at the center position. Luka Doncic and his camp have made it very clear, whether via leak or direct quote, that he likes a certain type of center. His camp leaked to Dave McMenamin that they are looking for him to play with an A-list center. So there's the caliber of center that he's looking for. So the Lakers right now are turning every stone that they possibly could turn over to try to get, whether that be by committee or by a singular talent at the center position, the Lakers are looking to upgrade at that spot to give Luka a pick and roll mate and to anchor their defense. To whatever extent they're able to succeed there, that I think is going to define their offseason.
We're talking to host of Lakers Lounge, Anthony Irwin. Anthony, so obviously, as you just mentioned, the center position is the most important role for the Lakers. Put yourself in the GM position. What are the biggest possibilities and names that the Lakers could get?
Yeah, I think they've been after Walker Kessler for about as long as my son has been around here for the last few years or so. And so it's just like every transaction cycle, it's checking in with people there, closer to Utah and checking in with people close to the Lakers. And there's always some kind of conversation going on there between those two teams and for that player. Walker Kessler obviously is a restricted free agent. Utah has an incredibly crowded front court, and that's before they could potentially draft AJ DeBonta tomorrow night. So for the Lakers standpoint, they're kind of hoping that Darren Peterson goes first overall, and then that front court gets even more crowded, whether that be with DeBanza or with Cam Boozer. Remember, Cam's father is a scout with the Utah Jazz, so like there's a pretty direct link there as well. And for the Lakers, they're basically, talking to Utah and saying, hey, if you guys want, we could do this the hard way, and we could just make a very big restricted free agency offer to Walker Kessler, or we could work together here, make things a little bit less painful for each other. You take on maybe Jared Vanderbilt's contract. We sign Walker Kessler at maybe a lower number. You get some draft capital, maybe Dalton Connect or Adu Thero if you guys want those guys as well. And the Lakers walk away with the starting center that they have next year. I think that's plan A, is to see what they got there. But they've kicked the tires on Jalen Duren. They've checked in on the availability and the price of Isaiah Stewart or Khalil Ware if Giannis was traded to Miami. They're just doing whatever they can to improve at that center position. There's just not very many painless available options there.
Yeah.
And Anthony, regarding that front court, is it safe to assume that Jackson Hayes will be among the priorities that the Lakers bring back due to his basically family relation with Luka Doncic? And is it safe to assume that DeAndre Ayton will be opting into his contract?
So Ayton is a little tricky. He outperformed his contract last season. He may not be the most popular guy among the Lakers fan base, but he made about $8 million a year for last season. And he is, I think, very clearly a starting caliber, maybe a lower end starting caliber, but still a starting caliber big who, put up 20 and 10 plus in playoff games last year. So he might be thinking, and his camp might be thinking, at the very least, if we opt out, we get the same number with a few more years attached to it, or even better, a higher number with a couple more years attached to it. And then from Jackson Hayes' standpoint, he just got Slovenian citizenship. He's a very smart man. He shares an agent with Luka Doncic. They have very clearly tied themselves to Luka as far as their futures go. So I actually think what will happen with Jackson is he'll be brought back late in the offseason at a higher number than he was at last year, so that they at the very least get an expiring contract at a higher number for trade flexibility next season. Ayton, look, the Lakers are looking to upgrade from him at the starting spot. So I think he's aware of that. His camp is aware of that. They are all kind of looking for, the next step that involves making the same amount of money that he was making last year, a similar role for more years.
We're talking to Anthony Irwin, the host of Lakers Lounge. Now, the NBA draft is tomorrow. Lakers have the 25th pick. What do you see them doing with that pick? Are they going to keep it? Are they going to try to trade it away? If they keep it, who do they go for?
It's been interesting. Rob Pelinka, after the season, said that he and the Lakers were going to work towards building out the front office. And the two positions that he specifically mentioned in that press conference was an assistant GM to help with, around the league scouting and strategy and all of that good stuff. And the other assistant GM would be in charge of prospect scouting and player development and have a very draft forward mindset. They haven't hired that second assistant GM, and we are now 30-ish hours from the NBA draft. So some might take from that the conclusion is that they are getting ready to move that 25th pick. Likely in order to avoid the Stepien rule, they would like to draft a player for a team, and be able to trade a first rounder for next year if they would like to. So I think they could look to trade it for the type of immediate help that they need at the center spot. But then also there are some players at that position who they could draft to be like their second backup, right? So a Sinak Jr. is somebody who's come up quite a bit and been mocked in their spot. He's this kind of raw talent who has the tools but doesn't necessarily know how to play basketball that well. and they could look to develop him. But yeah, they're kind of all over the place. I think they would like for the best player available to eventually become a center for them, but they're trying to maintain as much flexibility going into tomorrow as they possibly can.
Anthony, I'm sure you have been keeping track of the escapades of LeBron and his decade celebrating Cleveland Cavaliers friends as they hop from dream golf course to dream golf course. But what we heard while he was in Scotland is that conversations have now opened up with the Lakers. Is him bumping up his original timeline of when he wanted to make a decision prove optimistic for the Lakers?
I think so. I've been pretty consistent on this front that I thought that LeBron, if he was going to play next year, was going to play for the Lakers. The Lakers just checked so many boxes for him. He and his family love being in LA. He loves playing for the brand that is the Los Angeles Lakers. He wants to compete for a championship, and there just are not very many opportunities that give him a better shot at that championship than playing with Luka next season. So you combine all of that stuff. I had actually heard and reported a little while ago that, or a few, I guess, weeks ago, that he and the Lakers had been talking about a potential number kind of over the course of the season. And then they picked those conversations back up over the last week or so. So I think they would like to work together, find some numbers somewhere in the 20s that is not too offensive to LeBron from a value standpoint, but also serves the Lakers as they try to keep their cap sheet as clean as possible. And I think this gets figured out relatively painlessly.
I also love that, like, it happens to be they pick up the conversations while he's on the golf course in Scotland and in the French Riviera. As we say, deals get done on the golf course all the time. But the other big name, obviously, the Lakers are focusing on this offseason is Austin Reeves, and he is expected to opt out. But do you see Austin Reeves' camp and the Lakers coming to an agreement as well? And when do you see that getting done?
So as far as it officially getting done, it'll be one of the last things that the Lakers do, because he's going to sign for a higher number than his cap hold currently is. So that actually helps them maintain flexibility if they sign him officially later in the offseason. But as far as like finding a number, landing on a number that works for both sides, Austin Reeves is very popular within the hallways there of the Lakers facilities. Ownership loves him. Rob Pelinka really likes him. He's one of their bigger organizational wins. So I would be shocked if he isn't the Laker next season. As far as like what the number is and how much leverage his camp has, basically right now the leaks keep on linking him to the Brooklyn Nets, but they drafted like 4 ball handlers last year. So I don't necessarily know like what the fit would be there. There was some talk that maybe Detroit would get involved, but they have been kind of focused on Tyler Hero, depending on the fallout of the Giannis trade, and they would have to say goodbye to all kinds of people to be able to make an offer to Austin. I think he and the Lakers are going to have productive conversations that, fairly similarly to LeBron, make it so that, the Lakers basically say, hey, your market kind of sort of dried up out there. Free agency is tough for a lot of players. We don't want to offend you with an offer. Let's work together to land on a number that allows us to be flexible, not just now, but moving forward. And I think it's probably likely that he and the Lakers land on some deal in the 5-year, $200 million range.
Okay. That sounds reasonable.
Can live
so
with that.
Not the full max, but still giving him a good number. Anthony, we appreciate you so much for coming on. And I love seeing the dad on Father's Day, hard work with kids sleeping on you. That was so adorable.
Thanks, Anthony.
Thank you guys for having me anytime.
Of course. Yeah, we're on full like Laker watch. Again, even though they're not in the Giannis sweepstakes, they're in the domino effect of once he goes, then like the Lakers go.
They are the 3rd or 4th domino after the Giannis one gets flicked over for sure.
But it's interesting to hear him talk about Walker Kessler, and it's like they've been eyeing him for years. They want him for years, but it's tough with an unrestricted free agent because once you make your offer, they can hold on to it for it. I think it comes out to basically 2 to 3 days, and then
they can hold you hostage.
Everyone else goes really fast.
Yes, and in a free agency that does not have a lot of premier A1 to make Luka happy types of names, you have to move quickly.
Very quickly. All right, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, Freddie Freeman calls out Major League Baseball. More on that next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. So very interesting news last week that came out of Major League Baseball. And I love that one of our own, Freddie Freeman, on the Dodgers, did not hold back when he was asked about MLB's proposal to basically overhaul the draft. Now, the league's idea would be to eliminate high school players from the draft. So they have to go to college. And then you cut the draft from 20 rounds to 12, which would reduce signing bonus pools and create international draft. Now, Freeman called the proposal ridiculous and said it shows that the league is more focused on saving owners' money than growing the game. And yeah, duh. These are billionaires. What do they care about? Themselves. What do they care about? Making money. That is it, unless you get an ownership group, I think more like the Dodgers situation, which is why you're seeing all of the other owners kind of use them as an example in this upcoming potential lockout that's going to be happening. But Freddie is a great player to be speaking on this because he came straight out of high school, became a franchise cornerstone. And his point was simple, that Major League Baseball should not be making it harder for young players to get into baseball just so owners can spend less. And if you look at on the Dodgers, Mookie, Freddie, Clayton Kershaw, Kyle Tucker, all drafted out of high school. Mike Trout on the Angels also drafted out of high school. And it's crazy because when we talked about this last week, I didn't see it from the perspective that Cody Decker was talking about on our morning show, D-Fish and Decker, who spent a lot of years in the minors, set a lot of records in the minors. And I was like, oh, this will be great because now colleges, it's fine because colleges will now develop these young players. And he goes, no, they're not. That's not what the college system does. They have their own agenda. They're looking to win a college World Series title. That's all they care about. They are not taking their time. Their job is also on the line. They're not taking the time to develop you. And that's where it gets kind of scary of what's the future going to look like for a bunch of these young players.
Yes. And for anyone who is still up in the air of, well, you're running a business, isn't the goal to save as much money as possible? I couldn't find the numbers from 2025. Maybe they haven't been reported yet, but from 2022 to 2024, that 3-year stretch, the MLB collectively, their revenue increased every single year. 2024 at $12.1 billion being an all-time high. I'm assuming last year was even more than that $12.1 billion number. It is very important for Freddie Freeman and other American-born players to take issue with this and speak out. The reason is the MLB is an international sport. You have guys like Shohei Ohtani. You also have guys like Kike Hernandez, who represents Puerto Rico. How many players are from Cuba, from Venezuela, from the Dominican? And they don't necessarily have a dog in the fight because that's not the system that they came through. It is essential that American-born players, whether they went to college or came straight from high school, take issue with this because there are not tons of them that are on the respect level of Freddie Freeman. When Freddie Freeman walks in a room, it doesn't matter what former player, what current player, what manager, whoever, they respect and they shut up and listen because Freddie Freeman has garnered that level of respect.
Yeah, he's earned it.
Exactly. And there has to be more supporters who back that up. So going along with what Cody brought up, you're seeing this in college basketball and college football right now. High school players are no longer being recruited at the same clip that they used to be. When I was coming out of high school, there were, I want to say, 7 or 8 guys on my high school team that went on to play college football, right? you are lucky now. Now, of course, you have the Mater Days and the Boscos, but you are lucky now to have more than one player on any high school team that gets recruited, because teams don't recruit from high school anymore. They recruit through the transfer portal because they would rather. Well, why would I bring in a 17-year-old kid when I can find a 22-year-old that played 3 years somewhere else, and now I can just grab him? So high school recruiting is at an all-time low regarding basketball and football. The problem is eventually the chickens come to roost, meaning somebody developed that player before he went to Tulsa, and then you brought him with you to Oregon, right? But eventually, if no one is providing a place for high school players to go, then the pool of the transfer portal players is also diminished because they're only there because they were developed. So it's a diminishing return situation. And why that relates to the MLB is if you start to cut into minor league teams, because they're trying to put more emphasis and more of the responsibility to develop on college and remove some of the minor league teams. Well, now the pool that you have to pull from to call up to the majors is less developed. So on paper, yes, it does save you money, but it is so short-sighted, because at the end of the day, eventually you will look around and realize the players you have to pull from are not as experienced and talented as they could have been if you let them develop right out of high school.
It's crazy because I don't think people realize, like, unless you are a hardcore diehard baseball fan, like there are like 5 levels of minor league baseball.
Right.
Like you have the rookie league, the complex leagues, you have single A, which is low A, high A, then you have double A, and then you have triple A. We only really talk about AAA because that's where the top prospects are at, and that's where when guys go back and forth, that's usually where they're doing the rehab assignment or they get pulled from back and forth. So there are 5 different levels of leagues that are attached to each franchise and each team.
Not even to mention, some pitchers will go to Japan for a year to do some things. Justin Turner is in Mexico right now playing in a league.
But like all these teams are individually owned. So you're not only like, these billionaires are saving money, but now you're hurting these teams and these leagues that have invested so much time in being the place that develops these young players.
And what makes me nervous is, so the CBA is coming up, and this whole issue is being lumped into the new CBA proposal. And what I am thinking the ownership is doing is they're going to start putting in a bunch of things that will save them money that they know makes the product worse, because then when it comes time to negotiate, they can say, well, if you're not going to allow us to put a salary cap, we have to have X, Y, and Z. And this feels like hey, they're never going to budge on the salary cap thing, so how many BS things can we pile in and make some form of ultimatum and put the MLBPA in a very tight spot? Because if you are currently an MLB player, and those are the only guys whose votes and like Freddie Freeman, like I said, his voice is heard across the league, whereas a minor league player's voice isn't going to be heard. If you put them and their backs against the wall, there may be a scenario where they have to acquiesce on something like this.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch, and a part of the CBA fight. Right now, we have Messi taking a penalty. Good cross.
A little high.
Yeah, headed out by Austria. Argentina still up just 1-0, and we are in stoppage time right now. 5 added minutes. We are at 91-20 with 5 minutes added to the clock, so they're looking to hold on here. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. I was like, your iPad.
No, but
Messi,
this is big.
Messi almost right outside the 18.
But this is big because I'm currently in second to last place. I have Argentina. You have Austria. I have to start chipping away on this 9-point lead that you have on me. So this gives me hope.
You should. You guys should. This is your favorite. This was my long shot.
Yes.
This should be more of a a beatdown than it is right now.
Yeah, Argentina did not look great. Like they maintained control the entire match, but by no means did they look to be the far better team that they actually are.
Like, once again, World Cup, but anytime you're playing like a top tier player, the best of the best in, say, Messi, like, you're going to get the best performance out of these guys.
And I think that's been one of the more fun stories of the World Cup. I mean, you look at yesterday, other than Spain's blowout, every single match was technically an upset.
Yeah.
Like, it's been really cool to watch. Now, I'm glad that Argentina's not getting upset because I have them. But
I
all
mean,
in all,
still
the competition's been great.
2.5 minutes.
Don't put that out there.
There's still 2.5 minutes left right now.
I
Like,
need
it
them.
could go down right now with Austria having a free kick. All right, don't go anywhere. Hour number 3 on Brock and Alex coming up next here on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen, hour number 3. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. We just watched Argentina win 2-0 over Austria. Messi scoring 2 goals, which means, and this is crazy, producer Shay brought this up, Messi had a chance to start the game with a PK and he missed. So if he had made that shot, he would have had a hat trick, and it would have been back-to-back hat tricks. So it's just
one of a kind.
Wild. When is Ronaldo playing again? He keeps playing after him.
Who cares, Alex? Who cares?
No,
the GOAT is playing.
But it's so beautiful that his matches are after Messi's.
Yes, he will play tomorrow. I forget who Portugal plays, but they play tomorrow.
Wait, that is so good.
Oh, Ronaldo's
so
fuming
you
somewhere.
know that he's watching this.
He watched every second.
Seeing this smile right now on Messi's face, just seeing how much his teammates love him.
Ronaldo's teammates just saw Messi smile and wondered, what's that thing he's doing with his face? I never get to do that with my face because number 7 is a nuisance.
Oh, man. Like I said, the World Cup is healing the world right now, and you can just see it. I mean, obviously, we have it on mute, but you can just see the excitement and what it means to all the fans that are in that arena right now and witnessing history and watching the greatest, the GOAT. Messi is the GOAT, the greatest to ever do it. And he has really shown us that even in just these first 2 matches.
The 70, 75,000 or so fans that are in whatever stadium that is. Currently, there's been like a 4-minute standing ovation because, of course...
They're still standing.
Yeah.
That's
Messi
what I'm saying.
has set the record. And now, what makes it fun, though, is the very next match after this one will be Kylian Mbappe, who, if Messi scored 2 goals, I believe that puts Kylian Mbappe 4 goals behind for the World Cup record. So it's...
Oh, I didn't realize they were that close, even in this World Cup.
So it's understood.
Oh, you know,
that
Mbappe's thinking about that too, because he has that kind of personality. He's on the Ronaldo side of like, of the mentality of like, oh no, now I got to be better than you.
Slightly better at hiding it, but absolutely.
Yeah.
Now it's fairly understood that Kylian Mbappe being only 27 years old, he will break this record at some point. But for Messi to finish up his career as a World Cup athlete or as an international player, having the record would mean something special.
And just to like live up to those expectations still at this point in his career, like that I think is the coolest part. And especially now that he's finishing his career here playing in the MLS in Miami, so now he has not only all the Argentina fans and the world fans that are just obsessed with Messi, but the US has become like his new home towards the end of his career. And this is going to like, what this is going to do for soccer in the United States is insane, especially since we have the greatest player in the game still playing here in the MLS and in the United States.
Unk still got it, as the kids say.
Like I shared this off the very top of the show, but it was a dad who was sharing, my baseball-obsessed 7-year-old hasn't ever touched a soccer ball in his life. And now he's spending every evening out here pretending he's Balogun. Like, I don't think it's possible to overstate the impact that this world is going to have on soccer and the popularity in America and what it's going to do for the youth and the younger generation, whether it's Messi or it's this U.S. team coming out and winning their first 2 matches in such a fun fashion. Like, from what I remember of the U.S. men's national team has just been disappointment.
Yeah, coming up short. Yeah.
Disappointment. Now, I was lucky enough to cover the Women's World Cup and was a U.S. embedded reporter during their 2019 World Cup win where they won back-to-back. And it's just a completely different, like the expectation is you win.
Yeah, and it matriculates out to everything else, right? Like a college soccer game, a women's college soccer game is more intense than the men's college soccer game. I would say a women's high school soccer game, for the few that I've been to, even when I was in high school, was always a little more fun than the men's high school soccer game. And I do feel it is directly correlated to, well, yeah, when we watch women play soccer on an international scale, they dominate. When we watch men, it's not quite the same. But hopefully the men can hold up their end of the bargain this time around. They're playing with expectations for the first time ever.
It's fun. It's the first time I've been excited to watch the men's national team and having it here in the United States is just such a treat.
Yes.
And you guys, Messi is still, like, he just did his round. The stadium is still on their feet, giving him a standing ovation as he just made his way into the tunnel and back into the locker room. So he spent a good 10 minutes out there.
Stadium is still packed, by the way.
No one was leaving.
No one left.
No one was going towards the aisles. No one was wanting to leave their seats. I mean, they just watched history.
Yep.
History.
They saw the greatest soccer player of all time do great things and etch himself for the 50th time in soccer history. And how lucky are you to be able to say that you saw that happen?
Oh, this is so much fun. I'm so excited, you guys. USA's next match is going to be Thursday. They are back here in LA, and there's a couple more watch parties, you guys, that are opening up this week. Union Station, the iconic LA landmark, is going to transform into a free fan zone this week. Starting June 24th through the 27th, they're going to have, like, obviously the watch parties. They're going to have appearances from soccer legends, live entertainment, interactive experiences, and plenty of food, they wanted to point out. So that, like, we are back here with the boys in LA. So it is going to be, it's going to be so much fun. Oh my God, they're showing the Dallas Fan Fest with all of the Argentina fans just absolutely losing their mind. They won 2-0, both goals from Messi today. And you guys, he could have had another hat trick because he missed a PK early on, which was just wild. So coming up next in 2 hours, France and Iraq, then Norway and Senegal at 5 p.m., Jordan and Algeria at 8 p.m. And baseball, you guys, we got Dodgers on a little matinee in Minnesota at 4:40 p.m. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. So let's get to those Dodgers because, you guys, it was a tough weekend. It was a tough weekend, but as I like to say, 162, and they're still in first place. They are still the best team in baseball. They still have such a cushion in the NL West because every other team in the NL West was like, okay, cool. Dodgers, you're starting a trend. You're losing.
Let's all
too.
stink this weekend.
Us too. We got you. Last night, though, yesterday, I should say, brutal beatdown.
Across the board.
Absolutely brutal beatdown. And Emmett Sheehan has really had a frustrating June. Really, like, not much you can say these last three outings. Obviously, got pulled in the fourth yesterday. Chicago made it 5, but he gave up, they lost the game, gave up 3 earned runs. Against the Angels, got pulled in the second. That was just another tough outing for him. And he talked after the game. Shay, do we have the sound? Take a listen to what Sheehan had to say.
I think just execution was really bad. At this point, it's my coaches, teammates, the fans, they all deserve better than what I'm putting out there right now. I can tell you that I'm giving 100%. That's never going to change. So, that's all I can say.
You can hear it in his voice. You can hear the disappointment in himself. So take us into the mind of an athlete when you're not doing well, but you're trying everything in your power to not be in that position.
As ironic as it may sound, because he's proven he can hold his own, that makes it so much worse, right?
Oh.
If
okay, I thought you were going to go the other way.
No.
Like, let's go.
If Emmett Sheehan, from the very first start that he had this season, had been struggling, then you don't prefer that as an athlete, but you can internalize it and say, you know what? I'm not where I thought I was. I'm going to grind. I'm going to work harder. And when I get my next shot, maybe it's next year, maybe it's later this year, I'm going to make sure I'm at the level that I need to be. The fact that Sheehan came out of the gates pretty hot and what was a significant contributor to that starting rotation for that first month and a half of baseball, and then has kind of fallen off a cliff.
Yeah.
That makes it more frustrating because you're sitting there thinking, like, I know I can do this.
Yeah.
Why? Like, where did it go? Being an athlete and saying, maybe I'm not ready yet is easier than saying, where did it go? Because you know it's in you, and that usually means it's a mental thing.
Yeah.
There's no sport mentally quite like baseball, maybe golf, but baseball is such a strange thing where you are the guy that holds the baseball every single play.
Yeah.
And that type of weight is not on anyone else in a team sport. And Sheehan, I'm sure he is being told everything that he needs to hear. I'm sure he's trying to remain as positive as he can. He's benefiting from the fact that the starting rotation is so banged up that maybe he does get another opportunity because Dave Roberts just doesn't have the arms that he trusts yet. But if he does remain in the rotation, I'm sure he understands he's running out of opportunities to show that he can remain up here.
I mean, the one thing is going for him right now is that the Dodgers are in the midst of a 19-game stretch over 20 days, so they don't have a lot of options. If everyone was healthy right now, he would not be getting all these chances. But obviously, Tyler Glasnow still on the IL dealing with the back stuff. We don't know when he's going to be back. Blake Snell still recovering from the loose bodies in his elbows. We don't fully know when he's going to be back. Shohei Ohtani dealing with the blister. We still don't know if he is going to miss a start or if he's going to be back. Again, that all depends on if it's healed and how it's healing.
Right.
We saw it open up during his last outing and there was blood on his jersey. So it's crazy because, you mentioned baseball is an interesting mental game. It's a game of failures. It's an individual sport played in a team atmosphere. So you are all by yourself no matter what you're doing. And they have, I don't know what they call them now. I call them like mental coaches. So it's crazy because what I've known and seen is most teams have them and they go around the clubhouse and guys who are having a slump, it's like, you want to talk about it? And it's just someone there to try to get your mind right and get yourself back on track because it's such a mental game. What were some of the things that worked for you during your career? Like if you ever hit one of those slumps of like, like my career and job might be on the line if I don't, because that's the other part that turns into like the avalanche of the mental breakdown. It was like, if I don't get this figured out now, I could be gone.
There was a sports psychologist, mental coach on staff at the University of Minnesota. Like initially, it was a collegiate thing because you're dealing with, like, I was 17 when I went to college, and a lot of kids are still kids, right? Like
you're
legally,
on your own
you're an
for
adult.
the first time.
Yeah, but you're on your own for the first time. It's on you to go to class. It's on you to maybe make meals. Like there's so many things that are thrown on your plate that aren't even sports related.
Yeah.
So it started at the collegiate level, and there was a person. His name was Josh, and you could go check in with him and tell him that you're struggling. If he came to you, know that, the coaches think I'm going through it because they send him to me.
They know. And it's funny because I remember a couple players being like, if they were on like a hot streak, they didn't want to jinx it, and they wouldn't even look at him when he would come around. They'd be like, no, I'm fine. Don't talk to me. Don't
make eye contact.
I'm fine. Everything's fine.
But yeah, he was there, and you would play video games. You would talk about life. You would do everything except be on a football field. It's like, hey, let me know when there's 90 minutes that you don't have class and you don't have to lift and you don't need to be practicing. And we're just going to do things that separate you from the state of mind that you're in. For me, what always worked is reminding myself that this is the same exact game that I've played since I was 5 years old. It is a game at the end of the day. Yes, once you get to the level of the MLB, like there's millions of dollars involved, and there are packed stadiums, and there are millions more watching at home, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, I would always envision 5-year-old me, and I'm literally playing the same exact game with the same exact rules, and that always brought me back down to to just a sense of it's actually not as big of a deal as I think it is. And that is what I would rely on to kind of get me through a rough game or two.
It's so hard because we talked about this. We talked about it just when we were referencing Major League Baseball changing kind of the draft rules and all the different minor league levels that players have to get to the big leagues. And I think that's what makes baseball one of the hardest sports to be in. I mean, it's one of the most rewarded because they don't have a salary cap and they have guaranteed contracts. But to get to that point is one of the hardest paths because there are so many like low A, high A, double A, triple A in order to get your shot in the big leagues. And I have to imagine, especially for a guy like Emmett Sheehan, who has lost his last 4 outings, he has had a really tough month of June, posting an 8.36 ERA and getting pulled early in a lot of these games. How does your mind not go to those places and start going down this spiral of, oh my God, I got to do whatever I can to stay here?
What always killed me as a defensive back is not that I gave up a touchdown. It was that I let the 10 other guys on defense down. And now I let the offense down because now maybe the game's tied or maybe we're only up by 7 points instead of 14, right? And I bring that up because baseball, the pitcher has to feel that every single time something happens because again, each play, each sequence starts with you. If something good happens, it's because you threw something good and the ball stayed on the ground, or you struck him out. If something bad happens, if there's a guy on first, there's a guy on second, it's because of you. Like you are the one who were in control of that. So it's just a different type of weight, right? Like a quarterback could throw a football that gets dropped, right? It's a bummer, but that's not on me. I can easily flip this around, motivate my guy, and make sure the next time he's in position, I throw the same type of pass. But baseball, especially as a pitcher, there's just nothing quite like it, which is why I always compare a pitcher to a golfer. Like it's all on you. If somebody hit a bad shot, it was you that hit that bad shot. If somebody missed the putt, it was me that missed the putt. And as you perfectly mentioned, baseball is a team sport, but it's a bunch of individual moments that make it a team sport.
Yeah, it's an individual sport played in a team atmosphere.
That's what it is. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild. And the Dodgers are in a stretch right now. I mean, they're on the road playing the Twins. They start the first game of a 3-game series today at 4:40. Then they go to San Diego to see the Padres, and then they are visiting the A's. So they're on the road for the rest of June. And like I said, they are playing 19 games over 20 days. So they are in the middle of a big stretch. And this feels like, again, like you think like, oh, the Twins, like under 500 team, this could be the series that kind of turns it around and bounces back after the Orioles series, especially the tough 12-1 loss that they had last night. Again, short memory. Be a goldfish. What happened yesterday? I don't know. We got to move on to today. They're on the charter. Hopefully they had like a fun Father's Day, Sunday, fun day, whatever they needed to do to get their minds right. And you got to turn it around.
The Twins are such a funny team. So, I went to school in Minnesota. I have family in Minnesota.
Oh, I didn't realize you have that much connection to Minnesota.
So I have an uncle that's lived there my whole life.
Okay.
And because of that, I have always casually followed Twins baseball.
Okay, give it to us.
So in recent years, this is what the Twins do.
Okay.
They start off the season pretty well. Then they disappear. Then from late spring to early summer, when everyone's healthy, they look really good and they give hope to the city. And then once fall comes, like the final 30 games, they will fall off a cliff like you won't believe.
Yeah.
But that being said, this is the time that the Twins handle business. Like this will be a tougher challenge, I feel, than the Baltimore Orioles. The Twins have won their past 3 series against the Diamondbacks, the Rangers, and the Cardinals. They're 7-2 over their last 9. And that's early summer Twins baseball. And in recent years, it kind of revolves around the health of Byron Buxton, who's their center fielder, probably one of the best athletes just on the planet. He's just never healthy. He's healthy right now.
Yeah, he is.
He's hitting well.
He's batting second.
Super fast. and he's a really good fielder. He's in center field, so he basically covers the whole park. This will be a really tough test. And the Twins are not going to back down from anyone. This is where they shine again before they fall off a cliff in like the last week of August. They're going to lose like 20 games in a row.
They could fall off a cliff, today.
I would prefer it.
That would be nice if there's
maybe
just
they
like
could bump
there's
that up
a little blip.
bit.
Maybe there's a trip. There's a little trip this week while the Dodgers are in town. First pitch is at 4:40 with Eric Lauer on the mound for the Dodgers. Lineups are not out yet for LA. Minnesota's just came out, so we'll keep you posted as soon as the Dodgers lineups come out here. Like I said, first pitch at 4:40 today. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, you guys, NBA draft is tomorrow. What do the Lakers need to do? That's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream on YouTube, get in the chat. Shay, how has the chat been going today? If you guys haven't heard or listened, Shay was at the World Cup match at SoFi last night. So when you hear his voice, just you can hear the fact that he was having a great time.
The listeners probably think I'm the biggest degenerate.
What do you mean?
Because last week it was the same thing.
But it's World Cup. It's World Cup.
Yeah. It's only the listeners that think that. Yeah. It's all them.
The side eye I just got from him. Oh my god.
No, I'm proud of you. You're in your 20s. This is what you should be doing. You should be like, rage all night, work hard, play hard, having the best time ever. You're going out and you're partying for all of us.
Oh, yes.
Right
I think
now.
I took multiple shots for each of you yesterday, so don't worry. You guys were there with me.
You know what just makes me so happy is like, you're like, oh no, I also got parking passes for the match. I was like, Shay, get an Uber.
we got an Uber.
I know you.
Yeah, we got an Uber.
And I know what you're going to do once you get there. The vibes are going to be vibing. You're like, no, I'm going to take it easy. I was like, never. Why would you?
I sold the parking pass, which was amazing. I made like $300.
Oh my God.
How did yesterday's match compare to the one you went to last week?
Okay, I'll tell you this. So obviously there's everything going around with Iranian fans.
Yeah.
I felt like the first one was way more political. This one, it felt like way more soccer fans. It felt like the people that were watching the game, like the first game, Iran chants weren't happening. It would like people were just getting loud. You know what I mean?
Okay.
This game, Iran chants were happening. It's like people were rooting for the team and all that. And that made me happy, honestly, because I think people should root for the team.
Yeah.
But at the same time, in terms of the actual game, oh my God. This Belgium game, this is a top 10 team in the nation, like in the world, not the nation. And the nation, in the world. And it's like the fact that honestly, we should have beat them the same way we should have beat New Zealand. But at the same time, I'm not going to be upset that we drawed against Belgium. I'm a very happy man.
Yeah,
you can't tell with my
you,
voice.
You went ham, he went out.
Yeah, I went windham, you could say.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. I'm here all day.
Come
on. Come on.
Yeah. I love that you were just everywhere. You went out in Inglewood by the stadium.
Yeah.
You were out in downtown LA. He
Shay
got
was
home
in these streets, man.
He got home at 3 a.m. last night. I'm proud. I am so proud.
Have you guys used a Waymo yet?
No, they scare me.
I'm actively trying to get hit by one for a lawsuit, but that's
Hey,
about
now
it.
don't say that out loud. Now everybody knows.
They're gonna bring this up in
Shay,
the court.
go ahead and dump that audio for me.
I feel like it's so funny because like obviously we knew this is what was going to happen, the self-driving cars. I can still remember when I was up in San Francisco by the Google campus. I think I was going to Levi Stadium and I saw like the first self-driving car come next to me and it was like, oh my God, what? And then I saw a bunch of them. They were out in Arizona for spring training.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if like that was one of the hubs. So there was a ton out there. So I kind of got used to it there. I still like don't feel comfortable about it.
I don't, and I don't care what the numbers say about what's safer than this or statistically speaking. You know, I want someone that I can communicate with in control of the 60-mile-per-hour death machine that we're driving. I will never be able to get in a driverless vehicle, and
you will eventually because that's
well,
what it's
eventually
gonna,
I won't have a
when
have
there's
a
not
choice.
A choice, then
you already have
to.
Obligated.
Brock, when you drove with me, I used Tesla Autopilot.
But see, this
Wait,
is the thing.
what?
But,
were you driving together?
When we went to
barbecue. On that first week.
You use the like self-drive?
Yeah, I use it all the time.
Okay, but now that's totally fine. Like my cousin has a Tesla and he does that feature. But if something goes terribly wrong, you will grab the wheel and do a human maneuver
I get what you're saying.
to fix the problem. The fact that there's no human in there is what gets it for me. I also can't stand those like I don't know if they're affiliated with DoorDash or Uber Eats, but you know those like little robots that take your food over there.
They're all over the LMU campus. I went and I did
They put these little cute faces on them to try to humanize them. Kick them over.
Cute. No. Brock, you're putting out all this negative energy about the robots. They're going to come for you. By the way,
You know what's funny?
Because they can hear you. They're all listening. You're
Talking
gonna
into one.
you're gonna be on a watch list for the robots. They're
My
gonna come. They're
family
gonna come
was
at you.
watching iRobot
Dude,
this weekend when I
happening.
went to the in-laws' house, and I'm sitting there thinking, "Oh, I'm Will Smith in this scenario."
You are. Just keep saying kind things.
They're
about
all
them.
gonna turn.
I
on
am
me.
so nice to my phone and to Siri and to like all my AI stuff. I overly thank them. Tell them I appreciate all their help. I'm just like
Spare
I'm gonna
me.
be in the greatest graces for
You're gonna
like
say-
whatever goes down when it goes down because it is gonna happen. We
So-
literally gave them control of everything.
When
so
the
it is going
revolution
down.
happens, your series going to say, "Spare Alex Curry."
Yes.
She was nice to me.
Yes.
She can live.
Nice.
So that's
Nice
your
robot
your
voice.
goal. Thank you.
That was not a good robot voice. What are we talking about?
I forgot what Siri
Oh
sounded like,
my
so I said I'm gonna go for the robot voice. What is Siri? Oh, she's a British woman.
Is she? Is
I
yours?
think so.
Yeah.
I think Siri's a
You
British
can
Mine is
woman.
you can change the
you
voices.
can change it to
though,
whatever
yeah.
you want.
Oh.
Did you not know you could change your Siri voice?
Most people
never
don't
cons-
have a British woman for their Siri. I'll tell you that right now.
What?
You can though.
Oh.
You can.
It's
I
like
didn't
my name's Siri. I can't do it. I'm
Oh,
not
and
even
you
gonna try.
got-
I'm not even
oh,
gonna try.
you
I'm not even gonna
guys.
try. I'm not even gonna try.
Your voice is like
I'm not even gonna try.
2 octaves lower today because of how hungover and tired you are, Shay. Just don't try to do a woman's voice right now. Okay.
Apparently,
Just survive.
you could change the voice to Idris Elba if you wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Why don't you do that?
I didn't know that.
We'll help you.
All right.
We'll help. Like we should actually do that, and we'll change it after the show.
Change my Siri voice whatever
Right?
you want.
We just got to help you with everything. I also need help too. So this is like I have my husband do all of my electronic stuff. You guys, okay? You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. So much going on, you guys. Argentina just beat Austria 2-0. Messi scoring the 2 goals. He missed a PK, so it could have been a hat trick, which would have been wild. First 2 matches of the World Cup, back-to-back hat tricks. But we don't live in the woulda, coulda, shouldas. We have France and Iraq at 2, Norway, Senegal at 5, Jordan and Algeria at 8, and then Dodgers at Twins at 4:40. And then the Orioles, who were just in town, heading down to Anaheim to play the Angels at 6:38 today. But tomorrow, you guys, is the NBA draft, which means we are all on Giannis watch right now. Now, even if the Lakers aren't in the conversation to get Giannis, what we're watching out for is once the Giannis domino effect happens and he gets traded and wherever he ends up, then everything else, all the other dominoes are going to start to fall.
Exactly. He is the biggest piece. And as Anthony Irwin, Odyssey NBA insider, talked with us earlier about, is if he goes to Boston, because Boston has Jaylen Brown, there will be picks attached to both sides, but that's more of like a tit for tat situation.
Yeah.
If he goes to Miami, there's no superstar to send back, so that's where other teams have to get involved and the whole makeup of rosters start shifting, and that's where the Lakers would insert themselves, and whether it's picks, whether it's players, they would give something and hopefully get something back in that case.
I love your emotional support Argentina flag that you're just holding throughout that entire take.
I forgot I was holding
I
it.
know. I was like, I wonder how long he's going to hold on to this. You brought it up like when I said that they won the match, but it's great. The only reason I say that is like my daughter's in the phase of like she has like emotional support things each day and she doesn't let go of them and she crawls with them and they go everywhere with her.
Yeah.
So this is your emotional support Argentina flag today. But back to the Lakers, because obviously what they need to do, we don't know what they're going to do in the draft yet, if they're going to trade this draft pick or draft then to trade what they end up getting tomorrow. But their biggest need, and what we know Giannis has also said, or not Giannis, Luka Doncic, is that he wants a big man, a center, an A+ center. And when we were talking to Anthony Irwin last hour, he talked about Walker Kessler and how the Lakers have really been eyeing him for years. The only issue is he's an unrestricted free agent, meaning that once they make the offer, Utah can hold on to that for a couple days.
Right.
And everything else still it still goes on. And that's when you can lose out on other potential free agents or trade opportunities. So What do you foresee happening today and tomorrow leading up to the draft?
So I'll reverse engineer it. I do not see a scenario where the Lakers use the draft pick that they currently have in the first round. I see something happening to where that pick is attached and they get an active player in return. The Lakers need a big man that is established and understands high IQ basketball, and rookies typically can't do that. And your best bet at getting someone like that is attaching that pick and tons of other things to bring someone in. So I reverse that to say I expect the Lakers to land one of those A1 centers that Luka is so ecstatic to play with, and I see that coming from the windfall of Giannis becoming a member of the Miami Heat. Giannis going to the Celtics, the Lakers would have to get very creative. I'm sure there is a contingency plan because they have to think of every scenario possible. But I believe Giannis is headed to Miami, which leads to the Lakers having to get involved, which leads to the Lakers using that 24th pick and getting something in return. When you
25th pick.
25th pick, thank you.
Yeah.
When you look at that Dallas team that went to the NBA Finals and lost 4-1 to the Celtics, you look at the front court there, Dwight Powell, Derek Lively, Daniel Gifford, and you look at names that are tall and athletic. None of those names are premier centers that the rest of the league was drooling over, but they could run, they were athletic, and they were perfect pick and roll players. Like on paper, DeAndre Ayton is tall and athletic and can run for a man his size, but for various reasons, it did not work out. So I don't see the Lakers needing to get some top of the line center that is going to need some massive price tag. The problem is, for this offseason specifically, the pickings are slim regarding available free agents. So if the Lakers needed a center last year or next year, I feel money would not be an issue. But because it happens to be this offseason and there's not a lot of guys, that's what's going to lead to the higher price tag than normal.
Yeah, and the big price tags that the Lakers are going to have to worry about this offseason, obviously getting a big man, a center, and then you have LeBron James. What's that magic number going to be? We were told that Irwin was telling us when we had him on earlier, that Anthony Irwin, that this has actually been a conversation that the Lakers and LeBron James have been having throughout the season. They've been having conversations about what that number can be and will be. They kind of paused and then they picked up that conversation again last week when it was being reported and when we talked about it. And when LeBron was on this insane, legendary 10-year anniversary of the Cavs championship holiday with all of his former teammates, just absolutely like drinking and raging and laughing and playing golf all through Scotland. And then they ended up in Saint-Tropez in the south of France, just having the time of their lives, coming back last night or this morning. So it's going to be interesting because they need a big man. Draft is tomorrow. They're the 25th pick. Are they going to keep it? Are they going to trade it? And then what's that magic number that LeBron James and the Lakers have come to an agreement on? And then the last piece of the puzzle, and I think it will be the last because it's going to be the most money, is Austin Reeves. And will he agree to like not the full max, but maybe closer to like a $200 million contract?
Yes, the Lakers can give Austin Reeves more money than any other team can give him while still not giving him the max. The max would be $248 million, I believe, and other teams can offer him up to $178. The Lakers can also offer him a fifth year because he's currently a Laker, whereas other teams via free agency could only offer him a fourth year. Now, Austin Reeves has to decide, does that work for him? He wants to be here, so it's not a situation where if you are the Portland Trailblazers or the Milwaukee Bucks pre-Giannis, you basically had to pay the tax of being in a city that does not have the things to offer that a New York, Chicago, Miami, or LA has. So 1, it's LA.
Yeah.
2, you're Luka's best bro. 3, you want to be here. You chose not to be drafted by the Orlando Magic because you want to be here. So Austin Reeves' agent, if he's worth his salt, will sit there and, of course, ask for the max because that's what you have to do.
You have to.
But I'm sure Austin Reeves understands why that $200 million number may end up being more realistic.
Also, like, now that all of these teams have the Brunson blueprint of look what he did, taking $113 million less so the Knicks could build a championship team around him. Like, that is going to be the new bargaining.
It is.
Like, the back and forth between these agents and these players wanting the max. And it's like, well, do you want a championship?
Yeah.
Do you want the bag or do you want a championship? the question that we always ask, and there's no wrong answer because it all depends on the player and the situation. And again, they don't have, for Austin Reeves, this might be his only max contract opportunity. But again, when you're playing in LA, when you're playing for a team like the Lakers, you are going to make up that money in outside partnerships.
Yes.
The
commercials, the billboards, the movies.
Look at LeBron. LeBron became a billionaire.
Yeah.
He became a billionaire once he came and played in LA. We have much more Lakers coming up later in the show with the NBA draft tomorrow. But we're going to take a quick break here. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. We have USA sound. Balogun, the star of Team USA, talking ahead of their match on Thursday against Turkey. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We also have a poll. If you're watching us live on YouTube, get in the chat at The Fan LA. NBA draft is tomorrow, but the biggest thing we're going to be watching in the next, 24 hours is where does Giannis end up? So we have a poll going. Shay, what is the poll? Give it to us.
So we put this poll up 12 minutes ago. If you want to be a part of it, it's still very early, so you have a chance to vote. You just have to go on The Fan LA, go on YouTube and click it. But currently it's sitting at the Miami Heat. So where will Giannis end up? The three options are Miami Heat, Celtics, Lakers.
Oh, you put Lakers in there?
We put the Lakers in there. Come on,
All
we
right.
had to.
I mean, he's not coming to the
he's
Lakers,
not coming,
Shay.
but come on. Like,
He is going to be the domino, like the first domino that falls that determines like what the Lakers are going to do and like who they can go get.
Exactly.
Okay.
But I wouldn't be upset if he became a Laker. But so those are the three options right now. But you're going to be surprised right here what the people are thinking.
What percentage?
Miami Heat, 40%.
Okay.
Boston Celtics, 20%.
Yeah.
LA Lakers, 40%.
No.
I honestly think the Celtics have the best chance. Just my opinion.
It's just
but
crazy because I
wild.
think the Heat have been part of the conversation, and it seems like he fits the best in that Pat Riley, like just everything they got going over there.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if they're going to have enough.
Right.
I don't think they have enough to just like flat out trade for him.
There is something to the fact that if we have all been hearing these rumors for a year now, why hasn't it happened yet, right?
Yeah.
And the longer it goes on, you can either decide, well, it's a done deal, so it doesn't matter when they announce it, or you can say, this should have been a done deal. Who has now entered the fold? Like the way that trades work in the NBA nowadays, I will always go back to the Luka trade. There was no one on planet Earth that thought that was going to happen until Nico Harrison decided to make it happen. And for all we know, there's a mystery team out there that's going to swoop in and make something happen.
World.
All I care is that the Lakers can somehow insert themselves into the domino effect that follows.
And get the big man center that they need.
Yes.
Yep. I don't think it's going to be honest. That's not what they need to do right now. All right. Let's switch gears back to the World Cup. We just saw Messi just absolutely dominate again. Argentina beating Austria 2-0, and Messi scored both the goals. He missed a penalty kick in the beginning of the game, which then you're like, oh my God, he could have had the hat trick if he made it, which would be wild back-to-back games having a hat trick. But it's just been so fun to see the United States kind of get this giant hug from the rest of the world being here. The World Cup feels like it's healing all of us, and it's bringing us together in a way that I think we all desperately needed, and cheering each other on and supporting each other. And this is not what I expected with the World Cup being here in the United States. It is everything and more I could have imagined.
The amount of times that I have searched a random question about a country that I typically do not think about. I think it was Algeria. I saw somebody in the stands when they played their first game. I think they played their second game tonight. Yes, against Jordan.
Yeah.
And I saw them eating something, and they had an Algeria flag draped over them. And then I just went, I wonder what the local cuisine is like there. And I'm just looking up, and now I'm 20 minutes into reading up what they eat in Algeria, right? Like there's moments like that just don't present themselves until it's an international event. And again, the fact that it is in our backyard and not typically with the World Cup when it's overseas, you got games at 2 a.m., you got games at hours that just don't really fit our typical schedule. This schedule is like a college football schedule. From the moment you wake up to the moment you go to bed, there is soccer somewhere on your TV. And honestly, it's actually going to uptick from Wednesday to Saturday. There's 6 matches a day instead of 4 matches a day. So it
awesome.
actually increases. But I'm loving just learning so many random facts from random questions that I would have never had about random countries if it wasn't for the World Cup being here.
It's so great. Now, you were talking about looking up other foods. My favorite thing is watching all the other cultures try all of the food we have to offer here for the first time and freaking out.
Yeah.
Obviously, ranch being like the biggest one, and barbecue, and all of the different. I've seen people go to In-N-Out and all the different burger joints, and just being shocked that you get free bread and free chips and salsa and free refills. What is this? Did I deserve this? No. Now I'm full. And it's like, yeah, welcome to America. This is what happens.
Do you have Dutch Bros in South Bay? The coffee shop?
No.
So there's a
what is it?
Fairly new-ish.
It's like a
It's been
bougie
around
coffee.
for a while,
Okay.
but they're starting to expand a ton. It's called Dutch Bros Coffee. And wherever the Netherlands played their most recent game, there was a Dutch Bros, and there was a meetup in the morning.
Yeah.
I will get you the photo of like all the Netherlands fans just met up at Dutch Bros. There was someone like sitting on the roof. They just took over the parking lot, and it was just a sea of orange.
I love
But like
that.
small, dumb moments like that just melt your heart. It's great.
It's so great. And I mean, it also helps that our team, USA, this is the most exciting they have been since I can remember. And a big piece of that is Florian Balogun. And this young player has been just such a shining star, especially since Christian Pulisic got injured in the first match, missed the second half of that first match, and then was out all of their second match. And Balogun has really been who I think young fans and young players are gravitating towards. I saw a dad post, my baseball obsessed 7-year-old hasn't ever touched a soccer ball in his life, and now he's spending his evenings pretending that he's Balogun in the backyard. Like, I don't think it's possible to overstate the impact that this World Cup is going to have on soccer's popularity in the United States and what it's going to do for this younger generation. And it's so fun. And if I shared this last week, but Florian Balogun's story of how he decided to play for the United States is such a crazy, like, destiny situation. And he was asked about it today. He was on Fox Soccer's the in-between shows, the pregame shows that they have between matches. And this is what he had to say about choosing USA as his team.
You know, I made a decision, I think, about three and a half years ago, and you know, the fans, the support I was getting, you know, really motivated me to make my decision. Also, you know, I think the ambition of the American people and the culture is something that really inspires me.
So if you're unfamiliar with his story, Balogun's mother came on a trip to the United States when she was pregnant with him and had a flight home, a return ticket. And as she was getting ready to head home, the flight said, you can't board the plane. You're too pregnant. You have to stay here. So Balogun ended up being born in the United States. And she was here for 2 months, and then she went back, and he was raised in London. Now, he's born to Nigerian parents, was raised in London, but was born in the United States. So he had the opportunity to choose and play for 3 different national teams. And now when you're with a club, you can bounce around. But once you decide what national team you're going to play for, you stick with that throughout your entire career. And the U.S. made a really strong push towards him. And as he said, he got the fan support. Fans were in his DMs, and fans were adding him, just like trying to convince him and tell him to come play for the United States. And you heard him say in that soundbite, like, it worked.
Yeah.
He heard it. He wanted to be here, and he has become the star of this U.S. team.
And it could have been so easy for him to say, you know what, let me just ride the bench for England, or maybe not even make the team. But my family's in London. I live in Monaco. Do I really want to take time to keep playing friendlies at Team U.S. and train with them and fly back and forth? And the outpouring of support was obviously enough to get him to do that. And now he will have fans forever. Even if he does not score another goal for the remainder of this tournament.
Don't put that out there.
It won't happen.
Don't put that out there.
It won't happen.
He's going to keep scoring goals, especially on Thursday.
But there are so many fans that he already has, and it's special.
Yeah. So this is just an awesome situation, an awesome moment. Don't go anywhere. Hour 4 coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream on YouTube, get in the chat, you guys, because we've got a poll going right now at The Fan LA, because tomorrow NBA draft is going down. But the biggest news, I think, leading up to that is we're all on Giannis watch, and where is he going to end up? The poll is, do you think he's going to end up in Miami, Boston, or LA? So head over to The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Now, it's crazy. Brock, I don't listen or watch the news, full transparency, unless I was on, like, when I was on KTLA. Like, that was the only time I've ever been involved with news and listening to news. But when we're in the hallways here, we get KNX, and I didn't realize how gnarly this fire is going on right now in LA.
Yes. So what makes it so strange is that from a square footage standpoint, it's easy to look at it and say, oh, that's not going to be a big deal, which is what I thought on Thursday, Friday.
Oh, it's been that long that
we're
it's
on
been burning?
day 5, I think. So it was burning the entirety of the weekend. And it wasn't until, quite honestly, Saturday, because I've been up in Valencia. And Saturday I wake up and I smell smoke. I'm like, oh, there's a fire
Is it close to you out
here.
there?
No, not at all.
Whoa.
And so I look up on my phone. I was like, oh my God, that's the only fire in the area. You know, wind was blowing the smoke that way. But the point being, we were told in Pasadena, keep your windows closed. If you have pets outside, bring them inside.
Yeah,
which
because
is
it's dangerous. It's a toxic fire. It's like
which
chemicals
is a very,
burning.
A very calm way of saying, hey, man, you do not want to breathe what's in the air right now. So it's shocking how little information we have. But the second that we finish our show today, I'm just walking over to our KNX people and being like,
tell me what's
hey,
up.
man, can you just tell me what's going on? Because
Like, how bad?
The televised news is giving me absolutely nothing, but obviously whatever's burning is scary.
no.
So if you're in the Boyle Heights area or just in the wind pattern of like northeast LA.
Well, I think it was considered, like Gavin Newsom said, it was state of emergency.
It is now,
So, if you're in the area, stay inside, close your windows, keep your kids, keep your pets, keep yourself inside.
I was shocked that they played the Dodger game yesterday, actually. Early on, it was super hazy because Boyle Heights is just on the other side of downtown from there. And as the game went on, it cleared up. But even when you were watching it on TV, you could see it just looked gray.
And it
Scary.
wasn't just the gloom. It wasn't just the
It
LA
wasn't
smog.
just the Dodgers stinking. It was
No. It wasn't
it
just
was a
everyone
fire.
really sad and it was their tears. Hey, no, it's not a laughing matter, though. In all seriousness, it sounds extremely serious. So if you are, it is extremely serious. So if you are in the area, please stay inside, close your windows, keep your kids, keep your pets inside. That was just wild.
Hopefully it gets resolved, but going on day 5, 4 at least, but I'm pretty sure it's day 5.
I also smelled it over in Calabasas,
Wait,
which is
what?
crazy. Yeah, I was like, what
I
is
need a
going on?
visual of where I don't think I have a visual in my brain right now of where Boyle Heights is compared
East LA.
to. Okay,
East LA,
so,
yeah. So
that's
if
why
you-
you're getting it over in Pasadena, and it's maybe going through
And then
across the valley.
The
It's a new
wind
picture of where the
patterns are
fires are.
taking it north, whereas you in the South Bay, you're obviously much closer to it, but
the wind,
it's blowing it north. Yeah,
the offshore winds. Oh, that's wild, you guys.
Spooky stuff.
It's because it's crazy because there's so many things going on right now. Obviously, with the World Cup being the biggest thing, and the World Cup being here in LA. When's the next game at SoFi? Is it like, I know USA plays on Thursday, but it's an indoor-outdoor vibe stadium, so I don't see it
If
getting
there's
affected.
not a match,
I
there
didn't smell
today.
anything yesterday while I was there.
Okay, good.
So
Good.
it was
It's
blowing
far
the
enough
other.
away.
No, I think it was just blowing in the other direction.
Okay.
It, like today, this morning, I smelled it, but then like tonight when I go home, I probably won't smell it just because it's going to blow in a different direction.
Who knows? That's a nice theory you got there.
Next
Shay.
match is not-
wind, weather.
Love it.
Weather is going to blow in a different direction.
Next match is not until Thursday night, which is the US match. Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully
so-
it's out by then.
Yikes. But you guys, like, back to the positive. I'm going to switch it back to positivity here in LA and back to the World Cup and just what it's really done, I think, for the city in such a positive way and all the cities across the United States. It has been such a joy to watch, especially seeing USA win their first 2 matches. You guys, the entire stadium in Seattle singing Take Me Home.
Country Roads.
Country
yes,
Roads.
yes,
I keep just saying words of the song. I don't know the actual title.
One of them will have to be right.
I told you if we ever had to like sing lyrics, like I make up my own lyrics. I know the song and I know what you're talking about, but do I get the words right ever?
Yes.
Absolutely not. Do I get the titles right? Obviously, no. But the boys showing up. Balogun is who we've really been talking about. Is just really emerged, Florian Balogun, as the face and the star of this U.S. team, especially with Christian Pulisic going down in the first match, and now they already are moving on to the next round. But this is going to be a fun one here in LA, back in LA on Thursday. What do you think? Are they? Because they don't need the win,
right?
Do you rest your star people, or you still put everyone out there?
I'm a believer in when you have the hot hand, you don't have to stress it, but you do have to keep it rolling. I would like to see everyone play, everyone except for Pulisic, who needs to rest.
Yeah, he should not be out there.
I would like to see everyone else just play a half.
Okay.
Play a half, keep the good vibes going, and then get everyone else off the pitch come the second half and let the youngsters run around and have some fun.
Yeah, and the youngsters being Florian Balogun, who you guys has just been such a bright spot for this U.S. team. And I've been sharing this story and this quote throughout the entire show. But just the impact that having the World Cup here in the United States is going to have on the younger generation of sports fans. There was a dad who shared, my baseball-obsessed 7-year-old who hasn't ever touched a soccer ball in his life is now spending his evenings out here pretending to be Flo Balogun. And I don't think it's possible to overstate the impact that the World Cup is going to have on soccer's popularity in America and the younger generation. And now even just seeing, we saw Messi in Argentina. Messi, again, just absolutely being the GOAT, had a hat trick in his first match, scored the 2 goals in this match he had today in the second one of his World Cup performance, becoming the top goal scorer in World Cup history.
Yeah.
And he is playing here in the MLS in the United States. So now we have all these young kids watching and looking and seeing like, oh, now I can actually watch him and follow the rest of his season, and his career here is just going to be insane. The amount of athletes, young athletes that we're going to see now want to be like, oh, I want to play soccer too.
I would love, and I'm sure some newspaper or journalist has already thought of this idea and keeping track. I would love to know the trajectory of soccer ball sales from, say, June 10th to July 10th. I want to know how many soccer balls were purchased at Big Five or Dick's Sporting Goods or Champ Sports, because I especially because the World Cup started right when school ended, and kids are just watching TV and thinking, I want to do that. Mom, can I have a soccer ball?
Yes,
of course you
please.
can have a soccer ball. I can't wait to see those numbers.
Like, I want to go out, and I don't have like a little kid soccer ball for my baby yet. Like, I want to, and now I'm seeing all these videos of like parents before their kids even walk are just like using the feet to kick it. And I'm like, why haven't I started that yet? I need to go get a basketball. I need to go get a baseball. I need to go get a soccer ball. She's already dancing up a storm and like playing all the instruments we have around the house. But now I need to get the sports involved in. And now that she's like standing up.
I was going to say, is there like a baby guitar or something?
She has the shaker. She plays.
Okay.
So my husband plays guitar to her every morning, and she like strums the strings with him. She has like, we started like the drumming on things. She has a piano. She has the shakers, and she matches the beat.
Okay.
Girlfriend already matches the beat. We go do 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 do. She'll go do 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 do. Like,
it's in the blood.
Almost, it's wild, wild. All right, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Let's get to the game that's happening in a couple hours here. Dodgers are in Minnesota playing the Twins. 4:40 first pitch. Eric Lauer is on the mound. Lineups are not out yet for LA, but they're coming off a really tough series against the Orioles here. And it was interesting because we had Orioles pre and post game host on the show last week. And he's like, this team has been, hot and cold. But what they are going to do is you're going to probably get their best performance anytime that you're coming into Dodger Stadium facing the back-to-back champs. So that's the issue that the Dodgers are dealing with every single series. Yeah. And now, even being in Minnesota, you were talking about the Twins and just kind of the what every year kind of looks like
it's always
for them.
The same, yeah.
Where we're kind of in their hot spot right now, and even though they're not first in their division, they're I don't think they have a winning record.
There's no way.
Yeah, I think they're under 500. They're still going to get the best possible effort. Eric Lauer is going to get the best effort that they've seen out of this entire lineup.
Yeah, the Twins are fun in the sense of, so Byron Buxton is their superstar, but he's never healthy for an entire season.
But he's in
he
right
always
now.
has freak things happen to him. But I bring that up because they're never star-driven, right? When you think of the Dodgers or the Padres, the Yankees, teams that regardless of their success level or World Series appearances or not, it's, when I think of that team, I think of a superstar named boom, right? That's not what the Twins are, but there is something to just a team that 1 to 9 is just some bunch of solid dudes, guys who you don't know who's going to be hot, who's going to be cold, but of the 9, 5 will always be there, and it's going to be their day. So there is something to that, and I do like that being the challenge for the Dodgers, who, of course, this last series against the Orioles was a major letdown. The series before that, they faced Tampa Bay, which is unique in their ability to small ball you, which is kind of different from most other teams in the MLB. And this is just another challenge that the Dodgers have to face. The pitching rotation, as far as Eric Lauer getting the start today, I mean, we're sitting here, and the Dodgers have 2 fully healthy reliable starters in Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Justin Robleski. Roki,
you're not even putting Ohtani on there.
Because of the
blister?
finger. Right.
Okay.
Fully healthy guys. So, Shohei has the finger TBD on if he is ready for whatever ends up being his next start or not. Emmett Sheehan has had a disappointing stretch. Roki took some steps back. And here's Eric Lauer thinking, I thought I was supposed to be the 5th man, and now I'm kind of you guys need me all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to see how he responds to that. And to his credit, he did respond well last time.
Which is interesting because we talked about it with Emmett Sheehan, who had a brutal, he's had a brutal last 3 outings, but again, a tough one yesterday. Normally in these kind of situations, especially in a Dodgers rotation that is so star-packed, you would not normally have this kind of leeway to figure it out and get back on track in a Dodgers rotation. But because that they have Tyler Glass now, who is on the IL dealing with the back spasms, and the Blake Snell, who's still recovering from the loose body surgery that he had in his elbow, and we don't have a clear exact date of when they're coming back, and the fact that they need a 5-6 man rotation at all, 6-man rotation at all times for Yamamoto and Ohtani and Roki Sasaki, who are used to pitching on extra days of rest, they don't really have a lot of leeway to be like, okay, they're not doing well. We got someone else. We already got someone here. These are the I don't want to say last resort, but these kind of are what they have to rely on in a situation that you don't want to be fully relying on guys like this.
Not to mention, after Game 1 against Baltimore, Blake Trinan was placed on the 15-day IL with right elbow inflammation.
No, that's how it starts.
And
that's how it starts, you guys. That's
I'm not going to say the TJ word. We're going to treat it like Baltimore.
You just said it. You can't even TJ is, because
oh, shoot. Did I already ruin it?
That's what it is.
Sorry, Blake. Well, hopefully I'm wrong.
But it starts.
Blake Trinan is out.
And the inflammation, that's bad.
They recall Chase McDermott, who appeared early in the season just for 1 inning, then went back down, and now gets brought back up.
Yeah.
So even the bullpen is going through it, and it's the Dodgers. You just got to scratch and claw, and like Dave Roberts always says, the only thing that matters is not the accolades. It's not the win total. It's where are we in October. And every single year, I feel like we enter, at least for the past 3 seasons, we enter as Dodgers fans saying, well, as long as they're healthier than they were last year, and then they just end up being even less healthy than
and
they
it's
were
crazy because you go, oh, why are they getting so many guys? Why do they have so many starting pitchers? Why do they need to go out and like get a Kyle Tucker? Why do they you have all of these guys that you need? And it's like, well, no, because every year they get plagued with injuries.
Yeah.
And it's situations like this where like you need to be rich in a lot of these top positions, so you have the ability to not be like completely concerned. I mean, there is a little bit of concern right now. However, it's before the All-Star break, which I always say, like, there's no need to panic until you get to like August, maybe August.
Okay, yeah.
August, like, because September's that final stretch. But with the Dodgers, you guys, they're not playing to get to October. They are playing to stay healthy for October.
Yes.
Because that is going to be where a lot of these guys come alive. And even when we talk about the Kyle Tuckers and he's struggling, and was this the worst signing and worst contract, a $60 million man who's not performing to his full potential? It's like, you guys, have you not seen the history of players going to a new organization and getting this giant contract? No one does great right out of the gates.
Right.
There's so much pressure not only to live up to the expectations of that contract, but you're also in a new environment, on a new team. And especially like, as we saw this weekend, fans are starting to turn on Kyle Tucker. He is also a human being, you guys. Like, he feels that. We saw the exact same thing happen with Trey Turner in Philadelphia. And he had a horrific start to his career in Philly. And Philly fans are ruthless, you guys. And it was a really awesome story. And I remember covering this in real time when it was happening. They all decided, you know what? We're going to give him a standing ovation. He ended up, I don't know if it was a home run, but he just had an insane at-bat in that moment. And from that moment on, after getting the standing ovation, after getting that, finally breaking through and getting that hit, he took off and completely turned his season around. And he talked about that moment. He goes, oh, I know that I wasn't doing well. I could hear the fans. My parents were telling me I wasn't doing well. I knew I wasn't doing well. I wasn't living up to my own expectations. And he said hearing that support and getting that standing ovation, just, it changed something in him. And it was funny. Cody was saying they're trying to start a petition to have all the fans at Dodger Stadium do something like this for Kyle Tucker and just rally behind him and help lift him up. You can tell by his body language how uncomfortable he is knowing that he is not living up to everything we expected him to do. I don't know what it's going to take to get him out of it. Maybe it is a standing ovation. The good news is, like, as you mentioned, the Dodgers are still in first place. They're still 9 games ahead of the Padres, 9.5 games ahead of the D-backs. And they are one of the best teams in the league right now. So, yeah, better record than Atlanta. So they're going to be okay.
Right.
But they need to turn it around.
Right. With booing, and the boos did officially come, like I said, I was kind of monitoring the groans.
You're like, the groans are going to go.
The groans are becoming boos. And unfortunately, that game 2, 9th inning, if you get on base, we're going to win the game moment. And he struck out at
it was brutal.
One of the worst at-bats that anyone
brutal.
has had this year. And I understand that. I understand fans being upset with how many $60 million players have ever bat 7th in a lineup. Probably not many, right? I get why it is easy to sit there and say this guy was a waste of money, XYZ. You have 2 options. You can continue booing him and expecting that to somehow bring out a magical performance out of him. Or you could support him and realize Kyle Tucker doing better makes your experience as a fan and makes the Dodgers season better. So by booing, you are actively making things more difficult for your favorite team. I get it. Tickets are expensive, and once you buy your ticket, you're allowed to do whatever the heck you want as long as you're not bothering the people around you. But if you care about the Dodgers and you care about the success, then you need to care about Kyle Tucker's success as well.
So let's turn that frown upside down and start rooting for Kyle Tucker. Let's lift him up, people.
Sound like a camp counselor.
You're welcome. I was. which actually tracks. I was.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, you guys, NBA draft is tomorrow. What do the Lakers need to do with that 25th pick? That's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. And if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. We have a fun little... Is the poll still going on? Yeah? What's the final... What are we looking at right now? NBA draft is tomorrow, but the biggest kind of watch party that we're doing right now is where is Giannis going to end up? Is it going to be in Miami? Is it going to be in Boston? Is it going to be in LA? I don't think so, but they put it on the poll anyway. What are we looking at right now, Shay?
We're looking at the Miami Heat coming in at 40. We're looking at the Boston Celtics, 25. And then the Lakers...
Dude.
35.
I was like, are you trying to do math today, Shay?
I was
trying to do math there. How much percent is left? How much percent is left?
That's legit where I was at, honestly.
Yeah.
I shouldn't do math today.
You should not do math today. You guys, if you're just tuning in, Shay was at the game last night at SoFi and was living it up to the fullest.
Iran and Belgium far and away the favorite. Iran with the draw. What was the goal count?
0-0.
Oh, 0-0. Okay.
Yeah, it was a draw. Which was
Iran with the draw.
Good, you got a point, right?
Yeah. Whether you draw 5-5 or 0-0, you still
he
get
was
that
having
point.
a good
Don't
time.
matter.
Shay was out till like 3 or 4 a.m. last night,
100%.
which I'm proud of you. You're in your 20s.
It was a good time. A goal got called back, though, which sucked. The refs were not on our side, but whatever.
Live it up. Live it up while you're young. I love it. It was so funny. While we were in commercial break, like one of the things was John Fogerty. And you guys, do you know what I did for my 30th birthday party? It just brought me right back. So I went to go see him in Vegas. So he's playing at the OC Fair. I think that's what the commercial was in our break in August at some time. But so I went to Vegas for 24 hours and went to go because I'm obsessed with CCR. Mm-hmm. And he plays basically all the CCR songs.
Awesome.
And we went to go see him in Vegas. We were the youngest by like 30 plus years. And we had front row seats and we were standing and dancing along. We got yelled at to sit down and not enjoy the show that way. It was so good though. Like it was, it was wild.
Creedence Clearwater Revival was a big mountain for me to climb. And what I mean by that is I was young and I kind of lumped any like quote older white music into this category of music that I didn't care about.
Yeah.
And one day my dad was playing one of their albums.
Dude, it's sick.
And I'm like, this is kind of funky. What is this? And he shows me the album cover and I was like, these are the guys who made that Vietnam song? He's like, yeah. I was like, but this is like funky. And it's like, yeah. Oh. Yeah. And then I listened to the album, and I was probably like 12 or 13 at the time. And the only reason I knew of them was because their music was in Remember the Titans. And then I was like, these are like old white guys. Well, I don't listen to this. And
it's rad.
I remember being in the garage, listening to their album, realizing like, oh, old white guy music is not the same. These guys are great.
Yeah,
and that was like a big moment for me as a kid. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're fun. His son now plays, I don't know if he still is because that was a bit ago, but his son was playing with him on tour.
Oh, that's cool.
And he still, again, like he plays all the Creedence songs, the CCR songs, so it was fun.
They're not LA founded, but they're definitely Southern California founded.
They might be.
I'm pretty sure.
Which is weird because down on the bayou, like there's something like
kind
his
of
song there, you're like,
that
no,
they're from Louisiana or something.
No,
they're a California band for sure. Yeah, I don't know where though.
Well, maybe you got to go see them.
I'm going to the Orange County Fair. We're going. August 5th. August 5th we'll be there.
Yeah, good luck.
It's a Wednesday.
All right, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Now, as we mentioned, tomorrow is the NBA draft. But I think the biggest news is going to be dropping within the next... what time does the draft start, by the way? Because I'm going to say 24 hours, but it's going to be before the draft
Pretty sure
starts.
it's 8 p.m.
If they're saying 8 p.m., so it's going to start at like 9:30.
5. Well, so 8 p.m. Eastern, right? So 5.
So 5 here.
Yeah. So in the next 24, 25, 26, 27 hours, we're going to get the trade news that's going to be like the blockbuster trade of the offseason of where is Giannis going to go. And why does that matter for LA fans is because it's going to be the first domino that falls for whatever moves are going to be made immediately following that. Yes. And Giannis is going to be the first piece. The two biggest teams that are being attached to him are the Heat and Boston. But you guys, anything can happen. As we learned when like the Luka Mavs Lakers trade came out of left field and you were like, excuse me, what? What just happened? You're lying. No, like Shams, did you get hacked? Like, is
the
this
Los
for real?
Angeles Lakers?
You sure about that? You sure about that? Sure about that? So that is going to be the first domino piece to then, which will lead to what big man and what piece can the Lakers do before the draft tomorrow?
Yes, they will be expected to be involved if Giannis is to go to Miami because you always have to drag in multiple teams when a superstar typically is on the move. Unless Giannis goes to the Celtics, then it's just superstar for superstar and maybe some picks on either side. The Lakers, I do not expect to use their 25th overall draft pick tomorrow. I expect that pick to be gone, whether it is in the Giannis deal or a different deal. I just don't see... I don't see them being able to add a quality piece without using that pick because they are going to be so cash-strapped. So it will be a busy day for the Lakers, but I do not expect that to be because they drafted a rookie.
Now, we had the host of Lakers Lounge, Anthony Irwin, on in the second hour of the show and just really talked to him about, okay, what are the possibilities? Who are the big names that the Lakers could go after? And he talked a lot about Walker Kessler and just how the Lakers have kind of had an eye on him for the last few years. However, he is an unrestricted free agent. So it makes the probability of them being able to get him. And do you take that chance? Because the thing is with an unrestricted free agent, you make the offer and then your hands are tied until the team decides they're going to accept what they want. And that could be up to a couple of days.
Yeah, it's like an escrow situation, right? Like
yeah,
that's
a good way to describe it.
You're not on our team yet, but we can't spend the money that technically is yours as of right now. Right. So they have to be very careful with that. There is such a limited free agent pool, which is why people expect so many guys to be traded in the next 24 hours because there's a dissatisfaction with the pool of free agents. Not that there's not talented guys, there's just much fewer of them than normally. So if you are to get Walker Kessler, you kind of have to do it with the caveat of please tell us as quickly as possible so that we can move on to someone else.
Though. Like why?
But Utah
would
has no obligation. Yep.
Yeah. Why would another team help them out?
Utah has no obligation, and quite honestly, it may be in their benefit just to sit on it for as long as they can because hey, screw the Lakers. Why would we help them? So that's what makes it tricky. Now, one thing that I am motivated by is, as of the last 48 hours. Lou Dort, who is a superstar defender for the Oklahoma City Thunder, of course, coming off of not the greatest playoff run this year, is now being floated as being on the move, maybe a potential Laker. Isaiah Stewart with Detroit, and Mitchell Robinson coming off of one of the better stretches of games that he's had that were in the finals as the backup center. What those three names have in common is those are physical defenders who are there to be gritty, to be tough, to bang around down low, and to ease the defensive burden of your guards, of Austin Reeves or Luka Doncic. And
they still have to sign Austin Reeves, though.
Yes,
so that's the other thing.
They still
as well.
do have to sign Austin Reeves, but I love those names being floated because it calms my worry of, are you going to add guys who can help and ease the burden of those two? And again, whether it's one of those three, whether it's not, Mitchell Robinson's probably going to price himself out after a great finals. I like where this new regime is headed because, again, Rob Pelinka is being surrounded by new faces who are really entering basketball for the first time,
But
and
that's
this is
also-
their first crack at it.
Which was interesting when we had Irwin on and he was talking about, it's the Lakers said that they were going to add 2 assistant GMs to Rob Pelinka, right? They added the rocket scientist already, and then there was going to be someone that was going to be draft driven.
Right.
That person hasn't been added yet, and the draft is tomorrow, which makes you think, is there a possibility that you can trade that pick? Do you think they're going to trade that 25th overall pick, or do they draft someone that then they can trade after? Because if you're talking about bringing someone in that specialty is going to be the draft and you don't actually have them here for the draft,
right,
it has me questioning, well, then this pick doesn't really matter because they're not planning to keep this pick.
That is a great point, and that seat still remains unfilled. And as you mentioned, they wanted a nerd and a jock. You study all the numbers, and you study the players. And that jock role is currently unfulfilled, which again is also proof that Rob Pelinka is on the hottest of hot seats, trying to prove himself to new management, and everything points toward, let's use this pick to add a quality player that we know can contribute right now. The Lakers do not rebuild. And with the front court being so inadequate, to put it respectfully, as it currently is, there's no rookie who you could throw in there and expect to elevate the level of this team. So this pick is as good as gone.
No, and it's interesting too because we've talked about this since the NBA Finals concluded and the Knicks became champions. It kind of made you rethink how you can put together a championship team, because before we were going off of OKC, obviously last year's champions, and then the Spurs with Wemby, and these are 2 teams that have built themselves through the draft, and they are young and they are athletic and they are deep. But that's not a possibility for the Lakers or a team like the Knicks. Like, they won't be that bad for that long to be able to acquire that many high draft picks and build from the ground up in that way. What they have to do is they have to trade. They have to have a strong free agency. They have to build a team by piecing it together the way that the Knicks did, which has to give Laker fans hope and give this Lakers front office a blueprint of how we can get this done. But then you also look at Brunson, their star player, who took a $113 million pay cut so they could build around him. So that's going to be interesting too when they're looking at Austin Reeves going, the finals MVP, took a homie deal for a championship. What do you want to do? Do you want to be a part of this Lakers championship team that we can put together? And we want you to be a part of it, but we also need some extra capital to be able to bring in the pieces that we need so you guys can get there.
It's going to be a bargaining chip from ownership going forward. And Austin Reeves will be the test dummy on whether or not that type of argument works.
And the interesting part is he's probably going to be the last piece that gets put together this offseason. Obviously, we heard LeBron James and the Lakers have been in discussions while he was on that incredible, dream bucket list trip with the 10-year anniversary celebration of the Cavs championship run that they were all having in Scotland. And then they were in the south of France.
Yep.
That just looked insane. But apparently on the golf course, conversations were being had, text messages were being sent,
being exchanged.
LeBron and the Lakers are in conversations. Obviously, something's going to happen, I think, in the next 24 hours before the draft tomorrow. And then Austin Reeves, what is he going to agree to and deal with? And it was interesting because when we had Anthony Irwin on, he was saying, if they can agree in that $200 million range, I feel like that's going to work best for both sides. We're going to take a quick break here, you guys. When we come back, D-Mac and Reiter joining us for some crosstalk. Don't go anywhere. More Brock and Alex when we come back. Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Marine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. But if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, you see that we have a full table right now with D-Mac and Reiter. And we were laughing coming back from break because I had to give a public apology to D-Mac for the last time that we had crosstalk because if you guys were listening, I lost my marbles. I made a comment that came out a way that I didn't mean for it to go out.
I love how it came out. I loved it.
We did
No,
not,
you do not.
We did not make it through
for the
rest
record,
of the
you
show.
do not ever owe me an apology. So here's the thing. So we have a really good streak of doing really good shows.
Yeah.
And I'm superstitious, so I'm gonna wear the hat until we have a bad show. That's kind of where.
Wait,
where
seriously?
I'm at. Yeah. That's what it is. So trust me.
So I've never seen D-Mac without this hat on, you guys. He wore this hat for the photo shoot, and then he has worn it for every single show. I've never seen it without the hat on.
I got a bad haircut.
So
really
I
embarrassed.
asked him, I was like, do you have hair? Like, I just didn't know. Like, are you... I don't know where we were going with it, but I didn't know.
There we go. Oh my gosh, really, dude?
It's so good.
Come on, man.
So
That's so embarrassing.
I asked
Are you
him,
serious?
and then we all lost it. And
No.
I didn't realize you got a bad haircut.
No,
then you're like, I have hair. I'm just in a regrowth process. So then my mind is like, uh-oh, I didn't realize it was just a bad haircut. I thought it was something way worse,
No, you're-
like
you're-
medical.
Look, no,
So now I don't feel bad about it. I didn't realize it was just a bad haircut. I, to this moment, just thought it was
I will
like
say
maybe...
this.
You got a bad haircut?
There's nothing. Trust me.
I'm
under construction.
Right
Under
before
construction.
show photos. Right
Look,
before show photos.
You guys can like. There's ask Bill. Like, there's no off limits for me. You never have to apologize for anything you say to me. I promise. I never get offended about anything. To me, it's all fun. It's all, as we always say, it's all about everything's content, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
ABC, all about
Keep
content.
me out of this. It was good times. Good times, man. When I first met Bill, his hair, he had like a crazy afro, and he kind of like took it down like
Bill, you mean Bill
for
Reiter?
it. Bill, yeah, Bill Reiter. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, your
When I first
icon,
met
Bill Reiter.
Pop to it.
I want to grow it back.
Yeah. What'd you guys do this weekend?
Man, Disneyland.
Oh,
Disneyland.
Happy Father's Day.
Yeah, I did the Disney.
That's what you
not
were
a Disney
showing us.
adult, but it was
Yeah.
fun.
Goofy?
Yeah,
The goofy hat.
I was wearing the dumb goofy
I
hat.
had
Yeah.
the goofy hat.
Really?
That's what I bought when I went to Disneyland.
We got the same
I think it's the raddest hat they have there.
I will say, like, I had every
with
pick
the goofy bill and the teeth
and the
down.
teeth, and you get the
Down.
mini hat on
Yes.
the hat. Well, gorge.
Yeah.
And then
I love it.
Yeah.
That was my.
Wait, go deeper.
Well, gorge.
Of course.
I
that
love
was
Goofy.
that was my
Yeah.
hat that I bought when I went to Disneyland.
No, it was fun.
Same.
The parents, I feel like the parents get a little too aggressive when there's lineups for the characters when you take a pictures with the characters. I always wait in line for Winnie the Pooh, and this person kind of shoved my daughter a little out of the way. I was like-
Whoa.
and they didn't have a kid too. I was like, relax, Disney adult, you're gonna get your picture. And it was really weird. My daughter, she watches way too much YouTube.
Yeah.
And we get to the Winnie the Pooh picture. And I was like, all right, ready? Are you ready, Kira? And she says, all right, welcome back to my channel. My daughter said that. She's 3. So we're doing no iPad for like 3 days. I was like, and everyone started to laugh. I was like, dude, she's growing up way too fast, bro.
Wait, does she have a YouTube page?
She doesn't. I mean, she apparently needs
Don't
one.
tell her, though.
Yeah, she's like, welcome back to my channel. I'm like, dude, like, what? Where did this come from?
Quick question. I didn't know Winnie the Pooh was still hot in these streets with the kids.
Oh yeah.
He's pretty hot.
I
He's
didn't
pretty
know
hot.
that.
There was a
I
big
didn't either.
line. He's wearing no pants, which was a little awkward, but
Did he find his honey?
yeah, here we go.
I call it Donald ducking.
Oh yeah, Donald.
Yeah.
The best part about it is that they'll wear like Eeyore has nothing on. You know what I mean? Like Eeyore.
yeah.
Is that why he's
They're
so
you
grumpy?
guys. It's
That's
an
true.
animal.
That's true.
You're
I mean,
taking
it
it there as a
also-
parent. These are fine. Animals don't wear clothing.
But
Yeah,
it's
that's a
also
good point.
like
That's a good point.
why-
They don't speak either, though.
How,
What are we doing here?
how Goofy wears clothes, but Pluto doesn't.
Exactly. There's a
and
big
they're
mix
both
up.
you guys,
dogs?
no, that's a weird talk. We're switching gears here. Ryder, what did you do?
It deserves a discussion.
No, we're not going down that.
I went
We're not
around
going
my
down that
neighborhood in
path.
Manhattan Beach and I found all the stray animals and put clothes on them.
Did you?
No, what did you do for Father's Day?
So every Father's Day,
Yeah.
my wife and my kids pick a surprise restaurant.
Okay.
Then they blindfold me.
Will
and then
you actually
all
get
of-
blindfolded?
I was in the car for 45 minutes, and
Dude, that would give me motion
people
sickness.
and the people next to us
Are
apparently
you getting kidnapped?
People
like,
think
are you
so.
okay?
Sometimes people apparently think
You're
that I
sitting
did-
in the front, too?
front seat. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, not driving. So we went to Meals by Gannett on Fairfax, and it was, I think it's the best Ethiopian meal I've
Whoa.
ever had in my entire life. It was
What'd you get?
amazing.
What is? I don't think I've ever had Ethiopian food. What is it?
So it's
It's on a traditional Ethiopian bread, which the name of which I can't. Does anyone want to help? I can't remember the name of it, but it's kind of like a flat, almost like a spongy naan bread.
Yeah, that's like a way to
And
describe
then they
it.
it's sort of very spicy and sort of flavor filled. There's chicken, there's beef, there was beef ribs, there's all kinds of vegetables.
They call it
Amira, what is it?
Injera.
Injera.
Injera,
You take the bread and you sort of eat it's incredible. And this particular restaurant,
Spicy meats.
Remember, so Jonathan Gold was a beloved, famous LA Times, Pulitzer Prize winning food critic who passed away way too young.
Yeah.
My wife Lori loved his work, and this was one of his favorite restaurants in LA.
Oh.
And the restaurant was struggling after 9/11. And he went and wrote it was one of the best restaurants out there, and then they could not make the food fast enough.
Wow.
So it's sort of an LA, it's a story of sort of grit and determination, and what happens when someone important sort of reaches down and says, this is a special place, and people find it. It was awesome. It was a great experience.
Oh, that's so rad.
That's amazing.
I will say this for my dinner situation. I was trying to get to that place, Carthay Circle at California Adventure. You guys ever been there?
Yeah.
It's kind of like the fancy fine dining place. And we thought we had reservations. My wife is really good about doing stuff like that. She's like super on top of stuff. But something happened where we were not in the restaurant part, and like we were kind of sad, and we're like, and then it usually takes like 2 months to get this. And some dude noticed my 97 Won the Fan hoodie. And he was like, "Oh, D-Mag, blah, 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 right this way." So, hey, man, this hoodie was like my lucky hoodie.
Wait, is that serious?
Yeah, it's really
Are
serious.
You joking? No, in full seriousness.
His name was Eric. He was a really nice guy. Big fan of the show. Big fan of the whole entire
Shout
network.
out Eric.
Wait.
And this guy was crazy. He was like, he knew that he's the one who told me that Bill Reiter was to do it back in 2015, like jinx Zach Greinke for something. Like he was going way back.
I don't even remember that.
So my point is, he was way back in the archives of sports radio in LA, and it was super cool. He like hooked it up. He's like, right this way. Best table in the house, so that's why I'm never taking off this.
I'm
dead serious.
Being totally
Are
serious.
you
I'm
being
dead
100%
serious.
serious?
My guy Eric
can't
from
tell you.
Carthay Circle at California Adventure hooked it up.
So if
man.
you were
Dude,
at
yeah.
Disney
love
this
that.
weekend for Father's Day and you made a reservation, you didn't get a table.
No, I know. So he was doing his
D-Max.
Well, here's the thing too. They always say there's no table. But then it's like they're looking at the iPad, they're like talking to this person, like talking to that person, and then like I didn't think it was gonna happen.
You got
like,
the
kinda,
celebrity table.
We got the celeb table. It was sick.
You're a
Hooked it up with
celebrity.
some martinis. And he even
Wait, you
gave my
can
daughter
drink at
some
Disney?
Elsa.
Look, you can only
in
drink
California
at California Adventure. So that's why you always get the park hoppers, because you can only drink at Club 33 at Disneyland, which like you have to like be a member to get in. But over at California Adventure, you can walk around with drinks.
That just recalibrated my entire sort of interest level in Disney.
Oh, yeah,
it's
Disney goes
so
hard,
much
bro.
fun.
I didn't
And they
know.
have
Yeah, California Adventure go
California
crazy with
Adventure
it.
is where it's at.
For adults.
For adults.
Yeah, they have the best Irish coffees there. It's insane.
Yeah.
You would never assume it. But Disney did just open one bar in the Star Wars section. They call it the Cantina.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
new.
I was there
It
yesterday.
wasn't open last
You
time
can,
I
the
was
only
there.
thing with the Cantina, you can only get 2 drinks, and you have to be standing the whole time.
Sucks.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they can get you out of there.
Yeah,
and
get you in and out of there.
But
Yeah.
I mean, Star
What if
Wars
you use the Force?
world.
Can you get a third?
Drink if you can.
Wow.
But yeah,
that was very good.
it
Not
is-
bad.
So no, also to the guy. Yeah, I mean, I also the cool thing is like I just gotten super drenched. Have you ever done like the rapid one? It's like I'd done that.
Why do we always start on that? I always start on that when we came in. Like that is.
Are you into
just-
those? I mean, I feel like you get wet and your socks get
So
wet.
last time I
Theme Park
went-
101. You can't get wet right when you enter the park.
Well, so I went with last time I went with an athlete family. So we had the private tour and we were with a bunch of kids, and that's where they wanted to start. And you get like brought to the front of every line. Let me tell you, when you go to Disneyland in the private tours, I don't know if I can ever do it another way because you are literally escorted to the front of every line. They bring you in through the back door at Disney. So you like park at the hotel valet. They literally open a fence. You're right in the park. Like it is the most spoiled Disney experience I have ever had, but in like the most awesome way ever.
Is
So
it
I
too
wasn't
late for me to become a very famous NBA player?
or you just get invited as like the +1.
Oh, that's the move. Is LeBron out there doing
Yeah,
Disney?
you can probably get
No,
yoked
didn't
up.
you see they were in the south of France?
I did see, yeah.
Yeah.
I was more just hoping he'd take me. If he was
Okay,
listening.
they were having their
When he
own
comes back.
time here.
Guess who's playing second base today? Tommy Edman.
Tommy Edman.
Lineups are out.
Let's go.
They need
Lineups
some
are
more
out, you
production from
guys.
second base.
They do. We got Ohtani leading off, Andy Pajes, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, Max Muncy, Kyle Tucker, Tommy Edman, Dalton Rushing, and Ryan Ward. So question to you, both of you guys, with Shohei Ohtani dealing with the blister, when's the next time we see him on the mound?
I think they're just still run through it probably, just because they don't want to worry about a bill. I hope they
Wait,
don't. I
what
would
do you mean?
ideally.
He's not
I think
gonna miss
he'll
an
make it.
outing?
I think he'll make his next start. I mean, unless they want to bring up River Ryan, that's what I've been pushing for. I mean, that would be ideal for me. Just let him just have a little bit of a reset. To me, it's the fact that the left knee only bothers him when he's on the mound. So then you kind of give him a little bit of a spell there, a little bit of a respite there. But he went to the organization and said, I want to make every start this year. So I feel like it would have to be something pretty bad to keep him off the mound. He just wants it. Of course, he would have him start every game and throw 150 pitches. Because Bill Reiter's world.
I mean, I'm used to being misrepresented. That's fine. I understand.
Being misrepresented.
If you had your way, you wouldn't start Ohtani until
October.
next season,
Yep.
right? Just save him, you know.
Yep.
You don't want to rest
Bubble wrap.
2027.
Yeah, he needs like
Bubble wrap.
4-month paternity leave, doesn't he?
Dude,
Come
the
on.
fact that he just took one game for paternity leave, congratulations on becoming a dad and his son being born. Do we know if it was Thursday or Friday?
No one knew about it. I mean, I texted everyone that
Did
I know, the
anyone even
biggest
know they were
insiders.
pregnant?
Not one person I talked
Was
to
his
knew
wife
about it.
at the games?
She's there every now and then, but I haven't seen her like all
that was
that often.
impressive.
Yeah, that was.
Could have been a surrogate thing. I believe Freddie, that's what him and his wife did earlier in the year. When you're
They
rich,
did,
you can just
but nobody knows.
get other people
Yeah,
to...
that was.
Nobody knows.
You see, guys, when a man loves a woman.
Don't go anywhere, you guys. D-Mac and
Congrats,
Reiter is coming up next. Thank you so much for spending your Monday midday in LA with Brock and Alex. We'll be back tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. D-Mac and Reiter are next.
DMAC.com. We're going to get into our week. DMAC, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Mr. Bill Reiter?
Did you have a good Father's Day?
Had a great Father's Day.
Were you kids singular? Was your daughter nice to you?
She was.
Okay.
She's Happy Father's Day. We had some moments. Some core memories were built at Disneyland and California Adventure. Did the whole Disney dad thing, All
right.
Wasn't as crazy busy, too. I kind of pulled
I
an
was worried about
all-time.
you.
I'll tell you, man, it was nuts. I rode 21 rides, and I listed them all up to burst before the show. It was crazy. But you know what the best ride is? At Disneyland, right?
I don't.
It's the ride home. Okay, because
I knew you were setting me up for something.
Because look, it's great. Even though it's great, it's awesome. I love Disneyland, but man, some just slaps.
Don't lie
about
to me.
that.
You know what, dude? No. I'm going to call you out here, which I've never done on the show in my entire life. It's kind of crazy. You love Disney. You sent me photos. You had the goofy head on, and Alex had the same one. You didn't want to leave. Don't pretend. Don't try to be like, I'm just a guy that got pulled to Disney by his kids. You loved it. I've never seen the joy in your eyes before.
We'll go into Disneyland, trust me. But Bill's talking about. I did purchase a goofy hat that it's his ears with the hat on, and it was cool until this dad came up to me and he gets in my face. And he's like, "Hey, your hat's kind of goofy, sir." And I was like, "What? What'd you say?" I was like, "Oh, I get it, because I'm wearing a goofy hat."
You got a little bit. Well, you missed a great weekend to not be as locked in on the Dodgers as you otherwise might be. And by the way, if you want to call us, discuss the Dodgers, talk about what we saw, get into with us all the topics we're going to hit, the phone number is the same, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. You can also hang it on the stream, on YouTube, on X, wherever you want to watch it. We're live at the Fan LA, at the Fan LA. So we know this, but we'll just to summarize here, and then we'll get D-Mac's take and my take on sort of what it all means. Dodgers dropped 2 of 3 versus Baltimore. Even in the Friday win, it was a very hard watch. They left 12 runners on base. Looked like it was going to be a very frustrating L. Dalton Rushing came to the rescue. D-Mac sent me a Dalton Rushing with like 400 exclamation points on the walk-off home run. And that felt like maybe that'll turn the tide. The team might play better. They did not. Lost the next 2 games. Saturday, 1 hit through, the first 8 innings. And yesterday, the Dodgers just got hammered, 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position. And maybe the sort of highlight of the lowlights of the weekend was that Kyle Tucker at bat at the end of the game. The game was basically over, but Kyle Tucker looked like he'd rather be anywhere on earth. He looked like he was on the ride home from Disney that you just described. It was it 3 pitches? It was 3 breaking balls. It was 3 just sort of lackadaisical, insouciant swings. He'd rather be anywhere on the face of the earth, and it obviously highlights the issues and problems he'd been having. Dave Roberts, after the game, talked in general terms about that lackluster, stranding runners, not very impressive offense over the course of that series, again, where the Dodgers dropped 2 out of 3. Steve Mack and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. But in talking about those things, the Dodgers skipper sure seemed like maybe he was saying Kyle Tucker in everything but name.
I just don't think it's been good. Taking strikes, hittable strikes with the fastball, then chasing spin, it's just not who we are, who we need to be. I think it's more of just the mindset of being offensive, and scaring pitchers out of the strike zone. I think for us, it's very in between. Pitchers just start to get that rhythm, that comfort, and that just shouldn't be the case with our lineup. So I think a little bit there's, passivity at the wrong time. I think that just, again, the mindset of scaring guys out of the hitting zone, and we're just not doing that right now.
D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan, thank you for hanging out with us. There's a lot to not like about the weekend. There's the way that Emmett Sheehan pitched. We'll hit that. There are some real issues with the Dodgers lineup construction. Maybe we'll get to that. But I don't even know how to properly express the frustrations anymore with just how poorly this guy who's making $60 million a year has been playing.
Yeah, got to start with Kyle Tucker. That's the big story. It's not the fact that he was bad. It was the fact he looked confused, right, Bill? I mean, you mentioned that at bat, just a non-competitive at bat. He goes down, takes the ball on the first pitch, then 3 straight pitches that, yes, were nasty, but he looked like he didn't want to be there. He looked like he was up there for a scheduled out. I mean, he looked like he was up there trying to hit a mosquito with a pool noodle. Like, this guy just looked like there was no chance there was going to be contact made. And I think that's what scares me the most about this, because we know that the Dodgers, even despite
the lack of success, the disappointing season that Kyle Tucker has had this year, where it's career lows across the board. It's the fact that he looks like he doesn't want to be there.
He's making you cough. I mean, like, it's so bad that you and I can't even, we literally can't swallow. We're so angry with rage of Kyle Tucker. And the thing about Tucker is, and I think you hit the nail absolutely on the head here. When guys get paid a lot of money and they struggle, we're going to criticize them, as well we should. When guys get paid a bunch of money and come with, because they get paid a lot of money, expectations of excellence and don't perform well, we're going to point out the fact that they are not bringing what was expected. And Kyle Tucker was a huge get, we thought, by the front office in the offseason. But when you show up with all of that context, or none of that context, but especially with all that context, when you show up and you look like you don't care, when it feels like you're over it, when your body language on the field and your comments after the game start to build this narrative, this idea, this concern, fans, people that love the Dodgers, the organization, that you just aren't as invested in the team that's paying you as the people watching you, and then you go out and you have that kind of an at-bat. I mean, D-Mac, that's the stuff where you go from being a player that's not performing at the level you need to, and the criticism that comes with that, to you don't belong on this Manny Machado territory. It's Devers territory.
You're 100% right. It's the fact that, yes, it's been underwhelming. Yes, it's been bad, but it's the fact that it's not this extreme bad that may lead to some fire alarms being pulled, right? Some sirens going off. He's just so incredibly average. It's painful. And average, when you're getting $60 million a year, is very below average based on what the return is on that contract. And yes, it was a shorter term deal, $240 million deal. He can opt out after the second year. But still, if you're looking at the kind of season he's having, right, it's career lows across the board, and it's getting concerning. I texted with someone from the Dodgers today, and I was asking him about specifically his stride, because one thing they've been talking about is his stride to the ball has looked different with the Dodgers than it did with the Cubs and the Astros. And you know what my response was? Or the response I received? It wasn't specifically about the stride. It was, there's a lot that's messed up.
Wow.
So they didn't even just touch on that. They were like, well, it's more than just that. And I think, too, when you look at some of the numbers here, for his career hitting 270, the Dodgers 234. The OPS for his career at 853 OPS. That's on base plus slugging. League average is always around 730. This year's OPS at 705. It's down 148 points from his career averages. OPS plus, 98 OPS plus. That's down 39. Weighted runs created plus, that's down 31. That's a good score, where 100's league average. For his career, he's been anywhere from 37 to 40+% above league average. And every single thing that you look at from Kyle Tucker has been down. And I think, to me, what needs to be done is a complete reset, because they've tried everything at this point, right? He started at number 2 in the lineup, then went down to 7, and then I had people tweeting me, D-Mac needs to be bat 15th.
That's amazing. D-Mac and Reiter.
I mean, that's messed up.
I kind of like it, though. They've been watching the show. They've been listening to me too much. That's mean. 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. The new 97.1 The Fan. He's Doug McCain. I'm Bill Reiter, D-Mac and Reiter. If you want to call us, we'd love to hear from you. 855-97 LA Fan, 855-975-2326. Can I make a case for how to fix him, potentially, and why I think it's worth the sacrifice of putting a guy who's playing like a bum in this spot? I think we should move him back to the 2-hole. And I'm just going to make this case here, and then you tell me if it's crazy talking. We are big on this show about credit where it's due. So this is LA Dodgers Muse on X, at LA Dodgers Muse, who put this out there. Entering Sunday's game, the 2-hole has been so bad for the Dodgers lineup that this particular Dodgers sort of stat account pondered whether or not it's actually cursed. Mookie Betts in 47 at-bats in the 2 spot. And again, you're also usually, a lot of times you've got Shohei Ohtani who's on base, and/or he's just hit a home run already, and you've obviously got a massively impressive lineup behind you. So in the 2 spot for the Dodgers, Mookie Betts this year in 47 at-bats, batting $149. Freddie Freeman, who's been, outside of Ohtani, the best hitter for the Dodgers, I guess Pages maybe, 213 in his 80 at-bats. Kyle Tucker, who we're talking about, has not played well there. 238, 84 at-bats. Even Andy Pages, who's been amazing for most of the year, is hitting 239 in his 92 at-bats in the 2 spot. That dude is hitting 375 when he's in the 6-hole. By the way, Pages was 1 for 3 yesterday with, I think, a walk, so it was like those numbers were entering yesterday's game. So the Dodgers, and this isn't the bigger talk, but the Dodgers two-hitter has been atrocious this year for whatever reason. Given the fact there's been literally no production there, what about just giving Kyle Tucker a run, since the Dodgers are still having a lot of success largely without a lot of production in the two spot, as a way to pretend that they're supporting him? Maybe he sees better pitches, and maybe to your point, maybe it's a little bit of a confidence reset, because Dave Roberts can say, we believe in you, you're in the two hole, but really we're just putting you in the spot where nobody can hit.
I like that idea just because it would be a vote of confidence knowing, hey, let's start to see the Kyle Tucker that we thought we signed. But I think that the Dodgers, they signed really what the history of Kyle Tucker was, not what he's been this season. And the issue with putting him back in the two-hole, I think, would be just some of the advanced predictive stuff says that there's some deeper issues that are going to be tougher to fix than just moving his spot in the lineup.
Is that a fancy way of saying he sucks now?
I think it's a fancy way of saying that. I mean, it is. It's a problem. I mean, it definitely is a way to say that. I mean, you look at just the overall barrel percentage and things like that. I mean, just here, I'll give you a quick one.
I love all this stuff. Okay.
Barrel percentage, how often he hits it on the barrel of the bat.
Can you do it again? Because we didn't. People need to see it.
The barrel of the bat.
Bam!
Boom, right?
At the Fan LA.
So that's the core issue. So if you're listening to this on the radio, if you're watching over on YouTube, the number one biggest issue for Kyle Tucker is that there has been a complete evaporation of the power profile in his swing. So right now he has a 5.6% barrel rate. That's almost half.
Can you explain to people who don't know what barrel rate, what that is?
So if you hit the ball in the barrel, you're usually looking at an exit velocity of 100 miles per hour more, so it's going to lead to a hit. More often than not, you're going to get a single, double, triple, a home run.
Yep.
It's basically the more you barrel up pitches, the higher the rate that you are going to do damage.
Percentage of times people are hitting the ball on the
barrel,
spot.
on the sweet spot.
You know what it's like when you used to play baseball in Little League and it just felt right? That's
just
what
felt
we're
right.
talking
Almost
about.
you don't feel anything, they say, right? So this
I felt
year,
like a god.
You did.
I did a couple times.
Boom! Over the
Bam!
wall. Love it.
I'm done.
5.6% barrel rate this season. His career average is 10.4%. Then also on top of
God.
So you're talking about almost cutting in half the amount of times he's barrel up pitches.
That's wild.
Then to go deeper than that, his flare or his burner contact rate has gone up to 29.4%. For his career, he's been at 24.7%.
That's what it sounds like. That's basically making poor contact.
Exactly. He's mishitting balls he used to hit. So essentially, it comes down to Kyle Tucker not hitting the ball hard. And then when he's hitting the ball and putting it in play, you're seeing those lazy rollovers. You're seeing a lot of situations where there's just no slug there. And then the third biggest thing I think for Kyle Tucker is he just doesn't do damage to off-speed pitches. So this year, he's been okay slugging against fastballs, a .431 batting average against fastballs, but he has a -4 run value against off-speed pitches. He's hitting .182 against changeups and splitters. So they've been attacking him with a steady diet of changeups and splitters. Hasn't been able to hit that. The fastball has been a little better, but I think that it's between the ears. I really, truly do.
I was going to ask you.
And here's my big fear, and I wanted to run this by you too.
Yeah.
Is you talk about going to the two-hole. I'd be okay with that. I've talked about that on the show a couple times, what I would do in the two-hole.
Yep.
You know what I would do? I'd move Shohei down
by the way, I
and
would
move
too.
Mookie to lead off.
I would too, by the way.
Because Mookie Betts, he had a pretty solid week. He led the team in hits, runs, extra base hits. His bat's been totally...
You can say it.
His
You don't have
bat's...
to say it. You can be snarky with your words, not just your eyes. I like it when you bring the snark.
The bat has been
You look like
big
Donald Duck.
ever...
Speaking language.
Ever since the big error that cost Yamamoto the perfect game, the bat has turned around. Is there a correlation there? We'll never know. But my big fear with Kyle Tucker is this.
I know what you're doing, yeah.
Is he's just been so average. Do they do something dramatic? Like, it almost, I think, would be better for the team if he was Michael Conforto levels of ineptitude, because then they would make dramatic moves. They would shake things up. Maybe you give him a stint on the injured list, and then you call up James Tibbs III, a promising prospect in the Dodgers farm system.
Try to get a little bit of a spark from that.
Allow him to reset. Get him to the All-Star break. Because
he just looks so miserable,
and
man.
but don't you think he's almost too average? To me,
I'm with you. I agree.
When you're bad, when you're like, being bad is failing a test, right? Being average is just getting C's. And you're like, I don't need to study anymore. He's a big C. And it's kind of one of those things where...
I love how often you root for Dodgers to fail so the Dodgers can eventually succeed. And I'm not even making funny on this one. We don't agree often on that. But on this one, you want take 5 steps back so that he can...
Failure is the rough draft to success, right? I mean...
Here's the thing, too. I mean, the Dodgers did not sign. Sorry, there we go. I love it. The Dodgers didn't sign Kyle Tucker to be fine. They signed him to be an all-star bat. They signed him to make this lineup feel younger and more youthful. And so far, he has not done that. And here's the thing. The big picture thing is for the Dodgers is they have a lot invested in him, right? They have a lot invested in him for these next couple of seasons. But the truth is sure, do they still have the best record in baseball along with the Atlanta Braves, even with Kyle Tucker having a down season? There's no doubt about that. They can still survive that. The Dodgers offense without Kyle Tucker being good is still good enough. It's like a shark losing a tooth. It's noticeable, but that shark's still going to eat, right? The Dodgers
Did you make that up?
The Dodgers offense is still going to eat. I love Jaws.
That was crazy. But was that a Jaws line?
No, I like sharks.
I like you do?
Okay, yeah.
I don't like sharks.
You don't like sharks?
They scare the hell out of me.
But hear me out, though.
I'm here for it.
Where the Dodgers are at right now, I have some other interesting stats I want to point out to you.
Okay.
Couple more here. His OPS, so many weird things about Kyle Tucker. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. His OPS at Dodger Stadium is 609. His OPS on the road is 816.
Teacher, I have a thought.
Yeah.
This reinforces my concern that he hates being a Dodger. That the pressure or the clubhouse. Look, LA, I love LA, but I've known, you probably have too. I have known people who have moved here, and I've been like, you're going to love it. And they're gone in 8 months. It's just, some people don't click. That makes, because when you know this, but for people that don't, when you're on the road, it's a totally different vibe. You're in a hotel, you can be by yourself. You're obviously not driving around the streets of Los Angeles. I mean, you are and so like every Major League Baseball player spends half of their lives in the sort of road vibe, and half of NBA players, half of NFL players, which is a very specific kind of feeling. It's very, for guys that play well on the road, it's very comfortable. And then your home ballpark and your home thing is like when you're with your family and when with your teammates and when you're at your ballpark and you're in your, in this case, LA pattern. That makes me really worried that the issue is in his head and that he's just not happy here for whatever reason.
And I tend to agree with you on that.
It's a great stat.
Because also his day game, night game stats are out of whack. And also, you know what I also looked up too, Bill, is in the postseason, he had 2 home runs in the World Series a couple years ago. In 2022, it was actually more than a couple years ago, like 4 years ago. But he hasn't been a good postseason hitter throughout his career. He has a sub-700 OPS, hits around 233. So it's not like this guy has this history of being this clutch player. So it almost feels like this is a Dodgers team that's hoping to get the best version of him in the regular season and hope that he can turn the corner in the postseason. But right now, I think that that's what it is. He's picked up some bad habits. It feels like not everyone's built to be a Dodger. Sometimes you can put on that Dodgers uniform, but sometimes it feels like that Dodgers uniform can wear you. And it feels like it's wearing him at this point, and it feels like it's wearing him down. And I think that was a absolute reminder, the at-bat we saw, when it just felt like he wanted no business being a part of that at-bat. And I think I'm the Dodgers, you're going to start to do more harm than good if he struggles to the point where there's no return.
I want to, it's D-Mac and Reiter on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. If you have a perspective on Kyle Tucker, if you have a guess, like we're trying to figure out why he's struggling, if you have a sense of whether or not you think he will or won't figure it out sooner at all, 855-97 LA Fan. We'd love to get your perspective, 855-97 LA Fan, or just drop your thoughts in the comments. Let me continue to play armchair psychologist here, and I want to bring this up, but I want to do it by asking you your sort of view on this, because you have been around this Dodgers team a ton. You're known in that clubhouse. You're a report. One of the benefits, one of the many benefits we have with D-Mac on D-Mac and Reiter is that you know the Dodgers, and I keep saying this, I think as well better than anybody in Southern California. And to quote the Big Lebowski, that puts you in the running for best Dodgers expert on in the entire world. I noticed that Dave Roberts' post-game press conference was very curt. And he was very, I thought, short at times. And there was a level of frustration in Dave Roberts, even for a loss, that struck me as an outsider, as someone who sort of follows this from a distance, as eyebrow-raising. And then I noticed later some of the coverage, and I think it was Katie Wu, but I can't. Some of the writers even slipped in, sort of like Dave Roberts said, clearly annoyed, which, as someone who's covered these events like you have, when you put that in your writing, it's because it was so egregious, it's sort of in the back of your brain. Do you think that is Dave Roberts being frustrated with Kyle Tucker and that at bat at the end, being just pissed off?
100%. I mean, like we talked about, like you mentioned, those were nasty pitches. It's tough for anyone to pick those up. But it just felt like the scary part wasn't that they were just bad. It felt like he looked disinterested. It looked like he was confused up there. And I think...
You think his manager's even noticed.
I think that Dave Roberts is picking up on, hey, I need to show him some tough love in the media because we've done the nice thing. We've given him some grace, and sure, he's definitely going to have a lot of season left to try to pick things up, but he's on pace, Bill, for 1.5 WAR, right? To get $60 million worth of value.
That's wild, dude.
To get $60 million worth of value, you got to produce 5 or 6 WAR. Like, this guy from a individual season contract is definitely not the player that they hoped he would be. And if you're the Dodgers in this one, you're going to rely upon him in big moments. Because the truth is, if he comes through in October,
he's on pace for that?
For 1.5, yeah. And also the defense has been bad too. The offense has been bad. Every single
Andy Pages
thing
is at 3.6.
It's crazy. And look at the value. I mean, that's the thing.
That's
kind of how you play this game. So I think if I'm Kyle Tucker, the thing that I think would turn his season around would be to embrace the LA media, the LA fan base. Because I can tell you that if you were going to make a list of...
Dude, that's great advice.
Which players, Bill, are not at their locker, it's him. He's never at his locker. It's rare to hit those interviews.
Yep.
Does feel like he's hiding. I remember during spring training, maybe we got to talk to him a couple different times. And this is kind of the vibe I got from Tanner Scott last year. Ended up having a down year. Just lean into it. I think fans would embrace him more. I'm not saying to go full Trey Turner standing ovation, right? Like what they did with Trey Turner, because the funny thing about Trey Turner, right, is what happened with Trey Turner. Remember a couple years ago when they did the standing ovation with the Phillies and everything turned out better for him? It was good, but look at Trey Turner now. He's a bad player, right? So it takes more than just fans giving you an ovation to turn things around. I think they have to give him a reset, man. I really do. I would not be surprised if they kind of found a reason to maybe call up a James Tibbs, give him some time, and then kind of hit that mental and mechanical reset.
D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. By the way, we want your chats. I'm going to read this chat. I am not endorsing by any stretch of the imagination the name of the chat, but to our friend, Good Karma Sucks, thank you for listening. I'm not endorsing the name. We'll just call you GKS from now on.
What is that brand?
GKS, no comment, says Tucker has never finished the top 5 in MVP voting. He's not worth $60 million. What is worth $60 million, if I had the money, is listen to Doug McCain talk some Dodgers. We're going to keep it rolling. We're going to keep on doing it. We'll also talk about our weekend plans, and we'll get your responses on the disaster that is Kyle Tucker. We also want to get into Emmett Sheehan and what's been a really bad pattern for him over the last 3 starts. All of that and more coming up next here on D-Mac and Reiter. LA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. We are going to get to some Emmett Sheehan talk in an hour. We're going to nominate some Rooter Heroes of the Day in about 15 or 20 minutes. We've got lots of stuff coming up we're very excited about, so stick with us on the FM. We're the only sports talk radio station, A, that you need to know about, but B, that's on the FM dial, 97.1. Or you can stream us, watch us on X, on YouTube at The Fan LA, at The Fan LA. Happy belated Father's Day, my friend.
Appreciate you, my guy.
I had a great weekend. So you did the Disney thing, man.
I went crazy with
Got
it,
into
man. I did the Disney thing. Have you ever seen that Will Chamberlain meme where he had like all the points, rebounds, and it was like the craziest stat line ever? That literally was me at Disneyland yesterday. 21 attractions.
That's crazy.
I rode 21 rides, all the big rides. Indiana Jones, Splash Mountain, what used to be that.
Yeah,
It's now
what is-
Tiana's.
They changed
They
it.
changed. It's awesome. It's awesome.
Is it the same drop?
Same. It's actually supposedly steeper, and apparently you get a little more drenched, as what
okay
Burge told me. But the coolest thing, couple cool things from Disney. Well, there's one thing.
Just
So
laughed at Burge out loud.
my wife and I are
Disney love.
extremely competitive, right? And as you know, and you're as competitive as anyone I've ever met.
I'm very chill.
You're very competitive,
They called
man.
me laid back Bill.
You're the furthest thing from laid back Bill, but we play this ride at California Adventure.
Okay.
It's the Toy Story Midway Mania, and in this ride, you have these little pull things where you have to like shoot the characters, and you get points. And there's a point system, and there's also a Spider-Man version. My wife and I, we go crazy. This is like our Super Bowl.
Okay.
This is like our Super Bowl.
This is the moment.
We take this very seriously. There's training involved. There's a lot of visualization ahead of time.
All right.
I've won sometimes. She's won sometimes. And she destroyed me. She beat me very badly. And
Good job, Gene.
She posted a screenshot of our scores on her Instagram story.
Okay.
And what she said on her Instagram story was, he should be wishing me a happy Father's Day because I'm his daddy.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
The fact you're bringing it up means you kind of like it, though.
No.
Yeah, it does.
No, I was mad.
No,
but,
you weren't.
but this is the
You
this
respected it.
is the number one thing I was very excited about.
So she's the alpha in the house.
Right now, she's kind of winning. I don't think that the so I was talking to one of the Disneyland employees. I think mine was broken. Because I think mine.
I've heard this from you before.
It was not. It needed to be recalibrated.
I've heard the AI excuses and the various.
There was a lot of injustices there. I think that there was a wrong scorekeeping situation. But the one I was most excited to tell you about was I was at California Adventure.
Okay.
I had rode this river rapid ride. I got really drenched, and I had my 97.1 The Fan zip up. So I was wearing it because I was super wet, and I needed it. It was great. And we were trying to get into this restaurant called Carthays.
It was great.
It's great. It's a great hoodie. It's a great logo. People love it.
I like it.
Trying to get to this restaurant at California Adventure.
Okay.
And it is one that's very hard to get into. It's hard to get into. It's called Carthay Circle Restaurant. People, they get reservations months ahead of time.
At Disney?
Disney.
Why?
It's fancy. It's like it's
Is
like
it schmancy?
It's really nice.
Fancy and schmancy?
Fancy and schmancy, both at the same time.
Really?
Super tasty. It's
Burge
really good
is very
stuff.
seriously going.
Yeah, it's good times, right? So
You guys
I
are
was
crazy.
trying to get in, and they're like, "Where's your reservations?" And basically, my wife was really good about reserving stuff. Had us in the lounge, but it didn't work
Wait,
out.
are you blaming Gene right now for this?
No, I'm not. I just
So
something.
so Gene didn't make the reservation.
She did, but
she was
something
supposed to.
we wanted the actual table in the
Gene, I'm
restaurant
not
part
okay with this.
with the
What
decor,
he's
with the
doing.
cool tables, and it wasn't working out. It was really packed. It was Father's Day weekend, a lot of people there. And this guy realized I was getting kind of sad and frustrated that this table wasn't coming through. And he comes up to me. He noticed my 97.1 The Fan jacket. He's like, "Hey, D-Mac, what's up?" I was like, "What?"
How do you know your name?
Because he
Because
saw
you're a celebrity.
Well,
This
no.
is you telling me you're a celebrity.
No,
again.
this is trust me.
It's the fourth time, right?
Wait till we get to what I was getting to. So he's like, he notices me. I'm like, dude, I need a table. My wife did it. He's like, don't worry, man. He worked his magic with the iPad, got us the best table in the house. But then guess what he said? He's like, man, I'm loving the new show. I listen to every single day.
I love that, dude.
And he was like, I swear, I put you on. He goes, man, Bill's incredible. Love that
He
guy.
didn't
but
say those two words, but okay.
I 100%. He did. He goes, why does he hate LeBron so much? He
Everyone
literally
says
said,
this to me.
I kid you not. He goes, why does Bill hate
Eric?
His name's Eric.
Eric, we did a segment on this, right? How I don't hate LeBron. All right, I need to clip it and just. In fact, can we go back and make a? I'm gonna go back and have Sam make a maybe she already did a clip of this. Did we already do a clip of this? I'm gonna send it to Eric.
Yeah, and then he also
I
asked me.
explained I don't hate LeBron.
He's like, when you guys fight on the show, he asked me, when you guys fight on the show, do you fight in between the breaks?
No.
He asked me that. I was like, no. Usually,
He ran away one time, but other than that,
I did.
Yeah.
Oh, usually I follow him wherever he goes during the breaks.
True.
But it was really awesome. The guy. Here's the cool thing about Eric. So Eric was telling me the story where he heard us talking about the 2020 World Series for the Dodgers.
Okay.
Right, and how it's a legitimate win, how people that hate on that series are just disgruntled fans. Because remember, it only became a illegitimate World Series when your team didn't win it. And he was telling me about his dad who passed away before the Dodgers, or after the Dodgers had won it, and they were able to watch that 2020 World Series together, and it meant so much to him and his dad, and it was on Father's Day. So, yeah, he gave us a lot of love for that. So, big shout-out to Eric. Big shout-out to 97.1 The Fan. Hooking me up. I was VIP status, hooking up with martinis and
Martini. Well, you still can drink there.
You can drink
this is
there.
what I just learned.
This is where you got to roll.
I'm
Carthay
in.
Circle, bro.
And wasn't there a Zach Greinke thing?
Oh, and then he told me he had listened to you.
I don't know this.
All the way back in 2015.
At a previous place we won't say out loud.
When you're doing
it's like Voldemort. It's,
you don't talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he told me that he thinks that you jinxed Zach Greinke on his consecutive scoreless inning streak. I was like, that doesn't sound like Bill.
I mean, it sounds like something I'd be blamed for.
Yeah. I mean, look, bottom line, it was a good time. It was a great time. Cool. Disneyland.
AI says that there's no record of it.
We got to.
But if Eric says so, it probably happened.
No, Eric's the man, dude. He's great. He gave
And he likes the show.
Loves the show.
That's super cool.
He's the man. But I heard you got blindfolded, or
yeah, I did. So that's a weird. That was a
good
that's
tease.
Private, man.
Translation, Doug.
The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, and blindfolds. No, so every Father's Day, my wife and kids take me to what are you writing down? What are you doing over there? Take me to a surprise dinner, and they blindfold me, and they drive in a circle, and then they want me to guess where we are, and then Madeline, my daughter, said, "Oh, there's the lighthouse," and they actually fooled me. And then Henry goes, "Madeline, don't tell him." So I thought we were going to Malibu. We actually went very near the office. Jonathan Gold is maybe the most acclaimed food writer, I think, maybe in history. It was at the LA Times. It was at LA Weekly. Won a Pulitzer Prize for food criticism. Passed away way too young. But Lori and I were both huge fans of his work, and he really loved LA and understood LA. And so there's one of his favorite restaurants of all time is, I gotta make sure I do not butcher the name of this. I think it's Meals by Gannett. I'm gonna look at it. It's on Fairfax. It is an Ethiopian restaurant. Yep, Meals by Gannett. She is Gannett. It's her restaurant. She's only open 3 days a week. And Lori called and they were sold out. And Lori explained, as Lori explained it to me, sort of why and how she wanted to take me there, and that Jonathan Gold's favorite restaurant, or one of them, and that I love Ethiopian food. And they don't open till 6 on Sundays. But she said, it's Father's Day. We'll open early. Come on in. So they opened the restaurant 30 minutes early so that we could go, right? And I'm not you. I'm not famous. People don't know who I am, right?
That's a much bigger flex.
It was
They changed the hours of operation for Bill Reiter. Come on now.
So for those of you out there, because look, I live in Manhattan Beach and I love Manhattan Beach, but I'm not sure we all do, but I get stuck in my bubble sometimes with traffic. And one of the best things about this job, I love LA. I love this place so much. And I don't get out enough, and I am now. It's like Musso and Frank, I'm trying to pull you to all the time. And I just went to Matza the other day, and I want to go to Republique, and now Lori wants to go to West Hollywood and walk around. But Lori and Henry right now I think they're at the observatory walking around. We're getting back out because of this job, and this is a restaurant that I drive by most days. It's on my commute, and I see it. I'm like, I got to get there. So it was a very cool Father's Day kind of vibe thing. I loved it. And when we pulled up, they take the blindfold off, and they go, "Where are we?" And I go, "I don't have any idea." And then I looked around, I'm like, are we in little Ethiopia? And that's where we were. It was very cool.
That's amazing stuff. The food, I'm guessing, was incredible.
Dude. All right, so
what was your favorite dish?
Have you had Ethiopian food?
I have not. I've been meaning to go to that one on Fairfax for a long time.
And apparently
I need to go.
Apparently they're all supposed to be very, very good. There's a dish that she makes called Dorawat, which is it's sort of a spicy blackened chicken that I think is cooked for several days. And the way it works, there's this sort of very unique bread that you sort of, you don't use utensils. You use the bread and you sort of pick it up and you scoop. Dude, it's amazing. I love Ethiopian food. I've had it all. I've had it in London. I've had it abroad. I've had it in New York City. I've had it all over the place. There was a great Ethiopian place in Kansas City. It's the best Ethiopian meal I've ever had.
That's amazing.
It
I got
was
to go
hard.
there. That's
Dude,
a great endorsement.
I'll take you.
Let's get it.
I got a hookup.
Do you?
I know Doug McCain.
Will they open early for me, or do I have to go to normal business hours?
I mean, if you wear that hat, they will.
Yeah.
And they're
My
like,
goofy hat or my
no, not
this
your-
hat, the
the goofy
97
hat,
one
you will
hat.
be
Yeah.
turned away.
Yeah, gorsh. Yeah, definitely not
You
doing that
like-
one.
By the way, you have a
Yeah.
you have a thing you do when you pose now. I've realized you like tilt your head a certain way.
Yeah,
your
yeah.
eyes get a certain.
Yeah, Jean's like friends make fun of her. They say that like when she goes to like different trips around the world, I do that same thing. And they said, why don't you just travel with a cardboard cutout of me? Because I'm making the same look in every picture. But yeah,
No, it's a
yeah.
good. You know, we should when you send me these photos, I should give them to Sam to put on the stream.
Oh, that would
I
work.
forgot to.
We should switch it. Disneyland does not sound appealing to you, though, right? Like,
No, I would go.
Yeah, it's,
I'm not a crowds person.
yeah, I was about to say the crowds thing
Yeah.
probably annoyed. It wasn't that busy.
My kids love it. My kids go.
Would you rock with the Reiters wear matching T-shirts? Is my question.
Would you hook up your VIP hookup thing?
I could probably hook you up,
Then
but
yes.
here's the thing, though. But to me, I'm not. I'm so out on that idea. Do you know what I'm talking about?
By the way, I was going to give you a hard
Yeah.
time about something.
Do it.
I finally pulled my. When did you give me the Haesung Kim T-shirt? 3 weeks ago.
It was when he was at his lowest point in his career. So a couple weeks ago.
I pulled it out of my backpack this morning, to put in the closet for when he gets called up. It has stains on it.
I mean,
He
it's-
gave me a stained T-shirt.
I didn't tell you it was a new shirt.
Was it mustard? I was like, what?
At
the
what point did I
hell?
tell you that was a new shirt?
I guess just the assumption was.
Dude, that's a DMAC game worn. Okay,
it's stained. It's got multiple stains.
I didn't want to watch it. That would diminish the value. I've worn that a couple times.
I'm gonna have to wash it,
dude.
You know what it
I'm
smells
telling
like?
What's
It
up?
smells like lies. D-Mac and Reiter.
Hey, but one thing I guarantee, one of my big pet peeves is these families. They walk around Disneyland and they all wear matching shirts. They all wear the same exact shirts. I saw a ton of them, and it's just I don't know, man. I'm not in on the like. I saw some guys that said bibbity boppity broke. Some guy said most expensive day ever.
You can't do
Hakuna no
you
dollar.
can't do matching shirts.
It is not.
I
I'm
was
not
lying
with
to you.
that.
I would never wear a matching shirt with my wife.
Yeah,
Ever.
I saw one that was like the girls. It said I'm with Grumpy, and his said I don't do matching shirts.
Let me ask. I know we have to go, but let me ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
Lori got the entire family a shirt. It's all black, but it's white lettering. It says "Bleep you bleepin' bleepity bleep," and they wear it around the house. And where do you? Would I be kicked out of Disney if I wore that shirt?
No, there was families. I saw a whole family wearing a shirt that said "I pooped at Disney." It was the weirdest
But
thing
this
ever.
is the actual bad words.
Oh, that one you probably would for
Yeah, you
sure.
should.
Yeah.
Where do you wear that shirt? I don't know where to wear that shirt Lori got me.
It's very edgy. You like edgy?
Not that edgy.
Not that's too edgy.
I'm not swearing
Yeah.
at the kids when I'm walking down the street. You know?
Exactly. That's a little aggressive for
I
me.
don't need somebody to get mad at me the way that you get mad at me when I bring up the fact that Shohei should maybe pitch sometimes. D-Mac and Reiter. But you shot me a look when Alex asked you about Shohei.
I did?
Yeah, you did.
Wow.
But I still love you. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Whatever you're doing over there, stop. At the Fan LA, what are you writing down? You know, we're going to find out what you're writing down, and we're going to nominate some Rooter Heroes of the Day next on D-Mac and Reiter. Welcome back into the show. Doug McCain, Bill Reiter, D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. If you want to hit us up on the chat, a bunch of you are on there. Drop your comments in the community. I see there's a little debate brewing about Messi, who had 2 goals today, versus Mbappe. Mbappe had a goal, has a goal. France is playing right now. They're up 1-0. We're going to do a World Cup recap. A few hours. Very good news coming, by the way. There were some things that happened in matches you probably aren't paying attention to, or you may not be, that very much impact the USA in a very good way. So we'll break all that down later in the show. We're going to talk about the NL West and how Andrew Friedman destroyed the division in all the ways that are good for the Dodgers at the top of the next hour. And if you want to follow us on Twitter, on X, at the Fan LA, DMAC_LA for Doug. I'm at Sports Reiter, Sports REITER. Again, phone number 855-97-LA fan. We also have a bunch of comments. You want me to read a few of these before we do some Rooter Heroes?
Hit me.
Speecher 2000. What about putting Ohtani at second in the lineup? He's always consistent. That's what you've been called for.
I think it would make sense. I think that could be a way to get the best out of Mookie Betts. And if you get the best version of Mookie Betts, that solves a lot. That really solves
Mookie
a
better.
lot.
I don't even need Mookie Betts. I just need Mookie
Betts,
better.
Better Betts.
I did it. I went there. Speecher 2000, as you probably know, part of the reason the Dodgers don't do that is the math says that if you start a guy as a leadoff, he gets more at-bats over the course of a year, even if it's marginally more. That's what they're doing.
But if it means better pitches for
I'm with you,
Mookie,
bro.
I will
Same
gladly
page.
sacrifice 50 to 60 plate appearances, especially if the bottom of the lineup, they have not got a lot of production, not only from the 2-hole, but from the second base position.
I know you want less Shohei. We get it.
I want Shohei in better positions.
Showtime LA. What are the odds we could actually get a sign and trade for Kessler or Duran Dunn? That's Jalen Duran, big man in Detroit. Obviously, Walker Kessler is the big man in Utah. We'll do this later. We'll dive into it, and we are aware that there's Giannis watch right now, so we'll let you know if that news breaks and if it impacts the Lakers or how it could. We'll let you know if some pieces come. To answer your question, I think Duran's an impossibility. I just don't think Detroit would let him go at any price. In order to do a sign and trade, basically the team has to not be willing to match the restricted free agent qualifying offer and then sort of facilitate a trade with the 5th year to get things in return. Kessler's not impossible. It would take a pick. It would are you willing to send out a first-round pick or a pick swap to potentially overpay Kessler? I probably would be, but that's part of what the Lakers have to figure out. Showtime LA. And also, it's predicated on Utah basically not matching and not wanting to spend whatever amount of money Kessler would make from the Lakers. Okay, it's a lot. Love the comments. Keep them coming at the Fan LA. It's time to do this segment.
It's time for the Rooter Hero of the Day.
I'm gonna go first. I'm gonna nominate Eric from Disney for taking care of my guy Doug. I know he asked whether or not we get mad at each other. I love this man, even if I don't love a lot of his Dodgers. No, that's not true. If I don't love 2% of his Dodger takes.
And 2, sometimes you meet people, Bill, and you're like, oh, I'm going to be listening, and are you sure? This guy's listening. So I'm sure he appreciates that, and I'm sure that whenever LeBron James makes his decision, he will be thinking of Bill Reiter right after.
Do you think I hate LeBron James?
I do.
You do?
Not all the time.
You can tell me.
But I don't think you hate LeBron James the person. I think you hate some of his antics as a player.
That's real.
Yeah.
Like, I hate Chris Paul.
I don't think it's personal. There you go.
On a personal level. Like, I hate him, and I'm glad he never won a championship. And he treated me and people I know badly, and he might be a great person outside of that, but I'll say it if I hate somebody.
Yeah, I've kind of got used to your dead to me face. Like Bill Reiter has a you're dead to me face.
Oh, I do?
You do. Like you get like kind of soulless and lifeless, right? When you bring up LeBron, you're still excited about whatever's going on with LeBron. But when you're at Chris Paul, it's like, that's the Bill Reiter you're dead to me face.
That is
yeah.
Very funny here on D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan. All right, so I nominated Eric at Disney for taking care of D-Mac, and not just that, recognizing that a customer had sort of made a mistake or something had gone wrong, and just that is great. I mean, that's the Disney experience.
He hooked it up, man. Big shout out to him. Okay, I think this is inspired by you. I'm going with Cristiano Ronaldo haters. My hero is Cristiano Ronaldo haters because of all the funny content that's come out of this. One of my favorite tweets so far from the World Cup. This is from Billy_T. The haters said Ronaldo couldn't do it, and they were right. Honestly, great call from the haters. Also saw one that said that Cristiano Ronaldo silenced all of his supporters. So I'm just totally here for this. I'm not the biggest CR7 hater, but clearly the guy is not on the level of Lionel Messi. He's not on the level of Mbappe or any of these guys. And I think he's dragging that Portugal team down. So I'm here for the downfall of Cristiano Ronaldo because he diminished what it meant to win a World Cup when he said that it's just a 6 or 7 game tournament. Also, he said Maradona was a better player than Lionel Messi. So I'm here for the Cristiano Ronaldo haters.
That is one of the best ones that I've heard in a really long time. It's the Rooter Hero of the Day nominees. Hero of the Day from Rooter Hero. Everybody needs a hero. RooterHero.com. You went Messi, or you went Ronaldo. I'm going to go Messi. I mean, the guy scored 2 goals today for Argentina after missing a penalty, which is pretty unheard of. Just in terms of him missing and in terms of that rebound. The 2 goals were sensational. We'll talk about them later. I love Leo Messi. We also put out, Lindsay did, who runs social media for us, an amazing short about how Messi changed my son's life. So check that out on Insta and Facebook. It was very, very cool.
Awesome. Love it. Okay, this one, I'm going with Shohei Ohtani. So Shohei Ohtani and his wife, Mamiko, they announced the birth of their second child, a baby boy, on June 20th. It was this big surprise. No one knew about it in the media. His goal was to have 1 son and 1 daughter by the age of 31, so he's back on track. No, Dylan Cease is not his son, so it's actually his first son. So big shout out to Shohei and showing that dad strength right away, going big fly, hitting a bomb.
Okay, I like it.
What was that look?
I don't know, man. Like, I feel like maybe you're pandering a little bit.
I feel like this is a good time to use it.
It was Father's Day yesterday. Like, should we celebrate all Father? Okay, you know what? I like it. I loved it. I'm going to go Dalton Rushing. Big home run on Friday. Think about how it would feel like the sky was falling if they'd been swept by Baltimore. Maybe I'm pandering too. Oh, but I'm going to go Dalton Rushing.
I love it. I'll go Ryan Ward. Some of these young players, they're just continuing to help out and continuing to not be phased. It feels like I'd rather have Ryan Ward and Alex Freeland up there right now than Kyle Tucker. I don't know if that speaks well for the farm system or poorly about where Kyle Tucker's at, but give me those young Dodgers making an impact on this team.
I don't know if maybe we combine this with Eric, but I want to nominate Gannett, who is the chef and the cook and the owner of Meals by Gannett. She obviously let my family come in a little early so we could experience her restaurant on Father's Day, and it was absolutely incredible. I'm also going to nominate Lamine Yamal. We'll get to that later. He's amazing. He's a hero to all of us.
Awesome stuff. I think we'll rock with that one.
Is that what we got?
Yep.
Anybody else?
No, I think I'm good.
I feel bad. Your Shohei thing was great. I do. I feel it was a great nomination.
Hey,
I shouldn't have taken
congratulations.
shots at him.
Hey, his son, he's the prince that was promised. I can't wait to see what his son does for the Dodgers in like 2045.
The prince that was promised. Isn't that a reference to Jesus?
Well, I'm just saying.
I'm actually asking. Is that a biblical reference? Game of Thrones.
Yeah, exactly. Right,
We're both going to. We're both spending some time somewhere.
Yeah, I love
it. Do we love it? Apparently, I have a hate face, but not when I talk about Doug McCain because he's having T-Mac and Reiter. It's
very rare.
Not he's having one the fan. We're going to break down the NL West next. back into the show. Doug McCain, Bill Reiter, D-Mac and Reiter. Presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. My man.
Let's get it.
Let's get it. 855-97 LA Fan. 855-97 LA Fan. We didn't get into the continued struggles of Emmett Sheehan in the first segment because our Kyle Tucker conversation was really cool and just kept on going. It was really interesting, but we are going to get that in about 25 minutes. We'll do some NFL headlines at the end of the hour. Dodgers games this week are earlier. They're in Minnesota, so first pitch around 4:40. So we'll do a Dodgers preview in an hour. We'll catch up on the World Cup at 4:30. There's some actually really good news in the sort of machinations of all the games and how the would-be round of 32 is shaping up. Very, very, very good news for the United States. We'll talk about that, explain that. Hardwood headlines. We're on Giannis watch, so we'll get into that. And if obviously news breaks, we'll let you know. We've got a Sounds of LA Sports segment that we put together that we're excited about. We think you'll like it at 5 o'clock. And we'll check in on the Dodgers and get on the latest on LeBron toward the end of the show. And then obviously reveal the Rooter Hero of the day, who you can vote for right now on the string at the Fan LA, at the Fan LA. Eric from Disneyland, Cristiano Ronaldo haters, Leo Messi, Shohei Ohtani. Oh, you guys got to get Gannett in there. Yeah, I changed that. Combine Eric and Gannett, like just the two people who kind of took care of both of us.
That's my nomination.
I'm using my veto power. I don't know. I don't think I have that.
I think you do. I think you do. Flex that muscle, Bill. Flex it.
855-97 LA Fan. And for the record, I don't think we're mad at each other. Eric wondered if you're mad at me sometimes. He asked if you're mad at me.
Well, he knows I do get mad about things, right? I get pretty hot and heated if there's certain things in the sports world that get this passion. I start getting crazy with it. But no, obviously, it's to me. I live for it, man. I live when. I mean, we disagree a lot? We do.
We do.
I mean, everyone has their right to their own wrong opinion. It's okay. Like
and you exercise that right a lot. And I respect it.
You do? Okay. Well, see, that's what I'm talking about right there, okay? Jeez.
855-97 LA Fan. We're going to do something a little different today. We are going to just do a check-in, a wellness check on the state of the entire NL West, and then talk about and explain why that state is and how we think the Dodgers have shaped it. So without further ado, we're just going to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's do
number 5.
Bam! Your Colorado Rockies sitting at 30-48. Their run differential is -90, making them the worst team potentially in baseball. They are the worst team in baseball.
They're terrible. They're
bad.
awful. There's really nothing to see here. I mean, this is a Rockies team that they've been inferior for a very long time, still trying to figure out a way to put together a team that is viable with the elements in Colorado. So, look, they're the basement dwellers of the NL West. That has not changed. They're a team that can be competitive every now and then against the Dodgers. You have Kyle Karros, Eric Karros' son, on the team. But this is a team that bad ownership, not competing anytime soon. They're the bottom of the NL West.
My brother lives in Denver, so I'm there. It's a very cool ballpark. And I will say this for the Rockies. You can go to a game for 30 cents, basically. And it's crazy how cheap. So if you're ever looking for, you want to just do a little weekend trip, see if the Dodgers are in Denver, because Denver's a cool vibe and it is very, very affordable. I'll have to check, but maybe they pay people to go. They don't, but they should. They are very, very bad.
Number 4.
So the Giants, which is so beautiful to see them where they are. By the way, the Giants at 31-46 are just a game and a half up on the Rockies for being the worst team in the NL West and in baseball. And they've had, the drama continues. And they've spent some money. And you made a point on X over the weekend about Kyle Tucker that I thought was really smart, that as much as it is frustrating for Dodgers fans that they're paying the Dodgers, Kyle Tucker, a lot of money to be very, very poor, he is not Devers, he is not Machado in their respective cities in our division, where the best player on the team is the highest paid player on the team, and they need that player to play well. And Devers is not just playing poorly. He is showing up as manager, refusing to come out at first base, just showing all the reasons the Red Sox got rid of him for good reason.
Yeah, that was a moment where it just showed that Tony Vitello, who is a college baseball manager,
it's all bad,
that Buster Posey elevated to that spot thinking that maybe we had found the next guy. Clearly, that has not been a move that has paid dividends. And this is a Giants team that you felt like maybe because of the star power, you bring in a Rafael Devers, you have Logan Webb as your ace, you got Willie Adames at shortstop, Matt Chapman. They have talent.
There is talent there.
But guess what? This was all made on the approach where we're going for names. We're not going for a team that I think is analytically driven like we saw with the Farhan Zaidi era. And SF stands for season finished. The Giants are a bad team, a team that has not contended with the Dodgers, save for that 2021 season where Gabe Kapler was using that black magic, wherever the heck was going on with late night Lamont.
He's a friend of mine. I like Gabe.
Gabe's cool. Whatever they did that year, they won 107 games, but we have not heard from them since. The Dodgers end up being the Giants that year in the NLDS. But I've got a wild stat for you, right? For so many years, Dodgers fans know, the true blue Dodgers fans know that the worst thing they could ever hear from a Giants fan, the worst thing that could come out of a Giants fan's mouth was even years, right? Even years, because the Giants, they won those World Series titles in those even years from 2010, 2014, that year with Madison Bumgarner, and the Dodgers had not had success in the postseason. The Giants took over baseball in the division. You just couldn't say anything to a Giants fan. Well, guess what? Since 2014, the last time
when Andrew Friedman got hired.
When Andrew Friedman got hired.
Not a coincidence.
Which Bill did point out that it has been very different since Andrew Friedman has taken over this Dodgers organization since 2014. That was the last time that the Giants have won the NLDS. Since then, the Dodgers have won, check this out, 18 postseason series since the last time the Giants have won the NLDS.
Is there an example? And by the way, I was trying to remember when and why we talked about former great players who do not become great GMs or coaches, and I can't even remember in the sort of rush of stuff we've done here on DMAC and Reiter on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Posey's an example on the wrong side of that column.
He really is.
And he's not the one that destroyed the organization. In a lot of ways, Farhan Zaidi had something to do with that. But I was trying to think when you were talking, when is the last time that an organization in any major sport had such a precipitous fall from being very well run, dominant, successful to an afterthought? Because they're not the Diamondbacks, right? It's not like they're the, who am I trying to think? Like the A's who back in the day would occasionally have success, or the Brewers right now. The Brewers are pretty good. They went from being the Giants, every bit the Dodgers equal or better, to being a total disaster.
They have been.
It's wild.
You're absolutely right. And I always say this. Every time someone wants to say the Dodgers ruined baseball, bring up two teams. Bring up the New York Mets, because they have an unlimited pocketbook with Stephen Cohen. They can spend any amount of money on free agents, and also bring up the San Francisco Giants. You're on the West Coast. You're in a major city. You've had money to spend. They've tried to get Aaron Judge. They tried to get Carlos Correa. They had him for a minute. They let him go. They wanted Shohei Ohtani. They wanted Yamamoto. Guess what? It's called free agency for a reason. Free agency is a two-way street, and the Dodgers get these great players to sign with them. The Giants have been the bridesmaid for essentially every single free agent over the last 10 years because no one wants to play there.
Well, and because they're poorly run, and this is to your exact point, the Dodgers don't bring in superstars solely because they are able to give them massive amounts of money. They do it because they have a farm system and a front office and an organization and a philosophy that if you can't guarantee success in baseball, but the Dodgers come as close as you can to guaranteeing postseason success. The Giants right now, depending where you look, have anywhere between the 13th to the 19th farm system. Yep. I mean, the thing about baseball that I love, and that I do think, to your point, pushes back against the Dodgers, just use the money and it's only the money. Baseball's a sport where patience matters, where decisions you make 2, 3, 4, 5 years earlier can have a massive impact on your organization. Who you draft, how you develop them, if and when you trade them, who you trade for. And we've talked about this a lot. The Dodgers are better than any team in baseball at finding, Lauer's a good example, who I guess doesn't start tonight, but he'll be pitching after, I think it's Will Klein who's going to kick off the game. The thing about the Giants that's amazing is they were well run for a long time. They did do a nice job of their farm system. They were savvy in their front office. I mean, we're talking 15 years ago, And their problem, to your point, isn't that they can't spend money. It's that players like Aaron Judge or Shohei Ohtani or any of these guys, Kyle Tucker, if they're gonna take the bag, they're gonna take the bag with a team like the Dodgers, who also are well run.
Exactly. And that's where your culture comes into play. That's where also just word of mouth comes into play, right? These players and these agents, they talk. Baseball is a very small world, and I can tell you that the reputation that the Dodgers have, it really starts with the word family. I mean, I know it sounds corny, I know it sounds a little cringe, but a lot of agents and players will tell you that when a player asks them about what it's like to be a Dodger, usually they don't bring up, oh, the hitting coach told me to do this and I did that. Oh, the pitching coach told me to do this and it helped this. It's they treat my family with a lot of respect and they roll out the red carpet for families. And you look at what the Yankees did with Juan Soto, right? Juan Soto complained about how they treat his family as far as a box for them. That's what ultimately led him to sign with the Mets, right? A little detail like that. So all this stuff matters. How you treat players' families matter. And the Dodgers do it at such a high level. Not saying other teams don't do it, but the Dodgers do everything so well. And to your point, there's been some big drop-offs. Like we saw the Red Sox. They've had a pretty big drop-off. The Tigers had a drop-off kind of in the teens there. But the Giants' drop-off is very significant because they've been an absolute punching bag in this division. And it's not like Buster Posey would be the first former player GM in baseball to have success, right? I think the best example is Chris Young down for the Texas Rangers. He built a World Series winning team a couple years ago.
That's a good one.
Billy Beane, same region. He's not the player. You're right. He's not the player.
Yeah.
But
you said, what'd you say earlier? Failure is a rough draft of success. Billy Beane was able to turn massive failure into massive success.
Yeah, exactly, right? And Kenny Williams example. I mean, there's some examples for sure, but I think in this game, I love the combination. Like, give me like the nerdy analytics dude. Give me the former player. Give me just different voices, different minds. And that's one thing that I've heard from within the Dodgers organization is that if you're trying to interview or trying to be a part of this and it feels like you're just a carbon copy of what they already have, they don't want that. They want someone to challenge their ideas to a degree.
I mean, here's what the Dodgers did. Here's why the Dodgers dominate. Here's why the Dodgers are the creme de la creme of all of sports and certainly baseball. Because when they had the chance, they went and they hired, they recognized, they identified, and then they spent the bag on the brightest mind in baseball since Theo Epstein. I mean, that, like, Andrew Friedman is for me, you were talking and I wrote down, I just cracked the code on all of baseball. So if you want to hire me, Friedman, for the bag, it's cool. Here are the four things that I think make up sort of the potential for a great baseball organization. And the Dodgers have all four of them. One is baseball ops, right? That is obviously just making the right baseball decisions, who you draft, who you sign, who your manager is, how you go about putting together a plan for 162 games. That's really, really important. I do think legacy brand matters to a degree. Like if you have pinstripes on the East Coast and a player's a free agent, you got a much better chance of signing them than if it's, even the Phillies, right? I think money is clearly significant. The Dodgers have that. But you were talking, and something that the Giants have failed on, because the Giants had the first three for a while. Culture. And I know, like you said, family, and you said it's sort of cringe, and maybe so is this. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. Culture matters. People wanting to go to work, how people are treated, what the expectations are, the understanding of, like, we have a shared ambition. The Dodgers have the best culture in baseball. They have the most, top three money in baseball. Although, in fairness to the Dodgers, when Andrew Friedman came in, people forget this, they had spent too much money under Ned Colletti, and they actually trimmed the salaries for a few years and then rebuilt it properly. So it's not just money, right? They were on a Mets trajectory, as you know, and then they sort of reversed course. They've got everything. Like, it's the Dodgers' ability to be great. What's amazing to me is that no one else has replicated this, because the Yankees have money and the Mets have money and the Padres will spend some, like, good amounts of money, and the Giants have spent money. And the thing is, it's like so many baseball teams are emulating the Jerry Jones of baseball instead of actually emulating what Andrew Friedman has done. I'm not saying it's easy, but go find a baseball savant who understands culture and how to delegate, and you have a chance to compete with the Dodgers. I'm so tired of people complaining when to your exact point, they're not the only one who spend money. They're just the only one that spends it properly because they have a long-range view of how to build this thing.
They absolutely do. And what I love about this too, Bill, is that the Dodgers and Andrew Friedman, the product that they've built, the sustainability of the winning, building a true dynasty, well, the Giants fans and everyone up there is saying, well, we got to do something, right? We got to find a way to get some stars, right? We got to compete with these guys. when the best thing for them to do would be just to, hey, we're going to sit this out until Otani's out of his prime, until Betts is out of his prime, until Yamamoto's out of his prime, and then we can pounce, then we can contend. But what the Dodgers are doing with their success is, I think, making the next generation of the Giants even worse. So it's going to lead to years and years of dynasty. Every year the Giants are like, oh, this is our year, and the Dodgers are like, that's cute, right? Like they're like, that's not going to happen. They're trying to compete with the Dodgers organization, and they're inferior. It's like trying to win a marathon in flip-flops. You're not going to win. Like you're going to struggle. You're not going to be able to beat this team anyway.
In order to succeed against the Dodgers in the NL West, you have to have a long-term plan, because Friedman did not build this overnight, and you have to build it slowly. And by the way, for those who think we're just blowing sunshine, in the Dodgers' direction, let me also point out that when Andrew Friedman leaves, and hopefully that's 20 years from now, there's no guarantee it continues to work, because his number two, right, like a guy that's been a great deputy to him, and I know he has a very robust front office with lots of smart people, but Farhan Zaidi was the GM of the Giants, and he was very, very bad at it. And like, if Farhan's listening, and I used to have him on the old show, and I'm sure you've talked to him all the time, he's a great guy. People can elevate to their level of incompetence, and not everyone can do every job that's the job above them. My point is, had Farhan never left, had he stayed forever, and he's still with the Dodgers now, and Andrew Friedman decided to go live on an island, Farhan Zaidi would have been the next guy up, and I'm not sure it would have gone well. So it's not as if what the Dodgers have is the exact right person for now, and hopefully Friedman's so young, but there's no guarantees that the next guy is going to be as good at this.
You're absolutely right, and I think that's a fantastic point, because Farhan is a genius. Like, he literally is a genius, but it's the combination of genius and people skills that's what makes Andrew Friedman the best to ever do it. Is he has it both, where Farhan can be a computer, he can be a robot sometimes, but maybe doesn't have that feel to say, oh, even with these numbers, maybe this won't suggest that X player is going to be good for this team. Freeman has that gut instinct where it's not all about that. And I'll say one thing, too, about the Giants and how embarrassing it is for them.
You love it so much. You look so happy.
It's because of this. Look, okay, I know you hate Real Madrid, right? You hate Real Madrid.
Oh, yeah,
right?
I feel you.
What do they say? A la Madrid, all that stuff. You don't like that stuff, right? Do you want Real Madrid? I could see you. That was vomit-inducing. A la Madrid.
I actually just choked on the water.
What does a la Madrid mean? Okay.
It means we're idiots.
Okay. But would you want them, like, serious question, would you want them to finish last place in La Liga every year, right?
Yeah, sure.
You wouldn't want to see, okay, these two teams are good, so it's good for us?
No.
Okay, I'm with it too.
Yeah.
I want to see the Giants finish in last place. I want to see them go 0-162 every year. And the most embarrassing thing for the Giants is the fact that the San Diego Padres, many people think that the Padres have replaced the Giants as the Dodgers' primary rival. Is that true? No. But the fact that we're having that conversation, the fact that people ask that question,
it could be true in 10 years.
It could be.
You better figure it out if you're the Giants, man. People forget.
People forget.
It's
the classic, it's the blood rival, but that's wild to think that they've been replaced by the Padres. Insane.
I know we have to get through 3 more teams. Can I make one more point on Friedman before we get... The other thing about Friedman, and you just made this point, I just want to sort of put an exclamation point behind it. We talk all the time about the Dodgers' ability to recognize what is there in baseball players that other people do not, and then to get the most out of those players. Eric Lauer is a great example. Ryan Ward is a great example. Andy Pages is a great example. The people... If we get Skubal, if the Dodgers, what you've done to me, if the Dodgers get Tarek Skubal, I have every confidence that they're going to make the right decisions who they trade. So this is known, right? Friedman and his front office are amazing at looking at people in farm systems and in major league rosters and saying, yes, and we can make them better. Friedman has the exact same skill with people in his front office. And it's remarkable, to your point about Zaidi and the other people, that he knows what they can do and where to put them in a way this team does not.
Number 3.
Arizona has a lot. Man, the Giants bring out a lot of hate. I loved it. Arizona Diamondbacks, very fine, very mediocre, 39-38, 9.5 back of the Dodgers. They don't feel like much of a threat if you're LA.
They don't, but I think they're sneaky, though. I will say, I'm not going to completely discredit the Arizona Diamondbacks. I mean, they're a team that really plays well at home. You have Corbin Carroll, who's putting together an elite season. I think, and from what I've heard, actually, is that they are a sneaky stealth player for Tarek Skubal potentially. Remember, he lives in Arizona in the offseason. His family's there. They might think they have a chance to sign him long-term. They have shown that, hey, we will spend some money like they did couple years ago with Corbin Burns. So I'm not completely ruling out the Diamondbacks. I would say if I had to pick one, their biggest threat in the division, which I don't think they really have threats, so they play their brand of baseball. The Diamondbacks scare me more than any other team in the division, though.
That is really, I mean, dude, I respect, I take it seriously.
Number 2.
So that means you don't take the Padres seriously.
Look, they're the Padres, man.
You
I
look
think
so condescending when you talk about them. I love it.
Look, when your best
In a
player
good
is
way.
Manny Machado, and he did, to his credit, Manny Machado is having the worst season of his career. Over the weekend, though, had a better couple of games, so that's definitely a very positive sign for them. They need him to come out of it. I will say this about the Padres, though, is they're not afraid to make moves to challenge the Dodgers, and they've done something that the Giants have not done in this era, and that is beat the Dodgers in the postseason. Yes, it was before Shohei Ohtani, but that San Diego team, it's very little brother energy, but you still have talent down there. I still think that it's a bad year for Machado and Tatis. I mean, the power outage, but still, I mean, I got them behind the Diamondbacks, but they can get hot. To their credit, they can get hot, and they play the Dodgers this weekend. That's a series that could spark something in them if things go their way.
I will say this in defense of the Padres. I will be the sort of voice of non-Dodger sort of fandom, even though I like the Dodgers a lot here on DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. I love their ambition for a smaller market. Are they well run? No. Do I think their GM is good at his job? I do not. But I'd rather watch a team fail by trying than fail by design. And as much as I think the Padres are poorly put together for all the reasons you just said, and I would never have given Manny Machado that kind of money for the reasons that we sort of know, my sort of view on him, and just sort of like his vibe, his energy, the culture that he sort of creates in a clubhouse, I do respect the fact the Padres are at least trying.
Number 1.
Your Los Angeles Dodgers. Can I read you, speaking of Friedman, can I read you something from Bloodhound? He writes, Jeff Friedman, this is on the chat at the Fan LA, writes, it's Bloodhound Lil Jeff. Okay, did I get that name right? Friedman is the best GM in North American sports history. I don't know if that's true, but I don't know if that's false. Jerry West is on the list. People forget what Jerry West did for Memphis when they were a total joke. And people forget that Jerry West was the critical, I have been told by sources that West was the critical voice in making sure Steph and or Clay did not get traded when he was the advisor in Golden State. And obviously he's the reason that the Lakers got Kobe. So I would put Jerry West on that list. But I mean, I think Theo Epstein is up. I mean, you win a World Series with the Red Sox and the Cubs. You're on that list? Who am I forgetting?
There's not a lot on that list. It's a very short list. In fact, there's only been 4 GMs.
Those are all 3 LA people, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
No, 2 LA people. And Theo.
You know, it's funny. It's funny you mention that because there's something about LA. LA deserves a little MVP trophy, too, because people love to play in this city. It doesn't rain, and it's a great place to live, especially if you're a celebrity, so it's a factor.
You know that.
Yeah, I know
As
that.
a celebrity.
Hey, relax.
I'm trying to think, like,
no pictures.
Who's the best? I'm trying to think the best GM in NFL history. It's just totally, I'm just drawing a blank. I can't think of anyone that stands out to me in a way that Epstein, in a way that Friedman, in a way that Jerry West do. I mean, Jerry Krause is not the reason for Jordan, right? I mean, that was he was not a great GM. Jordan was the creator of that sort of culture.
Yeah, that one you'll definitely. Ozzie Newsome gets a lot of credit, right?
Yeah,
but it's a salary cap league. I mean, to me, I look at the NFL. It's like who'd you draft, right?
That's exactly right.
And how to work. But baseball's a little different because you got all those chess pieces on the board. It's how you play those moves.
I agree. No, I think that's. I think I think I'm mispronouncing his name. I'll just call him Bloodhound. To Bloodhound on the chat at the Fan LA. First of all, thank you for listening, and also just it's a really good shout. All right, we've gone long because we're having fun here on the new 97.1, the Fan, the voice of LA sports. Doug McCain, Bill Reiter, DMAC and Reiter. We do need to talk about Emmett Sheehan and just sort of what's been going on there. It has not been a good stretch, and we'll get into that next on DMAC and Reiter. show. Doug McCain, Bill Reiter. That means it's DMAC and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. You know what helps me? Hanging out with you. Talking a little Dodgers with you here on the show. We have a bunch of comments. We're going to get to them. We see them. Keep dropping them at the Fan LA on X or on the stream. The YouTube stream's become a pretty cool vibe, like a pretty cool spot. Hit the bell button, hit the like button. There's kind of an energy there in the comment section. Be a part of it, be a part of the show, be a part of that community. We do want to talk to you really quickly, though, about Emmett Sheehan and just how much he has struggled. So D-Mac, 3 consecutive outings where he has not performed particularly well. Yesterday was ugly. 3 1/3 innings, 6 earned runs. He had 8 hits and 3 walks. So you're talking 11 runners allowed on in 3 1/3 innings. I shouldn't laugh. Just bad. The outing before that on June 14th, he gave up. He actually pitched pretty well. The first 5 was cruising, but then gave up 3 earned runs in that 6th inning. Didn't get out of the 6th, so he had a 5. His final line was 5 innings, 3 earned runs. He pitched 5 really good innings, and then the wheels kind of came off, along with his control, and then all the way back on June 7th was that game where he only played 1 1/3 inning, and he gave up 2 earned runs. And I'm trying to remember, is that the game where he kind of like stepped on the bag weird? Was that?
Yep.
Yeah, and so we weren't really, but 5.32 earned run average, 258 batting average against, 3 consecutive outings where things have not gone well. He looks frustrated, and Dave Roberts kind of said, I was thinking about you and River Ryan. Dave Roberts basically said, we'll see. He's got another outing, and then we'll see what we see. It felt problematic for Sheehan.
Exactly, right? The problematic starts have piled up, and it does feel like every time he's out there, it is kind of on my mind.
Voices in my head.
my brain
we're both
absolutely
going
shattered.
crazy.
Let's put it back together. Oh, it's back together. Cool. You're absolutely right, though. It does feel like for me, and as you mentioned, the start, 6 earned runs in 3 1/3, 8 hits, and it's the 3 walks and the 4 strikeouts. So it's like the command's not there. The hits are piling up. That was a non-competitive start. And now he had a 5.32 ERA on the season. I said this a couple of weeks ago when I pounded my fists on the desk. I said, get me River Ryan.
And then you got him before the Dodgers did at the big league level. Because you got him on the show.
Exactly. Yeah, we had him up here, and you can hear it in River Ryan's voice that he's waiting for an opportunity.
He's so ready, dude.
And I think for Emmett Sheehan, this is a very process-oriented approach by the Dodgers, and that is what they do. But just listen to some of his quotes after the game where he was talking about how his execution is really bad. And he said after the game, Bill, he said, at this point, my coaches, teammates, the fans, they all deserve better than what I'm putting out there right now. No, what we deserve is River Ryan. That's who we deserve. We deserve that. But here's the thing. They're probably going to have him, if he can at least put together a good start or two up until the All-Star break, and after that you'll get Tyler Glasnow, Blake Snell back, and then you have to make a decision. So it also hurts the Dodgers, too, if they want to use him as a trade chip, too, because if I'm the Tigers, I'm like, wait a second, you're going to sell me on Emmett Sheehan, hasn't had a lot of success for you. So that's another example of what happens when you kind of let that cat out of the bag with one of your tradable assets. Doesn't look like he has a ton of value right now.
D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, 855-97 LA Fan, if you want to give us a call. Can I give you some stats, some data of positivity, and why maybe the Dodgers are willing to be, and you tell me, a little more patient with Emmett Sheehan than the average fan might be after yesterday's outing and just his recent struggles?
Yeah.
His chase rate this year is 35.4%. His whiff rate is over 30%. Those are both in the top 15% in Major League Baseball. And despite his outing yesterday, and you're right, it was a non-competitive start. It was hard to watch. His expected ERA is 3.81. His actual ERA is 5.32, as you noted, D-Mac. And his expected batting average against is 232, very different from 258. I understand that for a lot of baseball fans, it's a results-oriented business, and it's cool, the expected is fine. What have you actually done? But in the data, at least, there are reasons we know the guy's got really good stuff, and the data suggests he's been a little unlucky, and he's got the stuff to get out of this if he can just find his command and not get in his own head.
Yeah, Bill, I love those stats. Those are encouraging stats. Those are stats that will tell you, hey, maybe Emmett Sheehan isn't as bad as his over result stats tell you. So do me a favor. Can you send those stats to Scott Harris, the president of baseball operations for the Detroit Tigers,
hold on,
as you put together a trade
Scott,
package for Tarek Skubal?
It's Bill Reiter from the Fan.
But in all seriousness, all those stats you say, I mean, the really, really, really positive whiff rate, the really positive chase rate, the K rate above average, he looks like a bullpen guy. And that's the thing about Emmett Sheehan is, would you rather be a fifth starter that struggles, or how about just be an elite reliever, right? He has those.
Yesterday's outing was a bad outing, but the outing before that, to your exact point, as I noted, the guy went 5 outstanding, dominating innings, and then the wheels fell off for him in the 6th inning. And you're right. If he's a bullpen guy, that's not an issue.
He's really good. I mean, there was a lot of teams.
He's talented.
He's very talented. And those stats are ones where someone like a Justin Robleski, right, who gets the results but doesn't have the advanced stuff, right? It's tough to develop that. You can't put that together. That's based on how much my pitches move, my spin rate. And he's got great movement, great spin rate. He can get Chase out of the zone. His big issue has always been consistency with mechanics. The way that his body kind of pulls across from him with his legs, that leads to a velocity dip. So there's inconsistency in mechanics, there's inconsistency in velocity. I still think there's a world where Emmett Sheehan can help this team. I remember talking to him during spring training, and I asked him about that experience pitching in the postseason in the World Series, and he was very hard on himself. He said that, look,
interesting,
I did not pitch well. He said that not only haven't I not pitched well, I've never pitched an entire season. So Emmett Sheehan told me that the number one goal for this year, forget about the results, forget about the statistics, was can I start and finish a big league season in a big league rotation? And I think if you're Emmett Sheehan, if those are the goals,
the answer is going to be no, man.
The answer is no. And if you want that to be yes, there's other teams out there that you would make more sense for.
To your point, though, I guess one of the things I was thinking as I went through the stats here on DMAC and Reiter on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports, Doug McCain, Bill Reiter, thanks for hanging, was he's got good enough stuff to give him an opportunity for the Dodgers' sake. But you're right. He has good enough stuff that you want him to get an opportunity for the sake of also just getting his value back where it was. We have some comments on the chat. You interested?
Let's hit it.
At the Fan LA. Good karma.
Just read it. Good. Wait, Mr. Bill always say, "Oh, D-Mac, you walk it back. D-Mac, you're being soft." And then you don't want to read what someone's name is?
You do walk it back. You are sometimes soft.
I'm firm. 10 toes in the ground. Heels in the dirt.
I'm not big on criticizing rivals. I'd rather just beat them.
I didn't even know.
Sorry.
I didn't even know.
At Good Karma Sucks.
Oh, okay.
That's what you went with.
Oh, sorry.
Doug wants it out there. All right.
I think it's good to have good karma, though. Is it? Like, it's positive, like Phil Jackson.
It's the name of a company that runs a former radio station.
Okay, sorry.
He writes, there was a guy that ran the Patriots for 20 years. He was pretty good. Going back to is Andrew Friedman the best sort of GM in North American sports history? I'm going to respectfully disagree. I don't know how good Bill Belichick was at that job. I think he might have just drafted Tom Brady in retrospect.
Yeah, I mean, you struck gold right there. And I think you got to give Tom Brady a lot of the credit there.
He should be Tom Grady.
See Grady Little, the Red Sox for a split second there.
Dude, I'm with him Monday.
I think that Andrew Friedman's comp, real quick, is Howie Roseman. Like, I don't think Howie Roseman will reach Friedman's heights, but as far as an NFL guy who
Howie Roseman's a good one.
Doing at the highest level, it's different in his salary cap league.
He did it with two coaches.
He
did it with two quarterbacks. That's hard to do.
It's interesting, too, is you talk about the baseball thing. What if Andrew Friedman said, you know what, for anyone out there that thinks that I can't put together a championship roster with a salary cap or something like that, what if he just straight up calls Mark Walsh and says, you know what, I'm doing double duty. I'll be the president of baseball operations for the Dodgers. Let me run the Lakers for 3 years, see if I could do it. Would that be the wildest thing ever?
The thing is, the more I think about how good Friedman is at his job, the more that I would be worried that I know it's a well-oiled machine, but the Dodgers, you do not want any sand in the gears.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think I kind of want his focus there. Showtime LA has a question for you. D-Mac, who do you despise more, Correa or Bregman?
Ooh,
that's a good question.
That's a good one. So I got a chance to talk to Bregman a couple of years ago at the All-Star break. He was pretty cool. Correa's that guy. I hate Correa. Correa is, what would you say?
he subtracts from the sum of all human joy.
I love that expression.
Is that a Bill Reiter special?
I'm going to tell you that. I'm going to tell you the story behind that later.
Okay, yes, I would
After
say.
this comment.
I would say. Hopefully, we landed that when I quoted you properly. But yeah, I would say that Carlos Correa would fit on Bill Reiter's list of guys who subtract from the sum of all human joy, just because he was the guy that was out in front and criticized that 2017 Dodgers team. He famously did that interview with Ken Rosenthal where he basically called out Cody Bellinger, where he's like, if you don't know the facts, you need to shut the bleep up, is what he said to Cody Bellinger and the Dodgers. And he was kind of the face of that. So, yeah, Carlos Correa, there were Dodgers fans that were interested in maybe having L.A. sign him a couple years ago. And I said at the time, only good thing about that was you could boo him every single game at home. So, for me, it's Carlos Correa. Bregman, though, look, Bregman's been bad for the Cubs, so it's a pretty close segment. But give me Carlos Correa.
It's a very good one. Speech of 2000, I do wish the Giants were good, only because the Padres rivalry is so forced, and if both teams were good, like 2021, it's fun for both fan bases. I totally get that. Very quickly, I know we keep going later and later because we're having so much fun. When I was at the University of Missouri Journalism School, before the internets, because I'm old, before it was a real thing, we would write for a newspaper, and a guy named George Kennedy, who was a mentor of mine, passed away in the last 3 or 4 months. Great human being, great editor, was a brutal boss. He would just go after you. And he wrote this thing called Second Guesses, where he wrote basically he criticized the entire newspaper, and you would like go up there and you'd go around and Bill Reiter sucks, right, or whatever it was, and he would praise or you would live and die for this. And there was a reporter, and she wrote her first story, and it was in this daily paper, and people were very intimidated, and she wrote it, and George Kennedy wrote about her story. All I can say about, this person's story is it subtracts from the sum of all human knowledge. And she burst into tears and dropped out of the journalism school, as I understand it. I understand that. I loved it, but the thing is, so I use that expression as sort of as an homage to him, and I change it as necessary.
There we go. The history behind that.
The history behind
it's
the
a banger
expressions. Line. It's a great line.
Yeah.
It's such a, I don't know where he got it from, but George Kennedy was an absolute legend. Not as legendary as NFL Headlines. Well, maybe more legendary than NFL Headlines, but it's still a great segment, and we're going to rock it with some news for you Raiders fans next here on D-Mac and Reiter. Welcome back into the show, D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com.
It's time for the latest headlines on and off the gridiron. It's D-Mac and Reiter's NFL Report.
What do I think? I'm a maestro? I was just like pointing instead of saying, hey, Brian.
The maestro.
It's my bad. By the way, how do they do that? When the guy's like doing is it really making a difference when they're like with the violins and stuff? One of my, if you're in an orchestra, you're listening on the radio, you can't see me. I'm moving my hands around like I'm in an orchestra.
I think it does. It gives them the confidence. It really does.
That looks like the easiest job in the world. If I just point at the violin people, they'll play violins.
So you mean to tell me you're just discrediting people that have spent their entire lives doing the maestro stuff? And you're like, I can just do that. Yeah.
No, yes, I am.
Yeah.
Okay. Will not be invited to the symphony at the Hollywood Bowl. Although I cannot believe I took Henry to his first bowl experience in Spanish.
Oh, that one still stings, doesn't it?
It does. I thought of it on the drive-in today. I'm sorry, Bursch. It's NFL time. I apologize.
That's right. It's all good. It's all good. This is the NFL Report. We're diving into the latest going on in the NFL. And big news today across the league. Official training camp reporting dates and locations have been announced today, along with joint practice locations. So the Chargers open camp July 23rd at the Bolt in El Segundo.
The Gundo.
The Rams open on July 25th at Loyola Marymount University. The Cowboys open at the Marriott in Oxnard on July 28th. For joint practices, the Cowboys will be going to Rams camp at LMU on August 11th. The 49ers will be visiting the Chargers in El Segundo on August 18th. And the Saints will be visiting the Cowboys in Oxnard also on August 18th.
Do you care that the Cowboys are here? Because I just don't care.
I mean, the Cowboys are the Cowboys. I still think that they're not
They're
what
a bad team that can't win playoff games?
They're a bad team. I mean, they're not what they used to be, but the brand is still there. They have a massive following here in Southern California. I think the Cowboys' existence makes the Rams look better. It should give you a reason to jump ship and join the Ramley and ditch the Cowboys. But
wait, do they have They don't have a massive following here.
They do.
No, they don't.
The Cowboys?
They're
huge,
everywhere I go,
dude.
people are like, "Oh, the Cowboys have a massive following." We haven't had this talk. The
boys.
The America's team thing pisses me off. America doesn't lose. We're not losers. They're not America's team.
The ratings reflect, though. I mean, people tune in to watch.
Cool.
But it's kind of one of those things where I feel
every
like
NFL game has high ratings.
it does, but the Cowboys are needle movers, dude. Like, I hate the Cowboys, trust me. But
You sound like it.
But you
really hate them. They're amazing.
I always say it's the Cowboys logo is a rating, not a star. It's a rating, not a logo. It's just 1-star franchise, but they're big. But this gets me excited, though, because this, to me, the Rams, the Chargers getting going. It's all about Ty Simpson versus Stetson Bennett, the battle for the Rams' backup quarterback job. So when I see this, I start to think of pads clicking and clacking, and just this is just where football is, man. We're getting close to real football action. It's crazy.
Well, in an interview with the LA Times, Ty Simpson broke down what he has been doing to learn the playbook. He listens to himself in the evening before he falls asleep. And also when he gets up in the morning and heads to work at the Rams practice facility. Simpson hears his own voice on audio recordings as he recites the team's play calls. He said, quote, "I want to make sure it's the last thing I think about when I go to bed and the first thing that I wake up to."
I kind of like this. You do this.
How'd you know?
I can tell.
I love everything about this. Give me people that are absolutely obsessed with their jobs. Yep. That is what I'm about. He said it felt like he's a freshman again. He was talking about drinking from a fire hydrant, quotes like this. So this tells me that football is on his mind 24/7, 365. I think this guy he feels like he wants it very, very bad. He understands that there's going to be these critics and everyone's going to be talking about the number 13 pick and was it the right choice by the Rams. I love it, man. I'm all for this. Give me all of this from Ty Simpson.
You cannot teach hunger. You cannot teach ambition. You cannot teach the kind of psycho vibe, and I mean that in a good way, where a guy is listening to himself in order to try to figure out the playbook. That's amazing.
That really is, man. Just straight up recordings of yourself, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the dedication.
Thank you. Oh, I thought you were
Yours too, man. Everyone's, yeah.
Now, Doug, you alluded to this potential quarterback battle at Rams camp. Nate Atkins of The Athletic noted that the biggest takeaway over the Rams' first offseason workouts was that there is a real competition for backup QB. From Atkins, he said, quote, "The Rams only had 3 open practices to watch before they canceled veteran minicamp, but one thing that stood out was that the backup quarterback race is on. This was how Sean McVay presented it upon the selection of Ty Simpson with the number 13 pick, and then Stetson Bennett took first reps in the 2 practices Matt Stafford missed to manage his back. Neither Bennett nor Simpson were able to stand out ahead of the other in these moments."
I mean, it's such early days, but Ty Simpson has to win this. I mean, he's obviously going to be the backup.
They really have.
I hope so, man.
They've shown a lot of trust. A lot of development has been done for Stetson Bennett. He dealt with some stuff a couple years ago. They stuck with him. But I agree that if Stetson Bennett wins that job over Ty Simpson, Sean McVay and Les Snead are going to have to answer those questions all over again. Hey, wait, if Ty Simpson's not good enough to be the backup quarterback, was he really worth the 13th pick? So I'm with you. I think, too.
Is this simulating competition for the benefit of Ty Simpson?
They really like Stetson Bennett. Yeah. And, two, if you just kind of look at some of the drills, if you kind of hear what people are saying, that it's not easy to learn Sean McVay's offense overnight. And Stetson Bennett has been in the system for a couple of years.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
I think that if you're going we're going to let Ty Simpson sit behind Matthew Stafford route for a couple of years, it would fit to have him behind Stetson Bennett. But I think that he's smart enough to win the job. And this will, to me, show me that Ty Simpson has that it factor where, hey, I am going to take that backup quarterback job. If anything happens to Matthew Stafford, you can trust me to come in and compete and help this team to win games. So I'm on Team Ty, man. If Stetson Bennett is the backup, I'm going to be mad. What's up? What was that? Why did that look?
I don't think you're on Team Ty.
In this competition, I am. Okay. In this competition, I am.
Fair enough.
I have my doubts about the pick long term, but for right now, he better. It's not.
Once we got him, we got him.
He's ours.
Might as well succeed.
Yeah, he's a part of the Ramley, man. Let's ride.
Last one here. In her recent piece with Cleveland.com, Mary Kay Cabot talked about how Myles Garrett was incredibly respected in the Browns locker room, but not necessarily loved, in part due to his trade demands in 2025. Garrett was reportedly, quote, respected and revered, but, quote, wasn't necessarily universally beloved by everyone on the roster. Garrett was said to have stuck to a tight inner circle when outside the team facility.
All right, so I am not trying to take shots at Mary Kay Cabot. I don't know her at all. When you write this when a guy leaves, I just find it a little less impactful than if you'd done it when he was there.
I mean, look, I imagine being a big factor in pushing out the only quarterback in your franchise to move for Watson, that probably ruffled some feathers out there, and that it probably wasn't the best situation. I just feel like he never felt like he was going to win there, so why develop relationships with teammates that aren't going to get you over the top? I feel like he's always going to be out.
I love it. D-Baker 97.1. The Fan, we are going to preview today's Dodgers game. It's a little earlier. 4:40 is when that gets hopping. That's next on D-Mac. Thank you for hanging. If you're on the stream at the Fan LA, thank you for watching. Continue, please, to be a part of that community. We're building something. We want you to be on there. We're going to keep reading your comments. If you want to call in to the show, do not be shy. We are nice here, 855-97 LA Fan. It is DMAC and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. So we talked a lot of Kyle Tucker, DMAC, at the start of the show, how problematic he's been, how poorly he has played. Here he is in pregame before playing the Twins today. Those games are a little bit earlier. Here is Dave Roberts talking about the struggles of Kyle Tucker.
I think no player wants to not perform up to their capabilities. I do think that there's a fitting in part of it, wanting to, perform up to your expectations, part of it. I do think he's opened up more. And for me, I think for me, it's just wanting him to get back to being who he is as a hitter. And who he is as a hitter is a guy that really controls the strike zone. And his swing rate has been much higher, his chase rate much higher. And if we can get him back to being who he is, then we'll bet on the results. And so it's not something that we might see tonight. But I think going here forward, that's something that I think we're going to see.
You are listening to Dave Roberts on Kyle Tucker here on DMAC and Reiter on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And DMAC, that's alarming to me. And he says fitting in again. I think we brought this up last week. And it sounds to my ear, Doug, like Kyle Tucker is pressing because of the expectations and not fitting in the clubhouse, which that is worrisome. That's beyond baseball.
Yeah, Bill, I think what you're hearing there is there's a very different tone and tenor to Dave Roberts before a game when he's optimistic again, that he's had a good night rest and he wants to feel positive and he wants to build his players up, compared to the one that we heard a couple nights ago after the game when you could hear some legitimate frustration in Dave Roberts' thoughts. And I think that he's saying the right thing with the current plan to go with Kyle Tucker because, look, this is a guy who is an all-star level hitter. He has been, by every single statistical metric, a top 10 hitter, sometimes top 5 in some categories, over the last 5 years. So this is not like a 1 or 2 year thing. He's been really good for a really long time. And typically, players don't lose all their skills overnight. There's usually other factors involved. But as he said right there, there's this fit thing. Like, I don't want to hear that. Like, I don't want to hear... Like, forget,
that's
I don't care how you fit in. I don't care about your relationship with the team and the club. And this, go out there and perform like a $60 million per year player.
I agree with you. I'm with you. I'm not arguing with you here on DMAC and Reiter. Eric at Disney, I am not arguing with DMAC. But so shut up. But what? Why throw your hands up?
He loved it.
I do. No, I know, and I love that he's listening. It obviously matters to Kyle Tucker, right? I think that's why Dave Roberts is bringing it up because it's an issue for Tucker. Some people can go into a place. I've been able to do this professionally, and I'll just do the job. You like me, you don't like me, I will do the job. Is it easier when I work with Doug McCain, who's like my best friend now, and I'm being serious? Like, you make it so much easier? Yeah, of course it is. I've said this on the air. It's really nice to go to work every day and like your job. I've had jobs. I don't know if you have. I have had jobs that I've had to go to every day to work with people I didn't like or go to a place I didn't want to be. That wasn't fun. It wasn't pleasant. I still did the job. Kyle Tucker's not doing the job. And this is, I think, part of the reason. Here's my question for you. And we all sort of filter everything through our own experiences. My experience with this sort of comp would be green rooms with famous people and just how you sort of navigate that, or green rooms with people who think they're famous, who aren't as famous as they think they are, and make life miserable. Whose job is it in that clubhouse if this guy's not fitting in, if Kyle Tucker is not fitting in, and it's impacting him, to make him comfortable? Is it Dave Roberts? Is there some leader in that clubhouse that needs to take him under his wing? Is there a more social person who's got some standing? I know Kyle Tucker's got to be a big boy, but at $60 million over 4 years or whatever it is, you know what? If he's not a big enough boy to navigate it himself, I need someone in that Dodgers clubhouse to make him feel good about himself so he starts hitting the baseball properly.
They have a lot of those guys. They really absolutely do. But as you're pointing out earlier, when you took a shot at Maestros for some reason,
I did.
Bill Reiter took a shot at Maestros today. Well, guess what? A lineup isn't 9 solo acts, really. It's an entire orchestra, right? So they need the entire orchestra to get in line.
Callback.
Well, I just thought it was so unfair.
Like a maestro yourself.
I mean, you called out Maestros
I did.
on a Monday. And I don't know why that's a factor.
Why does that matter? Because it's
Maestros on a Monday. It sounded cool.
You think you can call me out on the day of the week that starts with the same letter as my title?
Maestros on a Monday. But look, so the point is, for me, as far as, look, this entire orchestra, the entire Dodgers lineup, everyone there, they have a rhythm, right? And they have to be in sync with everybody else. And I think that, to answer your question, who steps up? Like, I just think that, sure, of course, yes, they have Freddie Freeman, they have Miguel Rojas and Dave Roberts and Mookie Betts, and all these guys can go out there and they can have a conversation with Kyle Tucker. But what's the conversation like at this point? Like, hey, dude, we know that fans are booing you. Hey, dude, we know that you're struggling and you're off to this very, very bad start where it's not even a start anymore. I mean, we're almost at the All-Star break. At this point, if I'm Kyle Tucker, I'm looking at what Shohei Ohtani did the other night, right? It's late in the game. He hits a solo shot. Like, how about you just go out there and you get
But he can't. I'm with you, but he can't even make contact.
Well,
he doesn't even want to be on the field. Here, so what would happen if I got credential for Dodgers games when they're back home, and I asked every single person whether or not Kyle Tucker fits in? Would they answer my questions?
If you asked all the players,
I
they,
said,
they
hey,
would give you an answer.
The vibe
they
feels
would.
like he's
They
not
would.
fitting in. What's going on?
I think they would tell you, hey, he's fitting. They would probably say he's fitting in just fine. Baseball's a tough game. Hitting isn't easy. Offense is down. I mean, you look at Corey Seager's having a terrible year down in Texas. You see Aaron Judge's
But
been
they've got
not as
credibility
good
in those clubhouses.
Well, so that's the thing. So
Right.
I will say that Michael Conforto, he told your friend Ken Rosenthal a couple of weeks ago. I know you're friends with Ken Rosenthal.
I love Ken.
I brought him
Shot
up, and
coming.
I brought him up, and Bill was like, "I'll text you. I'll text him right away." It was pretty cool. It was like that.
Well,
yeah.
my memory is you brought up something that got wrong 9 years ago.
That's right. That's right. I did that. But
it was aggressive.
But it is pretty interesting
it.
because I'm not saying that Kyle Tucker is on the level of Michael Conforto as a hitter, right? Because Kyle Tucker has shown peaks that Michael Conforto, who was struggling with the Dodgers last year, and he's performed well with the Cubs this year. But what Michael Conforto told Ken Rosenthal, I found very interesting, in that he now can admit that looking back at last year, he did look around at that clubhouse, and he did see Shohei Ohtani and Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. He did see them winning World Series titles and say, hey, I am pressing because I'm trying to fit in with those guys. Maybe Kyle Tucker feels a sense, I don't want to say inferiority complex or imposter syndrome or something like that, but there's got to be a little bit of, hey, these guys are made men out here. They've got nothing to prove. He has something to prove.
Dave Roberts has brought up at least 2 times fitting in unasked, right? So I just think it's, when a guy is struggling and not playing well, and the manager, sometimes tersely, sometimes not, keeps bringing up the fitting in equation, and he's starting to fit in more. By the way, starting to fit in more means he's not fitting in very well yet, and he didn't fit in at all at some point previously. And the Dave Roberts of the world have to be careful in their candor when talking to the media. So this, to me, is extremely, extremely revelatory. The guy's got to, and I'm not playing the world's smallest violin for him. I'm not being directed by a maestro who I would respect and their skills absolutely. If that were occurring, I apologize to maestros everywhere for doubting. That's a reflection on my musical skill, not on your ability to point at musicians who are world-class and have them do their thing, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm still doubting it. I'm not going to lie.
You still are?
I think it's an I don't understand it thing. But getting back to here on DMAC and Reiter on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, if not musicians. The Dave Roberts thing on Kyle Tucker, it makes me really, really worried, because if you are pressing in baseball, if you lose your confidence, if you don't feel like you fit in, if you start to get miserable, you tell me if you think I'm wrong. I think baseball, more than any other sport, is a sport where you get in your own head and you can be in deep, deep trouble. More than the NBA, more than basketball, more than football. If you lose your way in terms of self-confidence, hitting a baseball is harder than anything on earth.
It really is.
Athletically.
Exactly. And that is why I think the concern is valid. I really do. I mean, I think that if you're Kyle Tucker in the year that he's had so far and some of these metrics that we've continued to mull over, he's not hitting the ball as hard as he used to. He's hitting weak ground balls more than he ever has. The barrel rate is low. All these things that are very concerning, but the fit-in part is something that he can control too. And I think that is where the pressure compounds itself, is it just appears from an optics standpoint that, sure, he's had some moments, but until he has success for an extended period of time, he's going to have to answer these questions. But that is why I really do think the best course of action for the Dodgers is finding out what's going wrong. I mean, I said at the top of the show today that I texted someone in and around the Dodgers about what's going on with Kyle Tucker. I was specifically asking about his stride during his swing, which they've referenced as a potential issue for him, and they told me everything's a mess right now. So, I mean, if everything's a mess, that means the swing, the timing, what's in between the ears, and when you're playing every single day, and also you look at the defensive issues that he's had, well, guess what? You have Ryan Ward and Alex Call, who as a platoon have put up similar numbers in the outfield as Kyle Tucker has. So Alex Call, right-handed bat, Ryan Ward, left-handed bat. You can platoon them in the outfield, get some offensive production. They've got to give Kyle Tucker some time to, I think, reset. And if I were the Dodgers, instead of just forcing my way through this every single day, praying that he's going to snap out of this thing, I visit the swing mechanics, maybe obviously give him some time off if you can to really address this thing.
DMAC and Reiter here on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And DMAC, you referenced, and it stuck with me, how, 200-plus points differential in his OPS at Dodger Stadium versus on the road. The better part of that being on the road. And I know this isn't the way it will work with the Dodgers, but it almost makes you feel like if they're going to give him a series off, they should just give him a series off at Dodger Stadium under the guise of rest, or we're resting his hamstring, read his feelings. It's time for the injury report, brought to you by Ozeron Law, the injured worker hotline. Brock Stewart has been activated from the injured list. Chase McDermott has been optioned to AAA.
That's good. They need that.
Yeah.
That's going to be one of the storylines heading into the All-Star break, is how many high-leverage relievers do they really have? How many guys can they trust? Brock Stewart, someone that's dealt with injuries throughout his career. He's never gone over 50 innings pitched. Last season, they brought him in to be really good against righties. He gets injured. So we got to see what Brock Stewart has. We got to see what Evan Phillips has when he comes back. We've got to see what Edwin Diaz has when he comes back. So those are the big names coming out of the bullpen that, as you said, are going to be reinforcements for a bullpen that really has struggled of late. Like, there's been too many games where the Dodgers have gotten a lead and then they lose the lead and the bullpen comes in, and you just can't trust these guys as much. And they've just been too many breakdowns of late. And Brock Stewart's a guy that hopefully comes in at fresh arm, kind of solidifies some things.
I don't know why you said Brock Stewart. I thought Brock, paper, scissors.
Really?
Yeah, just for no reason.
Do you say Brock, paper, scissors, shoot, or you just end it?
Rock,
paper, scissors.
I go 3 and then I rock it.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Do you think there's any skill? Do you believe there's any skill to Brock or rock, paper, scissors?
I do this weird mental warfare thing where when I'm playing someone in this game, where I try to tell them what I'm gonna pick during it. So I'll be like, I'm picking rock.
Do you pick rock then?
Well, sometimes I mix it up. I kind of get them to think it's rock, and I switch.
Time out. Hold on. This is D-Mac and Reiter. I'm confused. You lie sometimes.
Well, I try to mislead intentionally. So if we're doing rock, paper, scissors, I'll be like, I'm picking rock, all right? And I'll be like, trust me, it's rock. I guarantee it's rock.
You're just messing with people.
And then right when you get to rock, paper, scissors, I'll go scissors, and then I'll have a paper, and then I'll cut it, and then I'll win.
Wow, you walk me through that like a champion here on D-Mac and Reiter. I try. I don't know if I can match the energy. I'm trying to walk you through today's lineup. You ready?
Let's hit it.
Brock, paper, scissors, go! Shohei Ohtani is leading off. Andy Pages in the 2 spot, which I noted earlier. He is hitting 375 when he hits in the 6 hole. He's hitting around 220 when he's hitting in the 2 spot, but that's where he is. No one for the Dodgers, weirdly, has hit well in the 2 spot this year. Freddie Freeman is 3rd. Mookie Betts is cleanup. Max Muncy is 5. Kyle Tucker is 6. Tommy Edman is his protection, so-called, at 7. Dalton Rushing at 8. Ryan Ward is 9. And it's an opener game, so Will Klein is actually going to be the first pitcher he will start. Usually, I guess, I don't like it, but whatever. It's to match up against certain hitters, usually, and then it will be Mr. Lauer. Eric Lauer will be not the starter, but will be the guy that comes in for the bulk of the innings. I know there's math behind this. This is probably like Maestros. I don't respect Maestros because I don't understand what they're doing, and I don't respect opener games because I probably don't understand the math well enough. But it annoys me. Just start a starter.
But
start a starter.
Today, let's be honest. Today it made sense, especially with Will Klein. You want to neutralize righties and have Eric Lauer not have to face the top of the lineup as many times. And look, this shows you that maybe
they've got 2 lefties coming.
I know, but you look at the splits. You look at the splits. I mean, like Will Klein's been really good on. Really, he's been kind of what they call platoon neutral.
Okay,
as the cool kids say, where he's been
That's
good against.
Cool.
Yep. Is it?
Are you one of the cool kids?
Well,
you just said it.
Well, I don't know. Just every year they latch on these new things,
Are you
right?
calling yourself one of the cool
kids?
kids?
No. He's platoon neutral, right? So,
I'm not one of the cool kids.
Yeah,
I don't
you're
even
the
like
coolest
openers.
kid.
I don't even like openers.
You don't know. Well, look, this to me signifies that we are kind of getting at that stage of the season where they're trying to optimize starting pitching. I am with you. I mean, I hate the idea of openers if you have starters available, but the issue is you have 2 of your top 4 starters are on the injured list right now. Your friend Tyler Glasnow, who you stock at bars, and then you got Blake Snell. So you got starters that are on the shelf. They're going to make their way back. But Eric Lauer, if I'm Eric Lauer, though, do you think this might – if I'm Eric Lauer, maybe think this kind of hurts my confidence a little bit, right?
Yeah. That's a great call. Part of what I don't love about it is Lauer, to your credit and not to mine. I did not understand what Lauer's value could be, the way I still don't grasp what a Maestro is doing. I didn't think it was going to work when they brought him over, and it's worked really, really well. And Dave Roberts spoke, was it a week or 2 ago, guys, on D-Fish and Decker in the morning here on 97.1 The Fan, about how it took him a while to realize that you manage the regular season one way, 162 games, as more of a math equation. He didn't say that, but he kind of said it. And then he did say you go more the human element, your gut, sort of the, your feelings, the old school baseball in the postseason. Okay, so we know Dave Roberts can do both. With an Eric Lauer, to your point, forget the math. I'd rather just ride the guy's confidence.
You know what the funny thing about this is? And this could be a testament, this could be a way to feel good about this, is that Eric Lauer in Toronto, when they were having openers for him, he hated it, and it's a reason why they eventually DFA'd him.
That is funny.
So now he's on the Dodgers, has some success, as you pointed out, and then now you're using an opener for him. So either it's, hey, in the back of my mind, he's probably pissed about it, right? In the back of his mind, he's probably like, oh, yeah, trust the Dodgers, this is cool.
That's funny.
But in his mind, he's probably saying, I want the ball, give me the ball on the bump, because pitchers, especially starters, they're creatures of habit, they're creatures of routine. This messes with his routine. So let's say Eric Lauer comes out in the second inning, gets roughed up, he's probably going to say, see, this is what I was pissed about in Toronto, and now they're doing the same thing with me with the Dodgers, but hopefully it works out. But I do find it interesting that the Dodgers went through the opener thing on Eric Lauer, knowing there was some friction. At least that's kind of what has been thought and rumored. And he even kind of touched on this a little bit, just discussing that. But yeah, he's going to be having an opener. The big red dog, Will Klein.
DMAC and Reiter 97 won the fan. Robert Wallace 490 on the chat at the Fan LA with some positivity or maybe some reason to be mildly hopeful about Kyle Tucker. Points out that while Tucker is slumping, he needs the All-Star break to get a mental break, and that's coming up. And I guess that is, like, I know we're reaching here for reasons to sort of hope this guy works out, but nobody could use the All-Star break more than this dude.
That's true. It's definitely a good thing.
Out.
I just hate how we are trying to make excuses, and you're trying to explain Kyle Tucker's struggles this season with so many different ways. I mean, to me, the scariest thing about Kyle Tucker isn't the season-long slump. It's the possibility, it's the fear that he never truly becomes one of the guys. That we don't talk about him.
That's my worry, dude.
Right, and that's the thing, too. And the worst thing a superstar can be is forgettable. And he's been forgettable.
What did my source tell me? So I've got somebody who's in the Cubs clubhouse, and I wrote, was that last week?
Yeah.
Where I'm just going to read this again. I told somebody with the Dodgers he's not a baseball dude, and we'll see how he fits in with this Dodgers team. I mean, that makes me not a bad dude. I may be off, but it feels like he doesn't love baseball. He's just better than average at playing it. Not a knock, just how he's perceived. Again, this is one person who covers the Cubs, been around the Cubs a lot, is in their clubhouse a lot. Doesn't mean they're right on Kyle Tucker, but not a resounding, what a personality. I mean, the vibe is, gives off the sensation to this person that he didn't love the game, right? That it wasn't, and he may just be introverted. I mean, you are a very outgoing person. I'm a pretty outgoing person. When I was in college, right, you meet people that you haven't been around. It was the first time I really experienced like crazy introverted people, like very they weren't crazy, they weren't maestros, they were introverts. And it took me a while to realize like how much of an inner life there is there, right? How much, just because you see the world and express yourself differently than me doesn't mean that you're not excited or interested in the same things that we have in common. But it took two of my best friends. I've been a best man 5 or 6 times. So like it's like a nonstop thing. 2 of my 6 guys I've been best men for, whatever the term is, are introverts. And it took me a while to sort of understand the depths of sort of who they were. There's a world where Kyle Tucker's just not fitting in because maybe he's just a quiet cat. And in that Dodgers sort of, that clubhouse, maybe it's a different vibe. And athletes are usually alphas or are outgoing. And when you play well, it bridges the gap in sports, right? Just like if you perform well in media. Maybe the minute he has a good week or two, they'll start to see his personality in a different way. It's hard to be an introvert when things aren't going well, as I understand it.
I mean, it's really hard, but also he signed up for this, right? He was a free agent. He could have gone to any team. I think my big issue with Kyle Tucker right now is, and I don't know if you get this sense, but I do, it feels like he works for the team. It doesn't feel like he belongs on the team,
That's
right?
A great
And
line,
it feels
dude.
like he's one of those employees who's trying to do the bare minimum to keep his job. He's trying to do the bare minimum because he doesn't want to get written up. He's doing the bare minimum because he feels like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to be doing, whereas he should be overflowing with, he should be one of the biggest storylines of the year. Like, wow, the Dodgers were absolutely ruthless. They already had a great team, and they added Kyle Tucker, and I think that the Dodgers, they went out there and they added him because they didn't want another team to get him because they were afraid of facing him potentially. They wanted him to bolster another team's lineup. And right now, this is a situation they're dealing with. And look, for anyone out there that thinks that every single team has equal pressure, it's just not the case. Like, if Kyle Tucker was in a softer market with less pressure, it does feel like it'd be easier for him to have some success. But my question is this too, on top of everything else. Why has the defense been bad? Why has the defense been bad? There's lateral quickness issues. I want to see effort at all phases of the game for Tuck.
He has lost his way, and the Dodgers are going to have to figure out why it's happened and how to get him back. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He's Doug McCain. I'm Bill Reiter. There were some very good outcomes in a series of random games in the World Cup this weekend that have put the United States in a historically great position, separate from whether or not they are historically the best version of the national team we've ever seen. We will explain how that's the case and what it means for actual, maybe deep World Cup hopes next year on DMAC and Reiter. Show, D-Mac and Reiter, presented by TTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That is calldowntown.com. Do you have the fever? Do you have the World Cup fever?
I genuinely do.
I love it.
I really do. I mean, I didn't think I would be into it as much as I am.
I didn't get to watch a lot of the last one because it was during the NBA season when I was doing that for a living. This is the first time I can really kind of lock in. All right. I don't know why I said lock in twice.
Lock it in, baby.
I got really excited. D-Mac and Reiter, phone number if you want to call us, 855-97-LA fan. A lot of you are on the stream. Awesome, cool. Thank you for watching that way. You can drop your comments in there. Try to, if you remember, hit that like button for us, hit that bell button. Can I give you some really good news for the United States men's national team?
Yeah.
I love it. You ready? Do it.
I'm Doug.
I love the I'm Doug. So the Iran national team, by the way, when they've been allowed in the country, I don't know how much people are following this. They've been forced to leave several times, sort of right after matches, and it's difficult for recovery. They've been staying in sort of near where I am. I've gone. The security's been insane, and they played again in LA over the weekend against Belgium, and ironically, given the fact that obviously we've made things difficult for the Iran national team, I'm not getting into the politics of it, but it's been difficult for them because we've made them go to Tijuana and come back. Their draw with Belgium, which was a hell of a shocker. There have been some really surprise outcomes. Belgium is top. They're a top 10 team in the world sort of FIFA rankings. Because Iran drew that game, there is now a really easy path forward for the U.S. men's national team before we get into whether or not we are legitimately good or great. And I think we may be. Now, for those of you that don't know, there's an expanded World Cup field of 48 teams. And what that does is it means that of the 12 groups, just like in the past, if you're in the top two, if you win the group, you move on to one area. If you finish second, you move on to a different kind of opponent. But now there's 8 of the 12 third-place finishers based on all these sort of different compilations and tiebreakers who will also advance. So it's sort of there's a lot of permutations of what can happen, but we're getting near the end of this thing, and so you can kind of forecast who's going to play whom. Iran's draw with Belgium opens up this incredible path for us, and it means a likely path to the quarterfinals, so the final 8, without having to face a top 20 team. Right now, the round of 32 that we're advancing to, and we play Turkey. Is it on Thursday, guys? The match doesn't even matter because Turkey's eliminated and the U.S. already won the group, which is wild because Turkey was the betting favorite to win the group barely over USA. So after that match, we will go to the round of 32 and we'll go as the team that wins our group. There's a 58% chance that we are going to play Bosnia, and there's an 18% chance that we are going to play Qatar. Are you a Qatar or a Qatar guy?
I roll with Qatar.
Qatar.
Yeah.
I'm going to roll with you then. Bosnia is 64th in the world. And without being disrespectful to the people of Bosnia, many of their fans actually were on the plane from Des Moines to LAX with my son and looked out for him. 64th is a cupcake and sort of it's just like a very easy level of competition in the World Cup, let alone for a knockout round. And Qatar is ranked 57th. So there is basically a almost 80% chance we are going to play someone that we should be able to beat very, very easily. And this is the benefit of winning our group. And then in the round of 16 right now, so let's just assume that we play Bosnia or Qatar. If we don't win that, every single person on that team should not be allowed to play for the national team for a year. They should just be Pulisic and everyone. You're suspended. We'll get people from AYSO, whatever. Okay, so we should advance to the round of 16 because of this Iran outcome. Doug, it's also really, really fortuitous who we play next. Right now, it's likely that we'll play the winner of Egypt versus the winner of South Korea or can I just say that Czechoslovakia? What, did I have to say Czechia? It's Czechia? Berk's just telling me yes. All right. Of the Czech Republic. I'm not doing it. Okay, I'll do it. Czechia. Egypt is ranked 26. That's good, but that's not amazing. South Korea is ranked 23rd. Czechia is ranked 44th. I don't know if you want the percentages, but there's a 61% chance that Egypt's going to advance and a similar percentage that South Korea and Czechia are going to advance in those respective brackets. This is a fancy way of saying, had Argentina lost today, and we'll get them in a second, had Argentina lost today and Messi missed a penalty kick, they were probably going to end up potentially playing Spain. So, like, there are situations where you can finish second in your group and you can play one of the best teams in the world. We are going to get to go through a path to the Final 8 that almost certainly is going to be the easiest path that we've ever seen in a World Cup for the United States.
That's encouraging. I mean, it's home soil. You get a good path. It's not like you have to take on those heavyweights that they would eventually have to face if they, by some miracle of God, were able to even make it past that. But, I mean, when you mention those teams, I didn't hear Spain. Right? I didn't hear France. I didn't hear Argentina. I didn't hear Brazil.
It's amazing.
I didn't hear England. Right? I didn't hear those teams, right? Those
Belgium was our battle.
And their team that they're
They screwed it up.
I know, right? Yes. so if I'm the U.S., I mean, things are lined up, especially because you played well, especially because it feels like this is the most talented team that at this stage with their youth. I love the fact this USA team, it's almost like, yes, it's the World Cup, doesn't get any bigger, but it doesn't look like they're afraid or intimidated. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact there's so many young players on this team. They're welcoming this, they're embracing this. So, look, I mean, would you say, getting to the quarterfinals, things like that, things that seem like they're unimaginable years past, feel like they're...
Could be easy.
Probable.
Easy is the wrong term because ask Spain about... By the way, Cape Verde just keeps getting results. There's all kinds of crazy things that have happened because it is a pretty magical tournament, but there would be no excuse for USA. And by the way, I think we're really good. Speaking of Spain, you made fun of them the other day. Everyone gave me a hard time. Our boss, Andrew, gave me a really hard time. They bounced back against Saudi Arabia. They dominate 4-0. Remember, Saudi Arabia beat Argentina in the group play the last World Cup. Lamine Yamal is amazing. Got an absolutely incredible start. I think it was a goal in the 9th or 10th minute. If the USA goes down their path, and there's a lot of permutations for Spain here, but if Spain wins their group, their path would be to play the United States, could play Spain in the semifinal in the round of 8 in Los Angeles, California, not that long from now. Here's my question for you. I cannot afford a ticket to that match. Do you think anyone in real life has ever pulled off where, where there's two people and I get on your shoulders and we get a big trench coat? Because we could split a ticket and try to get in. What do you think?
It's not too late now to maybe apply for a security job, maybe.
Doug McReiter.
A little CSC. Should we do that double?
Combo time.
Even that's going to be a very expensive in-demand ticket.
What do you think?
Why not, though?
What do you think it'll cost?
That's got to be at least 2 Gs.
To get in?
To get it for, if it was USA-Spain in the, you say potential quarterfinal, right?
Yeah, Final 8.
And
that's crazy.
That would be
right, dude.
in Los Angeles?
What we talked in L.A.
In L.A. You better put your kidney on Craigslist right now because you're going to have to sell it to get that ticket.
I love the Spain national team, and I will wear that jersey again. Don't tell me you're going to be one of those weirdos. I'll root for America in that game.
You know what? I
didn't even know until I saw that it could happen. And then
I've lost respect for you then because I want you to be one of those guys that wears a half and half jersey. Get it custom made. Get a half USA, half Spain jersey. Like those parents that have 2 players.
What about a Spain jersey and an American flag scarf?
I want the half and half jersey.
How do I do that?
We get you custom. Parents, when their kids are on 2 different teams, they wear the 2 split jerseys.
Yep.
You can do it. You can get Yamal, and who would you get for the U.S.? You get to get Pulisic will be ready at that time, right?
Why? By the way, sorry. For some reason, the France-Iraq game is delayed. Do we know?
Rain. It's raining pretty bad there.
Wow. Play in the rain. Such an Mbappe move. Mbappe has a goal. They're up. What?
That was so unfair. An unnecessary shot towards Mbappe.
It really was. Argentina beat Austria today. Messi scored 2 goals to become the all-time leading scorer. He leads that competition now by 2 goals. He was tied entering today's action. I will point out, and Bursch, you might have to correct me on this, I believe Mbappe is 3 goals behind Messi. I think that's right. Mbappe is much younger, and Mbappe is incredible with his national team. Mbappe will almost certainly set that record at some point. And he scored today. But for the moment, it is Leo Messi, and I got that right. My friend Amber told me something I wanted to run by you about the World Cup. Because look, we're not going to pretend the United States and Iran are sort of at war, basically at war. There's a memorandum of understanding that they're trying to figure out, but it's an awkward situation, and not every country in the world loves each other, right? That's a reality. But I've been really moved by how many fans from around the world have come here and gone, oh, Americans are really nice. My friend Amber said that the World Cup is like a family reunion where the parents often hate each other, but it's all love all the time between the cousins.
That's awesome.
Isn't
That's
that great?
such a good way to put it.
It's really good, isn't it?
It's great, honestly. It's just so true. I mean, sports brings together. You've seen all those videos of fans from other countries in cities like Dallas and Los Angeles and down in Mexico. Have you seen those videos of the Korean fans in Mexico?
Oh, my God.
I think the tweet I read was,
Yes.
when this is done, South Korea won't have any more fans. Like, they're all just going to be Team Mexico fans.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And then, like, you have the Japanese fans who tried barbecue for the first time. Have you seen these videos?
I'm not. That's
oh,
awesome.
There's a Japanese dude. He's probably 24, and he's got this huge barbecue. I think it was a rib, and he bites into it, and his eyes, they looked the way that I looked the first time I knew that I was going to get to work with you. Pure, unadulterated, unfiltered joy.
Tears coming out?
Yeah, some tears.
Tears of pain?
Tears, a little bit tears of pain. We are waiting on a Giannis trade. It could happen anytime now. We will give you the latest and what the potential for a Giannis trade could mean. It could mean to the Lakers' benefit next year on DMAC and Reiter. Bill Reiter, Doug McCain, both the Celtics and the Heat are living on the prayer that they will get Giannis Antetokounmpo. See what I did there?
I saw that.
Clutch. You didn't love it.
Love
D-Mac, you did. D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. It is time, Doug, for the best name segment on this show that you coined.
Ball don't lie. Time for Hardwood Headlines with D-Mac and Reiter.
That's right. This is Hardwood Headlines, taking a look at all things going on in and around the NBA. And of course, we are on Giannis trade watch. As of this moment, he is still a member of the Milwaukee Bucks, but a Giannis trade is expected to come sometime between now and at the start of the draft tomorrow night. The Heat and the Celtics appear to be in a heated race for Giannis. And Shams Charania is reporting that the trade is expected to be just a two-team deal. Brian Windhorst is saying that if Jaylen Brown is not traded for Giannis, he could be traded elsewhere.
I got to tell you, so the reporting out there is that the Milwaukee Bucks are trying to make their decision, as Bursch just told us. John Horst is the GM. I like John. I know John. Why on earth would you entertain the Heat offer? I would much rather have Jaylen Brown. He's a superstar.
That's the thing, too. I mean, if it's just a two-team deal, why would it be the Heat? It feels like the Heat are going to miss out on another superstar.
I just don't get why. So apparently that they're Bursch, so we know the particulars of a deal would be Bam and Tyler Hero and some picks for the Miami Heat is kind of the general sense. Jaylen Brown has been a top 5 finisher as an MVP voter. If you can just get the Celtics to ramp up a few more picks, and you want to rebuild, just move Jaylen Brown. I think you can get a similar haul for Jaylen Brown for Giannis. Maybe I've lost my mind. Maybe I'm crazy. Jaylen Brown is more durable than Giannis is. I don't understand what the deliberations are about.
There probably is some leverage play on both sides. I mean, it also comes down to you kind of makes you wonder if the Celtics are the preferred choice. Is it 1 and 1A? Would he want to be traded to both teams potentially? Does he have an order? Because you wonder if the Bucks, knowing that he delivered a championship, would they want to do right by Giannis to get him to his number one preferred destination?
I don't think they care.
You don't think so?
No, I think they have to look out for themselves, because when you trade away a generational talent like Giannis, if you don't get the right return, you can be bad for a really, really long time.
Other news in the NBA today, the Mavericks hired Michigan head coach Dusty May as their new head coach.
I could be wrong. You can aggregate this. You can clip this. You can all throw it in my face like I did Jalen Brunson. I think this is stupid. I think this is going to fail miserably. Most coaches do not succeed who make the league. Now, I will say this. I was driving into the Fox Sports lot, the Fox movie lot. I'll never forget. And my phone rang, and I looked down, and it was a very famous very successful NBA coach who I knew, who I would call, who would sometimes call me back, who would text me, who had never called me, who had never just called me out of the blue. So I pulled over. If you've ever pulled in there's kind of a place where you sort of pull in before the security if you don't have a security card and you're trying to figure out how to get in. Hello? And the guy Brad Stevens had just been hired from Butler to be the Celtics head coach, and this famous, successful coach wanted to tell me why that guy was going to fail. It was stupid. It would never work, and all the reasons that college coaches never make it. And he was right on everything he said about almost every college coach that's ever been hired other than Brad Stevens. So maybe Dusty May's the exception, but I doubt it.
Yeah, it definitely is not something that we see often whether it be a Billy Donovan type, you go back to Calipari or Rick Pitino, you really don't see these jumps. And this is a guy who's had this meteoric rise going from Conference USA to the Big Ten to winning national championship. There are some rumors out there about were there any violations at Michigan as far as recruiting goes, and is that a reason why he jumped ship? We'll see what happens with that. But it's a good time to jump. I mean, you won national championship. You got Cooper Flagg. You got a top 10 pick. You got a ton of tradable pieces. I think it's a good job for him.
It's a good job.
Yeah.
Just how many? I had this conversation with Bill Self once. Like Bill Self over beer told me he'd love to coach in the NBA someday, and he obviously
Spurs, right? That was the rumor.
And
for
that
a while.
was it because R.C. Buford and he are really, really good friends. He obviously didn't get the gig, and maybe he came to his senses. I just name other than Brad Stevens, who burned out and went to be in the front office. Who is a coach that has made this leap and it's succeeded? It didn't work for Pitino. It didn't work. I mean, most of these guys, it doesn't succeed.
The best example has got to be Larry Brown, right? Larry Brown.
I know Larry. He's crazy. But
clearly,
I love Larry. I love Larry.
And he's one of those guys that's done it for a long time.
I mean, really, John Beilein was with the Cavs for a while. He went from Michigan to Cleveland, but
I think that's the last guy to actually make this jump.
Was it? Okay,
Yeah.
It didn't really work out. I mean, long term,
didn't
but
work.
I will say this though. Michigan fans.
Fred Hoiberg didn't work.
Fred Hoiberg, that's a good example,
Billy
right?
Donovan. Did Billy Donovan work?
So he's
respected, not really.
They went to the conference finals with the Thunder. They lost. And then that's when Katie went to the Warriors.
Yep.
Wasn't great with the Bulls. But if my big thought on this is Michigan fans are extremely upset about this because Dusty May looked like he was going to own the college ranks for a long time. It's open season for Michigan's recruits. Come to UCLA, come to Westwood if you're a Michigan recruit that is looking for a new spot. But you're right. It doesn't happen that often, but there's a certain level of intrigue when it comes to May. He definitely feels like he could have that it factor. I kind of like the move. I'm not going to lie. I think this is a good move.
I think
it's worth the risk.
Billy Donovan's the cautionary tale. By the way, some of these guys don't like to recruit and don't like dealing with college students, and so they're not even students, college paid employees. So what I'm about to say may not fit their parameters. You get 2 national championships with Billy Donovan got back-to-back at Florida. I mean, you're on the verge of being one of the greatest coaches in history. There aren't many guys who have won 3. Calhoun, Bobby Knight, Roy Williams got 3, and then obviously sort of like Coach K and John Wooden and Rupp, I think, got 4 or 5. But anyway, it's not my world. Do your thing. I just think Dusty May is going to fail miserably.
Well, other big news in the NBA today, Trae Young intends to sign a 4-year, $212 million extension with the Washington Wizards.
Do you have the cricket drop ready? Because that would be my sole comment to this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's Trae Young. Not everyone's going to win a championship. You look at that kind of contract with him, it's something that you wouldn't feel really good about if he's on your team. I think that contract, 4 years, $212 million. I mean, this is very Wizards-like. I mean, you're not going to win a championship with Trae Young as your first, second, or even third best player in my estimation.
It doesn't take a wizard to know this isn't going to be magic.
That contract is untradeable. Yeah, that's good. Contract's untradeable. Can't trade it. Wish he was back in the trade TL, I guess.
Did he have a no trade clause?
Cheers. There you go. Bang! Bam! Yeah. The Wizards are just like basketball purgatory, man.
Oh my God.
I mean, geez.
It's crazy because it's a great hoops town. Like Durant's from there. There's a lot of good players come out of there.
Yep.
They just don't end up in their NBA team.
All right, let's dive into some Lakers stuff here. Now, Dan Wojcicki wrote a very comprehensive mailbag for The Athletic over the weekend. As part of his mailbag, he was asked if both Marcus Smart and DeAndre Ayton will be back with the Lakers. And Wojcicki said, quote, "Getting what turned out to be 2 starters via buyouts was a godsend for the team as they bridged from whatever they were before the Doncic trade to whatever they're going to be next. But to be clear, it was a bridge. That's not to say neither will be back. Both have player options. But team sources have repeatedly talked about an upgrade at the center position. They've also spoken about a desire to get younger and more athletic. If I had to pick one to be back, I'd lean Smart. I just think the Lakers want a more traditional Doncic style center."
I will also add DeAndre Ayton is DeAndre Ayton. He's hard to. Both these guys outperformed their contracts, and Ayton had a very, very low contract. So for me, Doug, I would love Marcus Smart to be back if he wants to come back at a relative discount. I have no interest in DeAndre Ayton, and I know that he was actually like sort of wins against replacement for his number was valuable, but I just don't think he's very good.
He's pretty toxic too, right? I mean, the
Yes.
Blazers said, "Hey, we'll pay you to be gone," okay? And when they do that to you, that tells you how teams value. He had some weird moments with the Lakers with the crunk juice. He needed some juice to get him going, and there's just all kinds of weird stuff with DeAndre Ayton. And then it was frustrating, it was humiliating, and I don't know if I want to see DeAndre Ayton back on the Lakers either, even at the right price.
We are aligned, my friend.
Bring him back.
Last one here. Let's look at some 2026-27 MVP odds. Wemby is the favorite at 2-1. Luka is 4th at 13-2. LeBron is not on the opening list of MVP odds for the first time in 20 years.
I think that, by the way, Luka's never won an MVP.
He's got to win it this year. I mean, just at least the next 2 years, you got to stack one MVP.
I don't think he can win this year if they don't finish in the top 2. I think they have to. The Lakers have to have a better record than either the Spurs or the Thunder to have a chance of beating out Wemby or Shea?
I mean, that's kind of how it is. A very top-heavy MVP list, and that's how it is in the NBA. Who's the best player on the best team, and those teams are going to put up together gaudy wins and loss records. So Luka has to basically average 40 a night, really, to be with those guys. But
what if Luka's Karl Malone, dude? But instead of Jordan, it's LeBron and Steph, and then it's Wemby, and just block. I can see a path where Luka Doncic is blocked from winning an NBA championship.
I hope that doesn't happen. I mean, Karl Malone did win that voter fatigue MVP, right?
He did. But the thing is, the problem is, I don't think there's going to be enough fatigue on Wemby early enough to Luka's going to have to earn it, because the Wemby fatigue will be 5 or 6 years from now if he's won 3 or 4.
Hope he's not Jerry West, right? Best player not winning MVP.
Oh my, that could happen. I hope it doesn't, but that is the charge of the Lakers. You got to get on it right now, and we have to get on something new and beautiful and valuable. We are going to do a segment about the sounds of LA sports, the biggest sports figures in this country, in this city. We want to talk about talking to you next on D-Mac and Reiter. welcome back into the show. D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Again, text injury help to 40222. A lot of stuff going on out there. We're getting closer to a little bit of NFL action that'll kind of mean something. We're getting closer to NBA free agency, the draft. God, is today Monday? The draft's tomorrow. So we're going to have a Giannis trade in the next 24 hours. We think almost certainly, probably, if he's going to be moved. And so we want to hit a lot of different topics and a lot of different things from around the world of sports. You and I think, are we both uncertain, agnostic, sort of jury still out on our belief level and whether or not Fernando Mendoza is going to work out or not with the Raiders?
I think he's going to work out to a degree. I just have doubts about his superstar potential as a number one pick.
How's his arm talent? And I'm not even making fun of you.
It's not like a Justin Herbert cannon,
okay.
But he's got the finesse levels. He's got the anticipatory throws that I think will play up in the NFL level. I think for him, it's just not playing pro-style offenses at Indiana. A lot of back shoulder fades, some one read stuff. But I think that I think his brain's special. Like, I really, truly do. Like, I think that his ability to process at this level and his ability to put in the work, and we talk about the obsession factor. He's a guy that I know some people think there's some cringe level to his responses and how he handles the media and this and that. I think it's genuine, authentic to him. And I think that Fernando Mendoza is going to give you every opportunity to have success. I like the pairing of Kubiak. So, look, it sounds like I'm kind of talking myself into more.
You are. You're almost talking.
But
okay, so
I just don't think physically he has those physical traits that scream superstar to me.
So he can't be, in your mind, Matt Stafford or Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. Lamar Jackson has 2 MVPs. I need to put him on that level. But how about Baker Mayfield?
I think it could be better than Baker Mayfield potentially. I think
Baker's
he can
a winner.
avoid mistakes.
Yeah, Baker's a good player. He's a winner. All right. Well,
I think
Mendoza.
he's Jared Goff a little bit. I see him as Jared Goff.
You think Jared Goff is better than Baker Mayfield?
I think they're in the same tier.
I do too.
Yeah.
I think it depends on the offense I'm running and the coordinator. I think I'd rather have Baker Mayfield in a vacuum than Jared Goff. I think he's
the
got
variance is higher, but I think that when he's hot, he gets hotter.
Higher ceiling, more confidence.
Better deep ball thrower.
Mentally tougher.
Yeah.
All of those things. Well, we'll see what Mendoza can be. He's obviously with the Raiders. And in talking with Raiders media, he got into a little bit of what he has learned so far from the man himself, Tom Brady.
What he said is, as a quarterback, you need to be the most everything. You need to be the most competitive. You need to be the most leader. You need to have the most leadership. You need to be the toughest, mentally and physically. Yeah. And you got to embody all these things and lead by example before gaining that equity and respect by your teammates in order to lead effectively. And so that really resonated with me and the other quarterbacks.
Yeah. You got to be the most talker. You got to be the most better.
You got to be the most footballer.
You got to be the mosty.
Be the most leader.
Mostly.
Did he say that? Am I crazy? Or you said you need to be the most leader?
I think he did say the most leader. By the way, I think it comes from an earnestness place, not a are you a moron place, if I'm just being honest. I think, Bursch, I can say that, right? I mean, don't be the most moron-y. He's such a goofball, which is fine, I guess. I think
it's endearing to him. There's something about Fernando Mendoza, the way that he talks, the genuine feel behind his words, where, to give a comparison, every time but Tim Tebow opened his mouth, it felt like it wasn't as genuine, even if it was. And I think that people are rooting for the underdog story, too. Remember, this is a guy that got very little scholarship offers, was trying to...
Like Baker,
there's a similarity there. I think that for him, he goes on to Indiana. This dude made Indiana national champion. So if you can make Indiana a national championer, or as you probably would call it, right? If you can make him...
the most championers.
The most championers, right? You can find a way with the right system and the right group and the right talent around you to make something happen with the Raiders.
It's D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan. And remember, we are the only sports talk radio station in Southern California that's on the FM dial. And those of you that are on the chat, as you leave work, as you get in your cars, don't forget to turn us on your radio, 97.1 The Fan, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And when you're in the car, if you want to call us, 855-97 LA Fan. Tim Howard was on Unfiltered Soccer, his podcast with Landon Donovan, who I once handed all my plates to. And obviously, those are both like formerly sort of renowned, excellent U.S. men's national team players. And you alerted us to this, Doug. Howard had some choice and interesting words about this current team's chances.
The U.S. cannot unequivocally win the World Cup. The U.S. will have to play the greatest game they've ever played 3 times in a row. Sorry, 4 games in a row. Round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. It is literally impossible for the U.S. to win the World Cup.
Okay, wow. That's, I mean, the positivity is overwhelming.
Isn't it just the cup runneth over with positivity there? Tim Howard is going to make that team run through a brick wall. So motivated, right?
Tim Coward, more like it.
Wow.
Oh, whoa,
Yo.
Reiter.
It did feel like there was some jealousy, right? It did feel like, wait a second, we were supposed to be the icons, the generation, the Team USA players that everyone talked about, and all of a sudden there's this new generation, looks fearless, it looks like they've leveled up, and here we're going to rain on their parade and say they have no chance. Sure, they probably have no chance, but guess what? You know whose opinion I respect more? Zlatan. And Zlatan said that he thinks there's a chance that they could win it all, right? I'm not saying they will or there's a high chance, but I think this is not what you want to hear for your alumni. I mean, I feel like it kind of minimizes what they've accomplished so far and how they look so far.
And by the way, what did he say? They have to win 3 or 4. They have to play 3 or 4 games of the best games in their history. Actually, no, they don't, as we just walked people through. Now, they'll have to play a few. You'd have to beat Spain in 3, but not 4, in the round of 8, and then you have to beat somebody in the round in the semifinal, and then somebody in the final. But here's the I don't know, man.
That's the thing too. It's like it's like, who hurt you, Tim Howard? Right? Like, why aren't you supporting this team? And the funny thing too is, isn't that the case for every team? Even if you're the great teams out there, because you're going to be facing great teams. Most great teams are going to be facing great teams, so you need to play 3 or 4 of your best games. So that doesn't just apply. That's not just unique for Team USA. Yeah, I don't like this vibe. I really don't like this vibe from Tim Howard. I think that it should be something along the line of like, hey, these guys are inspiring. They're playing inspiring soccer. This is something that we wanted. He should be like, hey, we walked so you guys can, we crawled so you guys can walk, right? We walked so you guys can fly. Like, that's, I think, that what I would want to hear from Tim Howard, kind of how do you pay it forward for the next generation?
By the way, he is not wrong that it's highly, highly, highly unlikely that we are going to win the entire thing. But I will say this. At the start of the tournament, the USA's FIFA rankings was 17. Now it's all the way up to 13, which is shockingly high. Okay. It's on home soil, as you just noted, which is a huge advantage. I'm going to go back a little bit. In 2018, at the World Cup, Croatia made an amazing run. Luka Modric, I think, won the Ballon d'Or that year as a result of this. Luka Modric played at Real Madrid. Great player to all the Real Madrid fans who are friends of Doug's, who think I'm too mean to that team. Croatia finished second in that tournament. They lost in the final to, I think, Mbappe and France, if I'm remembering this properly. They entered that tournament ranked 20th. The United States entered this tournament ranked 17th. Now, Croatia didn't win the game. I know they lost, but they were 1,000% in the mix. Anyone assessing Croatia the way that you're assessing the United States today would have, by Tim Howard's reasoning, said it's impossible. And they didn't win. But it wasn't impossible. It was really, really unlikely. Is it unlikely that the United States is going to beat Spain in the sort of semifinals or the quarterfinals and then beat whoever, Argentina, and then beat France or England? Yeah, it's really, really unlikely. And I don't think it's going to happen. But this is the closest it's ever been in terms of the path is the clearest we've ever seen, as we walked you through earlier in the show. And I think it's the best team we've ever had, which is, I think, more the point. He's not saying this because he believes it. He is saying because he wants to believe it.
Yeah, Bill, as you laid out earlier to all of us that, hey, this is the easiest path, the best path forward that the United States has had in a long time, and then you compare it to how the team looks. But yeah, if I'm Tim Howard, I'm less concerned about his takes and more concerned about how he defines the word literally and impossible, right? I don't think he has a grasp of the English language, because literally and impossible is not the right word choice, because guess what? You do have a chance. Like you point out, is it a good chance? Not necessarily, but this kind of screams, hey man, like, I bet you this guy's fun at parties, right? Kind of sober. he really sobered me up real quick on all my USA optimism. And then, I reached out to some people like, hey, man, it's okay. You still got some. I had a friend talk to me about the 04 Euros where Greece won and talking about a very improbable. The World Cup is insane. I'm not saying the Team USA has a great chance, but I want to hear this from people, not my former great players. What would you, if would Howard, would you, let's say you're Poach, right? And you hired Howard to address the team. Would he be saying this to the team before the next game? Right. Or before the knockout stage?
Like, hey, guys, I look like Russell Crowe, and I have a better chance of starring in the next Gladiator than you of winning any more matches. Good luck.
Exactly, man.
Luck. By the way,
give me the hope.
Tim Howard's podcast is called Unfiltered Soccer. I'm usually all for candor and no filter. I think he needs some filter. You might want to make it filtered soccer if this is how you feel about the U.S. men's national team. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
Let's filter the bleep out of this, Tim.
And let's make sure none of the current... Actually, you know what? Let's make sure the current players do hear this. If I'm Pochettino, play that clip in the locker room before the game. Use Tim Howard to motivate you. Give us a bulletin. We're getting bulletin board material from our own greats. What are we even talking about here in USA Soccer?
Can we play it again? This is a bookmark here. Let's close out with Tim Howard's words of support for the U.S. men's national team.
The U.S. cannot unequivocally win the World Cup. The U.S. will have to play the greatest game they've ever played 3 times in a row. Sorry, 4 games in a row. Round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. It is literally impossible for the U.S. to win the World Cup.
Round of 16, right now, the opponent would be Egypt, who's, by the way, good team. I think 22nd or 21st in the world. Not impossible. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. J.R. Smith. This is so good. By the way, J.R. Smith, has anybody gone from a heel to sort of likable as much as J.R. Smith since he screwed up that play in the finals in 2015, was it, when LeBron did the arms in the air? J.R. Smith was on The Blueprint with Bryce Butler sharing a very funny story about one of the first time he ever had to guard this rookie named Kobe Bryant.
Crazy because in shoot around, right? We're going through walkthrough, doing plays. Byron Scott's trying to explain the triangle and where Kobe going to be at and then his moves. And he kept telling me, he was like, listen, he's going to go 2 dribbles right, baseline. He's going to pump fake, stay down. And he's going to pump fake again, stay down. I'm like, all right. So we go through another play. Tell me, yeah, he's going to go 2 dribbles right, pump fake, stay down. Pump fake, stay down, and then make him pass it out. If the worst comes to worst, he'll take a tough shot over top of you. We can live with that. I'm like, all right. We go over another play. I was like, yo, bro, if you tell me he about to go 2 dribbles right and pump fake and then pump fake, and like, I got it. All right. He do it, and your ass go for it, I'm taking you out. Bro, we get in the game. I get in the game. I swear to God, bro, I wasn't in the game 9 seconds. When I tell you this man went 2 dribbles right, but the way he took his 2 dribbles, I'm thinking he going to the cup for sure.
Yeah.
This nigga pump fake, jump. Sub, who you got? JR, come up. Took me right out.
It's a great Kobe story. And J.R. Smith, the way that he labeled it was J.R. Smith made it 9 seconds against Kobe Bryant the first time he guarded him.
That's awesome. That's so good. For the record, I am here for all of the Kobe, all of the Jordan, all those stories, all the lore. But my favorite thing about this is J.R. Smith had the playbook and still failed. It reminded me of when Shane Battier had the big, thick binder of, this is how you guard Kobe. He pump fakes it. You can get the playbook. Doesn't mean you're not going to go for that pump fake. And in J.R. Smith's defense, a lot of people went for that pump fake. A lot of people had trouble guarding Kobe Bryant.
Who do you think was the most successful person ever guarding Kobe?
I would say Tony Allen. Tony Allen could really put some clamps on him at times, and he was physical. That was one that even Kobe himself said, hey, he had a lot of respect for him.
He was a great player.
Tony Allen was a dude, man.
I mean, Dwayne Wade, not really, but remember he broke his elbow.
Bruce Bowen's another guy, played great defense.
Raja Bell's a friend of mine. They had some battles.
Oh, Raja. I'll never forget when Raja tripped him.
Yeah.
Dante Jones. Ugh.
It's crazy because Raja is the nicest man.
Is he?
Yeah.
I remember.
We can get him on the show. You can go at him a little bit. That face.
I remember I was such a loser. I emailed the NBA after that tripping of Kobe.
You did
Matt. I really did.
That doesn't make you a loser. That makes you a fierce loyalist.
It was crazy.
You did not email the NBA.
I really did.
What email address did you use?
I have my ways.
Okay. What email address did you use?
I was like,
did you find
complaints at NBA.com? I don't know.
Did you find a real person?
No responded. I didn't
What
get a
did you
response.
say?
I was just like, hey, something along the lines like, this is a dirty play. You know it's a dirty play. You can't let Raja Bell continue to play in this series. I think he got suspended for a game. And I forgot what hotel he was at, but
did you remember originally?
Laker fans were trying to go there. It was crazy. Raja Bell was like one of the most hated for a short span there. But yeah, man, we definitely that'd be a great question to ask Derek Fisher about who he think was one of the best. Who would be like an underrated name to guard Kobe? But Tony Allen, man, that guy was ridiculous.
So Gary Payton is a great guy and a friend, but he says this thing that I think is ridiculous, and I think it's jealousy, and I really hope Gary's not listening. TP hasn't spent some time, and he lives in downtown LA for part of the year. He has tried to claim that he found it harder to guard Stockton than Jordan. And by the way, Stockton was a good player. Come on, man.
What's interesting because
man.
Gary the Glove Payton, he had a lot of success famously against Jordan in that finals in 1996. So he did have success against Jordan. So if I was Gary Payton, wouldn't you want to play that up and be like, it was so hard, but if anyone could do it, it's me, the Glove, right?
I saw him recently, and he said he wouldn't do it anymore, what I'm about to describe, because he's 10 years older. 10 years ago, 2015, so 11 years ago, we had a $1,000 bet that we would play one-on-one every other to 11 by ones and twos, and he said I wouldn't be able to score on him. And I could hoop a little. You don't think there's any one bucket?
Pros are crazy, dude. Pros are super crazy. Like if he wanted to, we were talking about Gary Payton, life on the line.
He was a little, yeah. So he basically,
what would your move be, dude? What would you do?
I mean,
trying to post him up? You trying to cross him over?
I'm basically, so I'm checking it up at half court, and I'm trying to get as much space and I'm trying to I'm left-handed, make a running layup maybe.
See, I'll tell you what I'm doing.
And then after he's up, once he gets to 5 or 6-0, I'm just shooting half court shots.
If he wanted to, he could stay with you.
So he did tell. So they called,
and he's got quick hands.
They used to, like, the guys on that show would call me. Have we had this talk? Their nickname for me was Sweet Willie, and so that's all he referred to me as. And he's like, Sweet Willie, I love you, man, but I will kill you if we do that game.
You never know, man. You never know. Maybe the move would be.
You don't think I could have scored? He was older. I don't know how old. I bet he was 50 then.
Yeah, I've seen pros. I mean, I've asked Dodgers players, hey.
I'm not saying I'm athletic.
If I had 100 at bats against you.
Oh, you know what?
What is he?
He was 45.
45?
He would have murdered me.
I mean, if he wanted it like that, man, these players are just so elite.
They just go to a place.
Yeah, but what you could do is you could do the thing where you kind of take a couple dribbles and you fake like your hamstrings hurt, and then he stops and maybe you sneak a layup in. Like you would have to cheat, basically. Is what I'm saying. You would have to cheat.
I think he would 1,000% break me in half if I did that.
Would he?
I used to go around the Fox Sports green room and just like make bets with people.
Oh, nice.
Just like talk smack to every athlete that was there. The only guy who didn't laugh was Randy Moss. He wasn't here for that.
Randy wasn't cool with it?
Randy was nice enough, but he wasn't here for the joking. He wasn't here for the socializing.
What bet would you throw at Randy Moss?
I don't know. I never got that far.
Could you Moss Randy Moss? Probably not.
Could I? No, I don't think so.
I mean, we turn that into an actual word, right? You got mossed.
Who's more athletic? Who is more athletic? Randy Moss, Donovan McNabb, Gary Payton. If you had to rank them as athletes, it's just pure athletes at their prime.
I think I'm going Randy Moss.
1 and Gary 2.
That Gary 2. I mean, Donovan McNabb was big and thick and great arm, but I think athlete-wise, Moss had that famous 40 time, that sub 4.3 40 when he was coming out. When he was originally supposed to go to Notre Dame.
Yeah, dude, he was so good.
Yeah.
Who's the best pure athlete on the Dodgers other than Shohei is the best pure athlete, right?
Pure athlete. Honestly, I think I'm going Andy Pages.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, Mookie in the past was really good. He could dunk a basketball. He could bowl 300. But as far as physically, I was.
He could bowl 300?
I'll tell you, he could. When I used to ask the players this question all the time. I used to say, if you could pick one of your teammates to be a football player, who would be the best? And I would say 90% of them would say Bruce Dart Gratterall.
Oh, wow.
Because 6'1", super big, very strong. He was fast. Apparently played soccer a lot. So, fortunately, he's injured. He has a back issue. But That was the answer. Another sneaky one, I think, to be like a middle linebacker type. Max Muncy is deceivingly fast.
Max Muncy is built like a tank.
He's built like a tank. He's kind of got some athleticism.
He's quick, huh?
He's quick. He really is. He's deceivingly fast. Teo's another one that's kind of on the faster side. But
okay.
Yeah, Max Muncy, kind of falling behind on the sprint speed these days. But, Max Muncy's up there. But Pages could be there too. Mookie in the past. It's crazy when you see these guys stretch. Like, that's when you really see the kind of athletes they are. It's crazy how flexible they are.
Are you a yoga guy?
No.
I've tried it.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
Really? Pilates.
Yeah, I had an agent, I had an NFL agent take me to a yoga thing when I was doing a story on him years ago just to mess with me, and I went and got sick of the bathroom.
Oh, you did?
It was like hot yoga or something, or like hot, I don't know. It was 100 degrees in there. It was awful.
Wow. They talked about that. Kareem, a lot of players doing yoga to kind of lengthen their careers. I'm more a Tybo, Billy Blanks type of guy.
D-Mac and Reiter here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. If you want to call us, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. You can also stream the show on X or on YouTube at The Fan LA, at The Fan LA. Shohei Ohtani has done Shohei Ohtani things. We will catch you up on the Dodgers game. It's early-ish in Minnesota next year on D-Mac and Reiter. D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group, on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. All right, so right now, Dodgers game is going and is 1-1 in the top of the third inning. Shohei Ohtani did lead the game off with a home run, as he tends to do on the regular. But as you pointed out, Mr. McCain, the opener strategy that we discussed did not work out. Will Klein gave up a run. Was it a home run? Yeah, he gave up a homer.
Yeah, it was a bomb to Buxton. Looks like it. So, hey.
That worked great.
The Bill Reiter narrative wins. He didn't like the move, and the move backfired on the Dodgers.
You weren't in love with it either.
I was in love with either. Who knows? I mean, how Eric Lau could have given him 3 home runs compared to Will Klein's, right? We'll never know. But I do think it messes with the cohesion if you're going to do with a starting rotation, especially in a 6-man rotation where you need length from those starters. You need your starting pitchers to go 6 or 7 innings because of the bullpen usage. I thought it was a little too cute for a game in June, right? It's a little too overthinky to me, especially with the success of Eric Lauer. But we'll see how he pitches for the rest of the afternoon. It has gotten off to a pretty nice start.
D-Mac and Reiter here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Something you were hoping for, not the injury, but maybe a reset. We don't have all the news, but Kyle Tucker he left the game. He drew a base on ball, and then back tightness. Alex Call has taken his spot. So maybe, hopefully it's not anything serious. But also, you noted that this guy could use a reset after what has been a just fairly horrendous stretch as a Dodger.
Yeah, exactly as you pointed out. I mean, he drew a walk, he advanced his second on a single, and then just looking at the video right now, he stands up, he looks uncomfortable, puts his hands on his knees, kind of staring at the dirt, clearly does not feel right, and I hate that this happened for sure. I mean, earlier in the day, I didn't want a real injury.
I know, right?
I wanted something that was like on the faker side.
Right.
He a phantom injury.
Air quotes injured.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the baseball guys listen too much about what I'm saying, apparently. But if this is the case, and he is injured, he's banged up, I would not be shocked if part of the decision-making isn't just the injury itself. It's, is this an opportunity to give him 10 days off or whatever it may be to kind of hit a little bit of a reset and see how things go from there.
Can I howl at the moon a little bit here on something that I know you agree with because you brought it up a lot? How many RBIs have the Dodgers left out there by playing Ohtani in the leadoff spot? It feels like every week, every other day, this guy leads off the game with a home run. And I have to check my math, but I'm pretty sure if you lead off the baseball game, it is impossible for anyone else to be on base.
That's accurate.
Is
That's
that correct?
fair. That's great analysis.
Thank you. I got
by Bill
there.
Reiter here on D-Mac and Reiter. But I will say this, though. That's the conversation that they're going to have. Do you prioritize 50 to 60 more plate appearances per season for your best hitter or some more run-producing opportunities? And also, what does that look like as far as pitches that they're going to get to hit? But you're absolutely right. I mean, Shohei Ohtani batting leadoff, it feels like every other game he's hitting a leadoff home run. Today was the 24th leadoff home run in his Dodgers career. But the question becomes the success of the 8-9 hitters. If those guys can get on base, if those guys can put pressure on pitchers so Shohei gets some run-producing opportunities, that's going to change things. But I do think the ideal lineup, and I'll die on this hill, I do still think it is Shohei batting second, even if you have to mix and match a little bit with the staggering of lefties and righties. I would love to see Mookie Betts get another shot at the leadoff spot, especially with how he's hitting lately, especially with how much success he's had at the leadoff spot throughout his career. And you put Shohei Ohtani in a spot where, hey, maybe Mookie's on first, maybe Mookie's on second, maybe he's getting better pitches to hit. But, hey, wherever he's at in the lineup, he's going to absolutely rake, and we saw that today.
And D-Mac, just to kind of double down on this, and I know the Dodgers are not going to hit Shohei Ohtani anywhere other than first because they're zealots about their philosophy, and that zealotry has made them world champions twice in a row. So I understand it. But, to howl at the moon here, to argue with a brick wall, the Dodgers have played in 19 one-run games so far this year. They are 11-8 in those games, and that's a lot of one-run baseball games. Ohtani has hit 6 leadoff home runs this season. 6 times he's been the guy that's led off the game for his team. No one can be on base, and he's hit a home run. And so there's a lot of close games the Dodgers have played where it might be nice for a guy to be on base.
For sure. I think also another thing that kind of plays into it too is the fact that their second best hitter, really pound for pound, is Freddie Freeman. And Freddie Freeman's not a guy you would have as a leadoff hitter, first of all. Also, he's a lefty, and then Shohei would be behind him as a lefty. But I think you can make a compelling case at this point. I really do think that the fact is what you're laying out there is as simple as this, Bill. Your best slugger is at the plate when nobody's on base, right? So a grand slam, a 3-run home run, a 2-run home run is more valuable than a solo home run. So
writing this down, hold on.
Yeah, exactly. This is very advanced.
Runner.
This is extremely.
Did you write down my?
Apparently, being a baseball analyst is as easy as becoming a maestro. We're making it seem.
No. But okay, you're making fun of the maestro thing. I said earlier that I don't know what a maestro does. A maestro points at a person who's playing the violin. Doesn't he or she know to play the violin? Aren't they reading sheet music?
You got to find rhythm and tempo and know when to do it.
For the best. Well, the person's like, oh, I was going to play my part on the flute here, but Maestro didn't point at me like with a vigor, so I'm not going to do it.
It's a tough gig.
What is Manny Machado playing the cello? I mean, what are we talking about? What are we talking about
wow.
here, bro?
But I will say this, though.
Okay.
That if Shohei continues to produce, he's having an MVP season. He's going to be an MVP. And the team has the best record in baseball. At least tied with the Braves, right up there, win percentage, right? So they're right up there. So that's where Shohei feels most comfortable now. But you know what the case I would make too, and I've been against this myself. I would rather see him at the second spot in the lineup. Is he got injured a couple years ago stealing bases, right? And if you're Shohei and you're batting leadoff and you get on base and you're not going to steal bases, well, that's another thing too. Because a leadoff hitter, you want him to get on base. You want to give guys behind him run-producing opportunities, but if he's not going to be as aggressive on the base pass,
is Mookie still fast enough to steal bases?
He's not a great runner at this point.
That's
he
the
isn't.
thing.
But the thing about Mookie though, he doesn't strike out a lot. He doesn't chase a lot. He can draw his walks. And right now, and ever since he had that career-defining error against when Yamamoto almost pitched a no-hitter at the White Sox.
Let me just I know you're
perfect
doing.
game.
This is the second shot you've taken at me, and now on DMAC and Reiter, I'm just going to respond because Doug is referencing the error that cost a perfect game for Yoshi, and how I believed it could signal something about Betts and his self-confidence. And Doug is pointing out how well he's played since then. My point, as I noted, as you know, because you're an extremely smart guy, Doug, is that I worry about when it's a high pressure situation that feels significant, which you cannot often simulate in June, but you can if a perfect game is on the line.
So you mean the one that we saw in the World Series last year?
Again, I'm not worried about whether he did any. By the way, I looked it up. He was really good in high school too. Do you know how much that has a bearing on what's going to happen this October? Very, very little. I checked. I looked it up. He was a good baseball player when he was young. Did you know that? That doesn't mean he's going to be a good baseball player every year that he's old. So whether or not I'm wrong or not, and I didn't even say it was the case. I said I was worried about it, and then you started misrepresenting me. The worries will come to bear or not when the baseball games are very significant, and there's pressure, and they matter, and that's not today, as you know, my friend.
Fair enough. I will say that I will say the production has really ticked up, but another injury we got here too is Dalton Rushing has apparently left the game as well. So Chucky Robinson's season. That's why you have the depth. That's why you.
Well, that depth is a little limited.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see the play. I'm not sure how it happened, but Dodgers catcher who's already starting because Will Smith has been out on the injury list dealing with a neck injury. It looks like right here. Okay, so there's a moment after Rushing. He took a foul tip off the mask, first pitch of the game, and then they took him out in the third and they replaced him with Chucky Robinson. So maybe it's I don't want to speculate too much, but maybe a head injury of some sort.
To be determined. We'll see what it is. That is obviously worrisome. Here's some positivity on DMAC and Reiter. Someone, Debbie Wright, is listening to the show and responding to your conversation you and I had earlier about you and I thinking that Kyle Tucker needs to find a way to kind of connect with this team. Here's Debbie's perspective. I totally agree. I know he's an introvert, but he needs to make an effort to be more social. Have a dude shower for Baby Ohtani. Go bowling with the guys. Follow Mookie around and learn to be fun and cool. anything, man.
Dude.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
I love it.
Yeah.
You got to find a way, man.
It's a very good response.
You got to find a way, and that stuff matters. It really does, especially, too, when, hey, you're struggling. You need these guys to have your back, and unfortunately for Kyle Tucker, it's just been that kind of a year, and today it looks like it's an unfortunate injury, so we'll see what they say after the game. I would be shocked. I would be shocked if he's in the lineup tomorrow, and I think that now you really have a conversation with Kyle Tucker. Hey, there's an injury here. Hasn't been a great year.
You get some cover.
Now you have some time to start up a baby shower for Shohei's son, right, as you said.
Jurassic Rex, which is a great name over on X, tweets at us, he's too much of an introvert to do something like that, which is, go out and be social, which would be fine if he didn't constantly emit, I want to go home energy. Maybe this break will fix things. Speaking of wanting to go home, we don't know if LeBron will return to his home in Los Angeles to play next season. We have a few updates here. Dan Wojcicki reiterated that they believe the Lakers are on the clock with Luka Doncic. This was in his mailbag, and that is one of the contexts through which we have to sort of look at LeBron James. Does LeBron James coming back and the price allow the Lakers to build enough of a competitive team around Luka Doncic that Luka doesn't try to leave in a year or two? Because the reality is that if LeBron wants a bunch of money, maybe there's a world where you would have given it to him when there wasn't stakes like Luka's future, but there are now. You can't do right by LeBron the way that he wants because you have to worry about Luka. If there were no Luka, that trade never happened, they're probably just giving him the max and they're honoring him the way that Kobe was honored his last couple of years in terms of the cash and the money. And speaking of LeBron, Ramona Shelburne, a friend of mine, very, very connected reporter, was on ESPN and did this sort of minor update on where things she has heard stand with LeBron and the Lakers.
LA is the first team he can talk to, right? Because he's their own free agent. Had initial conversations with LeBron James' representative, but he has not even fully committed to returning next year in these conversations. The conversations were described to me as, we're keeping in touch. Okay, so there's no commitment to even returning or salary figures being discussed. I think that's been interpreted as something like LeBron is still assessing his options, whether that's retirement or whether that's other teams. And if there are other teams that he's looking at, what does that money look like?
Here's my take on this. Wojcicki reiterating what we've talked about, that they better win now, that the Lakers are on the clock, and Ramona reporting what she did, that basically they're not even sure he's going to play. This is both these guys, in my opinion, Doncic and LeBron, flexing their muscle, trying to shape the narrative, trying to say that they've got, in Doncic's case, you better get it done now or else. In LeBron's case, who knows if he'll play, as a message to the Lakers, maybe you should pay him. The difference is